Super God, penetrates through the Dragon Ball twice and kills Lu Chuang at the beginning. https://www.audiobookseries.com/ This article will never forgive, kill all the super seminary, and will not let anyone go. Old author, please collect it. Wang Yuan traveled to the super god world and became an orphan. He wanted to live a quiet life with his childhood sweetheart Han Qingqing, but who would have thought that Han Qingqing was teased by Lu Chuang and Lu Dang and fell to her death. Because of the protection of the super seminary, Wang Yuan had nowhere to turn to. When Wang Yuan planned to join Morgana and become a demon for revenge, he awakened the dual door system and got the Scion entry at the beginning. From then on, he began his career of becoming stronger in the Dragon Ball world while seeking revenge in the Super God world. Completely turned into a madman. Kill his entire family in front of Lu Chuang. Tokyo protected Lu Chuang and went straight to the Super Seminary to kill anyone who tried to stop him. You want to pressure me with the greater good? Sorry, I won't buy it. Wang Yuan, I just want to wipe out all 9 of your clans. Let you feel my pain. You will never know pain unless the knife cuts yourself. A bunch of hypocrites who can only make sarcastic remarks. Wait till I kill your whole family. See if you still want me to forgive you. Source: https://www.wuxiabox.com/novel/supergod penetrates through the Dragon Ball twice and kills Lu Chuang at the beginning. HTML generated by Light Novel Crawler. Super God, penetrates through the Dragon Ball twice and kills Lu Chuang at the beginning. C1-46. 1 front page. 2 intro page. 3 volume 1. 1 chapter 1. 2 chapter 2. 3 chapter 3. 4 chapter 4. 5 chapter 5. 6 chapter 6. 7 chapter 7. 8 chapter 8. 9 chapter 9. 10 chapter 10. 11 chapter 11. 12 chapter 12. 13 chapter 13. 14 chapter 14. 15 chapter 15. 16 chapter 16. 17 chapter 17. 18 chapter 18. 19 chapter 19. 20 chapter 20. 21 chapter 21. 22 chapter 22. 23 chapter 23. 24 chapter 24. 25 chapter 25. 26 chapter 26. 27 chapter 27. 28 chapter 28. 29 chapter 29. 30 chapter 30. 31 chapter 31. 32 chapter 32. 33 chapter 33. 34 chapter 34. 35 chapter 35. 36 chapter 36. 37 chapter 37. 38 chapter 38. 39 chapter 39. 40 chapter 40. 41 chapter 41. 42 chapter 42. 43 chapter 43. 44 chapter 44. 45 chapter 45. Chapter 46. Volume 1. Chapter 1. Chapter 1. Open the double passing item system and integrate the Scion items. Let Lu Chuang pay for his blood debt with blood. This is a new book by an old author, please feel free to collect it. Your support is my motivation to write. I will update 10 times on the first day. If the results are good, I will update more like crazy. The moon is bright in the sky, and the stars are shining. The watery moonlight casts a dreamy gauze over the Tianhe City Cemetery. Late at night, the entire cemetery had already fallen into darkness. Only in front of a new grave, there was still a flickering fire. Wang Yuan, dressed in casual clothes, knelt in front of the grave of his childhood sweetheart Han Qingqing, burning paper and saying, "Qingqing, you can go with peace of mind. I will avenge you. Even if I degenerate into a demon, I will bring brother Lu Chuang's head to sacrifice to you." At this point, Wang Yuan looked at Han Qingqing's sweet smile on the tombstone and the frustration of having nowhere to turn to. His eyes gradually blurred with tears. He couldn't help but roared at the stars in the sky. God, tell me what is fair. Tell me what justice is. Tell me what retribution is. Wang Yuan's eyes were red, and he said madly, it's because Lu Chuang is a super soldier. Damn no Star War god. You can stay safe from punishment under the protection of the super seminary. Ha ha ha. Fuck the god of war Noah. Fuck the super seminary. You guys just wait for me. I will kill you sooner or later. Wang Yuan does not belong to this world. He has always kept this secret deep in his heart. He never dared to mention it to anyone else, not even his sister Han Qingqing. 18 years ago, he traveled to the super god world and became an orphan. Although life in the orphanage was hard, with Han Qingqing's company, no matter how hard it was, what could it be? Han Qingqing was like a beam of light, illuminating his life. Without Han Qingqing's company, Wang Yuan even doubted that he could not survive that time. Han Qingqing was not good at studying. After graduating from junior high school, she began her working life. Most of her salary was used to support her high school education. At that time, Wang Yuan Han Qingqing and I's favorite thing to do is to stand on the balcony of the rented house, looking at the lights of thousands of houses and imagining our future. We fantasize about buying a house of our own. And then living the rest of our lives in peace. But all this beauty came to an abrupt end on the eve of graduation. When Han Qingqing was buying herself a birthday cake, she met the Lu Chuang brothers and a group of younger brothers. These beasts wanted to tease Han Qingqing under the influence of alcohol. In the end, Han Qingqing fell from the roof in a panic, freezing her life at that moment. Although 3 months have passed. But Wang Yuan still can't forget when he rushed to the scene like crazy. The scene of blood and flesh flying everywhere. Before she died, Han Qingqing was still holding in her hand the birthday cake she bought for herself. In the past 3 months, Wang Yuan tried every possible way. Wanted to seek justice for Han Qingqing. But no matter how hard he tried. In the end, it proved to be in vain. No one to turn to, no result in appeal, the video was taken down and the account was blocked. More importantly, Lu Chuang and Lu Dang were acquitted after being detained for only 48 hours. These two beasts even deliberately appeared in front of him. Looking at himself with the eyes of a clown. Wang Yuan wanted to fight them to the death. But even if Lu Chuang had not awakened yet, the super god Wang Yuan didn't have genes, but his physical fitness was far superior to that of ordinary people. He was simply not someone an ordinary person could contend with. In addition, the other side had more people and more power. The result was that he had nothing to do except being beaten up. Wang Yuan knew that he couldn't avenge Han Qingqing by his own strength. So he decided to go to Huangkan, where he would wait for Morgana to come. By then, he would be transformed into a demon by Morgana. Then he might still have a little hope to avenge Han Qingqing. He came to pay tribute to Han Qingqing today to say goodbye. Just when Wang Yuan finished burning the paper and was about to go to Huangkan, a cold system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding dong, the host has reached adulthood, and the double door system is enabled. Matching a new world for the host. Matching successful, the new world is Dragon Ball World. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the world entry, Scion. After fusing the entry, the host can transform himself into a Scion, non-defective version. Do you want to merge? After hearing the prompt of the system, Wang Yuan was stunned at first. Then he felt a burst of ecstasy from the depths of his soul. 18 years. He finally awakened the golden finger. And he matched with Dragon Ball World at the beginning, and also let himself obtain Scion entry. Wang Yuan was a otaku before he crossed over. Naturally, he knew a lot about Dragon Ball, a hot-blooded comic. There are not only methods of practicing Qi, super divine water to enhance potential, and fairy beans to recover injuries, and other magical items. More importantly, in the Dragon Ball world, there are Dragon Balls that can almost realize all wishes. If I collect them all, does it mean that Han Qingqing can be resurrected? Thinking of this, Wang Yuan's heart became extremely hot. Han Qingqing's death was like a steel nail with paraquat piercing deep into his soul. Every moment made Wang Yuan extremely painful. Originally, Wang Yuan had given up hope. He planned to go down to find Han Qingqing after revenge at all costs. But now the appearance of the golden finger has made him see hope again. As for whether he could find and collect all the Dragon Balls, Wang Yuan said that for him who had the Scion entry and was very familiar with the plot, it was no problem at all. After all, in the early days of the Earth, the Scions were almost invincible. Fusion. Thinking of this, Wang Yuan did not hesitate at all and directly chose fusion. As Wang Yuan's mind moved, a card emitting lavender light and engraved with Scion patterns appeared out of thin air, and then slowly merged into the center of Wang Yuan's eyebrows. Then Wang Yuan only felt an endless stream of heat bursting out of his body, constantly transforming his body, making his originally slightly thin body stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye. As muscles continued to emerge, a 1.5 meter long, hairy tail emerged from behind his buttocks. Since Wang Yuan obtained the Scion entry, it is a version without weaknesses. Therefore, his tail is not a weakness, and he can retain his sanity after transforming into a gorilla on a full moon night. There will be no problem of being controlled and unable to move. This heat flow came quickly and went quickly. Just a moment later, it disappeared without a trace, and then a translucent floating frame appeared on his retina. Name: Entry Double Door System. Host: Wang Yuan. Travelable World: Dragon Ball World. World Entry: Scion. Attributes: Physical Combat Power, 50. Chi Combat Power, none. Time Flow Speed, 1, -100 +100. Can be adjusted by yourself. Length of stay, 1 year. Evaluation: a scumbag with a combat power of only 50. Wang Yuan looked at his attribute panel, clenched his fist lightly, and bursts of tiger roars and dragon roars came from his body. The violent power made Wang Yuan couldn't help but raise his head and roar. Today seems to be a full moon night. Wang Yuan looked up at the sky, looking at the full moon. A crazy look flashed in his eyes. Then go and collect some interest first. Lu Chuang, Lu Dang. It's time to pay back your debt. Qingqing, I'm going to avenge you right now. You watch carefully here. How did I avenge you? After saying that, Wang Yuan jumped up a few times and disappeared into the vast night, heading straight for Tianhe City. After integrating the Scion term, Wang Yuan should have entered the Dragon Ball world to look for opportunities and strengthen himself. But the flame of hatred in Wang Yuan's chest was about to burn his soul to ashes. He didn't want to wait for a second. Before the awakening system, there was no way to take revenge. After the awakening system, if you still don't take revenge, then the system would not have awakened in vain. Revenge is not overnight. Blood debts must be paid with blood, which is Wang Yuan's only thought now. Besides, he can enter the Dragon Ball world through the system in a thought. What else is there to worry about? Lu Chuang, Lu Dang, clean your necks and wait for me to chop them. Chapter 2. Chapter 2, Blood debt must be paid with blood. Let Lu Chuang have a taste of losing his loved ones. Second update, please bookmark. Your support is my motivation to write. 10 updates on the first day. If the results are okay, I will update like crazy. Just when Wang Yuan was integrating the Scion term, the alarm suddenly rang in the control room of the giant canyon. The words "Unknown Super Soldier" kept flashing on the huge screen. Sana, who was wearing a red uniform, heard the shrill alarm and said to Dokeo while operating the computer to query information: General, in the suburbs of Tianhe City, the signal of unknown super soldier was discovered. He was heading quickly towards Tianhe City. It's still unclear whether the other party is a friend or foe. Admiral Tokyo heard what Jin Nu said and made a prompt decision: turn the picture to the big screen. In addition, determine the other party's identity as quickly as possible. See if you can invite him. Before Tokyo finished speaking, he was interrupted by a familiar figure appearing on the big screen. Because he recognized the unknown super soldier in the picture. It was Wang Yuan, the boyfriend of the girl who jumped off the building and was forced to death by Lu Chuang not long ago. How could it be him? Trouble. The matter of Han Qingqing involved Lu Chuang, the carrier of the No Star Wars gene. So the Super Seminary was fully responsible. When the Super Seminary found out that Han Qingqing was just an orphan and her boyfriend Wang Yuan was just an ordinary person, Tokyo decided to suppress the matter for the sake of the big picture. After all, compared to an orphan, Lu Chuang's value was too great. So, like the previous incident, he used the power in his hands and was a little willful. He blocked all the ways for Wang Yuan to seek help. He also asked the field staff of the Xiangbing Company, Huang Hao, to send a large sum of pension to Wang Yuan. He wanted to make Wang Yuan give up revenge. But Wang Yuan not only tore up the check on the spot, he also threatened to make Lu Chuang and Lu Dang pay with blood. Tokyo didn't take Wang Yuan's threat seriously. After all, Wang Yuan is just an ordinary person. How could he make Lu Chuang and his brother pay with blood? After that, he just asked the field staff of the Xiangbing Company to focus on monitoring Wang Yuan, and then put the matter behind him. But who would have thought? Wang Yuan actually became a super soldier. This is trouble. With Wang Yuan's hatred for Lu Chuang and Lu Dang, this matter is doomed to end badly. Wang Yuan went to Tianhe City, he must be going to avenge Lu Chuang and Lu Dang. Thinking of this, Tokyo said to Kinyu in an anxious tone, hurry. Contact Huang Hao and ask him to take Lu Chuang and Lu Dang away from Tianhe City. Don't let Wang Yuan find them. At this point, Tokyo paused and continued, also, find a way to contact Wang Yuan. I want to talk to him. I hope there is still a chance to save it. After hearing Tokyo's words, Sana immediately contacted Huang Hao and called Wang Yuan's cell phone. At this time, Wang Yuan had come to the community where Lu Chuang lived with the intelligence he had collected before. In the past 3 months, Wang Yuan gave up revenge due to the obstruction of the Super Seminary. Instead, he used all means to collect intelligence. To prepare for revenge after falling into a demon. But Lu Chuang is the heir of the Noah God of War gene. The protection that the Super Seminary has given him has reached a level that ordinary people can hardly imagine. Not only him, but even his family has special personnel to protect him. At that time, he was just an ordinary person. And he was still under the surveillance of the Super Seminary. He tried every means to find the community where Lu Chuang was. As for the others, not to mention finding an opportunity for revenge, even getting close to the community is impossible. But now it's different. After fusing the Scion entry, his combat power has reached 50 points. I believe that as long as I don't encounter other super warriors, I will be invincible. Lu Chuang, I'm here to collect the interest. As he spoke, Wang Yuan rubbed the ordinary ring on his left ring finger and said slowly, Ching Ching, watch carefully. How did I avenge you? After saying that, Wang Yuan turned over and entered the community, heading straight to the first floor where Lu Chuang's house was. Mom and Dad, your son wishes you good fortune and a long life. Lu Chuang and Lu Dang stood in the living room, lighting candles and saying to their parents, may you have this day every year. Make a wish now. Although Lu Chuang and Lu Dang were gangsters who did evil things outside, they were filial sons. After hearing what Lu Chuang and Lu Dang said, Liu's father, with a gloomy face, wanted to teach his 2 useless sons a lesson. But when the words came to his lips, he was stopped by a look from his wife. Finally, he closed his eyes helplessly. In the happy birthday song sung by Lu Chuang and Lu Dang, he began to make a wish. Bang! At this moment, with the sound of glass shattering, Wang Yuan broke into the room through the window. When he saw such a warm scene, the hatred in his heart became more and more crazy. Why can the murderer get away with it? And celebrate his father's birthday without any psychological burden? But his Ching Ching can only die unjustly. Lying alone in the grave. Wang Yuan! What are you doing here? After a brief moment of daze, Lu Chuang also recognized Wang Yuan and said involuntarily, "If you don't want to die, get out of here quickly." "Master Chuang, I'm not in the mood to play with you today." As he spoke, Lu Chuang picked up a wooden stool beside him. He looked like he was going to hit someone if they disagreed. Lu Dang, who was standing by, did the same. Seeing this, Father Lu knew that the young man in front of him was here to seek revenge. He couldn't help but glared at Lu Chuang and Lu Dang, and then said to Wang Yuan, "I don't know, young man. You and my two good-for-nothing sons. What's the matter?" At this point, Father Lu paused, and then continued, "But I would like to apologize to you on their behalf first. Any compensation needed? Just speak up." "Old man, I have no objection." "Father." Lu is very familiar with this kind of thing. From childhood to adulthood, he has no idea how many times he has cleaned up Lu Chuang and Lu Dang's butts. Although he doesn't know what bad things Lu Chuang and Lu Dang have done outside, he just apologizes first. As for compensation, he will slowly discuss it after the young man in front of him calms down. Ha ha ha! Hearing what Liu's father said, Wang Yuan laughed crazily, and then said coldly, "Compensation? Can you afford it? Your two wonderful sons." He took advantage of the alcohol and molested my fiancée, forcing her to fall off the building and die. What can you bring to accompany me? After hearing Wang Yuan's words, Father Lu was completely stunned. He turned his head and looked at Lu Chuang and Lu Dang, his eyes full of disbelief. Although he knew that his two sons were not good people, he never thought that these two bastards could do such a thing. As for whether Wang Yuan was lying, he had already judged from the slightly guilty expressions of Lu Chuang and Lu Dang. What Wang Yuan said was true. "You two beasts!" Father Lu was so angry that he picked up the cake on the desk and threw it at Lu Chuang and Lu Dang. He cursed as he smashed them. "How could I give birth to you two bastards? You!" Father Lu cursed till here, and he fell on the sofa, holding his chest and gasping for breath. "Dad! What's wrong with you? Don't scare us, Dad! Damn you, Wang Yuan! If anything happens to my dad, I will never forgive you." Seeing this, Lu Chuang and Lu Dang ran to Liu's father and took out a quick-acting heart-saving pill to feed him, cursing, "Wang Yuan, don't let your family suffer any harm. What means do you have? Come at us, brothers. Let's go out and solve it." After hearing what Lu Chuang and Lu Dang said, Wang Yuan said coldly, "Don't let the disaster touch the family." What a great saying! Don't let the disaster touch the family. Since you are so filial. Lao Zi, today I will let you have a taste of what it feels like to lose your loved ones. After saying that, Wang Yuan moved and came to Liu's father. Then he reached out and grabbed Liu's father and mother, and walked towards the roof. Wang Yuan knew that with his current strength, he could not completely kill Lu Chuang. But he had to let him have a taste of what it feels like to be worse than death. It's still possible. Do nt let your family suffer? Sorry, for Lao Zi, blood debts are always paid with blood, tooth for tooth, eye for eye. Cut the grass and root it out. Otherwise, how can I be worthy of Ching Ching, who died innocently and tragically? Not only Lu Chuang and Lu Dang, but everyone involved in this matter. Whether it is the super seminary or the judge who helped Lu Chuang escape the crime. He will not let any of them go. Die! Die for me! Chapter 3. Chapter 3, Force Lu Chuang to commit suicide. Kill his entire family in front of Lu Chuang. Third update, please bookmark. Your support is my motivation to write. 10 updates on the first day. If the results are okay, I will update like crazy. Woo woo woo. With bursts of shrill alarm bells ringing in the sky above Tianhe City. Countless police cars and helicopters, under the order of Tokyo, swarmed towards the neighborhood where Lu Juang was located. Even Qiang Gui, who had been preparing for matters related to the super seminary, received orders to rush here as quickly as possible. The first helicopter to arrive directly used a searchlight to illuminate the rooftop as bright as day. Under the spotlight, Wang Yuan held Liu's father and mother in his hands and stood on the edge of the rooftop. He looked coldly at Lu Juang and Lu Dang, who were kneeling in front of him and begging desperately. His eyes were full of madness. Make a fuss! Make a fuss! The more people come, the better. Today, I want to see how many people come to protect Lu Juang and Lu Dang. Wang Yuan. No, brother Wang. As long as you let my parents go, I will do anything you ask me to do. I'm going to turn myself in now. Brother Wang, don't let my family suffer. I beg you, please let my parents go. Brother Wang, my parents are all innocent. Hearing the miserable pleas of Lu Juang and Lu Dang, Wang Yuan smiled coldly and said slowly, okay. You jump off the building. I'll spare them. How? After hearing Wang Yuan's words, Lu Juang and Lu Dang were stunned for a moment, and then a trace of struggle flashed in their eyes. But after just a moment, they made a decision. Good. As long as you promise to let my parents go. We two brothers will jump right now. Wang Yuan heard this, and a trace of mockery appeared on the corner of his mouth. Jumping off a building is enough to settle the grudge? There is no such good thing in the world. Wang Yuan knew that Lu Juang had the Norton god of war gene and could be resurrected after death. He would definitely not die if he jumped off the building. The reason why he asked Lu Juang to jump off the building was that he wanted to wait for Lu Juang to see his parents fall to death in front of him after he was resurrected. Let him taste the torture he had suffered in the past 3 months. Feel his own pain. Just when Wang Yuan planned the revenge plan, Lu Juang and Lu Dang had already walked to the edge of the roof. But under the instinct of survival, they were reluctant to jump down. When Liu's father and mother saw this scene, their eyes were immediately red with anger. Although they knew that their crimes were enough to be shot 10 times. But as a father and a mother, how could they see their son jumping off the building and committing suicide in front of them? So they looked at Wang Yuan and begged, let them go. I will pay their debt. I know they have wronged you. As long as you let them go, my husband and I will jump down from the building immediately. Wang Yuan ignored these 2 old guys who didn't know themselves. They still wanted to repay their son's debt to their father. What a wishful thinking. Wang Yuan didn't intend to let anyone go. Not only Lu Juang and Lu Dang. Anyone who participated in this matter must be buried with his ching-ching. Even if he turned into a world-destroying butcher and was nailed to the pillar of shame forever. He, Wang Yuan, would have no regrets. In Wang Yuan's eyes, this shitty super god world, all added together, is not as good as a hair of his ching-ching. At this moment, Tokyo's voice sounded from the helicopter's loudspeaker. Wang Yuan, I know you are indignant. As long as you stop, I promise to give you an explanation. Don't act on impulse. Otherwise, you will suffer irreversible consequences. After hearing Tokyo's words, Wang Yuan laughed like a madman. Tokyo, isn't everything today caused by you? Give me an explanation. Good. As long as you kill all the people involved in this incident, and then commit suicide with your daughter in front of King King's tombstone. Finally, resurrect Ching Ching. I will stop, how about that? After hearing Wang Yuan's words, Tokyo, who was in the command cabin of the Giant Canyon, fell silent. Although he knew that he had handled the matter of Han Ching Ching improperly, he used the power in his hands to be a little willful. But so what? If Wang Yuan had not accidentally become a super soldier, he would not bother to talk nonsense with Wang Yuan. Give him an explanation. A random phone call can make him disappear completely. Originally, Takeo wanted to use righteousness to morally kidnap Wang Yuan. Trying to make Wang Yuan let go of the hatred in his heart, join the super seminary, and become a member of the hero company. But now it seems that it is no longer possible. Thinking of this, Takeo turned to Kinyu and said, "Ask, how long will it take for Rose to arrive? Also tell Qiangwei. No need to worry about anything else, just subdue Wang Yuan as soon as you arrive. If you are resisted, you can be killed on the spot." Hearing Takeo's words, Qin Nu couldn't help but sigh. She already knew the cause and effect of this matter. She knew that the reason why Wang Yuan became so crazy was entirely because of the beast Lu Chuang and Lu Dang who forced Wang Yuan's fiancée to death. At the same time, Takeo and the super seminary also played a role in fueling the flames. She sympathized with Wang Yuan. But as a soldier, it was her duty to follow orders. So, after a brief silence, Qin Nu still followed Takeo's order and passed it to Qiangwei, who was rushing to the community at full speed. "Damn Lu Chuang!" After receiving the order, Qiangwei couldn't help but curse, "Lu Chuang is a beast." But no matter how much she hated Lu Chuang and sympathized with Wang Yuan, she still had to act according to the order. At the same time, she secretly swore that she would not harm the life of Wang Yuan, the poor man. After completing the task, she would personally deal with Lu Chuang and Lu Dang, the beast. Even if Lu Chuang was the god of war of no star, she would not let Lu Chuang go. "Are you going to jump or not?" Wang Yuan saw Lu Chuang and Lu Dang dithering, and a hint of coldness flashed across his eyes. Then he said coldly, "If you don't jump, I will let you go." "No. Let's jump now." Seeing that Wang Yuan had lost his patience, Lu Chuang and Lu Dang turned to Liu's father and mother and kowtowed 3 times, "Mom and Dad, we are unfilial sons. Take care of yourself, both of you. In our next life, we will still be your sons." While speaking, Lu Chuang and Lu Dang, under the gaze of countless policemen, jumped down from the rooftop. They turned into 2 afterimages and fell heavily on the hard concrete floor, making 2 muffled sounds. The huge impact force directly tore their bodies apart. The bright red blood dyed the surrounding concrete floor blood red. The 2 did not die immediately. Their bodies kept twitching in a pool of blood. Unconscious whimpering sounds came out of their mouths. When Wang Yuan saw this scene, he felt extremely happy. Wang Yuan, who had been burned by deep hatred for 3 months, had already gone crazy. His only purpose in life was to avenge Han Qingqing. To exterminate all those involved in this matter. Let them suffer from their own pain. The more miserable the enemy, the happier he was. As for morality and compassion, they had long been burned to ashes in the flames of hatred. When Liu's father and mother saw this scene, their eyes were full of pain. They looked at Lu Chuang and Lu Dang, who had turned into 2 piles of minced meat, with tears in their eyes, and couldn't help crying. "Son! Dad is sorry for you. I led you astray. It's all Dad's fault. If you die, how can I live? Son!" Facing the shrill wails of Liu's father and mother, Wang Yuan just felt it was so harsh. "You know how to cry now? What the hell were you doing before? If you had taught Lu Chuang and Lu Dang well, they wouldn't have come to this point. You deserve to die too." Thinking of this, Wang Yuan saw that Lu Chuang's body was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. He thought that the Noxing war god gene in Lu Chuang's body had awakened. "It's time for you to feel the pain I have been going through for the past 3 months." Wang Yuan calculated the time for Lu Chuang's resurrection, and when it was almost time, he turned to Liu's father and mother and said, "Since you think so much about those 2 beasts, how about I give you a ride?" Wang Yuan did not deliberately lower his voice. He was going to make a big scene tonight, the bigger the better. In the end, he wanted to turn the world upside down. Only in this way could he ease the hatred in his heart a little. Therefore, the surrounding police and army, as well as Tokyo and others, also heard what Wang Yuan said. They were stunned at first, and then Kylan, who had just arrived at the scene, began to shout at Wang Yuan frantically. "Wang Yuan, don't make the same mistake again. Stop! Stop now! How about leaving the rest to us? We will give you a satisfactory answer." Hearing Kylan's shout, Wang Yuan smiled coldly, and then in the astonished eyes of everyone, he fiercely threw Liu's father and mother onto the concrete floor where Lu Chuang was. Puff! Puff! With two muffled sounds, father and mother Lu turned into two piles of minced meat under the influence of the no Star Wars gene. Xiao Hao was resurrected. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw his parents fell to death in front of him. No! Mom and Dad! Seeing this, Lu Chuang went completely crazy. He reached out to grab the pieces of his parents' flesh and tried to put them back together. But no matter how hard he tried, the pieces of flesh were still pieces of flesh and could not be restored. "Wang Yuan, I'm going to kill you." Lu Chuang looked up at Wang Yuan, who was standing on the rooftop, looking at him with a half-smile. Lu Chuang's eyes turned red, and he yelled like crazy. "I will chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs." Ah! Wang Yuan looked at the mad Lu Chuang and felt extremely refreshed. Shout! Go crazy! Feel the pain I have suffered for the past 3 months. Ha ha ha! Ching ching, did you see that? I know that if you knew about this, you would never let me do this. Are you so kind? You definitely can't bear to see this scene. But, I will disappoint you. In order to get revenge, I will do anything even if I become a demon. This is just the beginning. I will let everyone involved in this matter taste this pain that is worse than death. Just as Wang Yuan was enjoying the pleasure of revenge, Lu Chuang, with red eyes and completely crazy, had come to the rooftop. "Wang Yuan, I will kill you." Then he roared and rushed towards Wang Yuan like crazy. Chapter 4. Chapter 4, a bloody, savage, and crazy battle. And in order to eliminate Wang Yuan, Tokyo planned to cover the community with firepower. Fourth update, please bookmark. Your support is my motivation to write. Sorry for the delay due to some unexpected matters. 10 updates on the first day. If the results are okay, I will update like crazy. On the rooftop, Wang Yuan looked at Lu Chuang, who was rushing towards him like crazy, and laughed out loud under the gaze of countless policemen and Tokyo. Ha 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 ha. That's it. Yes, that's the look. Now you feel my pain, right? Having said that, Wang Yuan paused, and then continued to shout wildly. This feeling is like the soul being burned by the 9 netherworld fire. Anyone? Isn't it great? Ha ha ha. Come. Let me see what the no Star Wars is. Wang Yuan likes Lu Chuang's current look very much. For Wang Yuan, that kind of crazy hatred is the best medicine to comfort the hatred in his heart. The crazier the enemy is, the more painful it is, the more satisfied and happy Wang Yuan is. What Wang Yuan wants is to let all the enemies involved in this matter, like Lu Chuang in front of him, have a good taste of the pain and torment that I have suffered in the past 3 months. Don't you like to stand on the moral high ground and point fingers at yourself? Don't you persuade yourself to put the overall situation first? Don't you use a little trick to force yourself into a desperate situation? Wait until I kill your whole family. By then, I want to see if you still have the same face. If the knife doesn't cut yourself, you don't know the pain. Then I will let you have a good taste of the feeling of being cut by a knife. By then, don't let me down. Lu Chuang is just the beginning. No one involved in this matter can escape. Not even one. All of you wait for me, I will settle accounts with you one by one. Thinking of this, Wang Yuan also rushed towards Lu Chuang. Bang! With a deafening roar, the two men's fists smashed together fiercely. Suddenly, a huge shock wave spread out in all directions with the two men as the center. The power was so great that not only did it sweep away all the items on the rooftop, but it also threw them into the distance. Even the helicopter in the air was almost destroyed by this shock wave. If the pilot hadn't acted decisively and increased the distance, it would probably have been scrapped on the spot. But despite this, the helicopter still experienced violent turbulence and almost crashed. Wang Yuan and Lu Juang had no idea. Hold back. Although Lu Juang had just awakened the no-Star War god gene, his strength soared due to his extreme anger. He also unconsciously used the power of killing god. And after Wang Yuan integrated the Scion term, his physical combat power also reached a terrifying 50 points. The strength of the two can be said to be evenly matched. So, the right arms of the two were broken at the moment of contact. Wang Yuan felt the piercing pain in his right arm, and the madness in his eyes became more and more intense. He shouted at Lu Juang, "Didn't you eat? Are you tickling me? You waste! You are just a useless person who can only watch your parents being thrown to death by me without being able to do anything." When Lu Juang heard this, he thought of his parents' bloody bodies, and his eyes also flashed with madness. "Fuck you, Wang Yuan! I'm going to chop you into pieces." As they spoke, the two men punched each other again. Snap! Crack! With two horrifying bone fracture sounds, Wang Yuan and Lu Juang's left arms were broken again. But the two had no intention of stopping. Although both arms were broken, they were still entangled like bloodthirsty lions, trying their best to kill each other. In just a moment, the entire residential building became shaky in the aftermath of the fight between the two. This barbaric, bloody, and domineering confrontation made everyone present feel numb. The police and the army who could rush to the community, they were all elites among elites. But they had never seen such a violent, savage duel without regard for life or death. The madness of the two deeply shocked the hearts of everyone present. They all stood there in a daze, their eyes full of incredible expressions. Not only them. Even Dokeo, who was far away on the giant gorge, and Qiangwei, who was rushing over, were shocked and speechless after seeing the battle between the two. Especially Dokeo, as a war maniac 10,000 years ago. He knew the horror of the no-Star Wars gene. That axe could kill everyone. An existence that can split a planet. Although Lu Juang has just awakened, his strength is second only to the power of the galaxy among the known super soldiers. In addition to the power of killing gods. Originally, he thought that the battle would be Lu Juang's unilateral crushing of Wang Yuan. But he never expected that the two would fight evenly. In addition to being shocked, Dokeo also felt a trace of fear in his heart. This Wang Yuan has just awakened to become a super soldier. He has such combat power. If given time, no one can predict how much Wang Yuan can grow. It is necessary to wait until Wang Yuan is completely normal. He must be eliminated. Otherwise, with Wang Yuan's crazy personality, who knows what he can do? By then, let alone Lu Juang, all those who participated in the Han Qingqing incident will be liquidated by him. Even himself may die at the hands of Wang Yuan. More importantly, once Wang Yuan's affairs are known by the Demon King Morgana, Morgana will definitely invite him to join the demon camp. At that time, it will be extremely difficult to kill him. Thinking of this, Dokeo decisively gave the order the soldiers in the front to evacuate the residents of the community within 3 minutes. 3 minutes later, the giant gorge will cover the community. Wang Yuan must be taken kill. Hearing Dokeo's order, Qin Nu was stunned and looked at Dokeo with an unbelievable look. The community where Lu Juang lived had more than 8,000 residents. It was late at night. Most of the residents were at home. Even though some residents had left the community under the guidance of the army and police because of the battle between Wang Yuan and Lu Juang, it was impossible for the remaining residents to evacuate within 3 minutes. Dokeo was trying to kill Wang Yuan and drag the entire community to death. What are you standing there for? Dokeo saw that Qin Nu did not carry out his order, his eyes turned cold, and he ordered again, hurry up and give the order. I am fully responsible for all consequences. Follow the order. Tokyo usually looks like a kind and honest elder. But the bloodthirstiness and madness in his bones are unimaginable to ordinary people. Otherwise, he would not have the title of war maniac in the universe. He will never give up to achieve his goal. In his opinion, as long as Wang Yuan can be eliminated and this hidden danger can be eradicated, it doesn't matter even if tens of thousands of people in the entire community die. Big deal. After that, give them a certain amount of compensation. In addition, guide public opinion. Throw all the dirty water on Wang Yuan, and the matter will be over. The lives of ordinary people have never been within his consideration. What he wants is to eliminate the hidden danger of Wang Yuan. As for how many people will die in the process, he doesn't care. After hearing Tokyo's words, Kinyu knew that it was wrong to do so. It was contrary to her concept of defending her country. But as a soldier, it is her duty to follow orders. Under the contradiction, Kinyu took a deep breath and punched herself hard on the temple. Then she fainted directly. Orders cannot be disobeyed, and beliefs cannot be violated. Kinyu had to resort to this last resort. Tokyo saw this, a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. Then he asked people to carry Qin Nu down, and personally came to the command post and gave the order to the soldiers in front, evacuate all residents in 3 minutes. Then he ignored the complicated looks of the officers and soldiers around him, and aimed all the weapons of the giant gorge and the surrounding ships at the community. As soon as 3 minutes were up, they fired at them all at once. Crazy. Admiral Tokyo was crazy. He actually planned to use missiles to bomb the motherland. Although the officers and soldiers could not disobey Tokyo's orders, they still reported the situation here to the higher UPS as soon as possible to avoid causing heavy casualties. Not only the officers and soldiers of the giant gorge, but also the soldiers and police on the front line were stunned after receiving the order. They even wondered if they had heard it wrong. 3 minutes to evacuate a community and all the residents. Isn't this a joke? Although they didn't understand why their superiors would issue this impossible task, they still took action immediately after a brief daze, evacuating residents door to door. Chapter 5. Chapter 5, transformed into a giant ape, the terrified Tokyo. The whistling missiles, and Wang Yuan entering the Dragon Ball world. 5th update, please bookmark. Your support is my motivation to write. The next update will be around 9:30. Thank you for your support. Go away. Open the door and run. Don't pack up. Run. After receiving the order, Kylan and her colleagues immediately began to organize residents to evacuate the community. Young people were fine. After seeing such a big scene, they knew something big was happening, so they took their phones and ran out of the community. But some elderly people refused to leave. Even if they left, they had to take their pots and pans with them. Seeing this, Kylan and others had no choice but to use coercive measures to take these elderly people away. But this also delayed too much time. 3 minutes was too short. Although the military in the community there were many teams and police. But there was no time to evacuate the residents from the community. Kylan looked at the countdown that was constantly decreasing, her eyes full of despair. She couldn't understand why the super seminary issued such an outrageous order. And from the conversation just now, Kylan also knew why Wang Yuan was so crazy. It was all because of that bastard Lu Chuang who forced Wang Yuan's fiancée to death. And under the protection of the super seminary, he escaped unscathed. Wang Yuan had nowhere to turn to, so he did such an extreme thing. This confused Kylan. She didn't know why the super seminary did this. Lu Chuang, I've had enough. It's time to let the world feel despair. Transform. Just then, Kylan heard Wang Yuan's slightly crazy voice, echoing between heaven and earth. She subconsciously looked in the direction of the voice. She found Wang Yuan covered in blood and with broken arms. Ignoring Lu Chuang's crazy attack, he looked up at the cunning full moon in the sky. As Wang Yuan looked up at the moon, a faint red light began to emanate from his body. Then his body began to expand rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a blink of an eye, Wang Yuan turned from a spirited young man into a huge ape about 20 meters long. Then a violent and bloodthirsty breath swept across the entire community. Under the impact of this breath, everyone present, no matter what they were doing, stopped their actions in an instant. They could only foolishly. They stood there, staring at the giant ape. Although they rationally wanted to flee the community as soon as possible, they were so frightened that no matter how hard they tried, they could not move at all. When they watched horror movies before, they laughed at the supporting characters who would not run at all except trembling when they saw ghosts. But now they know. It turns out that people are really unable to move when they are in extreme fear. Move. Move for me. Everyone was trying their best to make themselves move. But no matter how strong their will to survive was, their bodies could not move at all. At this moment, the giant ape transformed by Wang Yuan, in the horrified eyes of everyone, reached out and grabbed Lu Chuang, who was also covered in blood and had broken arms, in his hands. Roar! With a roar that shook the world, the giant ape slammed Lu Chuang fiercely onto the roof of a residential building not far away. Due to the high speed, it produced bursts of sonic booms. It also produced circles of gas explosion clouds. Bang! The moment Lu Chuang came into contact with the roof of the residential building, he smashed through the solid wall, and with dust flying, he smashed into the interior of the residential building. It caused one roar after another. Obviously, this was the sound of smashing the wall. A full 7 roars meant that Lu Chuang smashed directly from the roof to the basement. The terrifying power of this blow stunned everyone. It was too terrifying. That was a whole 7-story building. It was penetrated like this. Such power is enough to rival a missile. Just when everyone was shocked by the power of Wang Yuan's blow, the giant ape walked to the front of the residential building, then stretched out his right hand and inserted it into the passage smashed by Lu Chuang. He began to search for Lu Chuang, whose life or death was unknown. Help! Run! Monster! Run! Child! Where is my child? Who has seen my child? Just as Wang Yuan was searching for Lu Chuang, shouts rang out in the community, and then people who had regained control of their bodies rushed out of the community. Especially those old men and women who didn't leave at the beginning, their legs and feet were so nimble. The speed of their escape was no slower than that of young people. Seeing this, Kylan and others did not follow the crowd to escape. Instead, they gritted their teeth and braved the fear in their hearts, each doing their own job, directing the crowd to escape in an orderly manner to prevent a stampede. At this time, the armed helicopters also received the order to attack the giant ape. Da-da-da! Suddenly, dozens of dazzling bullet streams covered Wang Yuan. Such a terrifying stream of bullets, let alone flesh and blood, even a metal statue would be cut in half in an instant. But these bullet streams not only did not cause any harm to Wang Yuan, but also could not delay his search for Lu Chuang. The 7-story residential building was already in danger under Wang Yuan's search. Large chunks of cement fell off the wall and hit the ground, making bursts of roars. In just a moment, this residential building was completely turned into ruins under the destruction of the giant ape. In the midst of smoke and dust, bursts of explosions were heard from time to time. It looked like the end of the world. Seeing this scene, everyone felt a deep despair bursting out from the depths of their hearts. Even Tokyo on the giant canyon was the same. There was no way. The fighting power of this giant ape was too terrifying. Before the transformation, Wang Yuan was already on par with top super soldiers like Lu Chuang. After transforming into a giant ape, Wang Yuan's combat power has exceeded Tokyo's cognition. As a war maniac, he had never seen such a super soldier before, let alone heard of it. He had just awakened to become a super soldier. He has such combat power. Once he is given time to grow up, what will happen? Thinking of this, Tokyo directly pressed the missile launch button in the horrified eyes of the surrounding officers and soldiers. With Tokyo's actions, dozens of flames suddenly lit up on the giant gorge and the surrounding warships. Then one missile after another crossed the sky and headed straight for the giant ape that Wang Yuan transformed into. A moment later, Kylan, who was directing the crowd to flee the community, seemed to sense something. She subconsciously looked up, and then she was horrified to find that dozens of missiles with orange-red flame tails appeared in the dark night sky. Then they dived towards her at supersonic speed. Missiles! Kylan's pupils shrank when she saw this, and then she screamed wildly at the top of her lungs, "Everyone run! Hurry up!" Although Kylan has tried her best, her voice was still drowned in the crowd. Kylan's eyes were full of despair. The residents of the community have not evacuated yet. Her colleagues have not left either. Once the missiles fall, it will inevitably cause unimaginable casualties. Why? Why? Super Seminary, why did it do this? First, it protected Lu Chuang, who forced Wang Yuan's fiancé to death, and then used the power in its hands to make Wang Yuan helpless. Now it is even more direct, ignoring the lives of the people. Use missiles to cover the community. What does this super seminary want to do? At this moment, dozens of missiles have arrived above the community and fiercely shot towards the giant ape that Wang Yuan has transformed into. Immediately afterwards, huge flames rose in Tianhe City. It soared up, and a huge shock wave, mixed with blazing flames, instantly engulfed everything around it. Kylan only felt a flash before her eyes, and then she lost consciousness. The last picture she saw was the giant ape transformed by Wang Yuan, who crossed a light gate and disappeared between heaven and earth at the moment the missile came. Damn super seminary! You are really damned! If I have a chance, I must ask you in person why you do this? What do people's lives mean to you? This was Kylan's last thought. Then she and her colleagues and residents who did not have time to evacuate were engulfed by endless flames. And the entire community, under the bombardment of missiles, completely became a hell on earth. As for Wang Yuan, he came to the Dragon Ball world through the double door. Chapter 6. Chapter 6, First time entering the world of Dragon Ball. And Rose and Fighting Buddha, who don't talk about right or wrong, but only about stance. 6th update, please bookmark. Your support is my motivation to write. There will be another update around 12:30. Thank you for your support. Dragon Ball World * on a path leading to the deep mountains. Bulma, wearing a pink t-shirt and light blue hair, was driving the car straight to the deep mountains where Sun Wukong was according to the instructions of the Dragon Ball radar. Just as she was about to enter the deep mountains, a huge ape suddenly appeared on her way. Bulma was stunned at first. Then she turned the steering wheel sharply and screamed in fear, "Monster!" But because the car was going too fast, no matter how hard Bulma tried, the car still rushed straight towards the huge ape. Bulma saw this, and her delicate eyes were full of fear. She began to regret why she didn't listen to her father's advice. She had to go out alone to find the Dragon Ball. But at this moment, the ape, which was originally more than 20 meters tall, shrank rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a moment, it turned into a naked young man. This sudden change caused Bulma, the genius girl, to have a brain short-circuit. She even forgot to control the car and crashed straight into Wang Yuan. Bang! With a muffled sound, the car broke down instantly when it came into contact with Wang Yuan. Bulma hit the airbag hard. Although the airbag protected her, Bulma was still dizzy due to the high speed of the car. When she finally recovered, she looked up subconsciously, but was surprised to find that Wang Yuan was not hit by her car, but her car was completely scrapped. However, the arms of the young man in front of her seemed to be broken because of the collision just now. "I'm sorry." Bulma saw this and quickly jumped out of the car, ran to Wang Yuan, and kept apologizing, "I didn't mean it. But don't worry. I will take care of your healing and compensate you for your loss. After saying that, Bulma realized that the young man was not wearing any clothes, and immediately blushed and turned her head to the side to hide her inner embarrassment and shyness. Wang Yuan took the opportunity to look Bulma up and down. Bulma, now only 16 years old, exudes a youthful and beautiful aura, giving people a lively and agile feeling. It seems that the plot of Dragon Ball has just begun. Do you have any clothes? Due to the transformation just now, Wang Yuan's clothes had been torn into pieces. He was not a pervert and had no hobbies of showing off in front of the boy. Yes. Wait a moment. Hearing Wang Yuan's words, Bulma immediately took out a capsule from her bag and threw it away. Then a whole row of clothes appeared in a puff of smoke on the open space beside her. I bought these clothes for my father. Do they fit you well? After hearing what Bulma said, Wang Yuan didn't say anything extra and directly picked out a casual outfit to put on. While Wang Yuan was getting dressed, Bulma was also secretly looking at Wang Yuan. What surprised her was that Wang Yuan was not only a standard handsome guy, but also exuded an aura of keeping strangers away from him. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is, although Wang Yuan's arm was broken, there was not even a trace of pain on his face when he was getting dressed. Even his eyes did not change. If his arms were not still bleeding, Bulma would have suspected that Wang Yuan's fracture was fake. Doesn't he feel pain? Or is he relying on willpower to hold on? If it's the former, it's okay. But if it's the latter, how strong is his willpower? What on earth has he been through? He has such a strong willpower. After Wang Yuan put on his clothes, Bulma woke up from the shock, and then used the universal capsule to summon a medical robot. Then he said to Wang Yuan that, I'm sorry. Broke your arm. I will treat you now. Bulma seemed to notice it. Wang Yuan looked at the medical robot's puzzled expression and quickly explained, this robot is the latest medical robot I developed. Don't underestimate it. Not only can it cure most diseases in the world, but it can also shorten the recovery time tenfold. With it, it only takes 10 days. Your arm will be restored to its original state. After hearing Bulma's explanation, Wang Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Bulma is worthy of being the #1 genius scientist in the Dragon Ball world. Although, she is only 16 years old, she can already invent such a magical robot. Thinking of this, Wang Yuan explained, my arm was not broken by you. But thank you. Afterwards, Wang Yuan treated his injuries with the help of the medical robot while chatting with Bulma. He found that his guess was right, and the plot of Dragon Ball had just begun. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for triggering the random entry task, find the Dragon Ball. Please help Bulma collect all 7 Dragon Balls within 1 year. Note, the more time you have, the greater the reward you will get. Do you accept it? After hearing the system prompt, Wang Yuan was stunned for a moment, and then he chose to accept it without any hesitation. He came to the Dragon Ball world. On the one hand, he was looking for an opportunity to become stronger so that he could kill the whole family of those beasts. More importantly, he wanted to collect all the Dragon Balls to see if he could revive Han Qing Qing. Even if there was no such task, he would still go to look for the Dragon Balls. Do you also believe that Dragon Balls can make wishes come true? When Bulma heard that Wang Yuan also believed in the legend of the dragon, she said excitedly, I thought you would be like everyone else. Are you saying I'm fanciful? Then can you go with me to find the Dragon Balls? Wang Yuan naturally would not refuse Bulma's invitation. When Bulma heard Wang Yuan's agreement, she jumped up excitedly. That cute look reminded Wang Yuan of Han Qingqing's joyful look when she learned that she was admitted to a key high school. Qing Qing, wait for me. I will resurrect you as soon as possible. Even if the Earth Dragon Balls cannot resurrect you, I will collect Super Dragon Balls. Super Dragon Balls won't work. Then I will go to other worlds to find a way to resurrect you. I don't believe that there is no way to resurrect you in the heavens and all realms. After Qing fell to her death, Wang Yuan's only goal in life was revenge. Let those who participated in this incident taste the pain of losing their loved ones, and then twist off their heads to pay tribute to Han Qing. But when he awakened the system, in addition to revenge, he wanted to find a way to resurrect Han Qing. For this, he died without regrets. After Wang Yuan completed the first course of treatment, he and Bulma teamed up and followed the guidance of the Dragon Ball radar to the deep mountains where Sun Wukong was. Super God World. Qiang Gui and Duzansheng Buddha Sun Wukong stood in front of the community that had turned into ruins, looking at the broken walls in front of them, listening to the wailing of the wounded. Their eyes were full of disbelief. Especially Qiang Gui, she couldn't believe it no matter what. Her father would actually issue such a cruel order. In order to strangle Wang Yuan in the cradle, he chose to cover the firepower when the residents, police, and army of the community did not evacuate. Doesn't he know how heavy casualties such an order would cause? What made Qiang Gui even more unacceptable was that such a result could be avoided. If the father had intervened decisively when he realized that Lu Juang was going down the road of gangsterism, instead of choosing to stand by and watch, or even condone and cover up. If the father had not covered up Lu Juang in the matter of Han Qing? If the father had not used the power in his hands to force Wang Yuan to have no way to go to heaven or enter the earth, it would not lead to the current situation. And Wang Yuan might even join the Super God Academy and become the mainstay of protecting China, instead of the current mortal enemy. Father, what on earth have you done? I, old son, am a step late after all. After Wang Yuan chose to transform into a giant ape, the fighting Buddha Sun Wukong rode on his somersault cloud and headed straight for this place. However, the temple where he was sneaking was too far away from Tianhe City. Although he had tried his best, he failed to prevent the disaster from happening. Thinking of this, the fighting Buddha Sun Wukong used his magical power incarnation skill to create countless avatars to help the army and police save people. He said, Donor Wang, although I know you have been wronged, but your means of revenge are too cruel, and you still fall into the devil's way. Today's ending. It can be said to be a cycle of cause and effect. I hope you know in the afterlife, and can let go of your obsession and ascend to paradise soon. When Qiang Gui heard the words of the fighting Buddha, her eyes were full of complex expressions. Obviously, she did not agree with what the fighting Buddha said. Put yourself in his shoes and think about it. If you replace yourself with Wang Yuan, Qiang Gui is very sure that you will be the same as Wang Yuan. But think about it. After all, she is not Wang Yuan. Her father is always wrong in this matter. But he is her father after all. If Wang Yuan is not dead and wants to seek revenge on her father, she will still stand up and fight for revenge on her father. After all, there is no empathy in this world. It's all about the buttocks that determine the head, and act according to their own positions. Don't talk about right or wrong, just talk about position. But what Qiang Gui and the fighting Buddha Sun Wukong don't know is, Wang Yuan is not dead. Instead, he is rapidly getting stronger in the Dragon Ball world. He will come back soon. Settle everything. As things ferment, everything that happened here has been transmitted to the universe and has fallen into the sight of major cosmic civilizations. Chapter 7. Chapter 7, because Wang Yuan quietly changed the trajectory of the Super God world, and fooled Sun Wukong to go out of the mountains to find the Dragon Ball together. 7th update, please bookmark. Your support is my motivation to write. The first update will be around 1 p.m. tomorrow. Thank you for your support. Devil number 1 is quietly suspended in the void near the blue star. Damn! So fierce. Morgana, who was wearing a leather jacket, looked at the video on the big screen, in which Wang Yuan transformed into a giant ape and madly ravaged Lu Juang, and couldn't help but exclaimed he can actually suppress the Noxing god of war. What a pity! If only it had been discovered earlier. Morgana has been hiding in various parts of the universe and resting quietly since the last battle with the angels due to the heavy losses. Recently, she detected that the time and space gene has awakened on Blue Star. She couldn't wait to risk being discovered by Holy Keisha and lurked near Blue Star, trying to find a way to pull Rose into the demon camp. But because of Rose's firm belief, Morgana has never found an opportunity. Although the technology of Demon Number 1 is not as good as that of Angel Civilization, it is far superior to Blue Star, so every move on Blue Star cannot escape Morgana's eyes. Wang Yuan made such a big fuss in Tianhe City. How could he hide it from Morgana? Morgana just checked it out and knew the ins and outs of the matter. In addition, Wang Yuan showed madness for revenge. In Morgana's view, Wang Yuan is simply a perfect demon warrior. Unfortunately, she found it a little too late. Now Wang Yuan has been covered by missiles and turned into ashes. Even the gene fragments were not left. Otherwise, Morgana even planned to venture into the earth to resurrect Wang Yuan. At this moment, Morgana suddenly noticed that Rose's dark energy information had an abnormal fluctuation. This means that there is a crack in Rose's mind. The reason why Morgana knows Rose's dark energy information so well is because the space-time gene was created by her and the god of death Karl with the help of the big clock. After discovering the cracks in Rose's beliefs, Morgana's eyes lit up. She has always been troubled by Rose's firm beliefs and could not find a breakthrough to contact Rose. Thus, step by step, she tried to win her over to join her demon camp. She originally thought that she would have to wait a long time before she could find an opportunity. Unexpectedly, the Wang Yuan incident actually caused Rose's beliefs to begin to waver. This gave Morgana hope. Therefore, Morgana immediately put Wang Yuan's affairs behind her. She began to prepare to win over Rose to join the demon camp. Angel Nebula * Mellow Heaven. Holy Keisha, wearing silver-white armor, sat on the throne with her legs crossed, her eyes white, reading Wang Yuan's information. Holy Keisha has been upgraded to the 4th generation of Divine Body with the help of Tianji Wang Hexi. Although the Angel Nebula and Blue Star are far apart. But if Holy Keisha uses the computing power of Mellow Heaven, it will be easy to check Wang Yuan's information. I sympathize with your experience. After understanding the whole story, Holy Keisha nodded slightly and said in a cold tone, but your actions are too cruel. It's like a demon. Even want to actively degenerate into a devil. This idea is very dangerous. Even though Holy Keisha, who has lived for 30,000 years, felt pity for Wang Yuan's experience, she did not agree with Wang Yuan's approach. She thought revenge was reasonable, but she did not agree with the approach of involving family members and killing Lu Chuang's parents in front of the god of war of No Star. And Holy Keisha has determined through deduction that if Wang Yuan did not die under the missile, with his potential and style of doing things, there is a very small probability that he will become a demon more evil than Morgana. Of course, all this came to an end with the disappearance of Wang Yuan. In addition, when Holy Keisha was investigating Wang Yuan's information, she noticed something strange. This familiar breath of depravity seemed to come from Morgana. Considering the recent movements of the Dowdy tribe in the Styx galaxy, Holy Keisha suspected that Morgana was hiding near the Blue Star. Thinking of this, Holy Keisha contacted the Holy Right-Wing Angel Yan, who was secretly protecting Ani Cid in Fraser, through dark energy communication. Yan, I have a task for you. To the Blue Star. Investigate Morgana's whereabouts and investigate the Blue Star civilization. The novel was taken from the Reliz website. Close where you're reading it and support us on our website for more free novels. After hearing the words of Holy Keisha, Angel Yan respectfully replied yes and then went straight to the earth through the wormhole. After seeing this, do you still want to go to Blue Star? In the Liang Palace, Pan Zhen reported Wang Yuan's experience and Dokeo's actions to the sun goddess Reina, and asked Super Seminary is not the place you should go at all. Dokeo, who is he? That was the mastermind behind the war that destroyed the Denner galaxy. As the saying goes, it is easy to change the country but difficult to change one's nature. Even after so many years? I don't think he will change. At this point, Pangelina was already a little shaken. So she continued to persuade him while the iron was hot at the beginning. You didn't believe it. Now the facts are before you. You should believe it. If it weren't for Dokeo, Wang Yuan, who had awakened the unknown super soldier gene. How could it come to this? Rina, the sun goddess in a yellow robe, listened to Pan Zhen's words of advice, and her mind kept replaying Wang Yuan's experiences and Dokeo's actions in this matter. In the end, she did not do what she usually did, throwing a tantrum at Zhen Pan, crying and making a fuss about going to Blue Star. Instead, she said, I know. General Pan, please give me some time to think about it. That's it for today. I'm tired and I'm going to sleep. After saying that, under Pan Zhen's disappointed look, he ran towards the side hall behind the Liang Palace. Pan Zhen looked at Lina left and couldn't help but sigh. Although Lina is the goddess of the sun and the nominal supreme god of the fiery sun star, she is essentially a willful child. Now the whole universe is undercurrent. If Lina doesn't grow up quickly, it is unknown whether the fiery sun star can survive this crisis. We need to find a way to make Lina a real goddess of the sun as soon as possible. In addition to the demon civilization, angel civilization, and Liang star, other cosmic forces in the universe also knew about Wang Yuan's riot in Tianhe City for revenge at about the same time. And they made corresponding adjustments to their plans at the first time. It is no exaggeration to say that Wang Yuan's riot in Tianhe City has quietly changed the original trajectory of the super god universe. Let the future go in an unpredictable direction. Start to soar. As the party involved in this incident, he was unaware of this. In the Dragon Ball universe, in order to complete the mission, he helped Bulma deceive Son Goku so that he could borrow the 4 Dragon Balls from him. Are you sure you want to borrow it? Sun Wukong asked seriously while eating a grilled fish as big as a truck. I'll just use it for a while and return it to me after use. The 4 Dragon Balls are the relics left to Sun Wukong by his grandfather, Sun Gohan. He has always treasured them. With the 4 Dragon Balls, Sun Wukong feels that his grandfather has always been by his side and has never left. So, naturally, he would not lend them to others easily. But Sun Wukong has a simple personality. After Bulma's deception, he was finally shaken. Hearing what Sun Wukong said, Bulma immediately patted her slightly shriveled chest and said, Of course. We are friends. How can friends lie to each other? At this point, Bulma paused, and then continued, Brother Wang and I are really just borrowing. After use, it will be returned to you. If you are worried, you can go with us to find other Dragon Balls. Take a look at the outside world. Just like that, the simple-minded Sun Wukong was tricked by Bulma into boarding a pirate ship and leaving the mountains. Together with Wang Yuan, he embarked on the journey to find the Dragon Ball. P.S. I will just briefly mention the process of finding the Dragon Ball, and I won't go into the plot. I will focus on the latter part, otherwise it will drag the rhythm too much and it will be boring for everyone to watch. Chapter 8. Chapter 8, Summon the Dragon and Learn How to Revive Han Qing Qing. Absorb the Super God world into a sub-world of the Dragon Ball world. 1 update, please collect. Your support is my motivation. I will update at least 5 updates today. Thank you for your support. I will update like crazy. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, it has been a month since Wang Yuan came to the Dragon Ball world. During this time, Wang Yuan persuaded Bulma to leave the first wish opportunity to him. Bulma had no objection to this. The reason why Bulma came out to look for the Dragon Balls was, on the one hand, to verify whether the legend of the dragon was true. More importantly, she planned to make a wish after collecting all the Dragon Balls, and let the dragon reward her with a handsome boyfriend. However, after meeting Wang Yuan, Bulma was deeply attracted to Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan's extremely melancholy temperament and his style of behavior that kept strangers away were as deadly as drugs to a girl like Bulma who was ignorant of the world. In this regard, Bulma once secretly expressed her thoughts. But all her hints disappeared without a trace, like mud flowing into the sea. This did not make Bulma give up. Instead, she became more curious about what Wang Yuan had experienced before he met her, which made Wang Yuan develop such a character. So after a month, Bulma fell deeper and deeper into Wang Yuan. As for Son Goku, he said that he had no interest in making wishes. Because he had no wishes to fulfill. The reason why he agreed to embark on this journey to find the Dragon Ball was entirely because he wanted to get his 4 Dragon Balls back after summoning the dragon. By the way, he came out to see the outside world and experience it. In the past month, Wang Yuan and his party, under the guidance of the Dragon Ball radar, went to many places. Similar to the original work, the party first met a turtle. With the help of the turtle, Sun Wukong obtained the somersault cloud given by the turtle master. As for Wang Yuan and Bulma, they naturally did not get the recognition of the somersault cloud. But they also received an invitation from the turtle master. Let them go to the Turtle Island to visit when they are free in the future. After that, Wang Yuan and his party pushed forward all the way and successively obtained Dragon Balls from Oolong and Yamcha. It is worth mentioning that when everyone came to the Frying Pan Mountain, they happened to encounter the Bull Demon Castle, where a fire broke out. Sun Wukong rode on the somersault cloud and invited Master Roshi. Then Master Roshi used Kamehameha to put out the raging fire all over the mountain. That time, Wang Yuan saw Master Roshi's true strength. He also saw what Qi is. However, Wang Yuan found that Master Roshi's Kamehameha was overbearing, but the moves were too rough. It was just to concentrate one's own energy and launch it. Although this was extremely powerful, it was too wasteful of Qi. It was like using an anti-aircraft gun to hit a mosquito, which was a bit of a waste of talent. Of course, Wang Yuan also knew that this was a common problem in the Dragon Ball world. Although the combat power of the Dragon Ball world is extremely high, but the strong people in it, in terms of the sophistication of the use of Qi, are not even as good as the ordinary first-class masters in Jin Yang's martial arts world. In addition, the strong people in the Dragon Ball world rely too much on Qi. They completely ignore the development of the body. Let alone those powerful warriors who can defeat the heavens and the earth in seconds, most of them cannot survive in a vacuum. Even Sun Wukong will die of a heart attack. It's unbelievable. Wang Yuan plans to focus on making up for these 2 weaknesses in his future training. After leaving the Bull Demon Castle, Wang Yuan and his party quickly gathered the Dragon Balls. Bulma looked at the Dragon Balls that had gathered together and had begun to emit regular bursts of light, and couldn't help but ask Wang Yuan, "Brother Wang, what wish do you want to make?" "Revive a person." After hearing Bulma's words, Wang Yuan stared at Longzhu. Because he was too nervous, his body began to tremble slightly. Because he knew that whether Han Qingqing could be resurrected in a short time depended on whether Longzhu could fulfill his wish. If Longzhu could not revive Han Qingqing, then for a long time to come, he would not be able to find another way to revive Han Qingqing. Bulma was stunned when she heard Wang Yuan's words. What wish did Wang Yuan intend to make? Bulma was very curious. In the past month, he had asked Wang Yuan this question more than once. But every time Wang Yuan would fall into silence and was unwilling to answer his own questions. So Bulma guessed countless times in his heart, what exactly was Wang Yuan's wish? Bulma thought of many possibilities. But she didn't expect that Wang Yuan's wish was to revive a person. Bulma is not a fool. Although she has a naive personality, she also guessed that the person Wang Yuan resurrected might be his beloved. Even the reason why Wang Yuan developed such a personality is related to the person he wanted to resurrect. Thinking of this, Bulma couldn't help but feel a burst of inexplicable emotions rising from the depths of her heart. She almost couldn't help crying. Ding dong, Congratulations to the host for completing the Dragon Ball Collection mission in 1 month. Highest reward, Martial God entry. Name, Martial God. Effect, after fusion, the host's martial arts qualifications will be improved to the extreme. Evaluation, possessing the Martial God entry. Even a pig can cultivate into a martial arts master. Wang Yuan glanced at the attributes of the Martial God entry. Then he silently closed the system panel. It's not because the attributes of the Martial God entry are not strong. On the contrary, its attributes can be said to be abnormally strong. And it lays an unparalleled solid foundation for himself to become stronger in the Dragon Ball world in the future. But Wang Yuan's mind is now on summoning the dragon. His mind is full of resurrecting Han Qingqing. Compared to resurrecting Han Qingqing, other things, even obtaining a bug-like entry like Martial God. For Wang Yuan, it is a trivial matter. At this moment, as the 7 Dragon Balls emitted bursts of golden light, they pierced the sky. The originally clear sky was instantly replaced by rolling dark clouds. Along with lightning flashing across the sky, a giant green dragon condensed into shape from the golden light appeared in front of everyone. Although Wang Yuan was mentally prepared, he still felt a little shocked. When watching the anime, he didn't feel anything. But when he stood under the dragon in person, he felt the oppressive feeling brought by the size difference. Wang Yuan, who was mentally prepared, was shocked by the dragon. Not to mention Bulma and Son Goku. The two stood there blankly, staring at the huge dragon, their eyes full of shock. Just when Bulma and Son Goku were shocked by the dragon and spoke, the dragon's magnificent voice resounded between heaven and earth at the right time. "Tell me your wish." Shenlong's voice was so loud and clear that it could be heard clearly even from dozens of kilometers away. After hearing Shenlong's words, Wang Yuan did not hesitate at all. He stepped forward and said bluntly, "I want to resurrect Han Qingqing." After that, Wang Yuan clenched his fists and looked at Shenlong intently. He hoped that Shenlong could fulfill his wish and bring his Qingqing back to the world. Wang Yuan was too nervous. His body couldn't help but tremble slightly with rapid breathing, and his heart beat wildly as if it was equipped with a high-speed motor. But what disappointed Wang Yuan was that after hearing Wang Yuan's wish, Shenlong first slowly closed his eyes, and then said, "I can't find Han Qingqing's soul. She doesn't belong to this world. So it can't be resurrected." At this point, the dragon paused, and then continued, "Change a wish." Hearing the words of the dragon, Wang Yuan couldn't help but flash a trace of despair in his eyes. Although, he was mentally prepared. After all, Wang Yuan, who was familiar with the original work, knew that there was a prerequisite for the resurrection of the Earth Dragon: the body must be kept intact. This is because the resurrection of the dragon is actually to exchange the soul of the dead from the underworld, and then integrate it into the body. If the body is not complete, it will die again instantly after resurrection. And now, 1. I don't have Han Qingqing's body. 2nd, Han Qingqing's soul has not come to this world. Even the saying whether there is a soul in the Super God universe is another matter. Therefore, the hope of resurrecting Han Qingqing with the help of the Earth Dragon is very slim. I just don't want to give up. Thinking of this, Wang Yuan took a deep breath, and then said, "I want to know, how can I resurrect people who don't belong to this world?" Hearing Wang Yuan's wish, the dragon was stunned. Then he fell into a long silence. After a while, he said slowly, "According to the information fed back by Lord Dragon God, it is necessary to absorb the other party's world into the sub-world of Dragon Ball. Then, with the help of the power of the Super Dragon Ball, he can go back in time and obtain the other person's soul and body. Only in this way can it be resurrected." After answering Wang Yuan's question, the dragon glanced at Wang Yuan thoughtfully, and then turned back into 7 shining Dragon Balls. In the stunned eyes of Bulma and Son Goku, it flew in different directions. The speed was so fast that it disappeared from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. Absorb the world into a sub-world. Wang Yuan ignored everything else, but stood there blankly, muttering to himself. Then with the help of the power of the Super Dragon Ball, through time travel, I can be resurrected. This is the information provided by Dragon God. It should be right. Although Han Qingqing could not be resurrected for the time being, he finally gave him hope. As for how to absorb the Super God universe into a subworld of the Dragon Ball world, he still didn't know. But, he finally found a way for Han Qingqing. Qingqing, wait a moment. I will become stronger as soon as possible and try to resurrect you as soon as possible. The Dragon Ball world has come to an end. It's time to go back to the Super God world and collect some interest. Wang Yuan will not let his enemies wait too long. Nor will he let them live too comfortably. Although his current strength cannot crush them all to death. But from time to time, he can go back to collect some interest and make them live in fear. It can still be done. Chapter 9. Chapter 9, Fusion of Martial God Entry, Awakening the Qi with the Ultimate Destructive Power. Return to Super God, Continue Revenge. Second update, please bookmark. Your support is the motivation for me to write. The next update will be around 8:30. Thank you for your support. After the dragon disappeared, Wang Yuan called up his system and chose to merge the Martial God entry. As Wang Yuan's mind moved, a card emitting purple light and engraved with a human meridian map appeared out of thin air. Then it merged into Wang Yuan's brow. Then Wang Yuan felt that everything around him had changed. He could clearly feel the qi of the surrounding creatures emitting their own life breath. Whether it was flowers, plants, fish, insects, or Bulma and Sun Wukong, he could clearly sense it. Even if he was a few kilometers away, he could sense the villagers who came after hearing the news. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that if he concentrates, he can even sense the flow of qi in other people's bodies. Bulma's qi is weak and chaotic. This is the result of not receiving martial arts training. Compared with Bulma, Sun Wukong's qi is not only vast but also constantly flowing along a specific route. Sun Gohan, the grandfather of Sun Wukong, is the eldest disciple of Master Roshi. He naturally knows Kamehameha martial arts. Looking at these running routes, they are the martial arts of Kamehameha martial arts. After realizing this, Wang Yuan's mind moved, and the qi in his body began to flow. Not only did Wang Yuan not make any mistakes in the operation, but the speed of the flow was even much faster than that of Sun Wukong. After running a circle, Wang Yuan's qi turned into an extremely dense black ink. As the qi in his body circulated, Wang Yuan's aura also changed. Waves of extreme destructive aura emanated from him. "Brother Wang, why do I feel like you've become different?" Sun Wukong was the first to notice Wang Yuan's change. Although he didn't know the concept of qi yet, he was still keenly aware of Wang Yuan's change. Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Bulma put away the inexplicable sadness in her heart and turned into an innocent girl again. After looking at Wang Yuan carefully, she said in confusion, "Wukong, did you see it wrong? How do I detect any changes in Brother Wang?" Facing Goku and Bulma, two curious babies, Wang Yuan sighed and explained the concepts of qi and martial arts. Only then could he calm their curiosity. As for the wish just now, Goku didn't understand what it meant to be not from this world, integrate the original world into the Dragon Ball universe time travel. Naturally, she didn't mention it. Although Bulma had a rough guess based on Shenlong's words and the scene when she first met Wang Yuan, she didn't say much. After all, who doesn't have a secret? If Wang Yuan didn't take the initiative to say it, she wouldn't ask. At this moment, Sun Wukong suddenly reacted, and the 4-star bead that his grandfather left for him turned into a stream of light and flew away. He quickly said to Bulma, "Bulma, give me the Dragon Ball radar quickly. I'm going to look for the 4-star pearl." The 4-star pearl is a relic that Son Gohan left to Son Goku. It holds a special place in Son Goku's heart. He certainly wouldn't let the 4-star pearl be lost. Hearing what Son Goku said, Bulma smiled apologetically, and then explained, "Goku, it will take a year to find it. Because after making a wish, the Dragon Ball will lose all its energy and turn into an ordinary stone. At this point, Bulma paused and continued, the Dragon Ball radar cannot detect it. But don't worry. I will find it and return it to you in a year. After hearing what Bulma said, Sun Wukong breathed a sigh of relief. Then he turned to look at Wang Yuan and asked, Brother Wang, what are your plans next? Do you want to come with me to Kame Island to find Grandpa Roshi and let him teach us martial arts? During the month of searching for Dragon Balls, Wang Yuan and Sun Wukong have sparred more than once. He has recognized Wang Yuan's strength. But compared to Roshi, Sun Wukong thinks that he is still far behind Wang Yuan. Especially at Frying Pan Mountain, after seeing Roshi put out the fire on the whole mountain with one Kamehameha of Kame. Sun Wukong had the idea of becoming his apprentice. He wanted to learn Kamehameha. Facing Sun Wukong's invitation, Wang Yuan shook his head and said, I still have things to deal with. I won't go the same way with you. When I finish my work, I may go to Gaixian Island to find you. Okay. Sun Wukong nodded, indicating that he understood. Although he felt a little regretful, he didn't say anything more. Sun Wukong actually hoped that Wang Yuan would train with him under Master Turtle. In his heart, training with friends to become stronger is the happiest thing in the world. Then let's say goodbye now. Sun Wukong did not act pretentiously. While speaking, he summoned his somersault cloud and headed straight for Turtle Island. After Son Goku left, Bulma looked at Wang Yuan with complicated eyes. She had thousands of words in her heart that she wanted to say to Wang Yuan, but when the words came to her lips, she didn't know what to say. She knew that Wang Yuan was not from this world. He came here only to find the Dragon Balls and revive his beloved. And the reason why he did not agree to go to Kame Island with Goku. It was probably because he wanted to go back to his own world. Thinking of this, Bulma plucked up the courage and asked, Brother Wang, will you come back? Wang Yuan is not a fool. Naturally, he can see that Bulma has developed strange feelings for him. If Ching Ching was not there, Wang Yuan would not mind having a sweet love with the first genius girl of Dragon Ball. But who made me already have Ching Ching? So I can only say sorry. Thinking of this, Wang Yuan slowly said, I will come back. But, Bulma. Did Bulma realize what Wang Yuan was going to say next? She knew that once Wang Yuan said it, she would lose the possibility of standing by his side forever. So, Bulma interrupted Wang Yuan without waiting for him to finish, saying, just come back. Come to Zita to find me then. I'll treat you to a delicious meal. After saying that, without waiting for Wang Yuan to reply, she threw out the universal capsule and drove straight to Zidu. After the car drove a long way, Bulma's tears burst out uncontrollably. Finally, she couldn't help it, and Bulma stuck her little head out of the car window, waved at Wang Yuan and shouted, Brother Wang, be careful. I'll wait for you to come back. If you don't come back, I will spend my whole life inventing a world shuttle to find you in your world. After saying that, Bulma drove the car and disappeared in the vast wilderness. After Bulma disappeared over the horizon, Wang Yuan laughed at himself, then he called up his system. Name, Entry Double Door System. Host, Wang Yuan. Travelable World, Dragon Ball World. World Entry, Sion, God of War. Combat Power 80. Physical Strength, 10. Air Attribute, Destruction, Ruin. Time Flow Speed, 1, -100 +100. Can be adjusted by yourself. Duration of stay, 1 year. Evaluation, awakening the Chi with the attributes of destruction and destructiveness, a potential god of destruction. Wang Yuan looked at the attribute panel and found that the panel had undergone some subtle changes. The attributes became combat power and physical strength. More importantly, the Qi attribute was increased. Destruction, annihilation. Wang Yuan's mind moved, and a wisp of air containing the ultimate destructive power appeared on his right hand. Feeling this violent power, Wang Yuan slowly said, "It's just what I want. It's time to go back and collect some interest. Otherwise, they still thought I was dead." Wang Yuan knew that with his current strength, he could not take revenge. But he couldn't let the enemy have an easy time. He had to let them live in fear of being killed by him at any time. Of course, this was not the only purpose of this trip. He went back to take King King's ashes away. He would stay in the Dragon Ball universe for a long time in the future, so how could he let his Ching Ching stay alone in the Super God world? Thinking of this, Wang Yuan summoned the double-through door and stepped in. He went straight to the Super God universe. Chapter 10. Chapter 10, The Super Seminary Leads the Distorted Public Opinion. Wang Yuan is completely crazy. 3 updates, please collect. Your support is the motivation for me to write. The next update will be around 10:30. Thank you for your support. Because the speed of time is different. Wang Yuan spent a month in the Dragon Ball world. But just 3 days have passed in the Super God universe. In these 3 days, a lot of things happened. Morgana has successfully contacted Qiangwei, Ge Xiaolun, and others have also activated the Super Soldier gene. Angel Yan entered the Earth according to the order of Holy Keisha. Kylan awakened the Super Soldier gene. Of course, these things have not entered the vision of ordinary people. The only event that caused an uproar among ordinary people was Wang Yuan's disturbance in Tianhe City and the tentative attack by Doughty. In order to cover up the truth, the Super God Academy announced the existence of aliens, and portrayed Wang Yuan as a lackey who surrendered to aliens in order to resurrect his girlfriend Han Qingqing. The reason why Wang Yuan was bombarded with missiles was because Wang Yuan tried to take away the super soldier and give it as a token of surrender, in exchange for the other party to resurrect his girlfriend Han Qingqing. For the sake of authenticity, Super Seminary also selected a video of Wang Yuan holding Lu Juang's parents and threatening Lu Juang and posted it online. As soon as this video was released, it instantly set off public opinion on the internet. In the past 3 days, topics about this incident have been dominating the charts on major platforms all the time. Alien running dog. This Wang Yuan really deserves to die. Damn. He actually wanted to take the super soldier away and give it to Doughty. This bastard who forgot his roots. Han Qingqing is a beauty who brings disaster. I checked Han Qingqing's information. She dropped out of middle school and went out to work. I heard she was working in a foot massage parlor. It's really a bitch and a dog, forever. It turns out that there are really aliens. Fortunately, we have the Super Seminary in China. Otherwise, who knows what will happen? It's not just China that has supernatural organizations. Xiao Rizai also announced that they have a so-called hero association, and Bald Eagle also has mutants. The world is changing too fast. I heard that the reason why Han Qingqing fell from the building was that she went to the rooftop with a guest, and the guest pushed too hard and accidentally knocked her down. Is this true? Such a trick. A must. As time went by, Wang Yuan became synonymous with traitor, while Han Qingqing was branded as a bitch. Photos of the two became the object of scorn by thousands of people. There was even a host named Brother Kun who built a statue of Wang Yuan kneeling on the ground for traffic. He placed it in front of Xingfu community to comfort the innocent residents who died in that incident. So, when Wang Yuan came to Xingfu community through the double-through door, he was instantly recognized by the staff who were cleaning up the ruins and the people who came to mourn the dead. You dog traitor, you are not dead. Call the police. Let the police catch him. Traitor. How dare you show up in Xingfu community? You are a traitor who has forgotten your roots. For that bitch Han Qingqing. You actually became a traitor. Bah. Wang Yuan was stunned at first when facing the accusations of the crowd, and then he understood in an instant. Why was he labeled a traitor in just 3 days? It must be the Super Seminary that guided public opinion in order to protect its reputation. Good. Very good. It's really great. You wantonly slandered the reputation of Laozi and Qingqing in order to cover up your crimes. Don't you think that Laozi has been blown to ashes? Can't speak for yourself anymore? It really proves the saying, sometimes the dead are more useful than the living. Thinking of this, Wang Yuan couldn't help but smile cruelly. Since you have already labeled me like this, don't blame me. Thinking of this, Wang Yuan wanted to leave Xingfu community, go to the cemetery to collect Han Qingqing's ashes into the universal capsule, and then go directly to the super seminary headquarters. Let them pay the price for what they did. But the guys around him who didn't know the truth saw that Wang Yuan was about to leave. Relying on their large numbers, they actually stopped Wang Yuan. The anchor who built the kneeling statue of Wang Yuan in order to attract traffic saw that the popularity of the live broadcast room was rising wildly at an incredible speed because of Wang Yuan's appearance. This gave him a bold idea. That is to stop Wang Yuan in public in front of millions of viewers in the live broadcast room and accuse him of the crime. He believed that as long as he did this, in the future, he will be the king of the live broadcast industry. No one can shake his position. As for whether Wang Yuan will go berserk on the spot, which will be disadvantageous to him. Haha. He just doesn't believe that Wang Yuan dares to do this. After all, so many people are watching. If he dares to do this, he will bear the infamy forever. There is no possibility of whitewashing. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath, rushed to Wang Yuan, and shouted, "Wang Yuan, you dog traitor who has forgotten your ancestors! How could our long country produce a bastard like you? Don't go! For Han Qingqing, that bitch! You are a traitor! It's really a bitch and a dog, forever and ever!" The audience in the live broadcast room were all excited when they saw that Brother Kun was so brave that he dared to stop Wang Yuan and let him give everyone an explanation. The free gifts dominated the screen crazily. The popularity soared like a rocket, and in just a moment, it directly climbed to the top of the national anchor rankings. Even Su Xiali's popularity was pulled by an order of magnitude higher by him. Brother Kun, awesome! Brother Kun, you will always be the god in my heart. Damn it! Brother Kun, can you help me give Wang Yuan, that bastard, a big slap in the face? As long as you, I'll give you 1,000 rockets. I'll let you build a statue of that bitch Han Qingqing. Let them kneel down and atone for their crimes forever. Brother Kun, I'm sorry. I will never criticize you again. That's right. If anyone dares to slander Brother Kun again, I will chop him up. Actually, playing basketball in overalls is pretty cool. My taste is poor. I apologize to Brother Kun here. That's right. Brother Kun is invincible. Seeing the screen full of comments and gifts in the live broadcast room, the anchor Kun Ge almost climaxed on the spot. He thought, I am too wise. Let's see who dares to criticize me. From now on, I am the undisputed god in the live broadcast industry. Just when the anchor Kun Ge lamented that happiness came too suddenly, Wang Yuan's slightly indifferent voice sounded at the right time. Originally, I didn't intend to bother with you idiots. After all, you know nothing. They are just a bunch of idiots who were misled by the super seminary. At this point, Wang Yuan paused, and then continued, but what should you never do? You shouldn't slander Qingqing. The reason why you are so unscrupulous. It's just that you have already won, and I dare not do anything to you. Hee. It's true that kind people are often bullied, and kind horses are often ridden. While speaking, Wang Yuan, under the gaze of millions of people in the live broadcast room, under the astonished eyes of the people around him, and under the surveillance of the major cosmic forces of the super seminary, walked up to Brother Kun and smashed his head with a punch. Puff! With a muffled sound, bright red blood mixed with broken bones and tofu brain scattered in all directions. It fell on the indignant faces of the people around. These people were stunned at first, and then they felt a fear spreading from the depths of their hearts. Murder! Wang Yuan killed someone. He really dared to risk the world's condemnation and kill people in public. This. In an instant, the original angry emotions disappeared without a trace. Instead, they were replaced by a strong fear, which made them no longer have the same face as before. They screamed in all directions and fled for their lives. They were afraid that if they ran slowly, they would be like Brother Kun, who was killed by Wang Yuan's punch to the head. Ha ha ha! Wang Yuan looked at the fleeing crowd and laughed crazily. He laughed so hard that he even coughed, as if he had seen the funniest thing in the world. Defamation, abuse, slander, plus the despair of having no way out for 3 months and the pain of losing Ching Ching. Wang Yuan would have gone crazy long ago. The reason why he hadn't gone completely crazy was that he saw the hope of resurrecting Ching Ching. He didn't want Han Ching Ching to be disappointed with what he had done after her resurrection. So, facing the accusations of others, he chose to endure and didn't take action. But they shouldn't. They shouldn't slander Ching Ching. She was so kind, so innocent, so beautiful. She died unjustly. Why do they want to slander her reputation after her death? Damn it! Damn it! Damn it all! Damn it all! Thinking of this, Wang Yuan's mind flashed with King King's sweet smile, and then the picture turned to King King's bloody body. In anger, the veins on Wang Yuan's forehead bulged. He decided to give up everything completely. Completely throw yourself into darkness, turn into a demon on earth, and settle accounts with all those who slander King King's reputation. Super Seminary. You forced me to do this. Thinking of this, Wang Yuan condensed a wisp of air full of destructive breath in his hand, and then threw his sculpture kneeling at the entrance of Xingfu community. Chapter 11. Chapter 11. When facing slander, the best way is not to prove your innocence, but to scare them to death. Fourth update, please bookmark. Your support is my motivation to write. The first update will be at around 12 o'clock tomorrow. Thank you for your support. Although Wang Yuan had just obtained the Kamehameha martial arts practice method from Sun Wukong with the martial god entry, the condensed chi was only a wisp. But his chi was born with the power to destroy everything. Therefore, when his chi, which was filled with the breath of destruction, came into contact with the statue, the entire statue emitted an inky black light. Boom! Then, with a thunderous roar, a huge mushroom cloud suddenly rose up. Then, the violent shock wave, with the statue as the center, engulfed the fleeing crowd with countless rubble. In an instant, the whole world was quiet. Those curses, slanders, and defamations, were all swallowed up by the flames. Wang Yuan looked at the community that was like hell on earth, and felt extremely happy. At the same time, he also knew that he could never turn back. But what about it? Could it be that he was facing, if you are slandered, you must swallow your anger? If this kind of slander is only directed at yourself, Wang Yuan might pretend not to hear it. But they should never slander his Ching Ching. In Wang Yuan's heart, all the super god worlds added together are not as good as a strand of King King's hair. Wang Yuan strolled in the ruins, picked up Brother Kun's mobile phone, and scanned the barrage. He found the vast and sea of insults before. It has disappeared without a trace, and the live broadcast room of millions of people. After seeing himself appear on the screen, no one dared to say a word. Seeing this scene, Wang Yuan smiled faintly at the camera, and then said, "A bunch of useless trash. Aren't you slandering? Come on. Slander me again." Sure enough, the best, most satisfying and quickest way to deal with slander is not to prove your innocence, but to kill them until they are terrified. The reason why this group of trash dares to slander and abuse so unscrupulously and painfully. The biggest confidence, it doesn't have to pay a price. When they realize that their insults and slanders will bring about their own deaths, they will be like docile puppies, hunching over their buttocks and not daring to breathe. Thinking of this, Wang Yuan said slowly to the camera in the live broadcast room, Any audience who has slandered Ching Ching will be punished. Come to Tianhe City within 3 days, kowtow every 3 steps, and go to King King's grave to repent. Otherwise. At this point, Wang Yuan smiled faintly at the camera and crushed the phone directly. He took a final glance at the Xingfu community, which had been completely reduced to ruins, and walked towards the cemetery in the suburbs. After a few rises and falls, he disappeared among the high-rise buildings. In front of millions of viewers, Wang Yuan smashed Brother Kun's head with one punch, detonated the sculpture to destroy the Xingfu community, and made fans kowtow every 3 steps. This behavior directly detonated the entire network. Such explosive news cannot be suppressed even if the authorities try their best. Unless the network is forcibly shut down, it cannot be suppressed at all. After seeing these messages, netizens all wondered if they had read it wrong. The dog trader Wang Yuan, who had been confirmed dead by the authorities, not only did not die. He even did such an explosive thing after appearing in the Xingfu community. This is really too explosive. Wang Yuan is not dead. Didn't the super seminary say that he was already dead? He was too arrogant. He actually asked all the netizens who had scolded Han Qingqing to kowtow every 3 steps and go to her grave to repent? Why? Lawless. This Wang Yuan is truly lawless. How dare he do that? Doesn't the super seminary care about that? Nonsense. If they had the ability to take care of this matter, Wang Yuan would still be alive. This matter has become a big deal. Just as netizens were shocked by Wang Yuan's ruthless means, in a special ward in Tianhe City, Kailan, who had completely recovered because of the awakening of the super soldier gene, stared blankly at the news about Wang Yuan's appearance on her mobile phone. In front of her was a staff member of the super seminary, who was responsible for inviting Kailan to join the super seminary. Facing the invitation of the staff of the super seminary, Kailan did not agree as in the original book, but felt a little bored and annoyed. She knew the ins and outs of the whole thing, so in the past few days, she lived in powerlessness all the time. Faced with the overwhelming abuse and slander on the internet, she also tried to post a clarification, but found that it could not be sent out at all. At that moment, Kailan knew that the super seminary was determined to throw dirty water on Wang Yuan and Han Qingqing, the unfortunate couple. Others did not know, but Kailan knew, Wang Yuan was not dead, but stepped into a light gate and disappeared between heaven and earth. Although, Kailan did not know where the light gate led to. But she was sure that Wang Yuan would come back sooner or later. If things continued like this, things would get completely out of control. So, she wanted to report the matter. But no one believed her. She couldn't clarify things for Wang Yuan, no one believed her, and even she was under the surveillance of the super seminary at all times. Kailan finally realized how desperate Wang Yuan was during those 3 months. She also gradually understood why Wang Yuan would be so extreme. Why? Wasn't all this caused by the super seminary to protect that beast Lu Juang? Without the super seminary and Lu Juang, none of this would have happened. In the end, Wang Yuan was forced into a desperate situation, so he took such an extreme way to take revenge. Even after they self-righteously believed that Wang Yuan was dead, the super seminary was still so deliberate in slandering Wang Yuan and Han Qingqing. What a pair of ill-fated Mandarin ducks! Kailan is now completely disappointed with the super seminary. Thinking of this, Kailan said to the staff of the super seminary, "Sorry. I refuse the invitation from the super seminary. Whoever wants to go to such a college can go." After hearing Kailan's words, the staff of the Super God College wanted to persuade her again. But thinking about what the Super God College had done in the past few days, she was too embarrassed to say it again. Helplessly, she could only sigh, walked out of the ward in disgrace, and went back to report. Compared to Kailan's entanglement, Su Xiaoli thinks that Wang Yuan is a real man. She doesn't know the inside story of this matter. But when she saw that Wang Yuan was killing for his deceased girlfriend, her eyes almost turned into a heart shape. Since she was a child, she wanted to find a great man to shelter herself from the wind and rain. Now she found that she had found it. This man is Wang Yuan. And Su Xiaoli found through the video that Wang Yuan actually had a tail. This made her more convinced that Wang Yuan was the great man she had been looking for. Because Wang Yuan might be like herself, a goblin. At this moment, she decided to find Wang Yuan no matter what, and then woo him. As for the fact that Wang Yuan has Han Qingqing as his beloved, Su Xiaoli said it doesn't matter. Anyway, their family has been mistresses and prostitutes since ancient times. Does she still care about this? Isn't it just a beloved? As long as Wang Yuan agrees to let her stay with him. Wang Yuan doesn't want to have a deceased beloved. Even if he has 10 living wives. It's not a problem. In the west, in the Angel building, Angel Yan sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, his eyes white, carefully checking Wang Yuan's information and the ins and outs of this matter. After a moment, he couldn't help but say, "Dokeo, this idiot. Because of protecting Lu Juang, the beast, he actually killed Wang Yuan, a super soldier with unlimited potential. Forced to become a demon." At this point, Angel Yan sighed and continued to talk to himself. What a pity. If Dokeo had been stopped earlier, this matter could still be saved. But now, Wang Yuan has completely fallen into the devil. Morgana will definitely not let go of Wang Yuan, the perfect demon warrior. As long as she keeps a close eye on Wang Yuan, Morgana will reveal her true colors sooner or later. By then, we can completely put an end to the war between angels and demons that has lasted for tens of thousands of years. After saying this, Angel Yan continued to stare at Wang Yuan's every move with his eyes white. Angel Yan's prediction was correct. Morgana, who was in charge of Demon Number 1, was overjoyed when she saw Wang Yuan reappear on Earth. In her opinion, Wang Yuan was simply the perfect demon warrior. If she could gain his loyalty, she might be able to wipe out that bitch Kassadin in one fell swoop. Thinking of this, Morgana immediately began to prepare a plan to win over Wang Yuan. In the Liang Palace, the sun goddess Reina, dressed in a yellow robe, looked at the data transmitted through the dark energy communication. She sighed and said to Pan Zhen, "General Pan, you are right. This Dokeo, it's really hard to change his nature. I won't go to super seminary. Such a place. Too dirty." Hearing Reina's words, Pan Zhen's eyes flashed with joy. He never thought that Reina, whom he could not persuade no matter what, would give up the idea of going to Blue Star because of Wang Yuan's matter. In this case, in order for Reina to become the real sun goddess as soon as possible, it is time to arrange for Reina to take the test. How is he still alive? In the super seminary, Dokeo stood in front of the huge medical cabin, looking at Lu Juang, who was slowly recovering from his injuries, and muttered to himself in an unbelievable tone. In that case, he couldn't be alive. This is completely troublesome. Dokeo has been relieved of his post as the commander-in-chief of the Giant Gorge because of the unauthorized firing. Now he is only the person in charge of the super seminary. The plan to slander Wang Yuan was formulated by him. It was to preserve the reputation of the super seminary. Only in this way can more super soldiers be recruited to join the super seminary. Build a strong army that can compete with Doughty. The plan was going smoothly. The only problem is, he did not expect that Wang Yuan was not dead. And as soon as he returned, he made such a big fuss. At this time, Dokeo has begun to regret it. Why did he protect Lu Juang and save him from legal punishment? But he also knows that there is no possibility of easing the hatred between him and Wang Yuan. If Wang Yuan is not eliminated as soon as possible, with his means and potential, his end will be miserable. It's time to use the trump card. It is necessary to kill Wang Yuan in one battle and completely strangle him in the cradle. Just when the entire super god universe was undercurrent because of Wang Yuan's appearance, Wang Yuan had already arrived at Han Qingqing's grave. When he saw the smashed tombstone and the red paint all over the ground, Wang Yuan felt furious, and a crazy killing intent rose in his heart. This killing intent was so crazy that Wang Yuan's body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Damn it! Damn it! All of you deserve to die. I will not be a human unless I kill all of you. My Qing not only died unjustly and could not be avenged. After death, she was slandered by you beasts. Now her tombstone has been smashed and she can't rest in peace. Good. Very good. You forced me to do this, so don't blame me. Tokyo and all those who participated in this matter, I will make you regret coming to this world. Well, let you taste my pain. Then in regret and helplessness, be crushed to ashes. Chapter 12. Chapter 12, The Academy protects scum and shields criminals. Now they tell me not to be impulsive and to obey the law. Ridiculous. First update, please bookmark. Your support is my motivation to write. The next update will be around 4 o'clock. Thank you for your support. Wang Yuan looked at Han Qingqing's dilapidated grave that was splashed with paint. His whole body trembled slightly, his fists clenched, and his eyes were filled with extremely strong murderous intent. Then he began to collect the remaining qi here. After integrating the martial god entry, his perception and use of qi has reached a level that is unimaginable for ordinary martial artists. Although the qi here is very weak, but it was still keenly perceived by Wang Yuan, and it was deeply imprinted in his mind. He vowed to make this group of people regret coming to this world. After doing all this, Wang Yuan came to Han Qingqing's grave and gently dug up the soil. Carefully took out the urn. Then he said softly, "Qing, I'm here to pick you up. This world is not worth our nostalgia. I'll take you to our new home." At this point, Wang Yuan paused and continued, "Of course, before that, I'll take you first collect some interest. Watch carefully, how I will avenge you." After saying that, Wang Yuan took out the universal capsule he got from Bulma, and put Han Qingqing's urn into it. Then he opened his senses and began to follow the path of the remaining qi, heading straight for the murderer who destroyed the cemetery. Afraid? What am I afraid of, old man? In a restaurant in Tianhe City, Lu Chuang and Lu Dang's group of brothers are gathering. One of them, a sturdy man with a dragon tattoo all over his body, said, "Now Wang Yuan is a traitor that everyone wants to kill. Brother Long, I am doing this. It can be regarded as serving the country with all my heart. Wang Yuan, you are making such a fuss. The authorities will definitely not let him go. Maybe, he has already run away with his tail between his legs. So, Brother Long, what am I afraid of?" After hearing the words of the bald man, the gangsters around him began to flatter him. "Yes. Brother Long is awesome. Only Brother Long dares to do this. Brother Long, this meal is mine. Brother Chuang's spirit in heaven would be very pleased to see that you smashed the grave of that bitch Han Qingqing for him. Brother Chuang, what a pity. If this incident hadn't happened, your future would have been limitless. Brother Chuang has become rich. We can also benefit from it." Hearing everyone's flattery, the smile on Brother Long's face became more intense, and he couldn't help but say, "It's not Brother Chuang's fault. Who made that little girl look so pretty? She just has a bit of a temper." At this point, Brother Long paused and continued, "If she hadn't resisted at the beginning, she would have been obedient and let us have some fun. It shouldn't have come to this. Brother Long is a well-known gangster in Tianhe City. He has been in the business for much longer than Lu Chuang. The reason why he followed Lu Chuang was that Lu Chuang was indeed good at fighting. More importantly, Brother Long found that no matter how serious the crime Lu Chuang committed, he would be released within 24 hours. This made Brother Long believe that Lu Chuang had a strong background. That's why he looked for an opportunity to make friends with Lu Chuang. He did this so that if he got into trouble in the future, he could use the power behind Lu Chuang to get himself off the hook. The result was not unexpected by Brother Long. Ever since he followed Lu Chuang, the police have never bothered him again. The reason why he brought people to destroy Han Qingqing's grave was actually because he had his own little plan. Lu Chuang was dead. But the super seminary behind him was still there. What he did was actually trying to please the super seminary in disguise. After all, Brother Long felt that Lu Chuang's death would definitely anger the super seminary. Would an official organization like them be concerned about not being able to do such a thing? He had no such concerns. He actually wanted to be the black glove of the super seminary. Besides, Lu Chuang was a super soldier. Maybe he was not dead. After all, no one had seen his body. What if Lu Chuang was not dead? Then he would have gained a lot. No matter how he calculated this account, he would not lose. The only mistake, that it was that Wang Yuan didn't die, and after he reappeared, he directly massacred the people in Xingfu community. This method made him feel terrified. He could only keep telling himself that Wang Yuan couldn't possibly know about this, and that he was the one who did it. And now that he did this kind of thing, he must be avoiding the official blog. He has no time to take care of himself. Otherwise, while Brother Long and others were eating and drinking in the restaurant, Wang Yuan had already arrived at the door of the restaurant according to the trajectory of qi. After he integrated the Scion entry, his physical fitness leapt. Even outside the restaurant, he could clearly hear the conversation between Brother Long and others. And around Wang Yuan, there were dozens of agents armed with live ammunition, led by Huang Hao. They surrounded Wang Yuan. These elite agents obviously knew Wang Yuan's combat power. So they all looked at Wang Yuan nervously, with cold sweat on their foreheads pouring down. After all, everyone knew. Once Wang Yuan took action, they would have no chance of survival. In the distance, a large number of troops gathered here, and armed helicopters flew from all directions. The super soldiers of the super seminary, fighting Buddha Sun Wukong and Qiang Gui, also received orders and rushed here at full speed. Huang Hao saw that Wang Yuan did not take action immediately, and mustered up the courage to dissuade him. Wang Yuan, stop. This matter is indeed the fault of the super seminary. As long as you stop, we will give you a satisfactory answer. At this point, Huang Hao paused and continued, don't be stubborn. I know you have complaints. But you don't need to be so extreme. It can be solved through formal channels. I think if Qingqing is still alive, she also wants you to be a law-abiding citizen. Contribute your own strength to protect the Dragon Kingdom. After saying that, Huang Hao looked at Wang Yuan with hope. He hoped that he could persuade him. Of course, even if he didn't, he could delay the reinforcement time for the follow-up troops. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Huang Hao's words, Wang Yuan, who was standing in front of the hotel, let out bursts of laughter like the roar of a wild beast, as if Huang Hao's words were the funniest joke in the world in Wang Yuan's ears. Then, in the frightened eyes of everyone, he began to talk to himself. Qingqing, do you think it's funny? Because of some bullshit super soldier program. The government protects scumbags, the academy shields criminals, and the agents watch the crimes happen and do nothing. Now they come here and tell us victims to obey the law and not to act impulsively. They were clearly watching what these beasts did on the surveillance camera, but refused to intervene. I watched you jump off the building and die. So, they deserve to die too. Having said that, Wang Yuan turned to look at Huang Hao and said in a slightly hoarse voice, you guys came very quickly. As expected, he is an elite agent of the super seminary. If you had been as fast as you are now, Qingqing wouldn't have died. That's right. I forgot. You didn't even respond to the call. You just sat in the monitoring room and watched everything happen. Hearing Wang Yuan's words, Huang Hao and others showed unnatural expressions on their faces. Because they knew that Wang Yuan was right. Lu Chuang, as a carrier of the No Star Wars gene, is a key protected object of the super seminary. Since Lu Chuang's identity was confirmed, the super seminary has launched a 24-hour, all-weather, no dead angle monitoring of Lu Juang. Therefore, the super seminary knows everything Lu Juang has done over the years. However, due to Ducao's order, they have no right to interfere. They can only watch it all happen silently. Even after something happens, they have to clean up Lu Juang's ass. After so many years, Huang Hao was angry, confused, and struggling at the beginning. Gradually, he has gotten used to it. He even became numb. Otherwise, he would not have persuaded Wang Yuan to give up seeking justice for Han Qingqing with a condescending attitude. In his opinion, he has given enough compensation on behalf of the super seminary. Wang Yuan, if you still hold on to Lu Juang, it would be a bit ignorant of the current situation. What are your and Han Qingqing's identities? What is Lu Juang's identity? He is not from the same world at all. His status and position can be described as fluorescent and bright. The super seminary also has a special department to deal with diehards like Wang Yuan who don't know themselves. I can talk to Wang Yuan in person and promise to compensate him. It's already given enough face. I persuaded Wang Yuan to give up, which is to help Wang Yuan. He should thank me. If Wang Yuan is still obstinate, then the next time he talks to him, it won't be me. That group of people is not easy to talk to. But who knows? Wang Yuan has also awakened the super soldier gene. Things have been completely out of control since then. Otherwise, Wang Yuan will be like those people before. Either he silently hides his hatred in his heart, or he is secretly dealt with. Huang Hao knows that this is not right. But so what? He is just following orders. He has no choice. Blame it on Wang Yuan for awakening too late. If it was earlier, this wouldn't happen. At this moment, Wang Yuan's voice sounded at the right time. Huang Hao, guess why I haven't taken action against Brother Long and the others? But I have to wait for you to come. Reminder, if you guess correctly, you will get a prize. After hearing Wang Yuan's words, Huang Hao and others seemed to realize something. Their faces changed instantly, and they looked at Wang Yuan in horror, their eyes full of uncontrollable fear. Chapter 13. Chapter 13, You didn't know you were wrong. You knew you were going to die. The fire in the room. The wonderful wailing sound. Second update, please bookmark. Your support is my motivation to write. Next update will be around 7:30. Thank you for your support. Wang Yuan deliberately led us here. What on earth does he want to do? Is he trying to catch us all in one fell swoop? Hearing Wang Yuan's words, Huang Hao's heart skipped a beat, and then he thought of Wang Yuan's ruthless and cruel methods, and an indescribable fear overflowed from the depths of his heart. Bang! At this moment, a sudden gunshot sounded. An agent with weak psychological quality could not control his inner fear and accidentally fired his gun. This gunshot sounded like a general leading the charge. As soon as the sound sounded, countless tongues of fire roared towards Wang Yuan. Who told you to fire? Huang Hao roared in anger when he saw this. Although Huang Hao said this, his body was also very honest. He raised his hand and shot Wang Yuan in the eye. Huang Hao received an order to delay as much time as possible. Give the fighting Buddha Sun Wukong and Qiang Gui time to arrive. As long as the two arrive, everything will be fine. But Huang Hao rarely disobeyed Ducao's order. It can be seen how panicked he was at the moment. What a great shock Wang Yuan's previous words brought to him. The guns of Huang Hao and others have been specially modified. They have strong penetrating power. Not to mention flesh and blood, even special steel. It can also penetrate it with one shot. But Wang Yuan's current physical combat power has reached a terrifying 80 points. Not to mention these modified guns, even if he has to withstand heavy artillery bombardment head-on. It is no problem. A large number of bullets mixed with special anesthetic bullets accurately hit Wang Yuan's body. Except for bursts of metal collision sounds, there was no breakthrough at all. Seeing this scene, everyone present was silent. Although they were in the scorching summer, Huang Hao and others felt like they were falling into an ice cave. An indescribable despair spread from the depths of their souls. Their bodies began to tremble slightly involuntarily. Boom! At this moment, an armed helicopter in the air received the order. It fired a rocket directly at Wang Yuan. With the sound of tearing air, the rocket dragged an orange-red tail and rushed straight towards Wang Yuan. When Wang Yuan saw this scene, a look of panic flashed in his cold eyes for the first time. Then, under the puzzled gaze of the agents, he turned into a stream of light and rushed towards Huang Hao. Then he used his body to protect Huang Hao. Boom! At this moment, the rocket hit the position where Wang Yuan was just now. With a huge roar, hot flames, mixed with countless broken stones, rushed in all directions. Under the effect of this shock wave, the glass within a radius of 100 meters shattered. The agents who surrounded Wang Yuan, those who were lucky were thrown away by the shock wave and fainted. Those who were unlucky died on the spot. Only Huang Hao, because of Wang Yuan's protection, did not receive any harm. Not only Huang Hao didn't understand why Wang Yuan wanted to protect himself. Even those who were secretly paying attention to the situation here were confused. Originally, they thought that Wang Yuan deliberately waited for the agents to encircle him, in order to catch them all in one fell swoop. But no one expected that Wang Yuan would actually protect Huang Hao from the explosion of the flame bomb at a critical moment. Everyone couldn't understand why Wang Yuan did this. What on earth was he going to do? Just when everyone was puzzled, Huang Hao instinctively looked up at Wang Yuan and found that there was a trace of worry in Wang Yuan's eyes. This. Huang Hao was confused and subconsciously wanted to say thank you. But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Wang Yuan's slightly panicked words, "You can't die. You haven't tasted my pain yet. How could you die?" Wang Yuan paused and continued, "It would be too easy for you to die like this. Fortunately, you are not dead." While speaking, when Wang Yuan found that Huang Hao was unharmed, the anxiety and worry in his eyes disappeared instantly. Instead, he was replaced by an extremely cold murderous intent. This murderous intent was so intense that Huang Hao could not help but feel a tingling sensation on his scalp. Even those who secretly explored the existence of this place were shocked by Wang Yuan's words and could not say a word for a long time. They had imagined many reasons why Wang Yuan saved Huang Hao. But they did not expect that Wang Yuan only rescued Huang Hao because he did not want Huang Hao to die so easily. Those who can secretly explore the situation here are at least cosmic strongmen who are proficient in dark energy communication. They have already seen life and death. But at this moment, they felt palpitations for no reason. Although they did not know what Wang Yuan was going to do to Huang Hao next, they were extremely sure that Huang Hao might as well die in this explosion. Otherwise, what awaits him will be an end that is countless times more painful than death. At this moment, Wang Yuan picked up a stone and threw it at the Wu in the distance. The helicopter was thrown at him. Under the blessing of Wang Yuan's terrifying power, the stone actually produced a harsh explosion sound. Because the stone was too fast, the pilot of the armed helicopter saw Wang Yuan's action, but it was too late to react. He could only watch as the whistling stone pierced the armed helicopter. Then, the unbalanced armed helicopter staggered and crashed into the square not far away. Accompanied by bursts of explosions, a huge mushroom cloud rose up. The other armed helicopters did not hesitate at all. They turned around and ran away. Are you kidding? They are not afraid of death. But they don't want to die so unclearly. What's more, this is a downtown area. It doesn't matter if you die for the country. But who knows if it will hit the people who are fleeing from here in a hurry. But fortunately, Wang Yuan did not choose to attack these timely armed helicopters. Instead, he carried Huang Hao and went straight to the private room where Brother Long was. Bang! With a dull sound, the door of the private room was kicked away by Wang Yuan. The moment everyone in the room saw Wang Yuan, they all knelt on the ground, kowtowed and begged Brother Wang, "We were wrong. Please don't bear grudges and let us go. We were also confused for a moment. Please just let us go. We promise that we will never appear in front of you again." It was all done by those two bastards Lu Chuang and Lu Dang. It has nothing to do with us. We were drunk too. Otherwise, we wouldn't have done such a thing. Us. The faces of this group of people were filled with fear, and their eyes were filled with pleading. Some people even knocked their heads to beg for mercy. Especially Brother Long, he knew that what he had done had touched Wang Yuan's bottom line. Who would Wang Yuan let go? He would not let himself go. The fear in his heart was so strong that it could not be added. Between the shaking of his legs, he was so scared that he was incontinent. But he seemed not to be aware of it at all. He kept knocking his head in his own urine. Seeing this, Wang Yuan reminded Huang Hao and said coldly, "Don't you know you are wrong? But knowing that I am going to die. At the beginning, did you ever want to spare my Ching Ching?" At this point, Wang Yuan couldn't help but think of the scene where Ching Ching begged them desperately. He couldn't help but get angry, and with veins on his forehead bulging, he gritted his teeth and said, "Since you like drinking so much, then I will fulfill your wish." While speaking, Wang Yuan casually threw out a universal lady, and amidst the smoke, boxes of strong liquor appeared in front of everyone in the stunned eyes. This was what Wang Yuan asked Bulma to prepare for him in Longzhu's hand. Then Wang Yuan casually smashed it, and amid the sound of glass shattering, the fragrant liquor filled the entire private room. Pop! Wang Yuan took out a lighter and lit a cigarette for himself. Then, under the horrified gaze of Brother Long and others, he threw the lighter towards the strong liquor on the ground while smoking. The moment the lighter and the strong liquor came into contact, a raging fire ignited, engulfing Brother Long and others. "Help! Forgive us! We know we were wrong! We were wrong! Ah! Help! Wrong! We were really wrong!" Facing the screams and pleas for mercy from Brother Long and the others, Wang Yuan sat on a chair, crossed his legs, and watched the people wailing and rolling with interest while smoking. Wonderful! It was so wonderful! Such scenes had appeared in his dreams countless times. Now it seems that dreams are just dreams after all. No matter how real a dream is, it is not even 1/10,000th of reality. Cool! So cool! The wailing of the crowd made Wang Yuan feel extremely happy. It made him feel an indescribable pleasure all over his body. That's it! The more shrill the enemies' wailing and the more miserable their fate, the happier Wang Yuan felt. Chapter 14. Chapter 14, Sorry, I don't eat beef. Let Huang Hao choose who lives and who dies in his family. 3 updates, please collect. Your support is the motivation for me to write. The next update will be around 12 o'clock. Thank you for your support. When Wang Yuan finished smoking a cigarette, Brother Long and others also stopped struggling in the flames. They all lay on the ground, and because of the scorching fire, they were in the shape of fighting fists. Without screams and pleas for mercy, Wang Yuan suddenly felt that he had lost his happiness. The smell of wine and meat mixed in the air made Wang Yuan feel hungry. "I want to eat noodles. The kind of noodles without beef." Thinking of this, Wang Yuan subconsciously glanced at Huang Hao, who was shocked by the scene in front of him and was speechless. At this time, Huang Hao seemed to realize something. He subconsciously looked down at Wang Yuan. When he saw Wang Yuan's eager eyes looking at him, he felt a chill rising from the depths of his soul, and went straight to his forehead. Now, no matter how stupid Huang Hao was, he understood it. After Wang Yuan dealt with Brother Long, his next target would be himself. Judging from the madness Wang Yuan showed and the action he took to save him just now, how many times worse was his experience than Brother Long's? Thinking of this, Huang Hao immediately wanted to beg for mercy. But before he could say anything, he heard Wang Yuan's voice that sounded like it came from the netherworld, ringing in his ears. "I heard that you and your wife were childhood sweethearts. There is also a pair of twins, a boy and a girl, how happy they are. As a staff member of the Super God Academy, Huang Hao's information is naturally confidential. Wang Yuan, an ordinary person, has no way of finding it. But after Wang Yuan merged with the martial god, his perception of qi has reached an incredible level. He sensed 3 qi from Huang Hao. Combined with what Huang Hao said when he persuaded him, Wang Yuan easily figured out Huang Hao's family members. When Huang Hao heard Wang Yuan's words, he was stunned at first, and then his face turned pale in an instant. He stared at Wang Yuan in a daze, and then without any hesitation, he knelt down directly Wang Yuan. "No, brother Wang, prince. Every grievance has its perpetrator, and every debt has its creditor. You want my life? I'll give it to you now. No matter what method you use, I won't frown. But I beg you to let them go. They are innocent." Huang Hao said this, and he came to Wang Yuan, trembling all over and begging for mercy. "As long as you let them go, I will agree to anything you say. Please let them go. I beg you." Huang Hao kept kowtowed to Wang Yuan while speaking, and he looked so humble to the core. Wang Yuan couldn't help but let out a cruel smile when he saw this. His eyes were full of crazy murderous intent. "It's too late to beg for mercy now. I still like your attitude when you found me a few months ago and asked me to give up the responsibility. So high and mighty, so indifferent, so disdainful. It was as if you asked me to give up the responsibility for my own good. Didn't you say, be generous? Didn't you say, there is no obstacle in the world that cannot be overcome? Didn't you say, learn to look forward in life?" After a few months, Wang Yuan still remembers the scene vividly. The carelessness, disdain, and ridicule that Huang Hao showed unintentionally, tortured Wang Yuan all the time. The feeling of powerlessness and despair, like a maggot on the tarsal bone, bit by bit gnawed away Wang Yuan's conscience, compassion, morality, and made him completely fall into the arms of darkness. One of his purposes of living now is revenge. Let those who participated in this incident feel his own pain and despair. Thinking of this, Wang Yuan leaned down, looked straight into Huang Hao's eyes, and then said slowly, "Since you beg me so much, I'll give you a chance. I will take you to your house later. Ask my sister-in-law to cook me a bowl of onion noodles." At this point, Wang Yuan paused and said in a joking tone, "If there are chopped green onions in the noodles, I will spare my sister-in-law and the others. If not, don't blame me. That's right. Don't cheat." Huang Hao wanted to beg for mercy when he heard this, but when he saw Wang Yuan looking at him, he immediately chose to shut up. Because he knew that if he opened his mouth, not only he, but also his wife and children would die. And they would die miserably. Wang Yuan saw that Huang Hao was so sensible. He took Huang Hao away from the restaurant and went straight to his home. The conversation between Wang Yuan and Huang Hao had been transmitted to the command center of the super seminary through the intercom Huang Hao carried with him. "Chief, let's notify Huang Hao's wife." A staff member walked up to Dokeo and asked, "So that my sister-in-law can make preparations in advance." Hearing the staff's words, Dokeo was silent. After a brief thought, Dokeo ordered, "Let's make a phone call. Also, notify Do Sheng Buddha and Chiang Wei to go directly to Huang Hao's house. I hope it will be in time to prevent the tragedy from happening." Even Dokeo, a war maniac, couldn't see what Wang Yuan was going to do. With his ruthless style, he would never make a bet with Huang Hao. What exactly is he going to do? Although Dokeo didn't know what Wang Yuan was going to do, he felt a sense of uneasiness in his heart. This made him frown slightly, and he kept urging the fighting Buddha Sun Wukong and Qiang Gui to hurry over, lest the night be too long and dreamy. Not only Dokeo, but other cosmic powers who secretly used dark energy to communicate and paid attention to this matter were also confused by Wang Yuan's bet. The novel was taken from the Reliz website. Close where you're reading it and support us on our website for more free novels. It's unclear why Wang Yuan did this. Just when they were puzzled, Wang Yuan had already brought Huang Hao to his home. Huang Hao's wife is a typical Jiangnan woman. Petite and exquisite, with gentleness like water, she is a good wife and mother. When she saw Wang Yuan, she was stunned at first, and then began to kneel down and beg for mercy like Huang Hao, "Brother Wang, I beg you, let the child go. As long as you let them go, Huang Hao and I can die immediately. I beg you." Wang Yuan looked at Huang Hao's wife and thought that her acting was too bad. However, in order to make Huang Hao completely desperate, he still told her the bet he had made with Huang Hao. Then Huang Hao's wife went to the kitchen trembling with fear to make noodles for Wang Yuan. During this time, the living room fell into an eerie silence. The rhythmic clicking sound of the clock on the wall, like the footsteps of the god of death, deeply stimulated Huang Hao's fragile nerves. It made him feel like every second was a year. 5 or 6 minutes later, Huang Hao's wife came out of the kitchen with a bowl of steaming green onion noodles. Seeing this scene, Huang Hao's heart was already in his throat because he knew next whether there are chopped green onions in this bowl of chopped green onion noodles. It will be related to whether their whole family can survive. Huang Hao has made up his mind. As long as he can pass this level, he will resign tomorrow. Never get involved in the affairs of the super seminary again. At this moment, Huang Hao finally saw clearly that there were chopped green onions in the chopped green onion noodles brought by his wife. This made him breathe a sigh of relief, and couldn't help but look at Wang Yuan with hope. He hoped that Wang Yuan could keep his promise and let their family go. But at this moment, Wang Yuan's voice, like a ghost from hell, completely shattered Huang Hao's hope, and all that was left was deep despair. "Sorry. I can't eat beef." Wang Yuan glanced at Huang Hao and others, then said lightly, "Besides, didn't I remind you? Don't cheat. Why do you always turn a deaf ear to my words? Since Huang Hao, you didn't seize the opportunity. Then don't blame me." While speaking, Wang Yuan grabbed Huang Hao's wife's neck in Huang Hao's desperate eyes and threw her out of the window. Bang! 5 or 6 seconds later, a muffled sound came from outside the window. Huang Hao's childhood sweetheart, the good wife and mother, had been smashed into pieces. Ah! Huang Hao didn't wake up from his daze until a muffled sound was heard. He let out a desperate and shrill cry and ran towards the window like crazy. He hoped for a miracle to happen. But what was waiting for him was the cruel truth. His childhood sweetheart, his wife who had been with him for more than 10 years, had been completely smashed into pieces. This scene deeply stimulated Huang Hao's nerves. He yelled wildly and rushed towards Wang Yuan, wanting to die with Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan was very satisfied with the crazy look and the angry eyes. Why did he go to great lengths to make a bet with Huang Hao? Isn't it just to see this kind of eyes? This extremely crazy look. For Wang Yuan, it is the best gift. Better than receiving anything else. Gifts can make him happy. The crazier they are, the more painful they are. The happier Wang Yuan is. He, Wang Yuan, wants to let all the people involved in this matter have a good taste of the pain and suffering he has suffered in the past 3 months. Huang Hao, don't you like to stand on the moral high ground and point fingers at yourself? Don't you persuade yourself to give up revenge? Don't you say that the dead are gone, and the living cannot live in the sadness of the past, and need to look forward? Then I will let you taste this despair and pain. However, where is it? The good show has just begun. Thinking of this, Wang Yuan looked at Huang Hao who was rushing towards him madly, and said with a little excitement, "Have you thought it through? You still have 2 children." As soon as Wang Yuan said this, Huang Hao seemed to be under a spell. He froze in place. The madness in his eyes disappeared instantly, replaced by deep despair. Ignoring the sadness, he knelt in front of Wang Yuan, crying and begging for mercy. "I was wrong. I was really wrong. I beg you to let them go. What do you want me to do? It will be all right. As long as you let them go, I can do anything. Woohoo! Wang Yuan looked at Huang Hao, who was crying uncontrollably, and felt the deep despair and pain in him. He grinned and said, "Okay. But only one can survive. Who lives and who dies? You decide. Wait till I finish this bowl of chopped green onion noodles. If you don't make a choice, both of you will die." After saying that, Wang Yuan ignored Huang Hao, who was sitting on the ground like a soulless person. He sat on the sofa by himself and started eating onion noodles. "Don't mention it. Sister-in-law's cooking skills are really good. It's so fragrant." Chapter 15. Chapter 15, Killing Someone and Destroying Their Heart. After killing Huang Hao's wife and daughter, Wang Yuan persuaded Huang Hao to let go of his hatred and give up revenge. Fourth update, please bookmark. Your support is my motivation to write. The first update will be around 12 o'clock tomorrow. Thank you for your support. Slurp. Slurp. Inside the room, the sound of Wang Yuan eating noodles was like a heavy hammer, constantly hitting Huang Hao's fragile nerves. His face turned pale quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. His body couldn't stop shaking. Huang Hao looked at Wang Yuan in despair, begging him constantly, hoping that Wang Yuan could change his mind. But what made him desperate was that Wang Yuan ignored him at all. He just ate the scallion noodles there. Seeing this, Huang Hao knew that he was doomed. He staggered into the bedroom and picked up Tuan and Yuan, who had curled up into a ball. He placed their little heads on his chest, took a deep breath, and forced down the despair and helplessness in his heart, and said with sobs, "Tuan, Yuan. Dad, I'm sorry. It's Dad who has implicated you. At this point, Huang Hao couldn't say any more, as his vision was already blurred by tears. Tuan and Yuan were twins, a boy and a girl, the apple of his eye. But now he had to choose one to die. This punishment was too cruel. If possible, he really wanted to use his own life in exchange for the two children to live. But he also knew that with Wang Yuan's style of doing things, he would definitely not agree. Once the time was up, and he hadn't made a choice according to Wang Yuan's request, both of his children would die. He now regretted that he had been so arrogant when he went to Wang Yuan to persuade him to give up the pursuit. If his attitude had been better, he wouldn't have let his wife and children end up in this situation. "Dad, don't cry. Dad, your face is not beautiful when you cry." Just when Huang Hao was trapped in regret and guilt, unable to extricate himself, Tuan and Yuan's voices rang out at the right time, pulling him back to reality. Looking at such well-behaved children, Huang Hao felt his heart was in pain as if it were being devoured by thousands of ants. This feeling of powerlessness and despair even made it difficult for him to breathe. But Huang Hao knew, he had to make a choice. Otherwise, neither Tuan nor Yuan would survive. After some ideological struggle, Huang Hao looked at his brother Tuan and said, "Tuan, Dad has taught you since you were a child. As a man, you must protect your sister. Now." At this point, Huang Hao bit his lips tightly, trying to use the piercing pain to ease his inner despair and helplessness. But Huang Hao found, it was useless. The physical pain was nothing compared to the boundless despair and helplessness. In the end, Huang Hao relied on his tenacious willpower to suppress the pain in his heart, and continued in a trembling voice, "Now, it's time to stand up. Wait, don't be afraid. Don't cry either. Huang Hao hadn't finished his words to entrust Tuan when he was interrupted by Wang Yuan, who had already finished his scallion noodles. "Huang Hao, have you made your choice? If you can't make up your mind, the two children can die together. It just so happens that there is a companion on the road to the underworld." Hearing Wang Yuan's slightly joking words, Huang Hao's body suddenly froze, and then he said in a lost soul, "I have chosen it. I've chosen. Just group it up. He is a brother, and it is his responsibility to protect his sister." At this point, Huang Hao could no longer suppress his emotions, and he hugged Tuan Tuan and burst into tears. If possible, he would definitely choose to use his own life, to exchange for Tuan Chuan's life. But he had no choice. Facing Wang Yuan, a madman with extraordinary strength, he had no choice. The most ironic thing is that Wang Yuan has become what he is now. He has contributed a lot. In other words, this result is caused by himself. This is what makes Huang Hao feel most desperate. The only thing he can do now is to hug Tuan Tuan one last time. Tuan Tuan, Dad is sorry for you. Just when Huang Hao was holding Tuan Tuan and crying, Huang Hao suddenly found that Wang Yuan had come to Yuan without knowing when, and then threw Yuan out of the window. Then Yuan's scream came from outside the window. Huang Hao's eyes were bloodshot when he saw this scene. How could he not think that Wang Yuan would do this? Didn't he let me choose? I also chose according to his request. Why did he still do this? Why? Bang! With a muffled sound, Yuan's scream stopped abruptly. Huang Hao only felt an invisible heavy hammer hitting the back of his head, making him stand still. He stared at Wang Yuan with lifeless eyes, as if everything around him was stagnant. In a trance, Huang Hao thought he was dreaming. If it was not a dream, why would his happy family be shattered in an instant? But if this was a dream, how could he wake up? At this moment, Wang Yuan walked up to Huang Hao, patted Huang Hao on the shoulder, and then said slowly in a slightly sarcastic tone, "My condolences. Don't be too sad. Everything will pass. People can't live in the past, they must always look forward." Here, Wang Yuan paused, and then continued, "Let me tell you what you want. I will make corresponding compensation. As long as you give up the responsibility, money is not a problem. If you still don't know the big picture, I won't be the one to talk to you next time. You don't want your wife and children to have rest in peace after death, do you?" What Wang Yuan said was what Huang Hao said when he found him. He would never forget Huang Hao's superior attitude, arrogant eyes, and the disdain and ridicule that he accidentally revealed. In this world, there is no empathy. Everyone is like this: as long as the knife does not cut themselves, they will never feel pain. The person who advises you to be magnanimous is definitely not the one who suffers. The person who advises you to let go of hatred is definitely not his relative who is killed. The person who advises you to let go of the past and look forward is definitely talking without any pain. Only by letting them taste their own pain and despair can they truly empathize. At that time, Wang Yuan swore that he must let those who participated in this matter feel empathy. Otherwise, they will always lick their big faces, use the so-called righteousness, the overall situation, morality, these high-sounding excuses, stand on the moral high ground, and point fingers at you. It's as if they are the victims. And if I don't agree to give up the pursuit of responsibility, I will be a bastard who can't be described in words. Damn! A bunch of hypocritical dogs! Ha ha ha! After hearing what Wang Yuan said, Huang Hao hugged Tuan Tuan, knelt on the ground, and laughed crazily. He didn't know why he was laughing. Maybe he was laughing at himself, or at Wang Yuan, or at Tokyo. Anyway, he just wanted to laugh. He laughed so hard. He coughed violently while gasping for breath. He didn't stop until he vomited out all the bitter water in his stomach. Then he looked at Wang Yuan with a dead look in his eyes, and said in a slightly bland tone, "Kill me. Give me some relief. Besides, I seem to understand you." After saying that, he closed his eyes and silently waited for Wang Yuan to end his life. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuan glanced at Huang Hao, who was seeking death, grinned, and said lightly, "I can't stand it. This is just the beginning." Wang Yuan paused and continued, "You can't die. At least within 3 months, you can't die. You have to convince yourself and Tuan Tuan to completely give up your hatred within 3 months. After 3 months, I will check. If you and Tuan Tuan show even a hint of hostility towards me, I will kill Tuan in front of you. Understand? After hearing Wang Yuan's words, Huang Hao trembled all over. He pointed at Wang Yuan and shivered for a long time without being able to utter a word. Devil! This Wang Yuan is the devil. No. He is even scarier than the devil. In front of him, he killed his wife and Yuan who had been with him through thick and thin. He also wanted him and Tuan to give up their hatred. Killing people and destroying their hearts. Puff! Huang Hao couldn't hold on any longer. His throat felt sweet and a mouthful of blood spurted out. At this moment, Wang Yuan stepped forward, came to Huang Hao, reached out and touched Tuan Chuan's little head, and then said, Tuan, I killed your mother and sister. You'll never see them again. However, you have to learn to give up hatred. At this point, Wang Yuan paused, and then continued, Uncle will come to check in 3 months. Remember to look forward. That's right. Your good father just wanted your uncle to kill you. You must also remember to forgive him. After saying that, Wang Yuan walked out of the bedroom and headed for the living room. Only Huang Hao, who was as hopeless as death, and Tuan, who was crying for her mother and Yuan, were left in the bedroom, enjoying the boundless despair and pain alone. Many powerful cosmic masters in the universe fell silent after seeing Wang Yuan's revenge on Huang Hao. They thought they were well informed, but they had never seen such a murderous revenge. They put themselves in Huang Hao's shoes and thought about it. They felt a chill on their backs. The chilling despair and helplessness were simply difficult to describe in words. Huang Hao was really unable to live or die. At this time, the fighting Buddha Sun Wukong rushed to Huang Hao's community first. On his way, he knew what happened in Huang Hao's home. Fighting Buddha Sun Wukong thought Huang Hao was wrong first. But Wang Yuan's revenge was too harmful to the harmony of heaven. And if Wang Yuan continued to grow, he was destined to become a peerless demon that brought disaster to the people. So fighting Buddha Sun Wukong decided that no matter what, he would save Wang Yuan today. He couldn't let Wang Yuan continue to be stubborn. P.S. Is anyone watching? If there are people, squeak. If there are many people, I will explode tomorrow. Chapter 16. Chapter 16. Fighting Buddha? Just a double-standard stinking monkey. Eliminate demons and defend the way? Why don't you eliminate Dokeo and defend the way? First update, please bookmark. Your support is my motivation to write. I was delayed because I went to a friend's full moon party. Next update will be around 6 o'clock. I'm so dizzy from drinking, sorry. Fighting Buddha Sun Wukong, who came on a cloud, looked at the 2 piles of minced meat on the ground and the distraught Huang Hao. A trace of anger flashed in his golden pupils. Since he became a Buddha, there have been very few things that can cause such a strong fluctuation in his state of mind. The last fluctuation was during the battle with Li Yang Star. In that battle, both he and Li Yang Star were injured. Li Yang Star was half disabled, and he was seriously injured and dying. Fortunately, Dokeo helped him, and he was able to recover quickly. Since then, he and Dokeo have become close friends. It has been nearly 1,000 years. The fighting Buddha Sun Wukong stepped on the somersault cloud, holding the Ruyi Jing Bang, pointing at Wang Yuan who was standing on the rooftop with his hands behind his back, and asked sternly. Donor Wang, don't you think your methods are too cruel? Old son, I know you have resentment. It is human nature to want revenge. At this point, fighting Buddha Sun Wukong paused and continued, but you even killed Huang Hao's wife and daughter in such a cruel way. Don't you think it's cruel? The fighting Buddha Sun Wukong knew about the hatred between Wang Yuan and Dokeo. In the matter of Han Qingqing, it was indeed Dokeo who did something wrong. In order to protect Lu Chuang, he forced Wang Yuan to a point where he had no way out. If Wang Yuan had not awakened the super soldier gene, Wang Yuan would probably have been eliminated by now. Therefore, in his opinion, it was reasonable for Wang Yuan to seek revenge on Dokeo and others. If Wang Yuan's revenge was only against Dokeo and others, then even though he and Dokeo had been friends for thousands of years, he would not have interfered in this matter. Karma is cyclical, and retribution is inevitable. This is what Buddha advocates. One of the truths. Since Dokeo has planted the seeds of shielding Lu Juang, he must face the consequences of Wang Yuan's revenge. But Wang Yuan's means of revenge are too cruel. In the process of revenge, too many innocent people have been implicated. Therefore, in his opinion, Wang Yuan has fallen into the devil's way. If Wang Yuan is allowed to grow, he will inevitably become a demon that wreaks havoc on the world. He came here this time to convert Wang Yuan. Let him put down his butcher knife and become a Buddha on the spot. Hearing the words of the fighting Buddha Sun Wukong, Wang Yuan's expression did not change at all, and he still looked like a stranger. I don't think my means of revenge are so cruel. I just let them experience the pain and helplessness I went through for the past 3 months. What's so cruel about this? I said that I would make all those involved in this matter feel my pain. Speaking of this, Wang Yuan raised his head and looked straight at the fighting Buddha Sun Wukong, and then continued, of course, this also includes those who prevented me from taking revenge. Brother Monkey, I advise you to mind your own business. Otherwise, even though I grew up watching your stories, I won't hold back on you. Also, stop talking nonsense in front of me. I won't fall for it. Although Wang Yuan liked Sun Wukong, if the fighting Buddha Sun Wukong in front of him really blocked his way, he would kill him without hesitation. He said that he would let all those involved in Han King's matter taste his despair and helplessness, and he would not break his promise. No one can help. Not to mention the fighting Buddha Sun Wukong from the super god world, even if the real Monkey King came, it would be useless. Upon hearing this, the fighting Buddha Sun Wukong sighed, and then said, since Mr. Wang is so stubborn, then don't blame me. For the sake of the people of the world, I will eliminate the devil and defend the way. The fighting Buddha Sun Wukong already knew that Wang Yuan had been deeply possessed by the devil. He would definitely not wake up because of a few words from him. The only way now is to control Wang Yuan, and then slowly use Buddhism to eliminate the hatred in his heart. Only in this way can Wang Yuan's devilish nature be eradicated and he can return to the right path. Eliminate demons and defend the way. Ha 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 ha. When Wang Yuan heard what the fighting Buddha Sun Wukong said, he couldn't help but burst into laughter, then pointed at the fighting Buddha Sun Wukong and shouted, "What a demon slayer! I find that you guys always like to find these high-sounding excuses for yourselves. Ha ha ha! Since you want to eliminate demons and defend the Dao, why did you give Dokeo to the demonic defender? Stinky monkey! Stop being so hypocritical here. Come. Let me see what you are capable of. Can you help me to eliminate demons and defend the way?" Because of the childhood filter, Wang Yuan originally had a little fantasy about the fighting Buddha Sun Wukong. But now it seems that the fighting Buddha Sun Wukong in Super God World is simply a stinky monkey who is not able to distinguish right from wrong and does not know good from evil. He dares to call himself Sun Wukong. It's ridiculous. If the real Monkey King Sun Wukong knew what he did in Super God World, he would definitely be beaten to pieces. Wang Yuan no longer has any illusions and filters about the fighting Buddha Sun Wukong in Super God World. Besides, what is the fight to eliminate demons and defend the way? In the final analysis, isn't it the strength that speaks? Beat the other party to the point of being convinced and making the other party agree with your ideas. That is the fight to eliminate demons and defend the way. Wang Yuan has long recognized the truth of this world. That is, whoever has the bigger fist is the Buddha. Whoever has the stronger strength is the Tao. As for the others, they are all fucking false. After hearing what Wang Yuan said, the fighting Buddha Sun Wukong stopped talking. Because he knew that he was really in the wrong in this matter. Dokeo, what he did can also be called a demon. But Dokeo bears the heavy burden of resisting the invasion of alien civilizations. In addition, the top management still needs Nostar technology to upgrade the divine body and realize the dream of eternal life. Therefore, Tokyo cannot move now. More importantly, Tokyo has done me a favor. I can't do anything to him. After everything is settled and I have repaid the favor, it will not be too late to do something to Tokyo. Thinking of this, the fighting Buddha Sun Wukong sighed and said, I will give an explanation to Mr. Wang about Tokyo's matter. But, for the sake of the overall situation and the lives of the people, he cannot die now. Since Donor Wang is so stubborn. Don't blame me. As soon as the fighting Buddha Sun Wukong finished speaking, he turned over and came in front of Wang Yuan, and smashed the golden hoop in his hand towards Wang Yuan. The speed was so fast and the power was so strong. Even though Wang Yuan's current combat power has reached a terrifying 80 points, he would be crippled if he was hit. Fortunately, after Wang Yuan integrated the martial god entry, he not only improved his perception of qi to the extreme, and his fighting instinct has also reached a level that ordinary people can hardly imagine. Facing the attack of the fighting Buddha Sun Wukong, Wang Yuan just slightly turned his body and dodged it. In the process, a wisp of qi filled with the breath of destruction condensed, attached to his fist. I need you, you double-standard stinky monkey, give me an explanation. Wang Yuan roared, and hit the fighting Buddha Sun Wukong's chest fiercely. Double standard. All of you are double standard dogs. As a victim, I want revenge. Being called a stubborn demon. Tokyo used his power to protect Lu Chuang, forcing himself into a desperate situation and even directly bombing the community. But you jumped out one by one. What did you say to me? For the sake of the overall situation and the people of the world, Tokyo cannot die. Damn! I have seen double standards. But I have never seen such double standards. A group of hypocritical guys. The knife does not cut your own body, you will always have that high and mighty face. Open your mouth and put the overall situation first, and close your mouth and keep the people of the world. Just make excuses for your own double standards. When I kill your whole family, I hope you will also have this face. Otherwise, I will be too disappointed. Bang! As Wang Yuan's fist touched the black armor of the fighting Buddha Sun Wukong, a ball of blazing flames suddenly sounded along with the sound of an explosion. The terrifying shock wave directly blew the fighting Buddha Sun Wukong dozens of meters away. But the fighting Buddha Sun Wukong was worthy of being the fighting Buddha. While being blown away, the golden hoop in his hand swung horizontally and directly hit Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan only felt an unimaginable force that knocked him away. Wang Yuan's figure flew back dozens of meters, smashing 3 walls before he was able to remove the huge force. Poof! Wang Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling the burning pain in his body. Instead of retreating, the madness and fighting spirit in his eyes became more intense. Eliminate demons and defend the way. When I have slaughtered all the gods and Buddhas, I will be the Buddha. Damn monkey, let's do it again. As he spoke, Wang Yuan stomped the ground fiercely and turned into a stream of light, heading straight for the fighting Buddha Sun Wukong, whose black armor had been blown apart and whose figure was a little embarrassed. Such a crazy fighting spirit made the fighting Buddha Sun Wukong frown slightly. He thought, it seems that if I want to take down Wang Yuan, I need to use my real skills. Chapter 17. Chapter 17, after removing the filter, Qiang Gui is a disloyal, unrighteous, and unfilial traitor. Make enemies with Morgana and return to the Dragon Ball world. Second update, please bookmark. Your support is my motivation to write. I just woke up and I am dizzy from drinking. Sorry for the late update. There are 2 more updates, I will start writing now. Thank you for your support. Stop. The fighting Buddha Sun Wukong looked at Wang Yuan, who was seriously injured but still rushed towards him. He placed the Ruyi Jinggu Bang beside him, stretched out his left hand, and used his magical power stop body. As the voice of the fighting Buddha Sun Wukong echoed on the rooftop, Wang Yuan only felt that the space around him became extremely sticky, squeezing towards him from all directions, trying to restrict his movements. Although Wang Yuan struggled hard, but the gap between his strength and the fighting Buddha Sun Wukong was a bit big. In addition, the stick just now made him seriously injured and his strength was greatly damaged. Before trying his best, he could only move his body slowly. It was like a slow-motion camera. "Donor Wang, don't waste your energy." Fighting Buddha Sun Wukong looked at Wang Yuan, who was moving slowly, and said in a slightly solemn voice, "Be good and follow me back to the Super God Academy to accept the salvation of Buddhism." In the Super God plane, the so-called Buddhist salvation is to directly use dark energy to modify the other party's subconsciousness. Let the other party give up his previous obsession. Although the saved person still has the previous memory, but strictly speaking, he is no longer the previous person. How to say it? It's a bit like the soul slavery in the world of devouring the stars. The one who took salvation to the extreme was not fighting Buddha Sun Wukong. It was the angel civilization. However, in the angel civilization, it is not called salvation, but the spread of faith. The just order of angel civilization was established in this way. Wang Yuan heard the words of fighting Buddha Sun Wukong and grinned. "Stinky monkey, do you really think you can eat me? You are not the real Monkey King after all. It's just a monkey created by technology. Want to convert me? You're still a little far away." The fighting Buddha Sun Wukong from the Super God plane is not the Monkey King at all. He is just a super gene warrior created by Teacher Wu. He really thinks he is the Monkey King. When it said, "For the sake of the overall situation and the people of the world, Tokyo cannot die now," not only did it make it onto Wang Yuan's kill list, it was also destined that he would never become the great sage in Wang Yuan's memory. The Monkey King who fights against heaven and earth. How could he be a technological marquis who does not know right from wrong, good from evil? Hearing Wang Yuan's words, the fighting Buddha Sun Wukong put his hands together, chanted a Buddhist name, and continued, "I know that the donor can display the magical power of law of heaven and earth and transform into a giant ape. However, the magical power of the law of heaven and earth, in front of the five-finger mountain, there won't be any trouble." At this point, fighting Buddha Sun Wukong paused and continued, "Since I have been entrusted by others, I have come to save you and help you get rid of the evil ways and escape from the sea of suffering. I will naturally make full preparations." No matter in the past or present life, Wang Yuan hates these bald donkeys the most. Whatever they do, they will do it in the name of doing good for you. I tamper with your memory, destroy your beliefs, and distort your obsessions, in order to pull you out of the sea of suffering. Bah! A group of hypocritical beasts. At this moment, as a space ripple appeared on the rooftop, a figure wearing black armor, with a hot body and long orange-red hair appeared out of thin air in front of everyone. The person who came was, the super soldier with the time and space gene, Rose. She is also Dokeo's daughter. After Rose appeared, she looked at Wang Yuan, who was imprisoned on the rooftop by the fighting Buddha. Her delicate eyes were full of complicated expressions. She understood the cause and effect of the matter. Although Dokeo is her father, but she had to admit that Wang Yuan became so extreme because of his father Dokeo. If his father had not been partial to Han Qingqing and had not bent the law, and had used his little willfulness to make Lu Chuang and others receive the corresponding punishment, then although Wang Yuan would live in pain for the rest of his life because of Han Qingqing's death, he would never do those revengeful things that make people feel cold. Of course, Qiang Gui knew the cause and effect of this matter, and knew what her father was right and wrong. But even if Dokeo was unforgivable, he was still her father after all. She would not watch Wang Yuan turn the butcher knife to her father and remain indifferent. There was no way. As I said, who made me Dokeo's daughter? Wang Yuan looked at Qiang Gui, who had a complicated expression, and asked directly, "Qiang Gui, right? I think you already know the grudge between your father and I. You also know what your father did to me in order to protect that beast Lu Chuang. right? Hearing Wang Yuan's words, Qiang Gui nodded subconsciously. Wang Yuan continued to ask, in this case, let me ask you, if I insist on killing your father, what would you do? When Qiang Gui heard this, the entanglement in her eyes became more and more intense. Her mouth opened slightly. She couldn't say a word for a long time. Wang Yuan saw this and understood Qiang Gui's choice. In his previous life, when he was following the king's avatar, Wang Yuan still liked the character of Qiang Gui. The main reason was that she grew on his XP. But now, after breaking the filter, Wang Yuan discovered that Qiang Gui was an unfaithful, unfilial, and unjust dog trader in the original work. No matter how legitimate her reasons were, she did defect to Morgana, who caused a heinous crime in Longguo. Joining the devil camp is disloyal to the country. Departing for Morgana, the murderer of her father, is unfilial to her father. At the most brutal time of the war, abandoning comrades and leaving Longguo is unjust to comrades. This kind of unfaithful, unfilial, and unjust dog trader. I was really blind at the beginning, so I liked this character. At this moment, a strange voice suddenly came to Wang Yuan's mind. Wang Yuan, do you want to hang out with me? I really appreciate the revenge method. As long as you stay with me, I will not only help you escape from this place, but also use the technology of the demon civilization to help you upgrade your divine body, so that you can succeed in revenge soon. How about it? On the devil number 1, Morgana, wearing a leather jacket, paced back and forth in the hall. While calling on the computing power of the devil number 1 to block Angel Yan's pursuit, she used the dark energy communication to send a message to Wang Yuan. By the way, you don't seem to know who I am. Cough cough. Listen carefully, I am. Morgana was interrupted by Wang Yuan before she finished speaking. Demon King, Morgana, right? Morgana was stunned when she heard Wang Yuan's words. She could never imagine it. Wang Yuan was just a native of Blue Star, how could he know her name? Could it be that his super warrior genes also carry inherited memories? Just when Morgana was puzzled, Wang Yuan's voice sounded again. Morgana, I only have one question for you. If Qiang Gui insists on saving Dokeo, when I attack Rose, will you intervene? Rose is already on his kill list. Wang Yuan also knows how much Morgana cares about Rose. If Rose is in danger, Morgana will definitely not remain indifferent. I have said that anyone who is involved in Han King's matter and prevents my revenge will be made to taste the helplessness and despair I have experienced in the past 3 months. Whether it is Rose or Morgana, there is no exception. Enemies, kill. Anyone who prevents revenge will be killed as well. Hearing Wang Yuan's words, Morgana in Devil number 1 was silent. But she quickly made her own choice. Although she admired Wang Yuan and thought he was a perfect demon warrior. But compared to Rose, it is not worth mentioning at all. So she sent a voice message to Wang Yuan and said, little guy, as long as you don't attack Rose, everything else is easy to talk about. Wang Yuan heard this and smiled coldly. Then there is nothing to talk about between us. Let's see the real tricks on the battlefield in the future. Morgana was immediately amused when she heard Wang Yuan's words. She thought, has Wang Yuan's brain been burned by hatred? Since he knows that he is the king of demons, he still dares to threaten me. He really doesn't know his last name? In his current situation, he can't escape from the hands of the fighting Buddha Sun Wukong without her help. The only way waiting for him is to be saved. Since the recruitment failed, Morgana didn't say any more nonsense and directly cut off the communication. Then she sat on the throne and monitored every move on the rooftop in real time through the dark energy communication. She wanted to see. What trump card does Wang Yuan have? How dare he threaten her? After Morgana cut off the communication, Wang Yuan smiled coldly. Very good, there is one more character that he liked in his previous life on his must-kill list. So what if he is the Demon King? With the double door, he will soon be able to trample her under his feet. In addition, when he defeated the Buddha Sun Wukong in the battle, Wang Yuan realized that his strength was too weak. At the beginning, the reason why he returned to the super god world was to take away Han Qingqing's ashes. But after seeing Dokeo distort public opinion and Qingqing's tomb was destroyed, he did not suppress the anger in his heart. And he wanted to test the strength of the super soldier. That's why he stayed until now. Thinking of this, Wang Yuan grinned and said to King Gui, do you know? You are a time-space gene, created by the demon king Morgana. She's trying to lure you into joining the devil's team. You better be careful. Don't be a traitor. At this point, Wang Yuan paused, then raised his head and shouted, the demon queen Morgana is the earth. That's right. The carrier of the demon Achuo gene is in Huangkan, and his name is Ubeos Hung. After saying that, Wang Yuan summoned a double door in the stunned eyes of everyone, and went straight to the Dragon Ball world. After realizing the gap between his strength and that of the fighting Buddha Sun Wukong, Wang Yuan planned to make good use of the opportunity of Dragon Ball world to improve his strength. I believe that with the advantage of foresight, his strength will soon be qualitatively improved. Chapter 18. Chapter 18. Because of Wang Yuan's words, the super god universe was in turmoil. And Suziali made the fighting gods and Buddhas feel throbbing. 3 updates, please bookmark. Your support is my motivation to write. As Wang Yuan passed through the double door in full view of everyone, he left the rooftop and headed for the Dragon Ball world. Whether it was the fighting Buddha Sun Wukong or Qiang Gui, or those cosmic powers who used dark energy communications to monitor every move here, they were all stunned. How could they have thought of it? Wang Yuan actually had such a trump card, and he could disappear without a trace in the Ding magical power of the fighting Buddha Sun Wukong. No wonder he was able to survive the missile attack before. With this thought, almost all the cosmic powers began to search for where Wang Yuan had gone. But what surprised them was that no matter how high they increased their computing power, they could not find Wang Yuan. Now, the degree of danger of Wang Yuan rose rapidly in their hearts. After all, a super soldier with cruel means is not scary. What is scary is that this super soldier with cruel means can hide from dark energy searches and come and go freely. This is a bit scary. Compared to A's for the others, Morgana in Demon Number 1 was directly broken by Wang Yuan's last words. She never thought that Wang Yuan would be so decisive. After the negotiation with her failed, he immediately chose to announce his information on Blue Star. He also made public his plan to win over Qiang Gui. What made her feel most incredible was how Wang Yuan knew the specific location of the carrier of the demon Achuo gene. You know, in order to find the carrier of the demon Achuo gene, she had been searching in the universe for many years before she determined the location of the demon Achuo. He was a small indigenous super soldier, but he knew this. There must be a huge secret hidden in Wang Yuan. However, the top priority now is not to investigate the secret of Wang Yuan, but to quickly bring the demon Achuo back. Otherwise, if the angel finds him first, it will be troublesome. Thinking of this, the furious demon king Morgana did not care about hiding the information of demon number 1, and directly ordered his men to open the micro-wormhole and go to Huangkan in Longguo. Following Morgana's command, a micro-wormhole leading directly to Huang village appeared in the hall as the space rippled. Morgana saw this and stepped into the wormhole without hesitation, heading straight for Huang village. At the same time, in the angel building, Angel Yan, whose eyes rolled back, stood up from his seat after hearing Wang Yuan's words. He reported Wang Yuan's situation to the holy Keisha, who was in charge of the Mellow Heavenly Court. He opened the micro-wormhole and headed straight for Huang village. In the Mellow Heaven, after receiving the dark energy communication from Angel Yan, Holy Kasa thought for a moment and then gave the order Gxin, bring a team of angels to fight. Go to Blue Star to support Yan. If we find out that Morgana is indeed on Blue Star, I will personally lead Skyblade number 7 there. In addition, I have opened up the access to the god-killing weapons for you in the Holy Treasury. After hearing the order from Holy Keisha, Holy Left Wings Hickson, without the slightest hesitation, led a team of angel combatants through the wormhole and headed straight for Blue Star. After Hickson left, Holy Keisha sat on the throne, checking Wang Yuan's information while muttering to herself, "What gene did Wang Yuan awaken? Even my sacred treasury can't match it." Holy Casa paused, then continued to talk to herself, "But, I didn't expect that he didn't surrender to Morgana. And also destroyed Morgana's plan to win over the time and space rose. That's a good point." After saying that, Holy Kes turned and left the hall, heading towards the palace where Tianji King Hexi was. Discuss the next battle memory of Morgana. And tell Tianji King Hexi about Somali's news on Blue Star. After all, there is still a grudge between Tianji King Hexi and Somali. Just when the demon and angel camps were in turmoil because of Wang Yuan's words, Rose, wearing black armor on the rooftop, looked at the place where Wang Yuan disappeared. She murmured to herself, "Morgana. Why did she try to win me over? And Wang Yuan reminded me not to be a traitor. Did he really think that he would betray his country and his people?" The words that Wang Yuan said before he disappeared deeply stimulated Qiang Gui. Although Qiang Gui did not think that she would become the traitor she hated the most in the future under the temptation of Morgana. But she had indeed had some strange dreams in the past few days. In the dream, there was indeed a woman who kept telling her something. And the self in the dream not only did not feel disgusted with her. On the contrary, she had an inexplicable liking for her. Could it be that the woman in the dream was Morgana, the king of demons? Thinking of this, Qiang Gui couldn't help but shudder all over, and a trace of fear appeared in her eyes. Qiang Gui knew that Morgana, the king of demons, was best at bewitching people. If the woman in the dream was indeed her, Qiang Gui was not sure if she could stick to her original intention under her bewitching. If she didn't notice it, maybe she would really become the traitor she hated the most in the near future, just as Wang Yuan said. Just when Qiang Gui was panicking, the voice of Sun Wukong, the fighting Buddha, sounded at the right time. "King Gui, don't be panicked because of Wang Yuan's words. He must be bewitching people. I have watched you grow up since you were a child. What kind of person are you? How could I not know?" At this point, the fighting Buddha Sun Wukong paused, and then continued, "No matter who becomes a traitor, you will never do it. I am absolutely sure of this. Fighting Buddha Sun Wukong and Dokeo are good friends. When Rose had just awakened the time and space gene, he was entrusted by Dokeo to train Rose for a period of time. Although the time was short. But he also saw that Rose was a warrior with firm beliefs. If Wang Yuan said that Dokeo would betray Longguo and become a traitor in the near future, fighting Buddha Sun Wukong might believe it. But to say that Rose would become a traitor, he, fighting Buddha Sun Wukong, absolutely did not believe it. After hearing what fighting Buddha Sun Wukong said, Rose did not let it go, but became more and more panicked. So she raised her head and looked at fighting Buddha Sun Wukong, and said in a serious tone, "Uncle Sun, if you and I find out in the future that I have surrendered to the enemy and betrayed my country, please don't hold back on me. Use your golden cudgel to get rid of me. After all, my abilities and the information I have are too threatening to the Dragon Kingdom." Hearing Qiang Gui's serious words, the fighting Buddha Sun Wukong nodded, indicating that he understood. Then the two left the rooftop and headed straight for the Super God Academy. At this moment, the fighting Buddha Sun Wukong seemed to sense something. Subconsciously looking down at the gate of the community, he found a girl wearing fox ears. She was panting towards the building where Huang Hao was. This girl was Su Xiali, and she came to Wang Yuan to propose love. The moment the fighting Buddha Sun Wukong saw Su Xiali, a figure emerged in his mind. That figure was an existence he would never forget. And his heart, which had been sealed for many years, began to throb inexplicably. Noticing the abnormality of the fighting Buddha Sun Wukong, Qiang Gui asked, "Uncle Sun, what's wrong?" "Nothing." Fighting Buddha Sun Wukong shook his head, cleared his mind of distracting thoughts, and then drove the somersault cloud straight to the Super God Academy. just when the super god universe was about to be in chaos because of Wang Yuan's words. Wang Yuan had already arrived in the Dragon Ball universe and began to use the medical robot given to him by Bulma to treat his injuries. When the medical robot started, Bulma, who had returned to Zidu, received the signal. Without saying a word, she put down her research. In the surprised eyes of her parents, she took a plane and went straight to where Wang Yuan was. P.S. I saw everyone's messages. I feel very ashamed. I wanted to explode, but I was not in good shape because I drank too much. Alas! I decided to write another chapter. Book friends who can't wait can read it tomorrow morning. Not sure what time, but it will definitely be there. Chapter 19. Chapter 19, Return to Dragon Ball, Bulma's girlfriendship. Wang Yuan, the one who finds it hardest to accept the favor of a beauty. Fourth update, please bookmark. Your support is the motivation for me to write. Sorry for the late update. Thank you for your support. Bulma was worried that Wang Yuan would not receive timely treatment after being injured. So she installed a positioning device on the medical robot given to Wang Yuan. As long as it is turned on, she can receive the signal, so that she can rush over as soon as possible. Since Bulma learned that Wang Yuan was a visitor from another world, especially speculating that Wang Yuan had many powerful enemies in her world, she was even more worried and didn't want to eat or drink. She lived in worry all day long. Her mind was full of whether Wang Yuan would be injured or even killed in the process of revenge in her world. When Bulma's parents saw their daughter like this, they knew that Bulma met the person she liked when she was out looking for Dragon Balls. And it seems that others also rejected Bulma. Otherwise, with Bulma's personality, she would never be so worried. She would definitely bring her boyfriend home and introduce him to herself happily. Seeing Bulma like this, they felt very distressed. They also asked Bulma who the other party was. But every time Bulma evaded the question. Now they saw that Bulma gave up her research project and hurriedly boarded the plane to leave Zidu. Both of them had worried looks in their eyes, but they didn't say much. Brother Wang, nothing must happen to you. Bulma, who was on the plane, had an anxious look in her eyes. She flew rapidly towards the direction where the signal came from, praying silently. Her eyes were full of anxiety. Fortunately, Wang Yuan was not far from Zidu. In just half an hour, Bulma came to Wang Yuan. When she saw Wang Yuan, who was pale, lying on the ground, receiving treatment from a medical robot, Bulma's eyes were instantly blurred by tears. She quickly ran to Wang Yuan, crying and asking with concern, "Brother Wang, are you okay? How are you so badly injured?" Before Bulma could finish her words, Wang Yuan interrupted her. "I'm fine. I just got a minor injury. It's nothing serious. Just rest for a few days and you'll be fine." "That's right. Do you have anything to eat?" Since Wang Yuan merged with the Scion entry, not only has his physical fitness improved significantly, but his appetite has also reached a level that ordinary people can hardly imagine. For almost every meal, he has to eat 50 times the amount of food that ordinary people eat to be full. Return to the super god world. In order to get revenge, Wang Yuan consumed a lot of physical strength and was injured, and his body was in urgent need of nutrition. So he had been starving for a long time. Wang Yuan felt that he could eat a cow now. Hearing Wang Yuan's words, Bulma breathed a sigh of relief and said quickly, "Of course. I will prepare food every day." And according to Wang Ji's taste, he invented a cooking robot. Just to be able to. At this point, Bulma suddenly realized something. She stopped talking and took out the universal lady from her pocket and threw it on the ground. Amidst the smoke, a wide variety of ingredients and a strange-looking robot appeared on the open space. Wang Yuan took a look and found that they were all his favorite things, and they were all very fresh. Obviously, Bulma would prepare new ingredients for him every day, just so that he could cook for himself as soon as he came back, so as not to let himself go hungry. Thinking of this, Wang Yuan couldn't help but sigh. How could he not understand Bulma's feelings for him? But he could only say that fate was playing tricks on him, and he already had Qing. Now Qing's revenge has not been avenged, and her resurrection is nowhere in sight, so he is destined to disappoint Bulma. At this time, Bulma noticed Wang Yuan's complicated eyes looking at her, and understood her love for Wang Yuan. Before Wang Yuan completely resurrected his beloved, she was destined not to get a response. So she pretended to be generous and said, "Brother Wang, don't think too much. We are friends who have experienced life and death together. This is what I should do." After saying that, Bulma controlled the cooking robot she developed for Wang Yuan and began to cook for Wang Yuan. Bulma is worthy of being the first genius of Dragon Ball. The cooking robot she developed not only cooks very quickly, but also tastes as good as those of the top chefs. More importantly, Bulma also made some fine-tuning to make the taste more in line with her own taste. The extremely hungry Wang Yuan faced an endless supply of top-notch food cooked like an assembly line. He opened his cheeks and ate heartily without caring about his image. Bulma sat aside, with her hands on her cheeks. She looked at Wang Yuan with a smile on her face, her eyes full of sparkling stars. She also kept telling Wang Yuan about what she encountered after Wang Yuan left. She told Wang Yuan everything, even the fur color of stray cats. Bulma didn't know why. When facing Wang Yuan, she was always full of desire to share, and she wanted to tell Wang Yuan everything about herself. And as long as Wang Yuan responded to her from time to time during the meal, a warm current called sweetness would emerge in her heart. After an hour, Wang Yuan finally had enough. Wang Yuan looked at the mountain of plates and the smoking cooking robot, and said to Bulma a little embarrassedly, "Sorry, Bulma. Sorry, I." Before Wang Yuan could finish his words, he was interrupted by Bulma's slightly serious voice, "Brother Wang, you never have to apologize to me. Okay." Wang Yuan wanted to confront Bulma directly, so that she would not get deeper and deeper into trouble with him. But when he saw Bulma's pleading eyes, Wang Yuan sighed and nodded helplessly. It is the most difficult to accept the kindness of a beautiful woman. My old friend is sincere to me. Seeing this, the pleading in Bulma's eyes disappeared instantly. Instead, she was greatly surprised. Then she jumped and put the piles of plates and cooking robots into the universal capsule, and in the name of healing Wang Yuan's injuries, took Wang Yuan straight to Zidu. In the blink of an eye, half a month has passed quietly. Thanks to the medical level of the Dragon Ball world and the strong physique of the Scions, Wang Yuan's injuries caused by the golden hoop of the fighting Buddha Sun Wukong have been completely healed. And Wang Yuan's combat effectiveness has also been greatly improved. Combat power, 80100. Physical strength, 1030. During this period, Bulma learned that Wang Yuan's ordinary exercise was no longer effective. She spent 2 days to create a gravity bracelet for Wang Yuan that can adjust his own gravity. It can be adjusted between 2 and 20 times the gravity according to needs. When seeing the gravity bracelet, although he was mentally prepared, Wang Yuan was still shocked by Bulma's powerful scientific research ability and was speechless for a long time. This scientific research ability, it's too strong. If I pass on the scientific and technological divine body technology of the super god world to Bulma, with her scientific research ability, who knows what kind of terrifying realm Bulma can reach. Wang Yuan decided that next time he returns to the super god world, he will find some super god technology for Bulma. This is to repay her for taking care of him these days. After recovering from his injuries, Wang Yuan planned to say goodbye to Bulma and go to look for opportunities to improve his strength. Wang Yuan wanted to get the 2 things most, the senzu beans and the super god water. Especially the senzu beans. After taking one, any injuries on the body will recover immediately. As long as you are not dead, you can be revived with full blood immediately, and your body functions will be restored to the best state. With the senzu beans, as long as the scions are not dead, their physical strength will be greatly improved after the injuries are recovered. It will make your strength leap in a short time. The super god water can stimulate potential and break the shackles. To put it bluntly, after drinking the super god water, you will not encounter bottlenecks in your future cultivation. The original Sun Wukong broke his shackles after drinking the super god water, so that his cultivation would no longer have bottlenecks, and he pushed all the powerful enemies with his low-level bloodline body. Of course, this is also related to Sun Wukong's own efforts. These two things are now in the hands of the cat immortal. Just when Wang Yuan was about to leave Zidu, Master Rashi learned from somewhere that Bulma had developed a gravity bracelet. So he called, and asked Bulma to send him 2 sets. It just so happened that Wang Yuan also needed an equally matched opponent to improve his actual combat ability. So he took a plane with Bulma and went straight to Turtle Island. P.S. I worked hard to complete the extra chapter. I kept my promise and completed the 4th chapter with 14,000 bursts. Before 12 o'clock tomorrow, 10 monthly tickets, 2 rewards, 3,000 flowers, and 5 urging for more, and I will continue to add more chapters tomorrow. I can't stand it anymore, I'm going to bed, good night, dear readers. Chapter 20. Chapter 20, Goodbye Gaku. And Master Rashi, who doesn't care as long as Wang Yuan doesn't kill people for fun. First update, please give me flowers and monthly tickets. Your support is my motivation to write. The next update will be around 4 o'clock. Thank you for your support. Just when Wang Yuan and Bulma were flying to Kame Island, Kame Hermit and Sun Wukong were having lunch. Blue-haired Lan Chi, standing nearby, watched Sun Wukong gobble his rice. The corners of her mouth twitched. Lan Chi was rescued from the city to Kame Island by Sun Wukong and Krillin when they were out for exercise half a month ago. She has a dual personality. When she has blue hair, Lan Chi is quiet and virtuous. Once she sneezes and switches to blonde hair, Lan Chi's personality will turn 180 degrees and become extremely irritable. If she disagrees with someone, she will take out a submachine gun and shoot indiscriminately. After being shot by Lan Chi with a gun for several times, Kame Hermit no longer dared to be lustful in front of Lan Chi. But he would also take a few glances at Lan Chi when she had blue hair on her head. It's a treat. After being rescued and brought back to Kame Island, Lan Chi was in charge of the island's meals. Originally, Lan Chi thought that cooking was no big deal. But because of the existence of Sun Gohan, the glutton, Lan Chi's workload is terrifying. Every day, she is either cooking or on the way to cook. And the little savings of Kame Master are almost eaten up by Sun Gohan. Lan Chi is worrying about this. Compared with Son Goku, Krillin, who has no nose. Although his physical fitness is also abnormal, he behaves more like an ordinary person. Krillin, like Son Goku, became a disciple of Kame Master a month ago. At the request of Kame Master, the two of them picked up stones on the cliff, ran to deliver milk, helped farmers work with their bare hands, learned knowledge, moved bricks on the construction site, and avoided the attack of thousands of needles. Such high-intensity training, Son Goku and Krillin could not adapt at all at first. But fortunately, the heart of martial arts of the two was extremely firm. So, both of them gritted their teeth and persevered. After a month of hellish training, the strength of both of them has improved by more than one level. Especially Sun Wukong, who has Scion blood, has improved so fast that even Master Kame, the martial arts master, is secretly surprised. Now Sun Wukong has started weight training. But because of the general weight, it is impossible to improve the body in an all-round way. It happened that Master Kame learned that Bulma had developed a bracelet that can adjust gravity autonomously. So he called and asked Bulma to send him 2 pairs of gravity bracelets. Hey! Hey! While Son Gohan and Krillin were eating as if they were seeking revenge under Lan Chi's slightly resentful gaze, Master Rashi and the old turtle were gathered in front of the TV, watching an aerobics program. Just as one man and one turtle were enthusiastically doing aerobics following the aerobics lady on TV, an advertisement for the upcoming World #1 Martial Arts Tournament was suddenly interrupted. The World #1 Martial Arts Tournament is held every 5 years. It is a well-deserved event on Blue Star. Martial artists from all over the world will sign up to participate. Not only can they hone their martial arts through fighting, but they can also receive generous bonuses. Master Roshi, who was interrupted from watching aerobics, was rarely angry. Instead, he turned to look at Son Goku and Krillin who were eating, and said, "Goku, Krillin. In 2 months, the 21st World #1 Martial Arts Tournament will begin. I'm going to let you sign up to participate and broaden your horizons." After a month of training, although the strength of Sun Wukong and Krillin has been greatly improved, but the two have too little practical experience. If you want to become a great martial artist, having a strong body is far from enough. It just so happens that the world's #1 martial arts tournament is about to begin. Master Roshi will naturally not let the two miss this rare martial arts event. Don't even think about winning the championship. But it's not bad to increase practical experience. Hearing Master Roshi's words, Sun Wukong raised his head and asked confusedly, what is the world's #1 martial arts tournament? Sun Wukong has followed Sun Wufan since he was a child and lived in the mountains. He didn't know much about what was happening outside. After hearing what Sun Wukong said, Krillin, who was already full, put down his bowl and chopsticks and explained, "Wukong, this is the world's #1 martial arts tournament. But the heyday of our martial artists. Every time there is a competition, martial artists from all over the world will come to participate." Sun Wukong's eyes lit up when he heard this. Does that mean? As long as we participate, we will fight with many powerful people. That's right. After a month of getting along, Krillin and Wukong have already established a deep friendship. Krillin knows that Sun Wukong is a pure martial arts fanatic. It seems that in his life, apart from training to become stronger, he has no other pursuits. So Krillin is sure that Sun Wukong will be interested in the world's #1 martial arts conference. The result was not beyond Krillin's expectations. When Sun Wukong heard that he could fight with many masters, a look of longing and excitement appeared on his face. That's great. I just wonder if Brother Wang will participate. Sun Wukong was looking forward to fighting with Wang Yuan again. During the journey to find Dragon Ball, the two had fought more than once. But Sun Wukong would lose every time. After more than a month of training, Sun Wukong felt that his strength had improved a lot. So he was looking forward to fighting with Wang Yuan again. Hearing Sun Wukong mention Wang Yuan, Krillin was stunned at first, then subconsciously said he should also participate, right? After all, this is a martial arts event that only happens once every 5 years. As long as it's not too important, I will definitely attend. Although Krillin has never met Wang Yuan, he has heard Sun Wukong talk about Wang Yuan in the past month. Therefore, he has a certain understanding of Wang Yuan. He knows that the other party is a very powerful martial artist. Even with Sun Wukong's strength, he is not Wang Yuan's opponent. Such a powerful martial artist will definitely not miss the world's #1 martial arts conference. Hearing Sun Wukong and Krillin mention Wang Yuan, a trace of worry flashed in the slightly old eyes of Master Roshi. Although he has only met Wang Yuan once, he also keenly perceived the monstrous murderous intent hidden in Wang Yuan's heart. Master Roshi has lived for so many years. This is the first time he has seen such a pure and vast murderous intent in a human. If he hadn't noticed that Wang Yuan did not have the pure evil thoughts of Piccolo, he even suspected that Wang Yuan was the illusion of Piccolo. However, Master Roshi did not ask Wang Yuan, "Why is Yuan so young, yet has such a pure and vast murderous intent?" In the eyes of Master Roshi, the martial arts master, as long as there is a legitimate reason for revenge, rather than just killing for pleasure, there is no problem. After all, everyone has their own experience. Not having experienced what others have experienced, but using your own ideas to demand others to act according to your own ideas. That's pure idiocy. At this moment, everyone suddenly heard bursts of roars coming from the sky. Sun Wukong and others immediately put down their bowls and chopsticks and ran out of the house. As soon as they got outside, they saw a huge plane rushing towards here rapidly. When the plane landed on the beach, Wang Yuan, dressed in a training suit, appeared in front of everyone first, and behind him was Bulma with blue hair and a sun hat. Seeing this, Sun Wukong was overjoyed, waving and shouting excitedly, "Brother Wang, Bulma!" Wang Yuan and Bulma are the first friends that Son Goku made since his grandfather passed away. Although they haven't seen each other for only a month, Son Goku still misses the time when the three of them searched for Dragon Balls together. Compared to the excited Son Goku, Krillin was much more shy. Although he had heard a lot about Wang Yuan and Bulma from Goku, it was their first meeting after all, so he didn't rush to say hello. Rashi Master stood on the beach, staring at Bulma intently, his eyes almost turning into a heart shape. However, what surprised Rashi Master the most was Wang Yuan's strength and the turtle he felt from Wang Yuan. The unique flow of chi of the martial arts school. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that Master Rashi discovered the pure and vast murderous intent deep in Wang Yuan's heart. It is much stronger than before. What exactly has Wang Yuan experienced? It has only been a month, why has the murderous intent increased so much? However, what makes Master Rashi feel a little relieved is that although Wang Yuan's murderous intent has become much stronger, but he still did not feel that Wang Yuan exuded the pure evil thoughts of Piccolo, who took pleasure in slaughtering all living beings. This shows that Wang Yuan has not deviated from the right path. As for other things, Master Rashi is too lazy to care or ask. Chapter 21. Chapter 21, the reason why Wang Yuan didn't completely fall into the devil's way. And Sun Wukong's challenge. Second update, please bookmark. Your support is my motivation to write. Next update will be around 7 o'clock. Thank you for your support. On Kame Island, after Sun Wukong introduced Krillin, Lan Chi and others to Wang Yuan and Bulma, he couldn't wait to try on the gravity bracelet with Krillin. After everyone left, Kame and Wang Yuan walked to the beach, drinking coconut juice and enjoying the sun bath. Wang Xiaozi, I haven't seen you for over a month. After taking a sip of coconut juice, Master Turtle turned to Wang Yuan and said, the murderous intent and hostility in your heart have become even stronger. Just sensing it makes me feel terrified. After thinking it over again and again, Master Rashi decided to give Wang Yuan some advice. This is to prevent Wang Yuan from being completely eroded by the murderous intent and hostility in his heart in the near future, and becoming a contemptuous demon king who enjoys slaughtering all his life like Lord Piccolo. Moreover, Master Rashi has a hunch. Once Wang Yuan becomes a demon king, the damage he causes will be much more serious than Lord Piccolo. Hearing Master Rashi's words, Wang Yuan subconsciously touched the ordinary ring on his right hand. Then he said, Senior Wu Tian, don't worry. I'm not a pervert who enjoys killing. I even hate killing. I just want to live a pastoral life with someone I love, like you. Only. Wang Yuan's biggest dream was to own a house with Han Qingqing. Then get married and have children, and live a peaceful life. Even if there was no beast Lu Chuang, after he awakened the double-door system, facing the invasion of Dowdy, he might have stood up to protect the Dragon Kingdom. But I can only say that fate is playing tricks on people. Han Qingqing's death, the blessing of the Super Seminary, 3 months of helplessness and despair, and the arrogant faces of those beasts, forced him to become what he is now. To be precise, Wang Yuan is now crazy. If he hadn't seen the hope of Han Qingqing's resurrection, he might really become a demon king like Piccolo who enjoys slaughtering for life. Use killing and blood to relieve the increasingly strong hostility in his heart. However, now Han Qingqing has the hope of resurrection. Qingqing is so kind. If I really become a demon king who enjoys slaughtering for life, how should I face Han Qingqing after her resurrection? Just for this reason, Wang Yuan suppressed the increasingly strong desire to kill in his heart. He only showed his cruel side to the enemies who participated in Han Qingqing's incident, and the guys who blocked his revenge. As for other people, as long as they provoke him, he would not bother to pay attention to them. Hearing Wang Yuan's words, Master Kame stopped talking. He took out a beauty magazine and read it with relish while drinking coconut juice. In fact, Wang Yuan admired Master Kame very much. Although Master Kame was lustful, he was very restrained. Otherwise, with Master Kame's strength, what kind of beauty could he not get? In addition, Wang Yuan, who was familiar with the plot, knew that Master Kame actually had a girl he really liked. That was a girl named Fang Fang. Unfortunately, Fang Fang was killed by Master Piccolo in the battle with Master Piccolo. So Master Kame has been single until now. In short, Master Kame deserves the title of the first martial arts master of Dragon Ball. Although his strength is not the strongest, but in other aspects, he is really impeccable. At this moment, Sun Wukong, who had already learned how to wear the gravity bracelet, ran to Wang Yuan excitedly and said with anticipation, "Brother Wang, I heard from Bulma that your strength has improved a lot compared to before. It just so happens that I have been training with Master Wu Tian for a month. How about we have a sparring match?" After saying that, Sun Wukong looked at Wang Yuan expectantly, his eyes full of eagerness to try. Inviting people to spar when meeting, this kind of thing. Only Sun Wukong, a martial arts fanatic, can do it. The novel was taken from the Reliz website. Close where you're reading it and support us on our website for more free novels. However, everyone present knew Sun Wukong's character and were not surprised by this. Wang Yuan also wanted to exercise his actual combat ability. Since Wang Yuan merged with the Scion term, he has become more and more combative. His desire to improve his strength is no less than that of Sun Wukong. Thinking of this, Wang Yuan nodded, and then said, "Just right. I also want to test my current strength. Come on." Hearing Wang Yuan accept his challenge, Sun Wukong was so happy that he almost jumped up. Afterwards, in order to prevent the two people's battle from fluctuating, the Kame Island was destroyed. Everyone found an uninhabited deserted island as the duel venue. Looking at the two people in the center of the venue, Krillin and others had expectations in their eyes. Even the Kame master was rarely focused. "Brother Wang, are you ready?" Sun Wukong looked at Wang Yuan, eager to try. He had been practicing for a month under the guidance of Master Wu Tian. His strength had improved by more than one level. Especially his control over qi, compared with before, it can be described as a world of difference. Hearing this, Wang Yuan nodded ready. "Come on, Wukong." Outside the venue, Krillin looked at Wang Yuan and Sun Wukong, and couldn't help but ask Master Roshi, who was standing beside him, "Master Wu Tian, who do you think will win this competition?" Master Roshi is the respectful name given to him, the martial arts master, by the outside world. His real name is Wu Tian, and his two disciples, Wukong and Krillin, usually call him Master Wu Tian. After hearing what Krillin said, Master Roshi thought for a moment, and then said, "Whether it is a competition or a life-and-death duel, Wukong now has no hope of defeating Wang Yuan. Although Sun Wukong can be described as a monster, but he is still a lot worse than Wang Yuan." Especially when Master Roshi learned that Wang Yuan was only fighting with Sun Wukong after learning the method of passing on the chi of the Kamizaki school of martial arts, even the well-informed Kame sensei was shocked and speechless for a long time. Such a terrifying martial arts talent can be described as incredible. Before Wang Yuan, let alone seeing a martial artist with such a martial arts talent, even he had never heard of it. Not to mention himself. Even his master, Takeshi Takuchi, who created the Meifuha to defeat Piccolo, did not have such a terrifying martial arts talent. Ah! Hearing Master Roshi's words, Krillin subconsciously exclaimed, "Brother Wang, is he so strong?" In the past month, Krillin knew what a terrifying monster Sun Wukong was. Not only that, his own strength is extremely strong. The speed of his progress has reached an incredible level. In just 1 month, from being unable to get up due to fatigue from training at the beginning, now he needs to train with weights. How could he have thought of it? In the eyes of teacher Wu Tian, Sun Wukong is not Wang Yuan's opponent, whether it is a sparring match or a life and death duel. This. Master Roshi looked at the surprised Krillin and continued, "What's so surprising? We must know that there are always people better than us and there are always things better than us. Wukong is indeed very strong in both strength and martial arts talent. But there are many who are stronger than him." At this point, Master Roshi paused, and then continued, "So, if you want to be an excellent martial artist, no matter how strong you are, you must maintain awe. Otherwise, sooner or later, his martial arts will stagnate because his martial arts heart is broken." After hearing what Master Kame said, Krillin nodded, not quite understanding, indicating that he understood. At this moment, Sun Wukong in the center of the venue had already taken off his weight-bearing equipment, burst out his energy with all his strength, and adjusted his state to the peak. The whole person turned into a residual image, like an arrow from a bow, rushing towards Wang Yuan. The speed was so fast that Bulma and Lan Qi couldn't even keep up with their eyes. Bang! In just a blink of an eye, Sun Wukong crossed the field and collided with Wang Yuan. After a month of training, Sun Wukong was strong enough to split mountains and rocks. Now that all the weight was removed, all the energy burst out. So don't look at his small body, but the impact force is no weaker than a fully loaded heavy truck running fast. The moment the two came into contact, everyone felt the ground shake violently. With smoke all over the sky, cracks like spider webs spread in all directions with the two as the center. After a while, the smoke dissipated. Sun Wukong in the center of the field maintained this impact posture, while Wang Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, with his right hand on Sun Wukong's little head. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Facing such a terrifying impact from Sun Wukong, Wang Yuan blocked it with just one hand. Is this still a human? Too scary. Chapter 22. Chapter 22, Leaving Kame Island and agreeing to attend a martial arts tournament. Target, Senzu Beans and Super Divine Water. 3 updates, please bookmark. Your support is my motivation to write. The next update will be around 11 o'clock, thank you for your support. Krillin and others were stunned when they saw the scene in front of them. Especially Krillin, he knew how terrifying it would be when Sun Wukong hit him with all his strength. He could even smash dozens of tons of boulders. But Wang Yuan stopped Sun Wukong with just one hand. And he didn't even take a step back. This monster! This Wang Yuan is a more terrifying monster than Sun Wukong. Compared to Krillin, in addition to the shock in Bulma's eyes, there was also a hint of pride. He is worthy of being Big Brother Wang. So awesome! But Bulma quickly thought of something, and the pride in his eyes disappeared without a trace. Instead, there was a hint of sadness. Who am I to Wang Yuan? Why should I be proud of his excellence? If I have to be proud, it's because he is Big Brother Wang's love. I should be proud. At this moment, Wang Yuan's slightly appreciative voice sounded at the right time. Not bad. Wukong, I didn't expect that in this month, I have made so much progress so big. Not only the strength, but also the use of Qi has been improved by more than one level. Next, it's my turn. Be careful. As he spoke, Wang Yuan's right hand, which was covering Sun Wukong's head, suddenly exerted force. Then, before Sun Wukong could react, his body quickly retreated backwards like a cannonball. Bang! With a dull sound, a 2-story high boulder was smashed into pieces by Sun Wukong, splashing everywhere. Sun Wukong felt the blood boiling in his body. His internal organs felt indescribable discomfort. Wang Yuan did not continue to attack, but asked, Wukong, are you okay? After all, he and Sun Wukong are just sparring now. It's not a real life and death fight. If it was a life and death fight, that blow just now would have been able to smash Sun Wukong's head. After all, his current strength is far beyond Sun Wukong. After being seriously injured twice, his physical strength alone has exceeded 100 after recovery, relying on the special physique of the Science. And Sun Wukong's combat effectiveness is only around 60 or 70. Breaking 100 in combat effectiveness is not as simple as increasing a few numbers. Whether or not you can break 100 is a huge gap. At the beginning, Master Roshi went through so much hardship to break 100. I don't know how much suffering he went through in order to break 100. In the end, he relied on drinking the super divine water to break his own shackles and break 100 in combat effectiveness. From then on, he became the well-deserved martial arts master of Blue Star. Hearing Wang Yuan's words, Sun Wukong took a few deep breaths, suppressed the surging blood in his body, and responded, I'm fine. Brother Wang, how do you practice? Why is it improving so fast? Wang Yuan heard this and slowly uttered 4 words, life and death fight. Sun Wukong was stunned at first, then subconsciously said, no wonder your strength has increased so fast. Brother Wang, let's do it again. As a martial arts fanatic, Sun Wukong knew that Wang Yuan's strength was far superior to his. But he did not give up the idea of sparring. On the contrary, the difference in strength made the fighting spirit in his heart even stronger. As soon as Sun Wukong finished speaking, he turned into a stream of light again and rushed towards Wang Yuan. This time, Sun Wukong knew that there was a big gap between his strength and Wang Yuan's. So this time he planned to use his speed advantage to fight with Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan was also delighted to see this, and he suppressed his strength to the same level as Sun Wukong in the field with Sun Wukong, and while fighting with Sun Wukong, he began to practice his body skills. Because the two were too fast, Bulma and Lan Chi could only see 2 afterimages, constantly fighting on the field. The two could not see the specific process of the fight at all. Bang! Bang! As the sound of gas explosions echoed on the uninhabited island, the originally flat ground became bumpy as if it had been carpet-bombed by heavy artillery. Strange, monster! Krillin's combat power is about 40, so he can clearly see the fight between Wang Yuan and Sun Wukong. Because of this, his mind was greatly shocked. His eyes were full of incredible looks. Originally, he thought that although Sun Wukong was stronger than himself, he was only strong to a limited extent. As long as he trained harder than him, it was not impossible to surpass Sun Wukong. But now it seems, how unrealistic his idea is. He could barely see the battle between Wang Yuan and Sun Wukong clearly only when he concentrated. If he were to face the two of them, he would probably be killed in one move. There is no way. The gap is too big. No matter how hard he trains, he can't catch up with them. After all, in terms of effort, let alone Wang Yuan who used life and death fight to improve his strength. He can't even compare with Sun Wukong. I'm not afraid of geniuses with better martial arts talent than you, I'm afraid that the other party has better martial arts talent than you, but he works harder than you. How can you catch up? The Roshi hermit standing aside noticed Krillin's change in mentality and said at the right time, what's wrong, Krillin? Were you shocked by the battle between Wang Yuan and Wukong? After hearing what Master Roshi said, Krillin subconsciously replied, yes, I was a little shocked. They're both so awesome. I feel like even if I try harder, I can't catch up with them. Upon hearing this, Master Kame reached out and touched Krillin's little head, then said, Krillin, you have to remember that our martial arts training was it never about catching up with anyone. After all, the gap between people is sometimes even bigger than the gap between people and dogs. At this point, Master Kame paused, and then continued, we martial artists train to become stronger. As long as we are stronger today than we were yesterday, that'll work. As long as you continue to get stronger, sooner or later you will reach the top. Krillin, do you understand? Hearing Master Kame's words, Krillin nodded heavily and said seriously, I understand, Master Wu Tian. A martial artist's only opponent is himself. Just keep surpassing your past self. I understand. Master Roshi was very satisfied with Krillin's answer. But there was one thing Master Roshi didn't say, that is a matter of time. If time is infinite, then as long as you are stronger than today and yesterday, you can reach the peak sooner or later. But a martial artist cannot always maintain this state. After a certain age, the body will begin to decline uncontrollably. However, these are a bit far away from Krillin. Now it is urgent to help him stabilize his heart of martial arts so that Krillin will not be unable to recover from the competition between Wang Yuan and Sun Wukong. At this time, the competition between Wang Yuan and Sun Wukong also came to a conclusion. Although Sun Wukong's body skills, which were trained by hunting monsters in the mountains, are very flexible, Wang Yuan, who has integrated the martial god entry, has improved too fast. In just a few minutes, he has improved to a level similar to Sun Wukong. After that, Wang Yuan seized a flaw in Sun Wukong. With a whip kick, he whipped Sun Wukong away and ended the competition. Through this, after a fight, Wang Yuan became more and more certain of his previous speculation. That is, the fighting skills and the use of Qi in the Dragon Ball world are a bit too rough. Of course, the martial artists in the Dragon Ball world cannot be blamed. After all, it is too easy to improve physical strength and the condensation of Qi in the Dragon Ball world. This is especially true for martial artists with extraordinary talents. Therefore, they put a lot of thought on how to train and condense Qi. Thus, they ignore the improvement of skills. In terms of strength, the Dragon Ball world is a dimensionality reduction attack on the martial arts world. But if it comes to single round skills, the martial arts world is much higher than the Dragon Ball world. If I use the double through door to enter the martial arts world and integrate the martial arts inside, with the same combat power, my strength will be qualitatively improved. Of course, he just has an idea. After all, who knows when he can open the second double through door? And after it is opened, it may not be a double through door leading to the martial arts world. After that, Wang Yuan stayed on Kame Island for another week. In the process, he learned almost all of Kame Hermit's moves. His combat effectiveness was also greatly improved. Physical strength, 100110. Qi combat power, 2070. Wang Yuan felt that staying on Kame Island would not help improve his strength. He said goodbye to Kame Hermit and others, planning to look for super divine water and magic beans. It is worth mentioning that during this week, Bulma and Ranch became besties. After knowing that Ranch was worried about cooking every day, Bulma gave Ranch a cooking robot and promised to take care of the ingredients on Kame Island. This made Ranch really happy for a long time. Wukong, see you at the world's #1 martial arts tournament. After Wang Yuan agreed with Sun Wukong and Krillin to attend the world's #1 martial arts tournament together, he and Bulma boarded a plane, left Kame Island, and headed straight for the Holy Land of Galan. Chapter 23. Chapter 23, Challenge Galan Ta. Generous rewards, demigod entry and Galan Ta of the universe. Fourth update, please give me flowers and monthly tickets. Your support is my motivation to write. The first update will be at around 1 o'clock tomorrow. Thank you for your support. The Holy Land of Jialan is thousands of kilometers away from Gaixian Island. Even Wang Yuan and Brin, who took the most advanced airplane, took several hours to get there. A group of natives live in the Holy Land of Jialan. They have lived in isolation from the world since ancient times. The mission passed down from generation to generation is to protect the Jialan Tower and warn outsiders how to challenge the Jialan Tower correctly. The legend about the Jialan Tower has been circulating on Blue Star. Legend has it that as long as you climb up the Jialan Tower with your bare hands, you can see the gods and realize your wishes. Stimulated by the legend, countless outsiders have come to the holy land of Jialan from ancient times to the present. They tried to challenge the barehanded climbing of the Jialan Tower, but most of the challengers did not succeed. They all fell from the Jialan Tower and died due to exhaustion during the challenge. Gradually, no one came to challenge the Jialan Tower anymore. Today, when the villagers of Prau returned from hunting, they were horrified to find a monster they had never seen before, coming from the direction of the setting sun, at an incredible speed, straight towards the village. When the monster landed in the open space of the village chief Wujuoda, who was dressed in strange clothes and was 2 meters tall, immediately led a team of hunters, to surround the monster. Wujuoda was the most powerful warrior in Prau. Even the most ferocious dinosaurs in the desert were no match for him. The appearance of Wujuoda gradually calmed down the panicked villagers around. Phew! At this moment, with the sound of an explosion, the villagers of Pro village were horrified to find that 2 people actually walked out of the monster. What's going on? How come there is someone in the monster's stomach? These 2 people are none other than Wang Yuan and Bulma. In fact, Wang Yuan and Bulma can borrow Sun Wukong's golden hoop and directly skip the barehanded tower climbing part to meet the cat immortal. But as luck would have it, Wang Yuan triggered the entry task. Wang Yuan was required to climb the Galan Tower barehanded, and his speed must surpass that of all previous challengers. The shorter the time, the richer the reward. After hearing the system prompt, Wang Yuan did not hesitate at all and directly chose accept. Wang Yuan has a hunch. The reward for completing this entry task will be beyond his imagination. Who are you? As the chief of Prau village, Wujuoda once left the village when he was young to gain experience. So he knew that the monster in the eyes of the villagers was a means of transportation called an airplane, not a monster. Hello, my name is Wang Yuan. She is Bulma. We are here to challenge Galantat. After hearing what Wujuoda said, Wang Yuan stated the purpose of his visit to the holy land of Galantat without any unnecessary nonsense. Wujuoda was stunned at first, then looked at Wang Yuan and Bulma, and asked in a puzzled tone, "Are you sure you want to challenge Galantat? Galantat has to be climbed barehanded. You can't cheat by using airplanes." Wujuoda emphasized the rules of challenging Galantat. On the one hand, it has been a long time since anyone has challenged Galantat. More importantly, Wang Yuan in front of him doesn't look as strong as the children in the village. Wujuoda instinctively thought that Wang Yuan and others were going to challenge Galantat by using airplanes. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuan nodded to show that he knew. After hearing this, Wujuoda took Wang Yuan and Bulma to Galantat with him, even though he didn't think Wang Yuan would succeed in the challenge. On the way, he wanted to prevent Wang Yuan from challenging Galantat. He didn't know the danger of challenging Galantat. He emphasized Galantat is very high. Even if you climb for 3 days and 3 nights, you may not be able to climb to the top. It is dangerous to climb to a high place. Once you run out of strength, you will definitely fall to your death. Are you sure you still want to challenge Galantat? Wang Yuan nodded when he heard this. I'm sure. Seeing this, Wujuoda said nothing more. The purpose of their Prau village is to protect Galantat and guide outsiders to challenge Galantat in the right way. No matter who it is, as long as they are willing, they can challenge Galantat. The Prau village has no right to stop them. Not long after, under the guidance of Wujuoda, Wang Yuan and Bulma came to the Galantat. Galantat is more like a pillar that pierces the sky than a tower. Because the pillar is too high, even with Wang Yuan's current eyesight, he can't see the end when he looks up. Will it be dangerous? Bulma looked at Galantat and couldn't help but said to Wang Yuan, "No, let's take a plane up. Give me 3 days. I can definitely build a plane that can fly to the top of the tower." Before Bulma could finish her words, she was interrupted by Wang Yuan. "Don't worry, I'm fine." "That's right. Are you ready for the dried fish I asked you to prepare?" Wang Yuan, who was familiar with the plot, knew that even the cat immortal had no resistance to dried fish. Since he wanted to obtain the super divine water and magic beans from the cat immortal, he would naturally not leave empty-handed. After hearing Wang Yuan's words, Bulma did not say anything more. She took out a universal capsule from her arms and handed it to Wang Yuan. After taking the universal capsule, Wang Yuan said, "Bulma, you go home first. See you at the world's #1 martial arts conference." After that, Wang Yuan stopped talking nonsense. In the stunned eyes of Yusoda and a group of villagers in Praohu village, he exerted force on his feet, and the whole body turned into a residual image, and climbed up rapidly along Galantat. In just a blink of an eye, Wang Yuan's figure had turned into a black dot. Then, he disappeared from everyone's sight. When Wusuoda saw this scene, he was stunned and trembled for a long time without saying a word. There was no way. Wusuoda could never have thought of it. Wang Yuan, who looked not very strong, actually had such terrifying strength. You can't judge a person by his appearance. Maybe this outsider named Wang Yuan can really succeed in the challenge. After Wang Yuan disappeared from everyone's sight, Bulma did not take the plane home, but took out the tools and modified her own plane. The reason why Bulma did this? It was to be able to stay with him as much as possible before Wang Yuan resurrected his beloved. After all, once Wang Yuan resurrected his beloved, let's not talk about whether the two will return to their own world and never come back. Even if they don't return, there is no reason for her to stay with him anymore. Although, there are only a few months before the World #1 Martial Arts Conference. But Bulma still feels that the separation time is too long. She doesn't want to leave Wang Yuan for a moment now. Just when Bulma was working overtime to modify the plane just to stay with Wang Yuan longer. On the Jialan Tower, the cat fairy on crutches seemed to feel something. It gently waved its crutches, and a huge crystal ball appeared out of thin air. And the picture on the crystal ball was exactly the picture of Wang Yuan climbing the Jialan Tower rapidly. Seeing this scene, the cat fairy's squinting eyes showed a surprised expression. There is no way. In the picture, Wang Yuan's speed of climbing the tower is too fast. In just half an hour, he has climbed a quarter of the Jialan Tower. And not only did the speed not slow down, but there were signs of speeding up. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the cat fairy felt Wang Yuan's aura containing extreme destructive and destructive power. This made the cat fairy instinctively feel a chill, bursting out from the depths of his heart. What exactly did this challenger go through? Only then would he awaken this kind of attribute of aura. Jialan Tower is about 100 kilometers above the ground. This distance is an insurmountable natural chasm for ordinary people. But for Wang Yuan, it was no big deal. It took him just over 2 hours to successfully reach the top. The moment he stepped onto the platform, a system prompt suddenly rang in his mind. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the Climbing the Galan Tower with Bare Hands mission, and obtaining the Demigod entry, Galan Tower, 10,000 Worlds Edition, and the Godly Mission series. Seeing the system prompt, Wang Yuan was stunned. How could he have thought that the reward this time would be so generous? Not only did he get a demigod entry but also the 10,000 Worlds Galan Tower. Such a generous reward directly stunned Wang Yuan. After a long while, he finally reacted. Then he couldn't wait to open the system and check its demigod entry and Galan Tower's attributes. Chapter 24. Chapter 24, The Priesthood Upgrade System. Open the second double door, Qin's Moon. Plan the world authority of the Super God Universe. First update, please give me flowers and monthly votes. Your support is my motivation to keep writing. Next update will be around 6 o'clock, thank you for your support. As Wang Yuan's mind moved, the entry of demigod and the attributes of Galantas appeared in his mind. Name, demigod. Effect, after fusion, you can designate a world, small, gain the authority of a demigod, and upgrade. Number of worlds, 1. Evaluation. Because it is a demigod, the authority is not complete, it can be upgraded to God. Name, Galantat. Type, special building. Effect, after obtaining the authority of a world, you can lower the Galan Tower. After the strong man of that world successfully climbs it with bare hands, he will have a chance to use the double door. Note, the world after entering the double-through door is designated by the host. The strong who ascends by Galantat can obtain the divine position mission after coming to the new world. After eroding the laws of the new world, the host obtains the authority of this world. Wang Yuan was stunned when he saw the attributes of demigod and Galantat. After a moment, an excited look appeared in his eyes. Even with his willpower, he couldn't help trembling because he was too excited. Because he saw the hope of resurrecting Han Qingqing. According to the feedback from the dragon, in order to resurrect Han Qingqing, it is necessary to absorb the super god world into the subworld of the Dragon Ball world. Then use the super dragon, to reverse time and space and resurrect Han Qingqing from the past. Although, he knew the method. But he didn't know how to absorb the super god world into the subworld of the Dragon Ball world. But the appearance of the demigod entry in Galantat pointed him in the direction. He can completely use the demigod entry to become the god of a world. Then, through Galantat, other powerful people from other worlds will be allowed to enter the super god world. As the number increases, you will automatically obtain the authority of the super god world. After obtaining all the authority, you can choose to integrate the super god world into the Dragon Ball universe. Then, you can revive Han Qingqing. Without any hesitation, Wang Yuan directly chose to merge the demigod entry. As Wang Yuan chose to merge, a system prompt sounded in his mind at the right time. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for integrating the demigod entry. Rewards, Qin's Moon Double Door, Demigod World. Note, Qin's Moon is a small world, you can set up a Galan Tower. The demigod world is a space independent of the resting world, the place where gods live. Wang Yuan was more certain of his previous guess when he heard this. This demigod entry was indeed training and upgrading him towards God. If his guess was correct, the upgrade path for the demigod entry should be Demigod God Kaikaiashan or God of Destruction All King. After obtaining all the rights of Qin's Moon, he can upgrade to God of Heaven and obtain part of the rights of Super God World, and upgrade to King of Realm. Obtain all the rights of Super God World and upgrade to King of Realm or God of Destruction. After obtaining the rights of multiple universes, upgrade to All King. As for what is behind the All King? Wang Yuan can't guess it now. However, Wang Yuan decided that after using the Super God Water to improve his strength, he would immediately go to the Qin's Moon world and build the Galan Tower. At the same time, he also secretly decided. There are too many strong people in the Super God world, which poses too great a threat to the ascendance of Qin's Moon. Therefore, one must be cleared. In addition, the group of no-star bastards in the Super God world should make room for the true descendants of China. So far, Wang Yuan can't figure it out. What is the official of the Super God universe thinking? They clearly know who the carrier of the super soldier gene is. And they are also monitoring them. As a result, the Galaxy Force was trained into a loser, and the Nox War God was trained into a scoundrel who did all kinds of evil. It's outrageous. At this moment, the voice of the cat immortal sounded at the right time. Young man, you are the second person in 300 years to succeed in the challenge. Wang Yuan turned his head and looked in the direction of the voice, and found a snow-white humanoid cat with squinting eyes holding a cane, looking at him curiously. Wang Yuan took a deep breath, suppressed his excitement, and then said, Wang Yuan, meet the cat immortal. Excuse me, was the last person who successfully completed the challenge Master Wu Tian. That's right. The cat immortal nodded slightly in surprise. Do you know the little guy Wu Tian? Hearing the cat immortal calling the turtle immortal little guy, even Wang Yuan couldn't help but twitched his mouth. But on second thought, considering the cat immortal's 800 years of age, there is nothing wrong with calling the turtle immortal little guy. Thinking of this, Wang Yuan nodded and said, I was just having dinner with the turtle immortal. Master Turtle taught me some things about cultivating immortals. Here, Wang Yuan paused, and then continued, it was from Master Turtle that I accidentally heard the legend of Gallon Tat. I just came to challenge you. Master Kame was the first person to climb up the Gallon Tower. In a sense, Master Cat was half of Master Kame's master. By withdrawing Master Kame, he could close the distance between him and Master Cat. It would be convenient for him to ask for more senzu beans. Upon hearing this, Master Cat nodded and his tone became much kinder. I see. I can feel that your strength is not weaker than mine. If you want me to guide you in your cultivation, I have nothing to teach you. At this point, the cat immortal nodded, and then continued, if you want to become stronger, I can recommend you to practice with the Lord God. Wang Yuan heard this and thought that it was indeed useful to bring up the turtle immortal. Otherwise, the cat immortal would definitely not take the initiative to recommend him to practice with the angel. However, the purpose of his trip was not to obtain a place to practice with the god. Even if he wanted to practice, he would wait until his strength was improved. After all, the spirit time house of the Temple of the Gods has outstanding cultivation effects. But everyone can only enter once. With his current strength, it is a bit of a waste to enter for cultivation. It will not be too late to enter after he has increased his combat power to tens of thousands. By then, he may be able to increase his combat power to hundreds of thousands or even millions through the spirit time house. After a long time, he will be invincible in the super god universe. Thinking of this, Wang Yuan took a deep breath, then shook his head and refused. Thank you for your kindness, cat immortal. But I have no plans to go to the heavenly temple to practice for the time being. Speaking of this, Wang Yuan paused, and then continued, I challenged you this time for the super divine water and the immortal beans. Cultivation is secondary. Hearing Wang Yuan's words, the cat immortal was very surprised. Wang Yuan wanted to obtain the super divine water, which was not beyond its expectations. After all, although the super divine water was highly toxic, it could indeed develop human potential and break the shackles. But, senzu beans? Isn't that emergency rations? What does Wang Yuan want senzu beans for? Is he short of food? Impossible. With Wang Yuan's strength, he can already walk sideways on Blue Star. How could he be short of food? Although the senzu beans were cultivated by the cat immortal. But the cat immortal only regarded the senzu beans as a kind of food that can provide fullness. And he didn't know the real heaven-defying effect of the senzu beans. After all, the cat immortal has been living in seclusion on Gallon Tat. He has never been injured. Otherwise, it is impossible for Yaki Lube in the original book to eat senzu beans as a staple food. He ate up the senzu beans accumulated by the cat immortal for 800 years. It directly led to a serious shortage of senzu beans in the later period. And because the super divine water has dried up, even the cat sage can't cultivate it anymore. That's why Gaku and the others had such a hard time fighting Majin Buu and Cell. Of course, Wang Yuan guessed. It's because the effect of the senzu beans is too buggy, so the author, Uncle Bird, found a reason to harmonize it. Otherwise, the Dragon Ball manga, both in terms of its viewing and plot rationality, will be greatly reduced. However, comics are comics after all. This is the real world. So Wang Yuan plans to stock up on more senzu beans just in case. If Bulma can develop the technology to grow senzu beans on a large scale, it would be even more perfect. After all, the effect of the senzu beans is too buggy, and the Scion's physique that becomes stronger after being injured is a perfect match. After a brief silence, the cat sage nodded and agreed, I don't have much super divine water here. But, it's enough for you. As for the senzu beans, they are not precious. Just take as many as you want. After hearing what the cat immortal said, Wang Yuan smiled. His eyes were full of excitement. Because he knew that with the blessing of the senzu beans, his strength would be improved to an incredible level in a short time. Chapter 25. Chapter 25, Taking the Super Divine Water to Improve Potential. Bulma's feelings and determination in opening the Qin's Moon double passing door. Second update, asking for monthly tickets and flowers. Your support is my motivation to write. The next update will be around 9:30. On the Gallon Tower. When Wang Yuan heard the cat immortal letting him take any senzu beans he wanted, he hurriedly thanked him and said, "Thank you, cat immortal." Upon hearing this, the cat immortal smiled, and then with a wave of his hand, a small bottle of super divine water and several large bags of senzu beans appeared in front of Wang Yuan. Seeing this, Wang Yuan was not polite. They were all put into the universal capsule, and then he suddenly thought of something, took out a universal capsule and handed it to the cat immortal, and then said, "Cat immortal, I heard from the turtle immortal that you have lived on the tower all year round. I guess you don't eat human delicacies often. Here are some delicious foods I prepared for you." At this point, Wang Yuan handed the universal capsule to the cat immortal and said, "I hope you like it." Wang Yuan's character is like this. He is cruel and ruthless to his enemies. But to his friends and those who have done him a favor, people will doubt whether he is still the murderous god who threw a child off the building to death. Hearing Wang Yuan's words, a hint of surprise flashed in the cat immortal's squinting eyes. But in order to maintain his demeanor as an immortal, cough cough, he coughed lightly, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and then reached out to take the universal capsule. After saying, "I have something to deal with, please do as you please," he walked towards his residence with a steady pace. But in Wang Yuan's perception, after the cat fairy turned the corner, in order to taste the food of the world as soon as possible, he immediately turned into a shadow and went straight to his residence. Seeing this scene, Wang Yuan shook his head. He thought, this cat fairy actually has such a cute side. After the cat immortal left, Wang Yuan took out the super divine water, took a deep breath, and drank it. The taste of the super divine water is similar to that of ordinary mineral water. But the moment Wang Yuan drank it, he felt a ball of blazing flames gushing out of his body, and then burned his body crazily. This kind of severe pain of burning in the fire, even with Wang Yuan's willpower, couldn't help but tremble all over. Along with the severe pain, the invisible shackles in his genes began to break one by one. Let Wang Yuan's potential be greatly improved. At the same time, it also made him free of shackles in his future practice. Although the effect of the super divine water is amazing, but this kind of severe pain is not something that ordinary people can bear. This is why so many people drank the super divine water. In the end, only the turtle immortal survived. The others were killed by the pain. Fortunately, this severe pain came quickly and went away quickly. In just over 10 minutes, the unbearable burning sensation and pain in Wang Yuan's body disappeared without a trace. Then, endless power surged out of Wang Yuan's body. Wang Yuan wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, and with a thought, he called up his system panel. Name, Entry Double Door System. Host, Wang Yuan. Travelable World, Dragon Ball World, Qin's Moon World. World Entry, Sion, God of War. Clergy Term, Demigod. Special Building, Gallon Tower. Divine Realm, Demigod Space. Combat Power, 200. Physical Strength, 180. Air Attribute, Destruction, Ruin. Time Flow Speed, 1, -100 +100. Can be adjusted by yourself. Duration of stay, 1 year. Evaluation, awakening the Qi with destructive and destructive attributes, it is a seedling of a destroyer god. Young man, start your own road to becoming a god. The combat power and physical strength have been more than doubled. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that Wang Yuan's practice in the future will no longer have any bottlenecks, and his own potential will be improved to a level that ordinary people can hardly imagine. The most immediate benefit is, Wang Yuan trained for 1 day before. The combat power increased by about 5 to 7 points, and the physical strength increased by about 2 to 4 points. But now Wang Yuan has practiced hard for 1 day, and the gains have doubled. This is the effect of the super divine water. In the original work, the reason why Sun Wukong's combat power can grow by leaps and bounds, and he is ahead of Vegeta in opening various super forms, is all due to the super divine water. Of course, the super divine water also has side effects. That is, improving potential in a short period of time will cause a great burden on the body. It takes a week to recuperate. During this week, try not to train and fight. Otherwise, it will leave hidden dangers to the body. And because the fairy beans are cultivated by super divine water, therefore, the hidden dangers left by the super divine water cannot be cured even by senzu beans. In the original novel, after drinking the super divine water, Sun Wukong went to fight against the great demon king Piccolo in order to avenge Krillin. As a result, he left hidden dangers in his body. This led to a heart attack in the later period. Thinking of this, Wang Yuan decided to rest in Galanta for a week to prevent his body from suffering various injuries that even senzu beans could not cure in the later period. 3 days later, when Wang Yuan and Cat Immortal were enjoying sunbathing while eating snacks on the Galan Tower, a roar came from below the Galan Tower. Wang Yuan and Cat Immortal heard the sound and subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound. A plane with a strange style appeared in the vision of the man and the cat. After the plane landed on the platform and stopped steadily, Bulma's slightly haggard figure appeared in front of the man and the cat. Compared with the brightly dressed girl 3 days ago, Bulma's clothes were full of oil stains at this time, and her light blue hair was casually scattered on her shoulders, giving people a sloppy feeling. The delicate eyes were also replaced by dark circles. Wang Yuan knew without asking. Bulma must have been working non-stop to build the plane in order to accompany him as much as possible. Alas! It is impossible for Wang Yuan not to be moved. Anyone who sees a girl like Bulma do this to accompany him will be more or less touched. But Wang Yuan couldn't respond to Bulma's pure girlish love. The blood feud that had not been avenged, the ruthlessness of the resurrected Ching Ching, and his apology to Ching Ching, formed an insurmountable gap between him and Bulma. He couldn't respond to Bulma. It was the hardest to accept the kindness of a beautiful woman, and the old friend was honest with me. The cat fairy who was eating dried fish, saw the state of the two people, and roughly guessed what? There was no extra nonsense, and after patting Wang Yuan on the shoulder, he disappeared without a trace. Leave the platform to Bulma and Wang Yuan, and give them time to be alone. After the cat fairy left, Bulma took 2 steps at a time, jumped to Wang Yuan, and asked, "Brother Wang, did you get the super divine water and the fairy beans?" Hearing Bulma's words, Wang Yuan nodded, then took out a fairy bean, and fed it to Bulma's mouth in Bulma's slightly surprised eyes. Bulma saw this scene, her eyes were full of surprise. It wasn't because of the magical effect of the senzu beans, but it was the act of Wang Yuan personally feeding her. This gave Bulma hope. Although she knew that before Wang Yuan resurrected his beloved and completely solved his enemies, he would definitely not have anything to do with her. But she could wait. She had plenty of time to wait for Wang Yuan to resurrect his beloved and wait for Wang Yuan to take revenge. And Bulma believed that with the speed at which Wang Yuan was improving his strength, this day would not be far away. Thinking of this, Bulma took a deep breath, suppressed the surprise in her heart, and then said, "Brother Wang, I remember you said that senzu beans are very important to you. But it's hard to cultivate. Leave this matter to me. If it is something else, I am not sure. But when it comes to scientific research, I am second and no one dares to claim to be first." While Bulma was speaking, the sun was shining on her, and coupled with her confident look, she looked radiant. Wang Yuan believed in Bulma's scientific research ability. As the #1 scientific research talent in the Dragon Ball world, Bulma's strength is really not to be underestimated. Not to mention making super divine water and cultivating senzu beans. Even a time machine, Bulma can develop it. After that, Wang Yuan and Bulma stayed on Galantat. While Wang Yuan was adjusting his body, Bulma began to study super divine water and senzu beans with the help of the cat fairy. Half a month later, Wang Yuan's body had been completely conditioned. Bulma also made progress in developing the super divine water and cultivating the magic beans. According to Bulma, if she is given half a year, she will be able to overcome all the difficulties. By then, the magic beans can be planted in batches. In addition, Bulma has successfully analyzed the composition of the super divine water. She is trying to synthesize the super divine water without side effects. Although the synthesized super divine water is not as effective as the original super divine water, it will not cause severe pain after drinking. The reason why Bulma works so hard is to make herself useful. She knows that if she wants to stay with Wang Yuan, she must show her irreplaceable value. Only in this way. After Wang Yuan's beloved is resurrected, she can stay with Wang Yuan naturally. And she will not have to leave in disgrace because of a word from Wang Yuan's beloved. After half a month of recuperation and training, Wang Yuan's strength has also improved a lot. Combat power, 200260, physical strength, 180230. It is time to open the double passing door of Qin's moon and build the Garen Tower, so as to gradually erode the super god universe and obtain all the permissions. Then Qing can be resurrected. Qing, wait for me. We will meet soon. Thinking of this, Wang Yuan's mind moved, called up the system, entered his own demigod space, and began to obtain the demigod permissions of the Qin's moon world to build the Garen Tower. Chapter 26. Chapter 26, Wang Yuan, who calls himself the Emperor of Heaven, deceives Qin Shi Huang and changes the Qin dynasty's beliefs, thereby seizing world power. Third update, please give me flowers and monthly tickets. Your support is my motivation to write. The next update will be around 1:30. Thank you for your support. As Wang Yuan's mind moved, he entered a chaotic space. The moment he entered, his soul reacted to this chaotic world. In just a blink of an eye, his soul merged with this world. It also gave him control over this world. After gaining control of the demigod space, a series of inexplicable information merged into his mind, allowing him to understand the information of this world. To put it simply, the demigod space is not much different from the world where the king of the worlds is. They are both the residences of gods. Here, Wang Yuan can build his own kingdom of God and manage the worlds under his control. The current demigod space is just a small world with a radius of about 10 kilometers. But with the improvement of his priesthood and the increase in the number of worlds he controls. After Wang Yuan inspected the demigod space, for a while, he built a palace and then called up his own system to obtain the authority of the Qin's moon world. Ding dong, do you want to obtain the world permissions of Qin's moon? Yes or no? Hearing the system prompt, Wang Yuan did not hesitate and directly chose yes. Following Wang Yuan's choice, an ancient double-through door appeared in front of Wang Yuan. Then, Wang Yuan's virtual image merged into this double-through door. Then the attributes of the double-through door appeared on his retina. Name, Qin's moon double door. Permissions, 50%. Ability, possess 50% rule ability. Methods to increase authority, accept sacrifices, build order, change beliefs, etc. Evaluation, improve your authority as soon as possible. After you have full authority, you can be promoted to God. Wang Yuan glanced at the attributes of the double-through door, and after a little thought, he muttered to himself, God. In that case, let's get started. As soon as the voice fell, Wang Yuan used his authority to directly pull Qin Shi Huang's consciousness into his demigod space. Qin Shi Huang, wearing a black dragon robe, entered the demigod space and was shocked by the magnificent palace in front of him. Even with his temperament, he was shocked and couldn't utter a word for a long time. Where is this? The underworld or heaven? Just when Qin Shi Huang was puzzled, he suddenly found that on the throne of the palace, there was a vague figure sitting. The vast and ethereal breath made him feel difficult to breathe. Just when Qin Shi Huang felt that he was about to suffocate to death, a magnificent voice sounded at the right time: destroy the 6 countries, unify China, and end the war. Standardize the wheel gauge, the writing system, and the weights and measures. With such achievements, he is qualified to become a god. Wang Yuan was a homeboy in his previous life. His biggest hobby was to stay at home and read novels and cartoons. Therefore, it was easy for him to fool Qin Shi Huang and let him help him improve his authority. Since Qin Shi Huang's biggest obsession was immortality, Wang Yuan just took advantage of this. Do NT ask, why didn't Wang Yuan come to the Qin's moon world as a real god? The answer is that gods must maintain a sense of mystery. Once gods come into contact with people more and even bleed, the faith will collapse. Especially for a man of great talent and strategy like Ying Zheng, as long as his sense of mystery disappears, the first thing he thinks of is to overthrow himself. This is not conducive to improving his authority. After all, Qin Shi Huang, who unified China and was known as the ancestor of dragon, was not the kind of person who would live under the gods for a long time. The only way to achieve long-term success is to maintain a sense of mystery and always make him feel awe. When Qin Shi Huang heard Wang Yuan's words, his body suddenly shook, and his eyes were filled with ecstasy. Since unifying the 6 kingdoms, Qin Shi Huang's greatest obsession has been immortality. Over the years, he has exhausted all the power in the world. There is no hope of immortality. Originally, he was about to give up. But he never thought that he would see the god now. Thinking of this, Qin Shi Huang took a deep breath, saluted respectfully to Wang Yuan who was sitting on the throne, and asked Qin Emperor Ying Zheng, I meet you. At this point, Qin Shi Huang was stunned, not knowing which god Wang Yuan was. Just as Qin Shi Huang was stunned, Wang Yuan's voice echoed again in the demigod space: in your plane, my god name is Emperor of Heaven. Hearing Wang Yuan's self-explosion of his name as Emperor of Heaven, Qin Shi Huang's body could not help but tremble again. There was no way, the name of Emperor of Heaven was too domineering. Emperor of Heaven. Even among the gods, he should be the supreme being. Great fortune. Real great fortune. As long as he grasped this opportunity, he would not only be able to obtain immortality, but even become a god. Thinking of this, Qin Shi Huang's attitude became more respectful. I, the first Emperor Ying Zheng, pay my respects to the Emperor of Heaven. While speaking, Qin Shi Huang respectfully bowed to the Emperor of Heaven sitting on the throne. Then he maintained this posture and quietly waited for the Emperor of Heaven to order. Qin Shi Huang knew that the Emperor of Heaven would definitely not pull him in here for no reason. There must be something he wanted to do. Qin Shi Huang secretly decided that no matter what the Emperor of Heaven wanted him to do, he would complete it with quality and quantity. Even if he had to exhaust all the power in the world, he would not hesitate. After all, as long as he holds on to the thigh of the Emperor of Heaven, he will really rise to prominence. Wang Yuan was very satisfied with Qin Shi Huang's attitude. After a little thought, he slowly said, Ying Zheng, although your achievements are unprecedented. But if you want to become a god, you still need to accept the test. While speaking, Wang Yuan paused, and then continued, you have 1 year to clear all the temples in Qin. Build the altar. The shorter the time, the higher the reward. Here is how to build the altar and the communication token. You can contact me with the token. While speaking, Wang Yuan waved his hand and used the power of rules to send Qin Shi Huang's consciousness back to his body. At the same time, he sent the communication token and the method of building the altar to Qin Shi Huang's desk. Qin's moon world, Xianyang, in the Imperial Palace. Emperor of Heaven. Qin Shi Huang, who was taking a nap on the desk, woke up slowly from his sleep and said subconsciously, "How self-righteous." Before Qin Shi Huang finished speaking, he found that there was no grand palace in front of him, only endless memorials to be approved. Could it be that everything that just happened was a dream? Just when Qin Shi Huang suspected that everything he had just experienced was a dream, he saw from the corner of his eye that a jade scroll and an ancient token had appeared on the desk. This is not a dream. Ying Zheng's pupils trembled slightly, and he exclaimed, "I really saw the Emperor of Heaven." Zhao Gao, who was standing beside the documents, couldn't help but twitch his eyelids after hearing what Qin Shi Huang said. He thought, "Your Majesty is crazy about wanting to live forever? Otherwise, why would he start talking nonsense?" After a moment, the ecstasy in Ying Zheng's eyes gradually faded, and he ordered Zhao Gao, "Pass on my order, from now on, all temples, altars, ancestral halls, in the country will be razed to the ground. In addition, build the altar of the Emperor of Heaven immediately." Then Ying Zheng informed Zhao Gao of the requirements for building the altar. Zhao Gao took out a bamboo slip and quickly recorded the requirements for building the Emperor of Heaven's altar. In fact, what Qin Shi Huang Ying Zheng didn't know was that the so-called altar was just the base of the Galan Tower. After talking about the requirements for the Emperor of Heaven's altar, Ying Zheng added, "Build it now. It must be built in the shortest possible time. The location is the rear hall of Xianyang Palace." Hearing the order of Qin Shi Huang Ying Zheng, Zhao Gao, who was in charge of the net, could not help but sweat on his forehead. There was no way. This order was too outrageous. Let's not talk about the small matter of building the altar of the Emperor of Heaven. Isn't it just an altar? Your Majesty, you can build as many as you want. But eradicating the temples across the country will be troublesome. After all, during the Warring States period, the countries had different beliefs. So there were countless temples, altars, ancestral halls, in the country. If you want to flatten them all, even if you use the power of the whole country, it is impossible to complete it in a short time. More importantly, these temples, altars, ancestral halls, all have believers. At that time, there will definitely be rivers of blood. However, Zhao Gao thought about it. But he still went down to do his work faithfully. After all, this was the order of Ying Zheng, and he dared not and could not disobey. The Emperor of the Ages gave an order, and the entire Xianyang was mobilized at a very fast speed. Although the construction of the altar of heaven and earth was a large project, it was completed in just 3 days under the will of Ying Zheng. P.S. If you have any opinions on this setting, please let me know. I will accept them humbly. Chapter 27. Chapter 27, Revealing the God Level, Shocking Qin Shi Minjiu. After 3 months of hard training, the combat power soared and broke through 5,000. Fourth update, please give me flowers and monthly tickets. Your support is my motivation to write. The first update will be at around 1 o'clock tomorrow. Thank you for your support. The Heavenly Emperor altar is 10 feet in radius. It is made of top-grade marble. There are countless strange patterns carved on it. The patterns come together to give people a sense of vastness. Under the order of Ying Zheng, all the civil and military officials are dressed in court robes, standing on both sides, solemnly standing in the small square in front of the Heavenly Emperor altar. The officials in charge of the rituals are making final preparations according to the process described by Ying Zheng. I hope this is not a dream. Dressed in a black dragon robe, Ying Zheng, who looked majestic without anger, looked at the altar in front of him with a fiery look in his eyes. No. It's definitely not a dream. I will definitely pass the test and become a god. Just when Ying Zheng was feeling uneasy, the sacrificial ceremony officially began. Unlike previous sacrificial ceremonies, this sacrificial ceremony did not have any tributes. There was not even any incense. The ceremony process was also extremely simple, requiring Ying Zheng to personally inlay the last palm-sized marble slab on the altar. Under the gaze of the civil and military officials, Qin Shi Huang Yingzheng walked to the top of the altar with the slab in his hand. Then, with an uneasy mood, he inlaid it in the groove in the middle of the Emperor of Heaven altar. The moment Yingzheng finished constructing the Emperor of Heaven altar, Wang Yuan, who was practicing on the Galan Tower, received a system prompt. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, you have successfully built the foundation of the Galan Tower in the Qin's moon world, and your authority has been increased by 5%. Yingzheng is quite quick. Wang Yuan heard this, his eyes flashed with satisfaction, and then he murmured to himself, since you work so hard, I'll be generous. As he spoke, Wang Yuan thought about it and called on his world authority. He began to reward Yingzheng. As Wang Yuan thought about it, the sky above Xianyang Palace suddenly changed, and a golden lotus appeared out of thin air, and then quickly flew towards Yingzheng. Protect the Emperor. Zhao Gao, who was standing below the altar, saw this and his face turned pale. He drew his sword and prepared to rush to the altar to protect Qin Shi Huang. But before he could make any move, Zhang Han appeared in front of him, stretched out his hand to stop Zhao Gao, and said coldly, Order of the Imperial Chariot Office, His Majesty has ordered that no one is allowed to ascend the altar without an imperial decree. Otherwise, there will be no mercy. Zongcha Foling, are you trying to disobey my order? Hearing Zhang Han's words, Zhao Gao snorted, sheathed his sword, returned to his position and stood obediently, without any other action. Zhao Gao knew that Zhang Han was the leader of the Secret Guard. The Secret Guard was an organization affiliated with His Majesty, and had the right to kill first and report later. If he made another move, Zhang Han would really kill him on the spot. At this moment, the golden lotus had already fallen in front of Yingzheng, and then slowly merged into the Emperor of Heaven altar. Then, in the stunned eyes of everyone, a snow-white Galan tower, with the altar as the foundation, rose from the ground and pierced the sky at an incredible speed. In just a blink of an eye, it sank into the clouds. During this process, the phantoms of the four sacred beasts, the phoenix, the dragon, the black tortoise, the white tiger, condensed in the sky, and kept making deafening roars. Miracle! This is a true miracle! Oh my God! God, there really is a God! 4 sacred beasts? These are the 4 sacred beasts in the legend. Everyone at the scene was stunned by the miracle that Wang Yuan created by using the world's authority. That's right. In addition to the Galan Tower, the Golden Lotus and the 4 sacred beasts were all special effects specially created by Wang Yuan. The purpose was to completely shock everyone present. Let them firmly believe that the Emperor of Heaven is the God of this world. Only in this way will they work for themselves sincerely. It is convenient for them to upgrade their authority. Because of the special effects created by Wang Yuan, it was really shocking. Many officials have already knelt on the ground, respectfully bowing 3 times and knocking 9 times to the Galan Tower that was still rising. Although Zhao Gao, Zhang Han, and others did not kneel on the ground. But they all looked up with a stiff expression, looking at the Galan Tower in front of them that was reaching the sky and the earth. Their bodies were stiff, their brains were blank, their mouths were slightly open. They couldn't say a word for a long time. It's not just the civil and military officials present. As the Galan Tower continued to be born, everyone in Xianyang City could see the special effects created by Wang Yuan and the snow-white Galan Tower. Without exception, everyone was stunned for a moment, and then they all fell to their knees with a plop. They kowtowed repeatedly in the direction of the Galan Tower. The height of the Galan Tower depends on Wang Yuan's authority in this world. Since Qin's moon is a small world, the Galan Tower can reach a maximum of 1 kilometer. And Wang Yuan's current authority is 55%. Therefore, the Galan Tower can reach a maximum of 550 meters. After the Galan Tower was upgraded to its limit, Wang Yuan used his authority to make a big one. Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, the shadow of the heaven appeared in the sky. Endless palaces, groups of cranes, fairies in colorful clothes flying through the clouds, appeared in the heavenly palace. This scene made everyone stand still. His eyes were full of fanatical obsession. Fairyland. This is definitely a fairyland. Slowly, the fairyland disappeared in the sky, and in its place, there was a blurry figure sitting on the throne. Although people couldn't see the figure's face clearly, they could clearly feel the majestic and vast aura emanating from this figure. It was as if he was the master of this world. Then, a majestic and vast figure came from the sky. The first Emperor Yingzheng, you did a good job. I will grant you 100 years of life and the realm of a Grand Master. As soon as the words fell, boundless golden lotus appeared out of thin air and poured into Yingzheng's body. With the influx of the golden lotus, Yingzheng felt that the blood in his body seemed to boil. As time passed, Yingzheng's hair, which had been grey, turned black and shiny again. The wrinkles on his face disappeared without a trace. The hidden injuries and fatigue on his body also disappeared. And his cultivation was also rising rapidly. In a breath, Yingzheng's cultivation was promoted from the acquired realm to the innate realm, and then directly became a Grand Master. This was Wang Yuan, who mobilized his authority to directly help Yingzheng break through. The so-called world authority control is actually the control of this world. Although Wang Yuan's current authority is only 55%. But the power of heaven and earth has been mobilized. If you want to increase lifespan and improve cultivation, it is naturally easy to do. After knowing all this, Wang Yuan finally understood why the king of all is so powerful. That is because he controls the authority of the Dragon Ball universe, so he can create and destroy the universe with a thought. Absolutely invincible. After Wang Yuan used his authority and rewarded Yingzheng with lifespan and cultivation, he turned off the special effects in the sky. As Wang Yuan's mind moved, the strange phenomenon in the sky disappeared without a trace, and everything ceased to exist. If it weren't for the towering Galen Tower still standing there, everyone couldn't help but wonder if everything just now was a dream. Congratulations, Your Majesty! Congratulations, Your Majesty! Just when everyone was stunned, Zhao Gao was the first to react. He shouted to Yingzheng, who had already achieved the status of Grand Master. Your Majesty, long live the Emperor! The voice of Zhao Gao shouting "Long live the Emperor" awakened everyone from the shock, and then they began to shout "Long live the Emperor" in unison. Not only the civil and military officials, but even the people in Xianyang City followed suit. For a moment, the sounds of "Long live the Emperor" gathered together and pierced the sky, even shattering the clouds in the sky. Hearing this, Yingzheng felt the surging power in his body and his young body. Even with his willpower, he couldn't help but stand up all over. Really? All this is true? Really, because of my achievements surpassing the 3 sovereigns and my virtue surpassing the 5 emperors. I am valued by the Emperor of Heaven, and I plan to test myself to become a god. Yingzheng secretly vowed to seize this opportunity no matter what. Pass the test of the Emperor of Heaven and obtain the throne of God. Live forever in the world from now on. Thinking of this, Yingzheng took a deep breath, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and then ordered, "My dear ministers, follow me to the hall. Discuss the eradication of the temple." Yes. Since the Emperor's test of becoming a god is real, then we must speed up the work of eradicating temples, altars, and ancestral halls. The hope of becoming a god is right in front of us. Yingzheng will not allow any accidents to happen. Even if the world is covered with blood, he will not hesitate. Just as Yingzheng, in the Qin's moon world, was in full swing, helping Wang Yuan improve his control of the world by changing his beliefs according to Wang Yuan's request. In the Dragon Ball world, Wang Yuan also began his own hard training. With the blessing of the fairy beans, his combat power and physical strength soared at a rate of 50 points and 30 points per day. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed and it was time for the world's first martial arts competition to begin. At this time, his combat power had reached a terrifying 5,100 points, and his physical strength had reached 4,800 points. Such strength was enough to make him invincible on the current blue star. Chapter 28. Chapter 28, The Martial Arts Tournament and the Great Demon King Piccolo who is about to break the seal. Please give me flowers and monthly tickets. First update, please collect. I went to the hospital with my wife for a checkup today. I came back late. The next update will be around 7 o'clock. Thank you for your support. The world's #1 martial arts competition was held on Babai Island. During the event, not only will martial artists from all over the world come to participate, but it will also attract countless spectators. Master Rashi and others came to Babai Island early. The appearance of Wang Yuan disrupted the original storyline. So Master Rashi did not use the pseudonym Cheng Long to participate in the martial arts competition. In the original work, Master Rashi used the pseudonym Cheng Long to participate in the martial arts competition. It was to tell Sun Wukong and Krillin that there are people beyond people and there are heavens beyond heavens. Let them always maintain awe of the unknown. But now that Wang Yuan exists, Master Rashi feels that there is no need to do this. Although, after not seeing each other for 3 months, Master Rashi does not know how strong Wang Yuan is. But I think with the help of the Cat Fairy and the Super Divine Water, Wang Yuan's strength has reached a point that he can hardly match. During these 3 months, Sun Wukong and Krillin have made great progress in their strength through hard training. But they are definitely not as good as Wang Yuan. Teacher Wu Tian, do you think Brother Wang will forget about the martial arts meeting? In the crowd, Sun Wukong looked around, looking for Wang Yuan's figure, and turned to Master Turtle and asked, "The registration is almost over. Brother Wang, why haven't you come yet? Today is the last day to register. If you miss the registration, you will have to wait 5 years to participate in the martial arts conference." After 3 months of training, Sun Wukong felt that his strength was more than twice as strong as before. He is now eager to challenge Wang Yuan again. Krillin is very Buddhist. Although his strength has also become stronger. But he knows himself well. Krillin does not think he can defeat Wang Yuan and Sun Wukong. His goal is, top 3. Master Rashi is now completely immersed in the swimsuit beauties on the street, and his pair of small eyes are almost turning into red hearts. How can he care whether Wang Yuan comes or not? Only blue-haired Lan Qi, after hearing what Sun Wukong said softly, "Don't worry, Wukong. Wang Yuan will come. Now the registration deadline. There's still an hour left, so it's not too late." As soon as Lan Qi finished speaking, Sun Wukong and the others seemed to sense something and turned to look at the corner of the street. Wang Yuan in casual clothes and Bulma holding a parasol, were walking towards the registration office. "Brother Wang, Bulma." Sun Wukong was very excited when he saw this, and kept waving at the two of them. "This. Sign up here." With Wang Yuan's current terrifying power of 4,800 points, even if he is thousands of miles away in Clinta, he can still sense the aura of Sun Wukong and others. Not to mention, the distance is so close. Therefore, Wang Yuan already knew that Sun Wukong and others were waiting for them here. In fact, participating in the world's #1 martial arts tournament has no help for Wang Yuan's strength improvement. If he has time to participate in the competition, he might as well seize the time to practice. It's more practical. The reason why Wang Yuan participated was, on the one hand, because he had an agreement with Sun Wukong and others. More importantly, he triggered the entry task. Name: Martial Arts Champion. Introduction: participate in the martial arts conference to test your own practice. Reward: Diamond Indestructible Entry. After fusion, it can ignore attacks below a certain percentage of physical strength. Ignore ratio: between 100% and 10 times. The novel was taken from the Reliz website. Close where you're reading it and support us on our website for more free novels. Note: the higher the ranking, the higher the ignore ratio. Introduction: it's time to test the results of training and become famous all over the world. With Wang Yuan's current strength, winning the championship is like a piece of cake. Besides, this indestructible entry will greatly improve himself. There is no reason for Wang Yuan not to complete this task. Wang Yuan and Bulma walked in front of everyone and greeted them. Teacher Wu Tian, Wukong, Krillin, Lan Qi, long time no see. Without waiting for Master Roshi and others to respond, Sun Wukong pulled Wang Yuan and rushed to the registration office. Brother Wang, you go to register first. Otherwise, there is no way to participate in the martial arts competition. Sun Wukong is eager to fight with Wang Yuan again. After the registration, Bulma, the rich woman, directly booked a 5-star hotel and treated everyone to a meal. The reason for this is that Bulma knows how terrible Wang Yuan and Sun Wukong's appetite is. If they don't book the whole place, there will not be enough for the two of them. Not only Wang Yuan and Sun Wukong, Bulma has now drunk the improved super divine water. His strength is also in a stage of rapid development, and his demand for food is not comparable to that of ordinary people. That's right. Goku, Krillin, I have something good to give you after the game. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Bulma said mysteriously to Goku and Krillin, it can greatly enhance your potential and training results. Although the improved version of the super divine water will no longer cause severe pain when drinking it, it still requires a week of conditioning after drinking it because of the effects of enhancing potential and breaking shackles. During the conditioning period, you cannot use force or train. Otherwise, it will leave hidden dangers in your body that even senzu beans cannot cure. Hearing Bulma's words, Goku and Krillin's eyes lit up. Then they pestered Bulma, intending to let Bulma give them the improved version of the super divine water right now. But Bulma was well aware of the sequelae of the improved version of the super divine water. How could he let them get their wish? Just like that, everyone arrived at the day of the game amidst the fighting and noise. The rules of the competition are very simple. There are a total of 16 rings in the venue, and whoever can defend the ring can directly pass the preliminary. The result was not surprising at all. Wang Yuan, Sun Wukong, and Krillin each defended a ring and advanced to the top 16. Among them, Krillin encountered a little setback. He met his fellow apprentice who bullied him before, and almost failed to defend the ring because of psychological factors. But under the guidance of Master Kame, Krillin overcame the fear of being bullied. Successfully defended the ring. In addition, Wang Yuan also found some familiar faces. For example, Master Kame's junior brother, Master Crane, and his two disciples, Jiaozi and Tian Xinyan. Through the aura emitted from them, Wang Yuan roughly judged that Tian Xinyan's combat power was about 80, while Jiaozi was only more than 50. Although the strength of the two is already top-notch among ordinary martial artists. But for Wang Yuan, whose combat power has reached a terrifying 4,800 points, there is no difference between them and ants. They are all beings that can be killed instantly with a breath. The rest are some minor roles. Wang Yuan just saw that they looked familiar. As for what they were called, Wang Yuan was too lazy to recall and understand. As for Yamsha, the plot has changed because of Wang Yuan's intervention. He did not become a disciple of Master Kame as in the original novel. Therefore, he did not participate in the martial arts competition. He should still be doing his old business of robbery. While the martial arts tournament was in full swing, King Pilaf, along with Ash and Xiao Wu, were surrounding a rice cooker with a mysterious charm on it, their eyes shining. This rice cooker was the device that sealed King Piccolo. Chapter 29. Chapter 29, Diamond Indestructible Item, Ignore attacks below 10 times the physical strength. Set out to capture Piccolo. Second update, please bookmark. Your support is the motivation for me to write. The next update will be around 10 o'clock. Thank you for your support. The martial arts conference is a piece of cake for Wang Yuan now. His combat power of 4,800 points is invincible on the current blue star. Not to mention being able to withstand his punch, even if it is to withstand his breath, there are not many in the entire blue star. As the game progressed, Wang Yuan used fist wind to blow the opponent off the ring in every game. This made Wang Yuan's reputation higher and higher. Countless spectators, from not optimistic about Wang Yuan at the beginning, began to cheer for Wang Yuan crazily. When Master Rashi saw Wang Yuan knock out Krillin with fist wind, he was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. 3 months. It's only been 3 months. Wang Yuan went from being slightly better than Sun Wukong to being so terrible. Although there is the super divine water, the increase in combat power is a bit exaggerated. Of course, Master Rashi was surprised. When he found that although Wang Yuan's murderous intent was growing day by day, he had not become a demon like Piccolo who enjoyed slaughtering people, he did not say anything more. He turned around and went to see the swimsuit beauties with great interest. In comparison, Master Kame was free and easy. Master Crane was just the opposite. Originally, he brought Tian Xinyan and Jiaozi to participate in the martial arts conference with full confidence this time. It was to defeat Son Goku and Krillin. Prove that he was the best martial artist on Blue Star after his master Wu Taidu. But now, he was just fooled. Let's not talk about Wang Yuan, a monster who cannot be viewed with common sense. Tian Xinyan and Jiaozi were also defeated by Son Goku and Krillin, whose strength increased greatly because of Wang Yuan's appearance. This made Master Crane doubt for the first time whether his martial arts were really not as good as Master Kame. In this way, time passed quietly, and soon it was the final day. The two sides of the duel, Wang Yuan vs Son Goku. This final is hailed as the final with the least suspense since the start of the martial arts conference. Although Sun Wukong is very strong, he would have been the champion in previous years. But Wang Yuan is too strong. The combat effectiveness of the two sides is already an order of magnitude apart, and they are not opponents of the same level at all. On the field, Sun Wukong did not lose his fighting spirit because of the gap in strength, but his fighting spirit became even higher. This is one of the reasons why Sun Wukong can continue to become stronger. He will not be afraid because of the strength of his opponent. Nor will he be discouraged. On the contrary, the stronger the opponent, the more excited he is. Even if he is not an opponent for the time being, he will train desperately, just to surpass the opponent. Sun Wukong knew that he was not Wang Yuan's opponent, but still took a fighting stance, and then said to Wang Yuan, "Brother Wang, don't hold back. Let me see your strongest form." Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Wang Yuan was a little helpless. It's not that he didn't want to, but he couldn't. With his combat power of up to 4,800 points, when he burst out with all his strength, his momentum alone could crush everyone present into dust. Thinking of this, Wang Yuan took a deep breath and said slowly, "Wukong, let's talk about it later. Let's finish the game first." While speaking, Wang Yuan suddenly disappeared from the ring. The next second, Sun Wukong, who was ready for battle, was blown out of the ring by Wang Yuan's fist. Because the process was too fast, no one present saw clearly how Wang Yuan made the move. Even Master Turtle was the same. Only Sun Wukong vaguely noticed the after-images of Wang Yuan's body changes. After a short silence, the host who was the first to wake up from the shock announced, "Wang Yuan is the champion," and the scene erupted in thunderous cheers. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Avatra indestructible entry, which makes the host immune to attacks 10 times stronger than his own body. Hearing the system prompt, Wang Yuan's eyes showed a hint of excitement. Finally, the last shortcoming has been made up. After all, although the combat effectiveness of the Super Warriors in the Super God world cannot be compared with that in the Dragon Ball world, but their divine bodies can act as hubs to mobilize various terrifying celestial forces to attack. Among them, the most famous is the goddess of the scorching sun, Rina. She can mobilize the power of the scorching sun and even create a supernova explosion. In the face of a supernova explosion, even if the combat effectiveness reaches the billion level and it is head-on, it cannot be spared. The appearance of the indestructible entry can just make up for this. With his current physical strength of 4,300 points. With the indestructible entry, the tenfold damage reduction effect, it is no problem to resist antigen bullets. Even the god-killing weapons cannot cause too much damage to him. Of course, although Wang Yuan wanted to return to the super god world immediately and grind those bastards into powder. But learning from the last experience and the reader's suggestions, Wang Yuan planned to make good use of the next 2 months to improve his combat effectiveness to avoid any accidents. In a 5-star resort hotel on Babai Island, Wang Yuan and his group were having a meal to celebrate. In this martial arts competition, let's put aside Wang Yuan's championship. Sun Wukong won the runner-up in his first participation. Even Krillin was the 3rd place. There was no reason not to celebrate such a result. Of course, the money for the celebration was paid by Bulma. This little rich woman has nothing but money. The gold content of the only daughter of the world's richest man is not to be underestimated. Even Wang Yuan's bonus is not as much as her daily pocket money. Brother Wang, I have made up my mind. Sun Wukong said to Wang Yuan while eating his meal as if to avenge his hatred. After a while, I will also challenge Balin Tat. Then train with the cat immortal. Wang Yuan was not surprised to hear what Sun Wukong said. Sun Wukong is a typical martial arts fanatic. In life, he has no other pursuits except getting stronger and training. When he saw that he had made such great progress in just 3 months of training with the cat immortal, it would be strange if he didn't want to challenge Balin Tat. While speaking, Sun Wukong swallowed another cow leg, then turned to Krillin and asked, "Krillin, do you want to join us?" After several months of getting along, Sun Wukong and Krillin have become real buddies. Sun Wukong has gotten used to training with Krillin to become stronger. Krillin naturally had no objection to Sun Wukong's question. Even if Sun Wukong didn't invite him, he would challenge Balin Tat. Ever since he got rid of his inner demons when he was defending the ring, Krillin's current pursuit is to train and become stronger. Sun Wukong was very happy to see Krillin agreed to go to Balin Tat with him. In his excitement, he performed a 3-mouthed pig for everyone. Hermit Rashi and others were amazed. At this moment, Wang Yuan suddenly noticed a powerful and evil aura rising from the vast ocean thousands of miles away from Babai Island. This aura is so evil, as if it was formed by endless resentment. According to Wang Yuan's perception, the owner of this aura should have a combat power of about 300. At this stage, the one who can have such a powerful and evil aura, should be the great demon king Piccolo. Thinking of this, Wang Yuan put down the roast suckling pig in his hand and said to everyone, "You eat first. I'll go and capture Piccolo and bring him back to cheer everyone up." As he spoke, Wang Yuan left a shadow in front of everyone's stunned gazes, and then headed straight for the sea where Piccolo was. Chapter 30. Chapter 30, The Ruthless Master Rashi. He chooses to reseal Piccolo, making him unable to be free for eternity. 3 updates, please bookmark. Your support is the motivation for me to write. The next update will be around 1 o'clock. I will return to Chao Shen tomorrow, thank you for your support. On a yacht, King Pilaf, Ash, and Xiao Wu crouched in a corner, shivering. They looked at the green-skinned monster that emerged from the rice cooker with horror. This green-skinned monster looked extremely old, and his green skin was wrinkled like leather. But his strength was extremely powerful. He destroyed the robot he had developed first with just 1 blow. This made Pilaf and others particularly anxious. King Pilaf had a dream of ruling the world since he was a child. In order to rule the world, after hearing the legend of the dragon, he imitated the Dragon Ball radar and drove the robot around the world to search for Dragon Balls. But who would have thought? He didn't find the Dragon Ball, but found a rice cooker with a strange spell on it. When King Pilaf saw the rice cooker, he felt an evil breath. He had a hunch that as long as he turned on the rice cooker, the world will be turned upside down. But King Pilaf, in order to fulfill his wish to rule the world, turned on the rice cooker despite the opposition of Ash and Xiao Wu. As a result, the dragon did not come out, but a powerful green monster appeared. It's been 300 years. King Piccolo, who saw the light of day again, stood on the deck, feeling the long-lost sunshine, turned to look at the shivering King Pilaf, and said, "Do you know how I got through these 300 years? To thank you for letting me out. Let you die quickly." King Piccolo is the embodiment of the evil thoughts of the gods, the ultimate evil. He has no mercy, kindness, or other emotions at all. His favorite thing is to slaughter all living things. The wailing and screaming before death are his favorite sounds. Hearing the words of King Piccolo, the fear in the eyes of King Pilaf and others became more and more intense. He is now regretting it so much. If he had known that opening the rice cooker would release such a demon, he would not open the rice cooker even if he was beaten to death. Just when King Piccolo was planning to get rid of King Pilaf and others, and then return to land to find Dragon Balls and regain his youth, a figure in casual clothes suddenly appeared on the deck. Then, in the stunned eyes of everyone, he flashed in front of King Piccolo, stretched out his hand like grabbing a chicken, and picked up King Piccolo. "You!" King Piccolo struggled hard, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free from Wang Yuan's restraints. Wang Yuan's current combat power is 4,800 points. And the old King Piccolo, at most, has a combat power of just over 300. The gap between the two is enough to be described by the bright moon and fluorescence. If Wang Yuan didn't know, King Piccolo and the gods are two sides of the same coin. When King Piccolo is killed, the gods will also die, resulting in the Dragon Balls becoming ineffective. Wang Yuan would have crushed him to death long ago. In the Dragon Ball universe, although the power of the Dragon Balls comes from the Dragon God Salama, after the death of the creator, the Dragon Balls will also lose the ability to communicate with the Dragon God Salama. Wang Yuan held King Piccolo, looked at King Pilaf and others, and said, "Next time you do something, use your brain." After that, he held King Piccolo, left the deck and headed straight for Babai Island. A few minutes later, Wang Yuan returned to the 5-star resort hotel on Babai Island. When Master Kame saw King Piccolo, a rare flash of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Who does Master Kame hate the most in his life? No one dares to claim first place if King Piccolo is second. The appearance of King Piccolo caused Master Kame's master, Mutadu, to die of exhaustion after performing the magic seal wave, and his childhood sweetheart Fang Fang died tragically, and also caused his junior brother, Crane Master. Because he saw the horror of the dark power, his heart of martial arts was broken and he went astray. All these things are blood feuds that will never be forgotten. Even Master Kame chose to stay away from the mainland and live in seclusion on Kame Island just to guard the rice cooker that sealed King Piccolo. However, with the change of the ocean current, the rice cooker was washed away. This gave King Pilaf the opportunity to release King Piccolo from the rice cooker. Sensing Master Kame's murderous intent, Wang Yuan didn't waste any time and directly gave him the right to choose. "Teacher Wu Tian, I have captured Piccolo for you. What to do? You decide." Originally, Wang Yuan was planning to spare Piccolo's life. But he didn't want to be one of those guys who talks without any pain. If he stopped Master Roshi from taking revenge, wouldn't he become the person he hated the most? Thinking of this experience, Wang Yuan didn't care about Dragon Balls anymore. At worst, I can just go to Namek to find the Great Elder. Hearing Wang Yuan's words, Master Roshi took a deep breath, stared at Piccolo, the murderous intent in his eyes became stronger, and then he said, "Lord Piccolo, I know you are not afraid of death. But you are afraid of being sealed again." At this point, Master Roshi paused, and then continued, "If I kill you like this, it would be too easy for you. Seal him again. Let him live in a small rice cooker forever and spend the rest of his life in loneliness." As a martial arts master, although Master Roshi looks like a kind and unpretentious old man, but that is for ordinary people and his disciples. But when it comes to evil creatures like Piccolo who have a blood feud with him, Master Roshi will not hold back, and his methods are cruel. Repaying evil with kindness, how can you repay kindness? In this regard, Wang Yuan expressed his agreement with Master Roshi's approach. If it were him, he would do the same. Killing the enemy with a knife, and then let them suffer. It feels good. In fact, he did it more ruthlessly than Master Roshi. After sealing, he would use the Dragon Ball to make a wish for Piccolo to gain eternal life. Then, every few decades, he would release Piccolo to let him breathe. Then, he would seal him again. After letting him see hope, he would personally extinguish that hope. That would make him feel satisfied. Wang Yuan understood what Master Roshi did. But Sun Wukong and others who didn't know about the grudge between Master Roshi and Piccolo couldn't understand it. Of course, they also sensed the extreme evil thoughts from Piccolo. So, they didn't care about sealing Piccolo. What else is there to say? When Piccolo, who was suppressed by Wang Yuan and could not move, heard that he was going to be sealed again, his old green face like old tree bark, was full of fear. He would rather die than be sealed again. Thinking of the days when he was sealed, Piccolo could not help but tremble all over. In order not to be sealed, Piccolo began to struggle violently. But what can he do, not to mention that he is now extremely old? Even if he regains his youth, Wang Yuan can suppress him with one hand. Afterwards, in under the horrified gaze of King Piccolo, Wang Yuan learned the magic sealing wave from Master Roshi. He sealed it in the rice cooker. Master Roshi looked at the rice cooker that sealed King Piccolo, his eyes full of complicated expressions. The figures of his master Wu Taidu and his childhood sweetheart Fang Fang kept appearing in his mind. Waves of inexplicable emotions kept pouring out of his heart. Seeing this, Wang Yuan put the rice cooker that sealed King Piccolo into the universal capsule, walked to Master Roshi and said, "Teacher Wu Tian, don't be sad. Dragon Ball can bring the dead back to life. I believe that you will be reunited with Senior Wu Taidu and Fang Fang soon." Hearing Wang Yuan's words, Master Kame trembled. But he didn't say anything. It was just that the inexplicable emotion on his body disappeared without a trace. Master Kame turned into the kind and lustful old man again. After that, everyone stayed on Babai Island for another night. After Wang Yuan gave the improved super holy water to Sun Wukong and Krillin, he took the rice cooker that sealed the great demon King Piccolo and went straight to the Temple of the Gods. Bulma had to help Sun Wukong and Krillin to recuperate. Follow Master Kame and others to Turtle Island and temporarily part with Wang Yuan. Chapter 31. Chapter 31, Spiritual Time House, Crazy Training. Combat power exceeds 200,000. Prepare to return to Super God. First update, asking for flowers and monthly tickets. My wife went to the hospital for ear cleaning, and it was almost the same as Douyin video. I almost vomited after watching it. Sorry for the delay. The next update will be around 8 o'clock. Thank you for your support. The Temple of Heaven is located 200 kilometers above the ground, which is exactly twice the distance from Galanta to the ground. This height is an insurmountable gap for other martial artists on Earth. But for Wang Yuan now, it only takes a few breaths to get there. Of course, after going to the Temple of Heaven, Wang Yuan went to the Cat Immortal and sent the food and gifts that Bulma prepared for the Cat Immortal. Although Bulma did not say it clearly, Wang Yuan also knew that Bulma was acting as a good wife to help him maintain his network. After Wang Yuan told the Cat Immortal that Sun Wukong and Krillin were going to Galanta to practice, he stayed at the Cat Immortal's place for another hour. Before setting off for the Temple of Heaven. When Wang Yuan arrived at the Temple of Heaven, he found that the elderly heavenly god and Bobo had been waiting for him in the square of the Temple of Heaven. Obviously, Heavenly God and Bobo had known that he was coming. When Heavenly God saw Wang Yuan, he stepped forward, walked in front of Wang Yuan, and spoke first. "Hello, outsider. I am the god Piccolo. Thank you for resealing Piccolo." Hearing the words of the god, Wang Yuan was stunned at first, and then he was relieved. As the god of Blue Star, Piccolo's every move on Blue Star could not escape his eyes. What's more, he once made a wish with the Dragon Ball. Therefore, the god naturally knew that he was an outsider. Thinking of this, Wang Yuan smiled, took out the rice cooker that sealed Piccolo from the universal capsule, and said to the god, after thinking about it, "It's better to let you handle this rice cooker. After all, Piccolo is your evil clone. The god is a Namekian. After coming to the blue planet and creating the Dragon Balls, he was born kind because he had seen too many people and fell into madness because of the Dragon Balls. The evil thoughts in his heart grew and eventually split into Piccolo, the evil clone." Of course, Wang Yuan guessed that the reason for the split was due to the excessive use of the Dragon Balls. After all, although the Dragon Balls can fulfill wishes, every time they are used, some evil thoughts will accumulate. Some of the evil thoughts are fed back to the creator, the god, which led to the split of the god. Namekians are generally divided into three categories: combat, the normal type and the most special Dragon Ball type. Although the power of the Dragon Ball comes from the dragon god Salama. In the original work, there are three Namekians who can make Dragon Balls. They are, the Great Elder of Namek, the god Piccolo, and Dende who succeeded the god. Since the god knew that Wang Yuan was an outsider, so it is not surprising that Wang Yuan knew that Piccolo was his evil clone. The god took over the rice cooker that sealed the great devil Piccolo, and he was full of emotion for a while. Although he has the power of the Mayfaha seal, he can still clearly sense that kind of unique to the great devil Piccolo. The aura of extreme evil. When Lord Piccolo was just sorted out, the god also wanted to get rid of his evil clone himself. But unfortunately, he is not a combat-type Namekian. Although he can make Dragon Balls, his combat power is completely inferior to Piccolo. And because the two are the same person in a sense, if he falls into the hands of Lord Piccolo, he will definitely be swallowed and absorbed by Lord Piccolo. At that time, Lord Piccolo's power will increase dramatically. With the combat power of the earth at that time, Lord Piccolo who absorbs him will be invincible. Therefore, the god can only watching Lord Piccolo doing evil on Blue Star. Not only can he not seal him, but he also has to hide from Lord Piccolo to prevent him from absorbing him and increasing his combat power. The pain and helplessness in this have tormented the god for many years. Now Wang Yuan can send the rice cooker that seals Lord Piccolo to the temple of the god of heaven and give it to him for safekeeping. It can be said that this is the best way to deal with it. Thinking of this, the god of heaven took a deep breath and solemnly said thank you to Wang Yuan. Hearing this, Wang Yuan did not say any extra words and directly stated his purpose. God of heaven, I came here this time. On the one hand, the rice cooker that seals Piccolo is given to you for safekeeping. More importantly, I want to use the spiritual time house to practice. I hope you can agree. Now there are less than 10 days before he returns to the Super God universe. Just in case, Wang Yuan decided to enter the spirit time house to practice. To enhance his strength. The gods would naturally not refuse Wang Yuan's request. Not to mention that Wang Yuan came here this time to bring him such a big gift. Even if he came empty-handed, with Wang Yuan's strength, he could refuse. After the gods put away the rice cooker that sealed the great devil Piccolo, they turned to Bobo and said, Bobo, take Wang Yuan to the spirit time house. I'll put the rice cooker in place. To avoid any accidents. After hearing the order from the gods, Bobo didn't say anything extra. He took Wang Yuan straight to the spirit time house and kept explaining to Wang Yuan on the way how to use and precautions for spirit time house. One day later, Wang Yuan finished his training in the spirit time house and appeared in the heavenly god temple again. Then a vast and ethereal aura swept across the entire blue star with an unstoppable momentum. Then it spread rapidly outward with the blue star as the center. It even attracted the attention of the king of the realm. Although only one day had passed outside, for Wang Yuan, he had already been practicing hard in the Spirit Time House. The Spirit Time House is the first holy place for dragons to practice. Inside, people's energy is endless. And they will forget about hunger, fatigue, distractions, and even the existence of time. They can devote themselves to training without distractions. In the year in the Spirit Time House, Wang Yuan did not waste even a little time. He devoted himself to training. He did everything possible to improve his combat effectiveness and physical strength. Under the combined effect of the gravity bracelet, the fairy beans and the super divine water, Wang Yuan's combat effectiveness and physical strength were madly improved by a terrifying 500 and 400 every day. After a year of training, his combat power increased to 200,000, and his physical strength reached a terrifying 180,000. With his current combat power, let alone the current blue star, even if you look at the entire 7th universe, it is considered top-notch. In addition to the god of destruction, King Kai, Frisia, Majin Buu, these beings. In the entire universe, there are not many people with higher combat power than Wang Yuan. If he is in the super god universe, as long as Wang Yuan does not seek death himself, he will be an invincible existence. With his current combat power and physical strength, it may be a bit difficult to completely kill Morgana. After all, the combat power of the top powerhouses in the super god universe, although not strong. But their technological divine bodies have a strong life-saving effect, and can also act as a bridge and use the power of some terrifying celestial bodies. If you want to completely kill them, you probably need to analyze the divine body data. Wang Yuan is not good at these things, but Bulma is good at them. This time back to the super god universe. In addition to revenge, one of Wang Yuan's most important goals is to bring back the super god technology and give it to Bulma. Wang Yuan can't imagine it. With Bulma's genius mind, which can be called a bug, combined with super god technology, how brilliant fireworks can be bloomed. There are still 9 days before returning. Wang Yuan was not in a hurry to leave the Temple of Heaven, but with the help of Bobo, he trained to improve his control over Qi. His strength has improved too fast in the past year. Even if he merged with Martial God, his control over Qi and physical strength has decreased a lot compared to before. He needs to calm down and improve. Chapter 32. Chapter 32, Bulma's Girlish Feelings. If you don't come back, I will spend my entire life avenging you and resurrecting you. Second update, please bookmark. Your support is the motivation for me to write. The next update will be around 11 o'clock. Thank you for your support. After another week of precipitation, Wang Yuan, with the help of the martial god entry, has completely mastered his own power and has reached the point where he can control it freely. Such a martial arts talent made the gods and Bobo marvel. It is worth mentioning that during this week of training, with the help of Bobo, Wang Yuan, like Sun Wukong in the original work, briefly returned to the past and met Senior Wu Taidu. It was also Wu Taidu's guidance that allowed Wang Yuan to completely control his power in such a short time. When Senior Wu Taidu knew that he would die in the battle to seal Piccolo, he did not have too many feelings. He just told Wang Yuan that his life was already wonderful enough. Therefore, there is no need to be resurrected. If you want to be resurrected, just resurrect Fang Fang alone. He didn't want to see his disciple living in loneliness on an isolated island, with turtles as his companions all day long. Hearing Wu Taidu's words, Wang Yuan couldn't help but admire the open-mindedness of this martial arts senior. Although, with his own strength, he could destroy him with just a breath. Their strengths were not in the same dimension. But in terms of character, Wang Yuan couldn't even compare to Wu Taidu. No wonder he could teach a martial arts master like Master Rashi. On the platform of the Heavenly God Temple, Wang Yuan looked at the Heavenly God and Popo, bowed his hands and thanked them. Thank you for your guidance these days. Wang Yuan kept it in mind. Let's say goodbye now. At this point, Wang Yuan paused and continued, God, Bobo. I'm going to leave for a while. Please help train Gaku and Krillin while I'm away. And look after Bulma. When I come back, I will definitely reward you handsomely. The Dragon Ball timeline has been completely disrupted because of my intervention. God knows what accidents will happen. So before I left, I specially asked the gods and Popo to look after Bulma and others. The gods and Popo naturally agreed to Wang Yuan's request. Seeing this, Wang Yuan didn't say any extra nonsense. After thanking him, he jumped off the platform and went straight to Galantat. Under the guidance of Bulma, Sun Wukong and Krillin have completely eliminated the hidden dangers brought by the Super Divine Water, improved version, after a week of recuperation. Then the two of them couldn't wait to challenge Galantat. Bulma and Rashi also knew that Wang Yuan was about to leave the Dragon Ball world and return to his own world. So, they also took a plane to Galantat. Say your final goodbye to Wang Yuan. In the Tower of Galan. When Master Kame heard that Wu Taita did not want to be resurrected, he could not help but sigh and said leisurely, I knew that Master would choose this. He was open-minded throughout his life. In the pursuit of the pinnacle of martial arts, he never lost his original intention. Especially when fighting against the great devil Piccolo, he knew that he would die. He also resolutely created the demon sealing wave. At this point, the scene of himself practicing with his master Wu Taita kept appearing in Master Kame's mind, and a layer of mist appeared in his eyes. After taking a deep breath and adjusting his mood, he continued, since the old man doesn't want to be resurrected. Disciple, you dare not disturb his rest again. The reason why Master Rashi is respected by the world as Master Rashi. On the one hand, he is indeed a martial arts master. For a long time, he has been the undisputed #1 strong man on Blue Star. More importantly, Master Rashi's moral standards are indeed worthy of the word sage. If it were someone else, with Master Rashi's strength, not to mention living in seclusion on an island and guarding the rice cooker that seals Piccolo. He is lustful but only watches aerobics. He already has many wives and concubines, and even doesn't eat beef. It is precisely because of the suppression of Master Rashi, the martial arts master, that there has been no major unrest on Blue Star in the Dragon Ball world. After Master Rashi finished speaking, he left the platform with the cat master, leaning on a cane and with his hands behind his back. He left this place to Bulma and Wang Yuan. Brother Wang, this is the USB flash drive you asked me to develop. After Turtle Hermit and Cat Hermit left, Bulma ran to Wang Yuan like a little rabbit and handed him a few universal capsules as if offering treasures. Then she said, as long as you insert it into the host, it will automatically copy the data inside. This is the food I prepared for you, all made according to your taste. It's enough for you to eat for a year. This is the combat suit I developed. It has enough ductility. This is me. In the past, Bulma has been working non-stop to develop various items for Wang Yuan, hoping that Wang Yuan can use them after returning to his own world. Some things were developed by Wang Yuan. But more often, Bulma inferred from the conversation between Wang Yuan and herself that Wang Yuan might need something after returning to his own world. She developed them all without caring whether Wang Yuan needed them or not. This is also because her physical strength has been improved after taking the Super Divine Water, improved version. Only then did she have enough energy to develop. If it was before, even if Bulma's scientific research ability was amazing, she would not have the physical strength to do such high-intensity scientific research. Wang Yuan looked at Bulma, who kept introducing the items she developed in front of him, with a complex look in his eyes. Wang Yuan originally thought that Bulma's emotions towards him were just the moon in the well, which would slowly dissipate over time. But now it seems that he was wrong. Bulma has completely fallen into it. Facing Bulma, who is so wholeheartedly devoted to him, it is absolutely impossible for Wang Yuan to say that he has no touch. But one shackle after another makes it impossible for him to respond. Thinking of this, Wang Yuan took a deep breath. Slowly said Bulma, I. Bulma knew what Wang Yuan wanted to say, so before Wang Yuan finished speaking, she raised her head and looked at Wang Yuan with her bloodshot eyes because of her day and night research for Wang Yuan, and asked, "Brother Wang, will you come back?" Bulma's words were full of pleading. Bulma knew that Wang Yuan understood the implication of her words. While speaking, Bulma began to jump frantically because of inexplicable panic. At this moment, Bulma felt that everything around her seemed to have disappeared. In the whole world, there were only herself and Wang Yuan. If Wang Yuan said "I will come back," the world will return in a better posture. But, then her own world will collapse completely. Even if it becomes better in the future, it has nothing to do with herself. Thinking of this, Bulma couldn't help but secretly curse herself for being so impulsive. She has endured it for so many days. Can't she wait a little longer? What if? Just when Bulma was uneasy, Wang Yuan sighed and said slowly, "I will definitely come back." When Bulma heard this, her eyes lit up immediately, and she was overwhelmed by the huge surprise. Her eyes were full of ecstasy. Her delicate face also showed a cheering expression because of ecstasy. But at this moment, Bulma's ears rang with Wang Yuan's voice again. "After all, only here can I revive Ching Ching. Understand?" Bulma certainly understood what Wang Yuan meant. Wang Yuan was telling herself that he would not consider other things before resurrecting Ching Ching. But this was enough for Bulma. She did not expect too much. What she wanted was what Wang Yuan said. Even if Wang Yuan agreed on the spot, Bulma would not agree, and she would even have to re-examine whether Wang Yuan was worthy of her passionate feelings. Fortunately, Wang Yuan did not disappoint herself, nor did he disappoint Ching Ching. He was still the same Wang Yuan. Not only was he worthy of her feelings, but he was also worthy of Ching Ching. "Brother Wang, just do what you should do. I will always wait for you here. But if you have an accident in your own world, I will spend my whole life developing a world shuttle to find you in your world. Then I will clear the entire world for you and resurrect you." Finally climbed up. "Why is this Galantas so tall? Wukong, wait for me." At this moment, the voices of Gaku and Krillin were heard from the edge of Galan Tower. This woke Bulma up from her surprise, and she quickly gave Wang Yuan a bunch of universal capsules. Then, pretending nothing had happened, she walked towards Gaku and Krillin. After Wang Yuan received the universal capsules given by Bulma, he also followed. He had something to ask Gaku and Krillin. After that, he set off to return to the Super God world. This time, he must let all those who participated in King King's incident taste the pain and helplessness he had suffered in those 3 months. At that time, they will know, death is actually a kind of relief. Chapter 33. Chapter 33, Return of the Super God. Su Xiali protects Huang Hao, and Dokeo's Noxing resurrection plan. Third update, please bookmark. Your support is my motivation to write. Next update will be around 1 PM. Thank you for your support. Wukong, Krillin. On the platform of the Galan Tower, Wang Yuan patted Sun Wukong and Krillin on the shoulders, and then said, "You two should train well. Wait till I come back. Let's compete again." While speaking, Wang Yuan turned around and smiled at Bulma and the others not far away. With a thought, he called up his system and opened the double passing door. In the slightly stunned eyes of the crowd, he stepped into the light door and returned to the Super God world. Because of the different speeds of time, Wang Yuan has been in the Dragon Ball world for nearly a year. Only 1 month has passed in the Super God world. In this month, many things have happened. In Huang village, angels and demons fought because of Yu Bao's Hung, the carrier of the Achuo gene. In the end, because of the attitude of the Dragon Kingdom, Holy Keisha did not use the Sky Blade number 7 to launch a god-killing attack on Morgana. Morgana successfully escaped with the demon Achuo. The enrollment of the Xiangbing Company progressed slowly because of Wang Yuan. In the original plot, Kylin and Su Xiali did not join the Xiangbing Company. Sun Goddess *Raina did not come to Blue Star, but started her own trial under the arrangement of Pan Zhen. Kailan was disappointed with the Super God Academy because she understood the cause and effect of Han Qingqing's incident. She resolutely refused to join and returned to Tianhe City to continue to be a policeman. And so Xiaoli was because she saw Wang Yuan kill people in front of millions of people for his deceased childhood sweetheart. She determined that Wang Yuan was the strong man she was looking for. Rejected the recruitment of the super seminary. After all, although Su Xiaoli didn't know the cause and effect of this matter, she was very clear about one thing, that is, if she joined the super seminary, she would be regarded as an enemy by Wang Yuan. She still hoped that Wang Yuan would accept her. How could she join the super seminary? In addition, Ge Xiaolun, Zhao Xin, Rui Mengmeng, and others joined the super seminary because they didn't know the cause and effect of the matter. Of course, ordinary people don't know these things. The only thing they know is that the Daodi army has come to the solar system and started to attack the blue star. With countless warships appearing in the sky, the real disaster has begun. The first to bear the brunt are the major countries. For a time, the war swept the world. At this time, the extraordinary organizations of various countries dedicated themselves and began to fight against the Daodi. Among them, the most outstanding performances are the Super Seminary of Dragon Country, the Hero Organization of Sakura, and the Mutant Corps of Eagle Sauce. Perhaps it is to restore reputation and boost morale. The Super Seminary directly used dark energy technology to create a live broadcast platform to broadcast the frontline scenes to the public. Of course, the reason why the Super Seminary did this was definitely not simply to restore its reputation, but to find the No-Star Warrior gene carriers based on the dark energy fluctuations of the audience and start the No-Star Resurrection Plan. Because dark energy information requires drastic emotional fluctuations to be accurate, this is why the live broadcast coach selection plan was launched. These ordinary people must not know these inside stories. They are stupidly shouting wildly in the live broadcast rooms of the major super soldiers. Good job! Brother Monkey, go and beat these bastards to death. The Daodi army is nothing. Brother Chuang, kill them. Brother Chuang, we will always support you. Oh my god! Ge Xiaolun can actually fly. These wings are amazing. I see the style of Zhao Zilong and Xin yet. Once the cold light arrives first, then the gun comes out like a dragon. It's so cool. This is a true super soldier. Traitors like Wang Yuan are so despicable. Don't mention him. I get angry just talking about it. You don't know, some spineless people actually went to Tianhe City to kowtow to that bitch Han Qingqing. It's really funny. Wang Yuan, isn't he very arrogant? Why doesn't he dare to come out now? A spineless man like him must have hidden himself away. Of course. Otherwise, as soon as he showed his head, he would be killed instantly by the Xiangbinglian. Just when the heroic army gained great prestige because of the live broadcast, and even reversed the reputation of the super seminary, Wang Yuan stepped out of the double-through door and came to the rooftop of Huang House community. I'm finally back. Wang Yuan took a deep breath and looked at the slightly dilapidated community in front of him, his eyes flashing with crazy murderous intent. I wonder who can stop me from taking revenge this time. Ching Ching, watch carefully. Watch how I avenge you. While speaking, Wang Yuan's mind moved and he opened his attribute panel. Name, Entry Double Door System. Host, Wang Yuan. Travelable World, Dragon Ball Universe, Qin's Moon World. World Entry, Sion, God of War, Indestructible. Clergy Term, Demigod. Special Building, Gallon Tower. Divine Realm, Demigod Space. Combat Power, 201,000. Physical Strength, 180,000. Air Attribute, Destruction, Ruin. Time Flow Speed, 1, -100 +100. Can be adjusted by yourself. Duration of stay, 1 year. Evaluation, awakening the chi with destructive and annihilative attributes, is a seedling of a god of destruction. Young man, start your own road to becoming a god. Wang Yuan looked at his own combat power of 210,000 and physical strength of 180,000. His eyes were full of crazy murderous intent. He is now invincible in the super god universe. Morgana, Holy Keisha, god of death Karl. In front of him, they are all chickens and dogs. Although the technological body of Super God Realm has all kinds of incredible properties after upgrading to the 4th generation. But for himself, it just takes a little more effort. With his current combat power, who can stop him, who dares to stop him? This time, he will settle everything. Let all those who participated in the Ching Ching incident taste the pain and despair that he suffered in the past 3 months. Su Xiali, how can you protect Huang Hao again? Interesting. At this moment, Wang Yuan noticed that Su Xiali was fighting with 2 Dowdy in the community. It seemed that she was protecting Huang Hao from being hurt by the Dowdy. As long as I, Su Xiali, am here today, you will not be able to harm Huang Hao. Su Xiali stood in front of the emaciated and sallow-faced Huang Hao and his daughter, looking at the 2 Dowdy warriors in silver-white armor, and said, "If you don't want to die, get out of here." In the past 3 months, Su Xiali accidentally activated the super soldier gene, which allowed her to charm others and make them fight for her. When she activated the super soldier gene, the staff of the Super God Academy found her. They hoped that she could join the Super God Academy, become a member of the Xiangbing Company, fight to protect the Dragon Kingdom, and put forward many conditions. Su Xiali sneered at this and decisively refused. Even when the so-called fighting Buddha Sun Wukong came to her door in person, she did not agree. Su Xiali has now determined that Wang Yuan is the man she is looking for. How could she join the Super God Academy? Su Xiali was originally one of the best anchors in the Dragon Kingdom. Now she is forced to broadcast live by the Super God Academy. Therefore, her popularity ranks first among the major Super Soldier live broadcast rooms. The audience in the live broadcast room saw Su Xiali risking her life to protect Huang Hao, and they all shouted, "Sister Su, awesome! As expected of me, Sister Su, a woman is as good as any man. Sister Su, kill these 2 gluttons and let them know that our dragon country is not to be trifled with. Sister Su, I want to give birth to a baby for you." As the audience shouted wildly, their dark energy data was transmitted to the Great Wall No. 1 processor located deep in the mountains, and then through data screening, those carriers carrying the No-Star gene were selected to implement the No-Star resurrection plan. But the audience in the live broadcast room was unaware of this. After thousands of years of planning, Tokyo has integrated the No-Star gene into the genes of the indigenous people of Longguo. As long as the carrier is selected and stimulated by No-Star technology, the dead No-Star warriors can be resurrected. This is why Tokyo came to Blue Star after his defeat. Because he found that the genes of the indigenous people of Longguo are most suitable to be the carriers of No-Star warriors. This is also the reason why there are so many No-Star super warriors in Longguo. Originally, Tokyo had enough time to complete his plan. But due to Wang Yuan's intervention, Qinyu and others did not cooperate and interrupted his plan. In desperation, he could only resort to this last resort. Use the live broadcast room to collect dark energy information fluctuations, to screen those carriers of the No-Star warrior gene. P.S. Since there are a lot of bugs in the plot of Super God Academy, I can only think that the reason why Tokyo came to Earth is to revive No-Star. In the Super God universe, genetic inheritance is everything. As long as you find a suitable carrier, you can revive the No-Star warriors. In addition, I seriously suspect that the genes of the demon Achuo are also Tokyo's. It is for Morgana to reach some kind of agreement. There are too many bugs in the Super God plot, so this is the only explanation. I hope you don't criticize if you don't like it. Chapter 34. Chapter 34, Su Xiali's Reason. Protecting Huang Hao is to make him live in pain and despair. Death would be too easy for him. First update, please bookmark. Your support is my motivation to write. Next update will be around 9 o'clock. Thank you for your support. Just when the audience in the live broadcast room were cheering for Su Xiaoli crazily, they suddenly found Wang Yuan, who had disappeared for a month. He appeared behind Su Xiaoli without knowing when. Although nearly a month had passed, it was Wang Yuan's first appearance and what he did was too shocking. So, when they saw Wang Yuan, they all froze in place, their eyes full of shock. The barrage in the live broadcast room was also empty. After a short silence, they began to frantically remind Su Xiaoli to get up. Sister Su, run! I was stunned. Run! Sister Su! If you don't run, you're done. Wang Yuan is here. Wang Yuan, if you dare to hurt Sister Su, I'll fight you. Is the guy above an idiot? Sister Su and Wang Yuan have no grudges against each other, why would he hurt Sister Su? Why? Think of a traitor like Wang Yuan. He could resist seeing Sister Su's beauty. And he asked why. Wang Yuan is not that kind of person. What an idiot! Just as the audience in the live broadcast room was frantically reminding Su Xiaoli to run quickly, Wang Yuan's slightly cold voice echoed in Su Xiaoli's ears at the right time. Why did you protect Huang Hao? Give me a reason. Su Xiaoli, who was using the charm skill to control two doughty warriors to attack each other, subconsciously turned her head in the direction of the voice. Then a face that she had been thinking about day and night appeared in her sight. Su Xiaoli was stunned at first, and then subconsciously said, Brother Wang, I finally waited for you. I knew you would come to find Huang Hao. As she spoke, Su Xiaoli stared at Wang Yuan with admiration and love. Her face was full of obsession. Wang Yuan was stunned when he saw this. What's going on? It seems that he and Su Xiaoli had no intersection before. Why would she look at him with admiration and love? Originally, Wang Yuan had decided. As long as Su Xiaoli said that she was waiting for him here on the orders of the super seminary to prevent him from revenge or negotiation, he would use Su Xiaoli as a scapegoat. But now, Su Xiaoli's performance made him unable to deal with it. Not only Wang Yuan, but also the audience in the live broadcast room were stunned. They could not imagine that Su Xiaoli would say such words to Wang Yuan. After a short silence, the barrage in the live broadcast room exploded directly. What is going on? Sister Su, what are you doing? Don't tell me that you protected Huang Hao in the community for a month just to be a traitor to Wang Yuan. Oh my god! Sister Su, please wake up. Could it be that Sister Su was pretending? Because Sister Su knew that she was no match for Wang Yuan, and wanted to use this as a chance to escape. That's right. Su Xiaoli ignored the viewers who were imagining things and continued to look at Wang Yuan with fascination and admiration. She explained, Brother Wang, ever since I saw you kill someone for your deceased girlfriend in the live broadcast room, I feel like you are the great man I have been looking for. After you disappeared, I didn't know where to find you. At this point, Su Xiaoli paused, and then continued, but I know that you will definitely come to find Huang Hao. So, I will stay here to protect Huang Hao and wait for you. I didn't expect that I would wait for you. Can you take me away? Hearing Su Xiaoli's words, even with Wang Yuan's willpower, the corners of his mouth twitched. What the hell? What the hell is this? Su Xiaoli simply saw that he was killed for Qing Qing. She believed that he was the great man she had been looking for. It's amazing. If someone else said this, Wang Yuan would definitely sneer. But this was said by Su Xiaoli, combined with Su Xiaoli's character in the original book. Wang Yuan believed it about 70%. With Su Xiaoli's personality, she could really do such a thing. In the original book, Su Xiaoli's family had fairy genes, so generations of prostitutes and mistresses were all born under the combined effect of family experience and fairy genes. This makes Su Xiali's values and views on love completely different from those of ordinary people. She does not love this country, does not love her ancestors, and does not love her family. She just wants to find a great and real man, and then stay by his side. Even if it means being his lover or mistress, she will not hesitate. In the original work, other people joined the super seminary with more or less the intention of defending their country. But the reason why Su Xiali joined was simply the super seminary promised to find her a great and real man. However, what Wang Yuan did not expect was that because of his act of revenge for Qing Qing, Su Xiali believed that he was the great and real man she was looking for, instead of the fighting Buddha Sun Wukong. Regarding such a result, Wang Yuan also he felt quite helpless. He was about to refuse. But suddenly an idea appeared in his mind. In the Dragon Ball universe, Wang Yuan had been formulating his own revenge plan while not training. With his current strength, he wanted to destroy his enemies physically. It's very simple. Just use all your strength to blow up the blue star. But that would be too easy for those enemies. He once swore that he would make sure that everyone involved in the Qing Qing incident, those who blocked his revenge, and those who were talking without any pain, all tasted the despair and pain he had experienced in the past 3 months. This would be considered true revenge. Others were easy to say, but Sun Wukong, the fighting Buddha, who could not distinguish between good and evil. He couldn't think of a satisfying way of revenge. But, the appearance of Su Xiali. Let him see the way to make the fighting Buddha Sun Wukong suffer. Aren't you Su Xiali's official match? Haven't you been waiting for Su Xiali to reappear in the world? Good. In this case, I will make good use of this. Let you taste the pain of losing your loved one. Let's see, you can still stand on the moral high ground like before, talking about the overall situation and the people of the world, pointing fingers at me. It's easy to talk when you are standing, that's because the knife hasn't cut you. Thinking of this, Wang Yuan took a deep breath and said to Su Xiali, why do you want to protect Huang Hao? Give me a reason. It satisfies me. I will allow you to stay by my side and act as a tool for my revenge. After hearing Wang Yuan's words, the audience in the live broadcast room exploded. How could they have thought that Wang Yuan would say such words in response to Su Xiali's love confession? What do you mean by giving me a reason to satisfy me and then giving Su Xiali a chance to stay by my side, and act as a tool for revenge? How can you be so shameless? Who is Su Xiali? She is the goddess in the hearts of thousands of netizens. How many people love her but cannot get her? Why do you seem to be a dog? Wang Yuan's attitude towards Su Xiali made the netizens in the live broadcast room very angry. And they firmly believed that their goddess Su Xiali, no matter how much she liked Wang Yuan before, would be angry because of Wang Yuan's words. She left angrily. There is no way. Wang Yuan's words were too damn disrespectful to Su Xiali. But what they didn't know was that Su Xiali's view of love had long been distorted due to her special family environment and the influence of the fairy gene. The more you don't treat her as a human being, the more she thinks that you are the great and real man she has been looking for. Because in Su Xiali's cognition, how can a great and real man treat women as human beings? The guy who doesn't treat women as human beings is the great and real man. Therefore, after hearing what Wang Yuan said, Su Xiali was not angry at all. The love and obsession in her eyes became more and more intense. Then she took a deep breath and said to Wang Yuan, the reason why I protect Huang Hao is because he can't die yet. He has not yet fully tasted the pain and despair that you, Brother Wang, have experienced. So he can't die. At this point, Su Xiali paused and continued, if he died like this, it would be too easy for him. That's why I protected him. After saying that, Su Xiali looked at Wang Yuan with a timid look. Her delicate face was full of trepidation. She looked as if she was afraid that Wang Yuan would not be satisfied with her reason. When Wang Yuan heard Su Xiali's words, he was stunned at first, then grinned and said 3 good words in a row. As for Su Xiali's reason, Wang Yuan was so satisfied. He even felt like he had found a confidant. Wang Yuan could give full marks to Su Xiali's reason. Yes. Huang Hao hasn't fully tasted the despair and pain he has experienced, how can he die? You die? Wouldn't I be breaking my promise? It's too easy for you to die like this. It seems that Su Xiali understands me. And she is so aware of the situation. In this case, I will give her a chance to act as a tool for my revenge. Chapter 35. Chapter 35, Dowdy, who gave you the courage to touch my prey Huang Hao? Is it the Death Carl? Second update, please bookmark. Your support is my motivation to write. Next update, around 12 o'clock. It will be available tomorrow. Please subscribe in advance. Thank you for your support. In the ruined community, Wang Yuan looked at Su Xiali, clapped his hands with satisfaction, and said, I am very satisfied with your answer. You will stay by my side from now on. Become a tool for revenge. At this point, Wang Yuan paused, and then continued, remember, you have to do whatever I tell you to do. One more nonsense. You lose the value of a revenge tool. Understand? Although Wang Yuan was very satisfied with Su Xiali's answer, who knows how Su Xiali will perform in the future. If she relies on staying by his side for a long time, or for other reasons, she wants to point fingers at his revenge plan. Then sorry. Wang Yuan will not hold back. A tool must have the awareness of a tool. If a tool has its own thoughts, then it is better not to have this tool. After hearing Wang Yuan's words, the audience in the live broadcast room thought that according to Su Xiali's character, she would definitely not agree. Because Wang Yuan's words were really a bit too much. Not to mention a goddess like Su Xiali. Even ordinary people would inevitably get angry. But what Su Xiali said next made everyone dumbfounded. When Su Xiali heard Wang Yuan's words, the obsession and love in her eyes became more and more intense. Then she looked at Wang Yuan and said sincerely, I understand. I will be your tool. Use it how you want. I have absolutely no complaints. Su Xiali's view on love is completely different from that of ordinary people because of her special family experience and her own fairy genes. Her lifelong pursuit is to find a great man to conquer herself. Therefore, the stronger Wang Yuan is towards her, the more Su Xiali believes that Wang Yuan is the great man she has found, and the more obsessed she is with Wang Yuan. In the eyes of others, Su Xiali is a slut. But Su Xiali has such a personality. After all, if you are not strong, how can you be considered a great man? After hearing what Su Xiali said, the audience in the live broadcast room were completely broken. No matter what, they could not accept that Su Xiali, whom they had been seeking so hard, had so easily become a tool of Wang Yuan, a traitor and a traitor to the country. This. Sister Su, please wake up. Don't be so stupid. Sister Su, he is Wang Yuan. Why are you so confused? It's over. Everything is over. Sister Su actually gave herself to the traitor and was willing to be his tool. I didn't expect that Sister Su would have such a personality. If I had known this earlier, I would have been screwed. Now everything is ruined. From now on, Sister Su will become Wang Yuan's shape. The audience in the live broadcast room were broken by the fact that Su Xiali was willing to be Wang Yuan's tool for revenge. Their dark energy fluctuations began to become extremely violent. Dark energy data was transmitted to the Great Wall number 1, allowing the screening work to proceed at an unprecedented speed. At this time, Wang Yuan took Su Xiali and walked straight towards Huang Hao, who was curled up in the corner, holding Yuan and looking haggard. When Huang Hao saw Wang Yuan coming, he immediately knelt in front of Wang Yuan and begged for mercy woodenly. Brother Wang, I really don't hate you anymore. Real. I think clearly, all this is my own fault. I don't blame you at all. At this point, Huang Hao raised his head, looked at Wang Yuan in a flattering manner, forced a smile, and then continued, "You killed my wife and son for my own good. I've thought it through. Really, I've thought it through. I don't hate you at all. I really don't hate you anymore." Huang Hao has been tortured by endless despair and regret for more than a month, and he is almost going crazy. If it weren't for Yuan, Huang Hao would have committed suicide. But for Yuan, he can't die. He can only brainwash himself over and over again, trying to let go of his hatred. Because he knows that only if he and Yuan do what Wang Yuan asks and win the 3-month bet, Yuan can survive. Instead of being killed by Wang Yuan like his wife and Tuan. Wang Yuan looked down at Huang Hao, listening to Huang Hao's begging for mercy, his eyes full of the pleasure of revenge. The novel was taken from the Reliz website. Close where you're reading it and support us on our website for more free novels. Good. Very good. Be more painful. The more painful and desperate you are, the happier I am. There are still 2 months. Enjoy this despair and helplessness. Thinking of this, Wang Yuan squatted down, staring into Huang Hao's eyes full of flattery and pleading, and said in a flat tone, "Why are you so embarrassed? It seems that you haven't really let go of your hatred. Instead, you know that you can't take revenge. If you really let go of your hatred, you should restore the expression you showed me before when you asked me to give up pursuing Lu Chuang. Instead of being in such a mess like today." At this point, Wang Yuan paused, and then continued, "There are still 2 months left. I hope you can really let go of your hatred. Let go of the fact that I threw your childhood sweetheart and your well-behaved son to death in front of you. Only when you truly let go of hatred, your daughter will live. You have 2 months left. Think about it. I will come to check in 2 months." When Huang Hao heard Wang Yuan's words, he collapsed on the ground like a puddle of mud and cried silently. He really tried his best. In the past month, he kept brainwashing himself. He wanted to let go of his hatred. But how could he forget this deep-rooted hatred? No matter how he brainwashed himself. But as long as he closed his eyes, the miserable state of his wife and son would appear in front of him uncontrollably. He wanted to eat Wang Yuan alive. He finally knew why Wang Yuan was so crazy. Just because he asked him to give up the pursuit of responsibility, he tortured himself in such a cruel way. Because this despair and helplessness were too painful. But understanding is reasonable. Solution. But he couldn't let go of his hatred for Wang Yuan. He really couldn't do it. Even though he knew that this was the only way for Yuan to survive. But he just couldn't do it. The audience in the live broadcast room didn't know what Wang Yuan did to Huang Hao. So, when they heard the conversation between Wang Yuan and Huang Hao, they were all stunned. Then they felt a chill bursting out from the depths of their souls, making them sweat coldly in the hot weather. Their bodies couldn't help but tremble slightly. There was no way. Wang Yuan's means of revenge were too cruel. He took an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth to the extreme. It was the first time they had seen such a cruel means of revenge. First, in front of Huang Hao, he threw his wife and child to death. Then he was given 3 months to forget this hatred, otherwise he would kill the last child. This method is really too cruel. I can't believe how Huang Hao survived this month. Cruel. Why don't you think about why Wang Yuan did this? I think Wang Yuan did the right thing. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. People should pay the price for what they have done. Don't you think about it? If Wang Yuan didn't have the strength he has now, what would happen to him? A bunch of saintly bitches, I'm going to stay away from you. Otherwise, when the thunder strikes you, I'll be covered in blood. It's amazing. At this moment, Wang Yuan suddenly thought of something. Then he gently reached up to the sky with his right hand, and the unrivaled Qi formed a huge palm in the void. Breaking through the clouds, he came to space. He grabbed the flagship of the Dowdy Vanguard warship, and then, in front of the horrified eyes of the live broadcast audience, he pulled it over the community at an incredible speed. Then, Wang Yuan gently squeezed it. This huge flagship, along with the tens of thousands of doughty warriors inside, except for the two generals Feng Lei, was squeezed into a football-sized ball. Who gave you the courage to touch my prey? Wang Yuan pulled the two generals, Feng Lei, in front of him and said slowly, Death Carl. You all really turned a deaf ear to my words. I said, give Huang Hao 3 months. How dare you, doughty, come and attack him? You are really courting death. The two generals Feng Lei, wearing silver-white armor, looked at Wang Yuan with horror, their eyes full of disbelief. They knew about Wang Yuan, but they did not take him seriously. In their opinion, Wang Yuan was just an ordinary super soldier. As long as they used the god-killing weapons, they could easily kill him. But they could not have imagined that Wang Yuan had become so powerful after not seeing him for a month. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the flagship far away in space and brought it back to Blue Star. Then, with a slight pinch, he crushed the warship that could withstand the god-killing attack. Such combat power was unheard of. Just when Wang Yuan wanted to crush the two blind guys Feng Lei to death, ripples appeared in the void in front of him, and then the fantasy of the cloaked death god Carl appeared out of thin air. Chapter 36. Chapter 36, Using the overall situation and the people of the world to pressure me? Sorry, I won't accept this moral blackmail. Third update, please give me flowers and monthly tickets. Your support is my motivation to write. Next update will be around 1:30. Thank you for your support. Feng Lei saw the illusion of the god of death Carl and wanted to kneel down. But because of Wang Yuan's restraints, they tried their best and could not move at all. They could only stand stiffly in the air, silently waiting for the judgment of fate. After the god of death Carl appeared, he glanced at Feng Lei lightly, then turned to Wang Yuan and said, Wang Yuan, I am very interested in you. Your super soldier gene is special. I searched all the databases and found no record. At this point, the god of death Carlton paused, then continued, then there is only one possibility, your genes are mutated. I want to make a deal with you. Just give me a little of your blood. I will stop Morgana from bothering you. How? After hearing what the god of death Carl said, Wang Yuan almost laughed out of anger. These pseudo-gods in the super god universe really think they are great. First Gunna stopped herself from seeking revenge on Dokeo, but now the god of death Carl jumped out again, speaking in a condescending tone. She wanted to make a deal with herself. What a bunch of guys who only see the world from a narrow perspective. After gaining power through technological means, they really think of themselves as gods. In Wang Yuan's opinion, all of those guys who claim to be gods in the super god universe are idiots with abnormal brains, who cannot recognize their own status after gaining some power. Those who don't even know the authority of the universe dare to call themselves gods. It's really laughable. Thinking of this, Wang Yuan sighed, and then said in a slightly bland tone, So Xiaoli, the reason why you were able to hold on for so long under the attack of the Doughty. It's because you deliberately let him go, right? Hearing this, the god of death Carl was stunned at first, then nodded and admitted it. Wang Yuan was very curious from the beginning. With the fighting power of Doughty, how did So Xiaoli, who had just awakened the fairy gene and had not had time to train, protect Huang Hao in the community alone for nearly a month? Judging from the residual qi around, So Xiaoli had at least solved dozens of invading Doughty teams in this month. Logically, it should have attracted the attention of Doughty headquarters. Then send troops to kill So Xiaoli or control her. But the Doughty commander did not do it. Every time he sent 2 Doughty warriors came to attack Huang Hao. This abnormal behavior. There is only one explanation, the other party did it on purpose. Just to see if they can lure me out. Now it seems that I am right. All this was done by the death god Carl on purpose in order to get his own super soldier gene. But there is something that the death god Karl would never have thought of. That is, the scion himself was obtained by fusion of entries. Not to mention giving him some blood, even if he cut himself into pieces, it would not be able to research anything. At this moment, the voice of the death god Karl sounded again. You are very smart. However, I know Huang Hao is your prey. So I didn't plan to touch him. At this point, the god of death Carlton paused, and then continued. Even if Su Xiali hadn't died, Huang Hao wouldn't have died. I know you. I know that once Huang Hao dies at the hands of Dowdy, there will be no more transactions between us. Even I will also be on your revenge list. Let's do this. As long as you promise to give me some blood, not only will you stop Morgana from causing trouble for you, it will also make Dowdy withdraw from the Chaiwa Star. How? Hearing the words of Karl the god of death, the audience in the live broadcast room were stunned, and then they felt a burst of ecstasy bursting out from the depths of their hearts. How could they have thought that Karl the god of death could actually offer such conditions? In the past month, due to the invasion of the Dowdy Legion, all parts of the world have been plunged into endless wars. Even though the Dragon Country has a huge army and a super seminary. But there are wars everywhere, and the casualties are difficult to count. This makes the audience eager for peace. Now seeing the dawn of peace in front of them, as long as they defeat Karl the god of death, the war will stop immediately, and they don't have to live in fear all day long. How can they not be excited? Brother Wang, please agree to it quickly. As long as you agree, you will be our Dragon Country. No, you will be the greatest contributor to the entire Blue Star. At that time, if you want to kill someone, it only takes one sentence. Yes. Brother Wang, please agree to the death god Karl quickly. Isn't it just a drop of blood? Give it to him quickly. Brother Wang, for the sake of the people of the world, for the Dragon Kingdom, for the Blue Star, just agree to the Grim Reaper Karl. Why are you still hesitating? Hurry up and agree. At this moment, not only the audience in the live broadcast room, but also the people in the heroic army and the heads of state of the world, all learned the news. They all swarmed into Su Xiali's live broadcast room. Then they looked at Wang Yuan with eager eyes. They hoped that Wang Yuan would agree to the death god Karl with putting the overall situation first and for the sake of the people of the world. But Wang Yuan's next words shattered everyone's hope. Will your Dowdy army withdraw from the Chaiwa Star? It's none of my business. Wang Yuan looked at the illusion of the god of death Karl and said in a nonchalant tone, don't use the bullshit of the overall situation and the people of the world to morally blackmail me. I don't buy this. What does it have to do with me whether the people of this world live or die? As long as you don't get in my way. Even if the Dowdy army slaughtered all of Blue Star, I wouldn't even frown. But if you block my way. Speaking of this, Wang Yuan clenched his right hand slightly, and in front of millions of viewers in the live broadcast room and the god of death Karl, he directly crushed the two Dowdy advance officers Feng Lei into pieces. Of course, he threw them into the ruins beside. Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room were so ecstatic before. Now they are so angry. Isn't it just a little blood? Why don't you give it to the god of death Karl? Compared with letting the world fall into war, what is this price? It's not worth mentioning at all. Why do you refuse? For the sake of the people of the world, are you not willing to make this sacrifice? The audience in the live broadcast room became more and more angry, and they all started cursing in the live broadcast room. Wang Yuan, you selfish ungrateful bastard! Why do you want to reject Karl the god of death? Why? Don't you know how many people died in the war in the past month? As long as you agree, this war sweeping the world will end. Because of you, a selfish guy. I don't know how many soldiers shed their blood on the battlefield, how many innocent people died in the war, and how many people were displaced. If it were me, I wouldn't even bother to shed a drop of blood. Even if I were to die, I would be willing. Ah! I am so angry. This selfish, ungrateful bastard. Not only the ordinary audience in the live broadcast room, but also many super soldiers of the Xiangbing company were extremely angry about Wang Yuan's decision. They have been fighting on the front line this month. They know better than anyone the cruelty of this war. So they are eager to end the war as soon as possible. Although they don't know what the feud between Wang Yuan and Lu Juang and the super seminary is, they still feel furious when they see Wang Yuan decisively reject the god of death Karl. They can't understand why Wang Yuan did this. In their opinion, no matter what hatred or grudges, they are all internal affairs of their own people. Now because of internal hatred, Wang Yuan made such a decision and let Blue Star continue to fall into the war. He is really selfish to the extreme. After hearing Wang Yuan's answer, the god of death Karl was also stunned. He thought Wang Yuan would refuse, but he never thought that Wang Yuan would refuse so straightforwardly. It seems that he really misunderstood. This Wang Yuan will never make any compromises for the overall situation or the people of the world. Thinking of this, the god of death Karl smiled, and then said, since you have made a decision, then the deal between us is cancelled. Then you take your Yangguan road, and I take mine. At this point, the god of death Carlton paused, and then continued, Doughty will not block your path of revenge. I won't stop Morgana from causing trouble for you. Goodbye. While speaking, the Grim Reaper Karl wanted to withdraw his fantasy and end the negotiation. But at this moment, Wang Yuan's voice sounded slowly, do you just want to leave like this? How arrogant! While speaking, Wang Yuan's mind moved, and he condensed a ball of air. In the surprised eyes of everyone, he shattered the illusion of the god of death Karl. At the same time, in a palace far away in the Styx galaxy, the originally calm and composed god of death Karl suddenly changed his expression, his eyes full of surprise. Because he found that with Wang Yuan's bombardment, his own illusion, he permanently lost the dark energy data of that illusion. A mere illusion of dark energy data, to death Karl, is nothing at all. But, this means that Wang Yuan has the ability to erase the dark energy data. This is terrible. Dark energy data is one of the most basic foundations of all super god technologies. Whether it is the divine body or other abilities, they are all constructed based on dark energy data. Now Wang Yuan has the ability to erase dark energy data. Doesn't that mean that he can fundamentally erase super god technology and everything developed based on super god technology? Thinking of this, Death Karl couldn't help but mutter to himself, does this Wang Yuan have the ability of the void? That's right. It must be the void ability. What an unexpected gain. After saying that, the god of death Karl returned to his desk, picked up his quill, and began to study the void. Chapter 37. Chapter 37, since you said you are willing to die for the sake of the greater good and the people of the world, how about I help you realize your wish? First update, please bookmark. Your support is my motivation to write. Next update will be available. Please pre-order. Thank you for your support. Along with the illusion of Grim Reaper Karl, it was shattered by Wang Yuan. Also shattered were the hopes of the audience in the live broadcast room and the Xiangbing company to end the war. Originally, they still had some illusions in their hearts. They thought Wang Yuan was bargaining. But now it seems that Wang Yuan had no intention of trading from the beginning. The audience in the live broadcast room watched the illusion of Grim Reaper Karl dissipate into the void. Everyone was stunned, and after a brief silence, they began to curse madly. Wang Yuan, you are such a selfish bastard. How can a person be so selfish? What the hell is this Dogecoin? A little blood for the end of the war, such a good deal. How dare you refuse it? From now on, you are the biggest traitor in the history of Dragon Country. Where are the heroes? What are you doing? Catch Wang Yuan quickly and take his blood to trade to the death god Karl. Wang Yuan, do you know how many innocent people have died because of your selfishness? You sinner! Not only the audience in the live broadcast room who were completely broken down had great resentment towards Wang Yuan. Even many super soldiers in the heroic army were angry about Wang Yuan's choice. This Wang Yuan is a bit selfish. Ge Xiaolun, who was wearing black armor and had wings on his back, smashed the head of the Doubty with a sword and said, even if he has a grudge against Master Chuang, it shouldn't be like this. After a month of baptism of fire, Ge Xiaolun has grown from a loser to a qualified soldier. His temperament has also changed dramatically. The original college student's pure stupidity has disappeared, replaced by an iron-blooded and tough temperament. In the past month, he and his comrades in the Xiangbing company have been fighting on the front line. No one knows the cruelty of Doubty better than him. The once prosperous Tianhe city has been reduced to ruins in the endless battles, with broken walls everywhere. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as a hell on earth. According to him, it is not just Tianhe city that is aware of this. The entire dragon country and even the whole world are caught in the flames of war, with hundreds of millions of casualties. Everyone is trying to find a way to end this war. But I didn't expect Wang Yuan to make such a choice. Although he didn't know what kind of hatred there was between Wang Yuan, Lu Chuang, and the Super God Academy. But in Ge Xiaolun's view, these are all internal matters. And Wang Yuan's current behavior is too selfish. Just when Ge Xiaolun was complaining about Wang Yuan's selfishness, a Doubty riding a flying vehicle took advantage of Ge Xiaolun's distraction and launched a sneak attack on him. Bang! Just when he was about to succeed, a black light flashed, and Zhao Xian, holding a black gun, rescued Ge Xiaolun, and then said, "Xiaolun, what are you doing? This is not the time to be distracted. In addition, I disagree with your point of view. Wang Yuan is unwilling to sacrifice himself, that's his business. We can't force him to sacrifice himself." At this point, Zhao Xian threw his spear and destroyed another aircraft, and continued, "If he is willing to sacrifice himself, I will admire him. If someone is unwilling to sacrifice, we should not feel resentful. This is the true spirit of chivalry. Besides, shouldn't we hate Doubty and Karl the most? Why is it that everyone is starting to hate Wang Yuan now? Say 1,000 words. This war was not started by Wang Yuan. Zhao Xian's dream since childhood was to become a knight who eradicates evil. Before he awakened the super soldier gene, he dared to fight against the dark forces. In his opinion, it would be best if Wang Yuan agreed to the deal. If he disagrees, he should not resent him. After all, it is not oneself who makes the sacrifice, and others are not qualified, let alone reason. Those who resent Wang Yuan because Wang Yuan refused the deal are all those who talk without any pain. Hearing Zhao Xian's words, Ge Xiaolun knew that what Zhao Xian said made sense. But thinking of those fellows who died, compatriots and comrades still can't help but feel resentment towards Wang Yuan. There's nothing we can do. This is human nature. Except for people like Zhao Xian who regard chivalry as a creed of victory, even if they know they shouldn't resent Wang Yuan, they can't change their minds. Compared with Ge Xiaolun and Zhao Xian, Qiang Gui and Duzanzan Buddha Sun Wukong are now more afraid. They have seen Wang Yuan's terrifying strength in Su Xiali's live broadcast room. Just one grab can completely destroy the Doubty flagship that is enough to withstand the god-killing attack, and also kill the two Doubty Fenglei who they dream of killing. General. Such terrifying strength is enough to rival the long-established main gods such as Morgana and Holy Keisha. With Wang Yuan's style of doing things, he will definitely settle accounts with all his enemies next. At that time, the disaster will really begin. Qiang Gui and fighting Buddha Sun Wukong are not afraid of death. But if they die now, the Dragon Kingdom will no longer be able to resist the invasion of the Doubty army. At that time, all lives will be destroyed. Even the entire Dragon Kingdom will be trampled into dust by the Doubty. Oh! If I had known that Wang Yuan would be so powerful. At the beginning, I shouldn't have included Protect Lu Chuang. Otherwise, Wang Yuan might become a member of the Xiangbinglian. With his fighting power, a mere Doubty is nothing to worry about. But now, blame Lu Chuang and Dokeo. If it weren't for them, things wouldn't have come to this point. Now the only hope is that Wang Yuan still has some sanity left. He can suppress the murderous intent in his heart. After solving the Dowdy invasion, we can start the settlement. Otherwise, everything will be over. At this moment, Morgana's familiar yet unfamiliar voice appeared in Qiang Gui's mind. Qiang Gui, what do you think? As long as you follow me, I promise to help Longguo solve the Dowdy invasion and Wang Yuan's problem. After hearing Morgana's words, Qiang Gui did not cut off the dark energy communication immediately, but after a while, she said blankly, you want me to be a traitor? Just give up on this idea. After saying this, Qiang Gui cut off the communication with Morgana. What Rose didn't know was that because of Wang Yuan's matter, her tone was no longer as resolute as before. Morgana, who was in Devil number 1, also noticed this. A smile appeared on her face. No hurry. Take your time. I believe you will figure it out. Morgana was very happy about the change in Rose's tone. After more than a month of guidance, she has noticed the change in Rose's attitude towards her. She believes that it won't be long before Rose will agree to trade with her. In exchange for letting her protect the Dragon Kingdom, she will join her demon camp. By then, she has plenty of ways to make Rose a complete demon. Just when the super soldiers of the Hero Company were having their own plans because Wang Yuan refused the deal with the god of death Karl. In the community, Wang Yuan no longer paid attention to Huang Hao, who was lying on the ground. He took Su Xiaoli with him and stepped onto the rooftop, then said leisurely, you guys are so happy with the scolding. They were filled with righteous indignation and called me a selfish traitor. Well, I will give you a chance to sacrifice your life for the country. At this point, Wang Yuan lightly snapped his fingers, and the vast and majestic qi broke out of his body and turned into big hands. He grabbed all the guys who had grudges against him within a radius of 10 kilometers. Regardless of gender, age, or young, he grabbed them all in front of him. For a moment, the originally empty blue sky was densely packed with people with terrified faces. They looked at Wang Yuan with unbelievable eyes, and their eyes were full of deep fear. No one thought that they only cursed Wang Yuan a few words in the live broadcast room. The next second, they were caught in front of Wang Yuan. Thinking of the method Wang Yuan used to deal with Huang Hao, all the people caught by Wang Yuan couldn't stop sweating, and their bodies trembled slightly because of extreme fear. Their faces were no longer filled with indignation. Instead, there was a complex expression of panic, fear, and helplessness. Wang Yuan looked at the expressions of these people, and under the panic-stricken gaze of the audience in the live broadcast room, he began to laugh crazily. His laughter was so intense. Even with Wang Yuan's physical fitness, he couldn't help coughing. Cough cough, scold me again. Didn't everyone say that as long as the war was over, they would not hesitate to sacrifice even a drop of blood, even if it meant their own death? How? It's time for you to sacrifice for the greater good and for the people of the world. Why aren't you filled with righteous indignation? At this point, Wang Yuan's face condensed, and then he said coldly, I hate you guys who are just talking nonsense the most. The reason why you dare to be so unscrupulous. It is nothing more than holding the mentality of not being afraid of serious illness when watching a funeral and morally blackmailing others. Anyway, it's others who sacrifice, not you. If the moral kidnapping is successful, you will benefit. If it is not successful, you will not lose anything. Others may spoil you. But I won't. Since you want to sacrifice so much, how about I help you? What Wang Yuan hates most is people who stand on the moral high ground, point fingers at others, and use morality to blackmail others. They are so easy to talk without any worries. Others spoil them, but Wang Yuan won't. Don't you like moral blackmail? Don't you take advantage of the fact that you don't have to take responsibility for what you say and curse yourself? Don't you clamor that you will definitely agree if it's you? Then I am going to see today, what will you do when it's your turn? It will never hurt unless the knife cuts yourself. In this case, I'll let you think from my perspective and feel the same way. When the time comes, don't let me down. I hope you can do as you said, and die bravely for the so-called overall situation and the people of the world. Otherwise, Brother Wang will be angry. If Brother Wang is angry, you will be miserable. Chapter 38. Chapter 38, Don't you like moral kidnapping? Why are you crying and begging for mercy when it's your turn? You are a bunch of double-standard dogs, die. One update, please subscribe. Your support is my motivation to write. The next update will be around 12 o'clock. Thank you for your support. The audience in the live broadcast room felt their scalps tingling when they saw the thousands of men, women, and children who were detained in mid-air by Wang Yuan. Even the most extreme audience members did not expect that Wang Yuan could do such a cruel thing. He actually wanted to kill them just because others cursed him in the live broadcast room. Thinking of Wang Yuan's method of revenge on Huang Hao, everyone couldn't help but feel a chill down their spine. What on earth does Wang Yuan want to do? He is not really going to kill these people in front of millions of people in the live broadcast room, right? If this is the case, then you still don't understand Wang Yuan's style of doing things. Although I don't know what Wang Yuan will do next, I feel that death will be a relief for them. No way. Wang Yuan wouldn't be so crazy. I'm a psychiatrist. From my observation, Wang Yuan has a very serious mental illness. In layman's terms, he is crazy. However, Wang Yuan's situation is quite special. He is a sane and sober madman. What we consider to be insane is just a normal thing for him. What the hell is the Xiangbinglian doing? Why don't they stop it? Just as the audience in the live broadcast room were shocked beyond measure by the scene before their eyes, Wang Yuan's voice rang out slowly, echoing in the live broadcast room. Since you all have the awareness to sacrifice your life for the greater good and for the people of the world, let's do this. Then I'll give you a chance. Having said that, Wang Yuan paused, then smiled at everyone and said, how about each of you exchanging for 10 dowdy? A good deal. You guys go die bravely, I'll kill the dowdy. How about it? Wang Yuan's smile and words, like a spell, exploded in everyone's ears. Everyone present was stunned. They looked at Wang Yuan with unbelievable eyes. Their cheeks were full of horror. They could never have imagined that Wang Yuan could propose such a deal. 1 life for 10 dowdy warriors? If it was to exchange for other people's lives, they would naturally agree. Because as Wang Yuan said, this is a very cost-effective deal. In the past month, the combat effectiveness of dowdy warriors has long been obvious to all. In the absence of the Xiangbing Company, even the most elite warriors of Dragon Country, the exchange ratio with dowdy warriors has reached an astonishing 50:1. In other words, Dragon Country must be enough. It takes the sacrifice of 50 fully armed combatants to eliminate 1 dowdy warrior. In this way, sacrificing 1 civilian is equivalent to saving 500 soldiers in disguise. Such a deal is certainly worthwhile. Of course, there is a premise. That is, the sacrifice cannot be oneself. As long as it is not oneself, then the deal is worthwhile. But if the sacrifice is oneself, then this deal can no longer be described as worthwhile or not. After all, the price is one's own life. Even if it is worthwhile, so what? Thinking of this, the group of people who were detained in the air by Wang Yuan, except for a few guys who were completely scared silly, all began to look at Wang Yuan with pleading eyes. Begging for mercy. Brother Wang. No, Your Majesty. I know I was wrong. Please let us go. We will never talk nonsense again. Your Majesty, we really know we were wrong. I shouldn't have blamed you for refusing a deal with the Grim Reaper Carl. Please, spare me this time. I was really wrong. Please let us go. Of course, in addition to these spineless people, there were also some hard-headed people who cursed at Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan, if you have the guts, just kill us all. You're such a selfish guy. You have the guts to kill us. Come on. Wang Yuan would not tolerate such a stubborn person. He took a deep breath, searched for their family members, and then condensed his qi into invisible claws. He detained them in front of these stubborn people. Then he said leisurely, very good. I like people like you who are consistent in appearance and heart the most. So, I will fulfill your wish. When these stubborn people saw this scene, their eyes suddenly turned red and they begged for mercy frantically. Wang Yuan, everyone is responsible for their own actions. If you have the guts, come at me. What's the big deal about implicating innocent people? The disaster will not reach the family. The disaster will not reach the family. I agree to the deal. Please let them go. I'll trade if you let them go. Please. When Wang Yuan heard these pleas for mercy, a hint of coldness flashed across his eyes. Then, he moved his mind and crushed their families into a paste in front of these stubborn people. Then he pulled those stubborn people in front of him, looked at their eyes filled with deep hatred, and asked in a slightly puzzled tone, why are you angry? Shouldn't you be happy? You should be grateful to me. After all, I am helping you to implement your own ideas. You can persuade me to make a deal with Carl for the sake of the overall situation and the people of the world. At this point, Wang Yuan paused, and then continued, that must also be for the sake of the overall situation and the people of the world. It's right to let your family die. Thank me quickly. Hurry up. This group of stubborn people are all double-standard saints. When asking others to sacrifice, they open their mouths to put the overall situation first, but keep silent about the people of the world. When it's my turn, they hate me so much. If I really follow their theory, they should be grateful to me in addition to being happy now. After all, although I killed their whole family, their sacrifice saved more people. As a result, they hate me instead. Looking at their eyes, they wish they could skin me alive. From this, it can be seen that this group of people are just like Huang Hao, double-standard dogs who talk without any pain in their waists. Hearing Wang Yuan's words, this group of stubborn people was stunned at first, and then they were overwhelmed by the unforgettable hatred and began to curse madly. Wang Yuan, you will die a horrible death. I'll skin you alive. Fuck you, you bastard. Give me back my wife's life. Wang Yuan, if you have the guts, let me go. Ha 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 ha. Aren't you afraid of retribution for doing this? You will die a miserable death. Even if I turn into a ghost, I won't let you go. Wang Yuan felt so refreshed when he saw the eyes full of deep hatred and the shrill curses of this group of hard-boned people. For Wang Yuan, this was more satisfying than anything else. Blood for blood, tooth for tooth. Using the theory of double-standard saintly dogs to make them miserable is called revenge. He wanted to let those double-standard dogs who were high and mighty, standing on the moral high ground and wantonly blackmailing people, have a good taste of this. See if the knife cuts on them. Does it hurt? Facts have proved that it hurts. Otherwise, they would not hate him so madly. Just when Wang Yuan was enjoying the deep hatred and shrill curses of this group of hard-boned people, the audience in the live broadcast room were all silent. In silence, they couldn't help but feel a chill rising from the depths of their hearts, making them tremble all over in the hot weather. Because they knew Wang Yuan's style of doing things. Anyone who used the overall situation and the people of the world to blackmail him morally would run away. He would torture them to death with this reason. It's over. It's completely over now. This group of peoples today is our future. Fortunately, I never scolded Wang Yuan or blackmailed him morally. What do the Xiangbinglian do for a living? Why don't they come and wipe out this lunatic? What are they doing? Now we can only put our hope on the heroic company. Brother Wang, I was wrong. I was just bewitched. Can you please let me go? To read the exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. It's useless. This Wang Yuan is a lunatic. He won't let any of us go. Ha 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 ha. If I had known this would happen, why did I do it in the first place? Damn super seminary, why did they force Wang Yuan to this point? Just as the comments in the live broadcast room were directed at the super seminary, Wang Yuan's voice rang out again. Although your performance disappointed me. But I am a person who values my word the most. Having said this, Wang Yuan paused, and then continued. If I agree to trade with you, I must fulfill the agreement. A total of 137 people died just now. Then I will kill 1,370 Dowdy. As he spoke, Wang Yuan took out a cigarette. Seeing this, Su Ziyali, who was standing beside him, quickly lit it for Wang Yuan. After taking a deep breath, Wang Yuan threw the cigarette butt into the sky. Then, in the surprised eyes of everyone, the cigarette butt turned into a meteor and shot straight into the sky, crossing the sky. It pierced through a Dowdy warship. Then a huge explosion, accompanied by a sky-high flame, suddenly sounded in the sky. The huge warship turned into cosmic dust in an instant, and spread in all directions. The horrifying scene not only stunned the people in the live broadcast room, but even the cosmic masters who were secretly observing could not help but shudder. There was no way. Wang Yuan's casual attack was too terrifying. He directly pierced a Dowdy warship. A space battleship that was powerful enough to withstand 2 attacks from god-killing weapons was blown into cosmic dust. Such power is beyond their cognition. I am afraid that only those who stand at the top of the super god universe can have such combat power. No. Even the holy Keisha, Morgana, and the god of death Karl, although they can destroy the Dowdy battleship. But they can't do it, as lightly as Wang Yuan. What kind of gene did Wang Yuan awaken? Why can he increase his combat power to such a terrifying level in such a short time? Of course, this is not the most terrible thing. The most terrible thing is that Wang Yuan is a lunatic. If anyone offends him, he will use the most cruel method to attack you without hesitation. With such terrible power crazy, everyone felt their scalp tingling. Especially those civilizations that had a grudge against Wang Yuan, such as Morgana, were even more panicked. Dokeo, that bastard! In Devil Number 1, Morgana, wearing a leather jacket, paced in the hall, with a rare look of fear in her eyes. For the sake of his crappy no-star revival plan, he actually forced a monster like Wang Yuan to become his mortal enemy. Damn it! Dokeo, you deserve to die. Morgana came to the Chiwu galaxy because the god of death Urka told her that the demon Achuo and the carrier of the space-time gene could be found on the blue star. After arriving at the Chiwu galaxy, when she discovered that the carrier of the space-time gene was the daughter of the madman Dokeo, she got in touch with Dokeo. Then she used the demon civilization's unique gene awakening technology to exchange for the demon Achuo's location information and the opportunity to contact the space-time rose. Because the demon civilization's unique gene awakening technology can not only allow the gene carrier to revive in advance, but also instill the memory of the previous life into the awakener. Let them become no-star warriors from the Dragon Country people carrying the no-star gene in an instant. If it weren't for the space-time rose, it would have a special effect and meaning to herself. Morgana would agree to the deal. Originally, everything was proceeding in an orderly manner according to the plan, but who knew? In order to protect Lu Chuang, Dokeo actually created a monster like Wang Yuan. Damn it! This Dokeo really deserves to die. With Wang Yuan's current strength and style of doing things, he will definitely not let me go. I didn't do anything. There is such a terrifying enemy. How could Morgana not break her defense? If it weren't for the fact that Rose is Dokeo's daughter, she would have slaughtered Dokeo long ago. Thinking of this, Morgana knew that she was thrown into Dokeo's trap. With Rose around, whether she likes it or not, she will be forced to stand with Dokeo. Frustrated. Since Morgana became the Demon King, she has never been so aggrieved. Morgana is not the only one who feels aggrieved, but also Holy Keisha. In the past month, she has matched Angel Yan with the Galaxy Power Ge Xiaolun through the Holy Knowledge Treasury. But now she finds that she seems to have fallen into Dokeo's calculations. After all, with Wang Yuan's character, he will definitely settle accounts with Dokeo and those who prevent him from taking revenge. And the galaxy power Ge Xiaolun seems to have a special liking for Dokeo's daughter Du Qiangui. At that time, Du Qiangui will definitely come out to stop it. If Wang Yuan attacks Du Qiangui, Ge Xiaolun will definitely not stand idly by. In order to protect Ge Xiaolun, Angel Yan will also stop Wang Yuan. With Wang Yuan's character and power, Angel Yan is definitely not Wang Yuan's opponent. When that day really comes, can she and the Angel Legion stand idly by? Watch Angel Yan being slaughtered by Wang Yuan. Once she takes action, with Wang Yuan's character, he will definitely attack the Angel civilization. Such a terrifying and powerful enemy has appeared for no reason. How could Holy Keisha not feel aggrieved? Thinking of this, Holy Keisha couldn't help but mutter to herself as expected of the war maniac Dokeo. Just one rose dragged the entire Angel civilization into this muddy water. The best way for now. It is to dissolve the marriage between Tian Xian and Ge Xiaolun. But the more Holy Keisha thought about it, the more aggrieved she became. She couldn't help but stand up and walk towards the palace where the Heavenly Foundation King Hexi was. She wanted to ask the Heavenly Foundation King Hexi if there was any way to solve this difficult problem. Just when Morgana and Holy Kessa were feeling frustrated because of Dokeo's plot, Wang Yuan ignored the curses of those hard-headed people and turned to look at those soft-headed people begging for mercy. Yu said, "It's your turn next. Didn't you say solemnly in the live broadcast room, for the sake of the greater good and the people of the world, we would not hesitate to sacrifice even a drop of blood, even our lives? Then I will fulfill your wish today." Hearing Wang Yuan's words, those thousands of spineless people, in the face of the fear of death, began to beg for mercy heartbreakingly. Wang Yuan heard the miserable pleas of the crowd, and the coldness in his eyes became more and more intense. "Do you know you are wrong? No, you just know that you are going to die. People like you will never know your mistakes. Only when the knife is about to cut you will you reluctantly admit your mistakes. Since you dare to morally blackmail yourself, you must be prepared to bear your own revenge. Go to hell." Thinking of this, Wang Yuan wanted to crush this group of double-standard dogs who only know how to morally blackmail. But at this moment, a slightly anxious voice sounded in his mind. "Wang Yuan, don't be impulsive. I am Qin Nu, the person in charge of the Great Wall Base. I know everything about you. As long as you..." Wang Yuan was too lazy to talk nonsense with Qin Nu. Before she could finish her words, he had an idea and crushed the thousands of double-standard dogs who were still begging for mercy into minced meat. As Wang Yuan moved, a bloody rain suddenly fell in the ruined community. The entire community was covered with a layer of bright red blood and flesh carpet. From a distance, it looked like hell on earth, horrifying. Chapter 39. Chapter 39, Qin Nu's faith collapsed. "Lu Chuang, you are not crazy, you don't hate me. There is no point in taking revenge on me. Second update, please subscribe. Your support is my motivation to write. Next update will be at around 2:30 p.m. Thank you for your support." In the Great Wall Base, Sana stood in front of the big screen, looking at the bloody scene that was like hell. Even with her willpower, she couldn't help feeling nauseous. In addition to nausea, Sana was more terrified. She stared at the big screen blankly, her eyes full of disbelief. Then she subconsciously said, "Wang Yuan, enough. What on earth are you trying to do? They just posted a few comments, you just need to teach them a lesson. As for killing them all..." Qin Nu knew that Wang Yuan was ruthless. As for his enemies and those who blocked his revenge, Wang Yuan would never show mercy, using cruel and outrageous means, to make them regret coming to this world. But she never thought that Wang Yuan would be so cold and ruthless. These residents just sent barrages in the live broadcast room to try to blackmail Wang Yuan morally. He could grind them all into meat paste without blinking an eye. Such a thing! Even the evil ghosts crawling out of hell would not do it. And after seeing Wang Yuan's incredibly powerful fighting power, Sana couldn't help but think. If Tokyo hadn't shielded and condoned Lu Chuang from the beginning, Wang Yuan wouldn't have become what he is now. Maybe he could have become her comrade in arms and fought side by side with her. Sana understood Wang Yuan's act of revenge. But now Wang Yuan's actions have gone beyond the limits of revenge, and he is simply killing for pleasure. Hearing Sana's words, Wang Yuan on the rooftop, while listening to those stubborn curses, said, "Why are you asking me what I want to do? I just help them realize their life beliefs. They keep saying that they are willing to sacrifice their lives for the greater good and the people of the world." At this point, Wang Yuan paused, then continued, "I want to see if it's true. As a result, you also saw. These people are just a bunch of double-standard saint dogs. That's right. You asked me if I wanted to seek justice for them." Hearing Wang Yuan's words, Qin Nu fell silent. She naturally wanted to seek justice for these residents, but was it possible? With Wang Yuan's incredible fighting power, even if she died, she could not hurt Wang Yuan at all. Besides, now is the most critical moment of the war. Once Wang Yuan is angered, who knows what this madman can do? Thinking of Wang Yuan's incredible fighting power, Qin Nu couldn't help but feel a pity. With Wang Yuan's fighting power, it is no problem to destroy the Dowdy Legion alone. But there is no if in this world, and things have come to this point. Now we can only appease Wang Yuan as much as possible. Although we can't stop him from taking revenge, we should try to delay it until after the Dowdy invasion, otherwise once Wang Yuan acts recklessly and slaughters all the Xiangbinglian, then there will be no hope for the Dragon Kingdom. Thinking of this, Qin Nu took a deep breath, and then sent a voice message to Wang Yuan. "Wang Yuan, I know everything about you. I sympathize with your experience. I know I can't stop you from taking revenge." At this point, Qin Nu paused, and then continued, "But please postpone the time of revenge. After all." Before Sana could finish her words, she was interrupted by Wang Yuan's slightly crazy voice. "Ha ha ha. Sana, I didn't expect you to be the same kind of person as Tokyo. As an official of the Dragon Kingdom, after seeing me slaughtering civilians like this, instead of seeking justice for them, you start to appease me. Ha ha ha. You did this? Are you worthy of them? It's really chilling." At this point, Wang Yuan paused, and then continued, "Qin you still don't understand what caused the tragedy between Qing and me. I tell you, it is your mentality of bullying the weak and fearing the strong, and being used to weighing the pros and cons. A bunch of dogs vs straw stuff. When you open your mouth to protect the Dragon Kingdom, you close your mouth to protect the world. But when you really encounter something, you start to consider the gains and losses and weigh the pros and cons. Ha 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 ha. If someone had stood up and said something to Qing and me, even just one sentence, I wouldn't have become like this. Qin you really deserve to die." Wang Yuan never thought that what he did was just. He never said that he was just. He was just a madman who was tortured to madness by endless despair and pain. What he did was just to let those who participated in Han King's incident taste the pain he had endured. Let those high and mighty guys truly empathize with his despair. Let those who morally kidnapped him taste the taste of being morally kidnapped. For this reason, he would not hesitate to turn into a demon and slaughter the world. Of course, he didn't mind if others sought revenge on him. As long as they had the ability, they could take his life at any time. Then at the same time he tortured himself in this way. When that day really comes, he will have no regrets. A killer will be killed. He killed their families, and they came to seek revenge on him. It is only natural. Everyone can do it with their own abilities. Come if you have the ability, I will not refuse you. In the beginning, the root cause of his tragedy was that there were too many people like Qin. They knew they were wronged, but no one stood up to seek justice for them. They were all weighing the pros and cons. Damn! Can human life be weighed? In the beginning, he was the one being weighed. Now it is the civilians who were crushed into meat paste by him who are being weighed. After this series of events, this group of people has not changed at all. Ha ha ha! Originally, Wang Yuan thought they had grown up. But now it seems that they haven't changed at all. Still so double standard. Still so hypocritical. Still so damn good at making excuses for themselves. Fuck him. It was because I was desperate that I awakened the double penetration entry system. Otherwise, it would have been smashed to pieces by these people who picked up the bowl to eat and put it down to curse. I was weighed. Thinking of this, Wang Yuan laughed so hard that tears were about to fall, and then he said to Sana while panting, Sana, you bastards who only know how to weigh the pros and cons. Damn it! Ha ha ha! Wash your neck and wait for me to chop it off. As he spoke, Wang Yuan cut off Qinyu's dark energy communication, then stood on the rooftop, looking at the smoke-filled battlefield in the distance, with crazy murderous intent in his eyes. Bastards! All of you are a bunch of bastards. Without you, I wouldn't have come to this point. He thinks he is a high-ranking Tianlong man, and treats the lives of ordinary people like himself and Ching Ching as chess pieces that can be weighed at any time. It's really absurd. My Ching Ching was killed by you guys, who only know how to weigh the pros and cons after the accident. Weigh. This time, I'm going to smash this rotten chess and card game completely. Let's see who dares to weigh. The audience in the live broadcast room was shocked after hearing the communication between Wang Yuan and Qinyu. After that, everyone was silent. They pieced together the whole story through some clues. It turned out that the reason why Wang Yuan was so crazy was that he was forced. Before, the super seminary eliminated Wang Yuan for some reason. But who would have thought that Wang Yuan awakened the super soldier gene and possessed a supernatural power? Now they, the audience, have switched roles with Wang Yuan and Han Qing Qing. They have become chess pieces being weighed. Thinking of this, the audience in the live broadcast room, for some reason, they began to empathize with Wang Yuan. Suddenly they could understand why Wang Yuan hated double-standard moral kidnapping so much. Because he was harmed by a group of double-standard moral kidnappers who weighed the pros and cons. Hey! I don't know why. I understand Wang Jie a little bit. If Wang Jie had not awakened his super gene, his fate would have been miserable. Damn! These useless guys! It was clearly their fault, but we are left to pay for it. I used to admire the super seminary so much, but now it seems like a bunch of rubbish. Brother Wang is a bit miserable. Just when the audience in the live broadcast room inexplicably began to sympathize with Wang Yuan. In the Great Wall base, Qin Nu was stunned in place, her eyes were dull, and her spirit received a huge shock. Wang Yuan's words were like a heavy hammer, hitting Qin Nu's fragile nerves hard. Since she knew about Han Qingqing's incident, although she didn't say it, she sneered at Dokeo in her heart. And, as time went by, Qin Nu hated Dokeo more and more. After all, if it was Dokeo, it would be unfair to Han Qingqing. Wang Yuan would not be like this now. But now think about it, what is the difference between me and Dokeo? In the matter of Han Qingqing, Dokeo chose to put the overall situation first after weighing the pros and cons because Lu Chuang had the gene of the god of war of no star, and weighed Wang Yuan. But what about me? In the matter of Wang Yuan's massacre of civilians, because of Wang Yuan's extraordinary combat power. So after weighing the pros and cons, I made the same decision as Dokeo, and weighed those civilians. If the relatives of this group of civilians awakened the super soldier gene at this time, then he would be the next Wang Yuan. And she would become Dokeo. This made Sana fall into deep self-doubt. How did she start to slowly become the person she hated the most? Wang Yuan was right. She and Dokeo were birds of a feather. There was no difference. The only difference was that she did not force out a super soldier like Wang Yuan because of the balance. Thinking of this, Sana's faith collapsed. She sat down on her seat and began to cry with her face covered. The despair of the collapse of faith completely defeated Sana, who thought she was a super soldier who was worthy of the country and the people. So Xiaoli, can you make people fall into lust and unable to extricate themselves? On the rooftop, Wang Yuan looked at the battlefield in the distance. While using gas bombs to eliminate the doughty warriors to complete the transaction, he turned to Su Xiaoli and asked. But he can never be satisfied. In the Dragon Ball world, when Wang Yuan's combat power was raised to the level of being invincible in the Super God universe, he began to formulate his own revenge plan. For the culprit Lu Chuang, it was too easy for him to smash you with one punch. Wang Yuan wanted to make him suffer for eternity. Only then could he relieve the hatred in his heart. To read the violent novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Doesn't Lu Chuang like to tease women? Let him fall into lust for eternity, but can never be satisfied. Originally, Wang Yuan thought it would be a bit difficult to achieve. He was ready to seal Lu Chuang first. Then he would wait for himself to open the double-penetrating door of aliens and let the four crazy Xiaohe help him to carry out this punishment. But the appearance of Su Xiaoli gave him hope. Hearing Wang Yuan's words, Su Xiaoli smiled sweetly, and then said it should be possible. Since I awakened the fairy gene, I can control lust. To deal with ordinary people, a glance is enough. At this point, Su Xiaoli paused, and then continued, but if the opponent is a super soldier, I am not very sure. After all, I have never fought with other super soldiers. Although Su Xiaoli was very happy that she, as a revenge tool, could finally help Wang Yuan, she still chose to tell the truth. She was afraid that if she boasted, she would fail when Wang Yuan really needed her. It would cause Wang Yuan to be disgusted and then let her leave. After all, as a revenge tool, if she could not play a role, she would not exist. Hearing Su Xiaoli's words, Wang Yuan nodded to show that he understood. Then he said leisurely, it's time to deal with Lu Chuang. It took so long. It's time for him to pay the price for what he did. As soon as Wang Yuan finished speaking, he used his qi to wrap Su Xiaoli up, turning them into afterimages and heading straight for the battlefield where Lu Chuang was. At the same time, on the main battlefield of Tianhe City, Lu Chuang, wearing black armor and holding a giant axe, was cooperating with Rui Mengmeng to kill the doughty warship. His ruthlessness and silence earned Lu Chuang the nickname of Grim Reaper in the army. Brother Chuang, what happened to you today? Rui Mengmeng controlled the flying knife and pierced through a doughty warrior who tried to sneak attack Lu Chuang, and asked in confusion, why are you so absent-minded? Is there something on his mind? After joining the super seminary, Rui Mengmeng has not been able to fully integrate into the Xiangbing company because of his lack of education and his vulgarity. Until Lu Chuang showed up. Although Qiang Gui and others in the Xiangbing company disliked Lu Chuang very much. For some reason, they even tried to kill Lu Chuang. If Tokyo had not shown up in time, Lu Chuang might have died at the hands of Qiang Gui. But Rui Mengmeng found the breath of his companion in Lu Chuang. Later, because of the invasion of Doughty, the two were divided into a team. After endless high-intensity battles, Rui Mengmeng has completely regarded Lu Chuang as a brother. Hearing Rui Mengmeng's words, Lu Chuang shook his head and did not explain anything. In the past month, although Lu Chuang knew that it was himself who was at the beginning, he was too much of a bastard, which led to his current situation. However, his murderous intent towards Wang Yuan became stronger and stronger under the watering of deep hatred. Whenever he closed his eyes, the scene of the tragic death of his parents and brother would appear in his mind uncontrollably. This made him want to cut Wang Yuan into pieces to relieve the hatred in his heart. Because Wang Yuan was nowhere to be found, he poured all his murderous intent on the Doughty army. He released his murderous intent by constantly killing the Doughty army. If there were no Doughty army, Lu Chuang was sure that he would be tortured crazy by the growing murderous intent and deep hatred. He already knew the news that Wang Yuan appeared again. He knew that Wang Yuan's fighting power had reached an incredible level. But so what? After a month of intense fighting, he had mastered the power of killing gods. With the power of killing gods, Lu Chuang was confident that he could fight with Wang Yuan. Lu Chuang! At this moment, a cry as if from the nine nether hell suddenly rang out in the sky. It's time to settle the accounts between us. As soon as the voice fell, 3 urns fell from the sky, slammed heavily on the ground. The 3 urns shattered at the moment they came into contact with the ground. Under the influence of the impact, your ashes turned into dust all over the sky and spread in all directions. Seeing this scene, Lu Chuang was stunned at first, then his eyes turned red, and while trying to collect the scattered ashes, he shouted like crazy, "Dad, Mom, little brother!" When he found out that everything was in vain, he went crazy. "Ah! Wang Yuan, I'm going to kill you. I will chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs. Wang Yuan, come out here!" After Lu Chuang's death, Wang Yuan and Su Xiali appeared in midair. When Wang Yuan saw the mad Lu Chuang, he felt extremely happy. "Go crazy! Be cruel! You are not crazy, you are not hateful. What's the point of taking revenge for me? The crazier and crueler you are, the more fun it is for me to take revenge." Chapter 40. Chapter 40, The Shock Super God Universe. And the panicked Wang Yuan, "Lu Chuang, you can't die. You must not die." 3 updates, please subscribe. Next update will be at 8:30. Wang Yuan looked down at Lu Chuang, who had been stimulated by him and was a little crazy, with a look of satisfaction in his eyes. It was this Dogecoin that killed Ching Ching. Without Lu Chuang, the culprit, how could Ching Ching and he be so different? He was also tortured by endless pain and despair into his current state. Is it painful? Is it despair? This is just the beginning. Your happiness and despair now are not even 1/10,000th of mine. I'm going to chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs. Lu Chuang looked at the scattered ashes, and warm images of himself, his parents, and his younger brother kept appearing in his mind. But as soon as these images appeared, they were shattered. Instead, they were replaced by the wailing and reluctance of his parents and younger brother before their tragic death. This made Lu Chuang's bloodshot eyes reveal deep hatred, and his slightly rough cheeks became distorted. He couldn't help but tremble slightly all over. "Die!" Lu Chuang roared like a wild beast, and swung his giant axe, chopping at Wang Yuan's head. In the process, he constantly mobilized the god-killing power in his body. He hoped to kill Wang Yuan in one fell swoop. Facing Lu Chuang, who rushed in front of him, Wang Yuan did not dodge. In the stunned eyes of the audience in the live broadcast room and everyone around him, he let Lu Chuang's giant axe containing the power of killing gods chop him hard on the forehead. When, accompanied by a tremor of metal collision, a series of terrifying shock waves, mixed with countless rubble, spread out in all directions with the 2 people as the center. The diffuse smoke and dust blocked the sight, making it impossible for everyone to see the situation inside clearly. Rui Meng Meng and a group of armed personnel, although they could not see the situation inside clearly, but subconsciously thought that Wang Yuan was completely finished. In the past month or so, they fought side by side with Lu Chuang. No one knew better than them how terrifying the power of Lu Chuang's giant axe was. The protective power of the Daodi armor that was enough to withstand heavy artillery bombardment was as fragile as tofu in front of Lu Chuang's giant axe. Even the protective shield that could withstand missile bombardment could be split by Lu Chuang. Now Wang Yuan was facing Lu Chuang's angry axe head-on. Even if he was extremely powerful, he could not escape. Although the audience in the live broadcast room had a general understanding of Wang Yuan's strength, they had seen with their own eyes in the past month how Lu Chuang slaughtered the Daodi warriors like cutting melons and vegetables. Therefore, most of the audience did not think that Wang Yuan could survive this axe. Even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured. They finally did not have to worry. Because of the previous speech, Wang Yuanqing 123 counted it. Chuang yet is mighty. Kill Wang Yuan, the selfish traitor. Do you really think you are invincible? Finally someone stood up and punished Wang Yuan, the beast. Ha 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 ha, let's see if you can still be so arrogant now. Come on, Chuang yet. Kill him. Kill him while he's still sick. To avenge the thousands of residents who were massacred by Wang Yuan. Of course, apart from those spectators who opened the champagne halfway through, most of the audience were just waiting and watching. Although they also wanted Wang Yuan to die, considering the strength Wang Yuan had shown before, they wisely chose to wait and see. Otherwise, if the champagne was opened too early, with Wang Yuan's character, how could he let himself off easily? To sum it up in one sentence, they wanted Wang Yuan to die. As for the reason? It's very simple, Wang Yuan, this madman, will really settle accounts with them. Even if Wang Yuan was forced into his current state by others. They don't care about the grudge between Wang Yuan and Lu Chuang. They don't care how Wang Yuan became like this. They don't even care who killed Wang Yuan. They just want Wang Yuan, the guy who posed a threat to them, to die quickly. Just when almost everyone was looking forward to seeing the scene of Wang Yuan being hacked to death by Lu Chuang, Wang Yuan's crazy mocking voice came from the dust. Lu Chuang, you are such a waste. Are you tickling me? With your limited ability, you still want to avenge your parents? You disappoint me so much. As Wang Yuan's voice echoed in everyone's ears, the smoke and dust in the sky also dissipated, revealing a scene that stunned everyone. Originally, they believed that Wang Yuan, who was definitely dead, was not seriously injured and dying as imagined by Lu Chuang. Even his hair was not messy, and he was still standing in the same place as before. Lu Chuang was much more miserable. Not only did the huge axe that had been invincible before break into pieces, but even Lu Chuang's arms were shaking constantly due to the huge recoil force. His hands were bleeding. It seemed that all 10 fingers were already broken. This scene stunned everyone. They had seen the power of Lu Chuang's axe. It was terrifying. But what they could never imagine was that Wang Yuan was not injured in the face of such a terrifying axe from Lu Chuang. Instead, he just looked at the recoil force, and broke Lu Chuang's 10 fingers at the same time. This incredible scene made everyone stand there in a daze, their heads buzzing, their eyes full of disbelief. If the facts were not in front of them, they would not believe it even if they were beaten to death. Bob. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Brother Chuang's strength is obvious to everyone. How could Wang Yuan shatter his axe and break his 10 fingers? You must be kidding. Wang Yuan has only awakened his super gene for a month. How can his strength be so terrifying? It's over. I shouldn't have opened the champagne halfway. Brother Wang, I just drank too much. I didn't mean to scold you. Even Chuang Yi's hateful attack failed to hit Wang Yuan. Doesn't that mean he is invincible? At least on Blue Star, he is already invincible. Don't forget, we still have the atomic bomb. No matter how powerful Wang Yuan is, he can't beat the atomic bomb. Wang Yuan, you are crazy. You are not stupid. Even if you can't withstand the anti-bullet, won't you run? Now no one can control Wang Yuan. Not only the audience in the live broadcast room, but even those cosmic masters who always pay attention to Wang Yuan's dynamics are shocked by Wang Yuan's strength. They know more about the strength of the no-star god of war Lu Chuang than the audience in the live broadcast room. Although Lu Chuang has just awakened the super soldier gene, he is still in the growth stage. But his strength cannot be underestimated, plus the power of killing gods. Even a third-level god body will be injured if it is hit by it. But Wang Yuan took the blow without any damage. Could it be that Wang Yuan is already a 4th-generation god body? As soon as this idea came out, it was quickly rejected by themselves. After all, even if Wang Yuan's awakened super soldier gene is against the sky, he has only awakened for a month. Upgrading himself to the 4th generation god body in 1 month, isn't this a joke? But if Wang Yuan is not a 4th generation god body, that would be even more terrifying. Not a 4th generation god body, but he can withstand the axe of the no-star god of war containing the power of killing gods without any damage. Then Wang Yuan's awakened super soldier gene is really against the sky. Moreover, if Wang Yuan could upgrade to the 4th generation divine body, he would be invincible in the entire universe. As soon as this thought came out, they all fell silent. Then they began to seriously consider how to deal with this madman Wang Yuan next. Queen, now we can only kill Wang Yuan as soon as possible. Devil number 1, in the hall. Demon Achuo looked at Morgana, who was a little anxious, and said respectfully, otherwise, with Wang Yuan's style of doing things, he will definitely attack us. Don't forget. How did my position get exposed? Hearing the words of the demon Achuo, Morgana nodded in agreement. But she hesitated to issue combat orders. Because she knew that with Wang Yuan's current strength, even if the demon civilization came out in full force, it might not be able to strangle Wang Yuan. In addition to being on guard at all times, Holy Keisha might take advantage of the situation. Don't forget. Wang Yuan also has a trump card to escape through the light gate. Ever since she saw Wang Yuan escape from the hands of the fighting Buddha Sun Wukong through the light gate a month ago, she called on the maximum computing power and began to analyze the light gate. But the result, nothing was analyzed. If Wang Yuan can't be killed in one blow, and Wang Yuan escapes through the light gate again, the demon civilization is likely to be completely buried in Wang Yuan's hands. Just when Morgana was struggling, in the palace of the angel civilization's Tianji king, Hexi looked at the big screen in front of him, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then he turned to Holy Keisha and said, "We have no conflict with Wang Yuan. According to my observation, although Wang Yuan is ruthless, he never attacks irrelevant people. Until now. There are 3 ways to avoid conflict between angel civilization and Wang Yuan." At this point, Tianji Wang Hexi paused, and then continued. The first way is to dissolve the matching marriage relationship between Angel Yan and Ge Xiaolun. The second method is to separate Angel Yan from angel civilization. The third method is to take Ge Xiaolun away from Blue Star before Wang Yuan seeks revenge on Dokeo. Which method should I choose? You decide for yourself. After saying this, Tianji Wang Hexi left the hall on his own and continued to study divine body technology. Holy Keisha looked at Tianji Wang Hexi's back. After a little thought, she chose the third method. After all, compared with the first 2 methods, the third method, although it has hidden dangers, is the easiest to implement. It can also cultivate the relationship between Angel Yan and Ge Xiaolun. If Ge Xiaolun can completely forget about Rose, so that he doesn't get involved in this muddy water, it would be the best. To read exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. What kind of divine body is this Wang Yuan? The Scum King Huayat, leaning against a big tree, held Ruanning's little head up and down with his hands, and exclaimed, "It's so powerful. This is the god of war of No Star. What if we can win him over as an ally? Then, wouldn't it be just around the corner for us to re-enter the heavenly palace?" Ever since Huayat, the heavenly Scum King, was driven out of the Angel Nebula by Holy Keisha, he has always wanted to re-enter the heavenly palace and rebuild his own order in the heavenly palace. But unfortunately, he has not found the opportunity for tens of thousands of years. He has even been hunted endlessly by Holy Keisha. He can only hide in various desolate planets and dare not show his head at all. But now, Wang Yuan's sudden appearance has given him the opportunity to re-enter the Angel Nebula. As long as he can win over Wang Yuan to join his camp. What the hell, Holy Keisha? Soon he will be pressed under his body and beg for mercy. Thinking of this, Huaya shuddered, and after watching Ruanning eat him, he said, "Ruanning, is Sumali, the old lover of that little girl Hexie, on Blue Star. What do you want to do? It's best for us to wait and see what happens. As soon as Ruoning heard it, she knew what Huaya wanted to do. While rinsing her mouth, she said, what if it backfires? With Wang Yuan's style of doing things. The vast universe is where we live. You. However, before Ruoning could finish her words, she was interrupted by the scumbag Wang Hui. I have made up my mind. As the saying goes, wealth and honor are sought in danger. Let's fight. Contact Sumali and ask him to contact Wang Yuan. As long as Wang Yuan is willing to join us, I would like to share the angel civilization with him. Ruoning didn't say anything more after hearing that. After all, no matter what Huaya said, he was the master of the heavenly palace and his own master. After sighing, he began to contact Sumali, who was hiding in the Blue Star, through a special dark energy communication. He passed Huayi's order to him. Seeing that Ruoning had his back to him, Huaya walked over with a smirk on his face, and while Ruoning was communicating with Sumali, he began to gallop. He liked this exciting feeling. Especially the way Ruoning frowned and dared not speak, made Huaya intoxicated. Just when all the major forces in the universe were becoming turbulent because of Wang Yuan's incredible strength. On the battlefield in Tianhe City, Wang Yuan looked at Lu Chuang, who was kneeling in front of him with blood dripping from his hands. Especially when he saw the crazy look in Lu Chuang's eyes that was a mixture of pain, despair, hatred. Wang Yuan was so happy. It was this kind of look, he liked this kind of look. For Wang Yuan, this kind of look was the best medicine to comfort the hatred in his heart. The more helpless, crazy, and desperate Lu Chuang is, the happier and happier he, Wang Yuan, will be. If you don't do this, Wang Yuan will feel that revenge is meaningless. Thinking of this, Wang Yuan flashed in front of Lu Chuang, looked down at Lu Chuang, and said in a tone of regret. Waste. How can you be such a waste? Lu Chuang, you really disappoint me. Were you tickling me just now? You are such a loser, how can you be worthy of your uncle and aunt who were thrown to death by me? When Lu Chuang heard Wang Yuan mention his parents, the fire of hatred in his heart became more and more vigorous. His blood surged and his veins bulged. Wang Yuan, I. Before Lu Chuang could finish his words, Wang Yuan kicked Lu Chuang hard on the face, sending him flying. Whoosh! Lu Chuang, who was kicked away by Wang Yuan, was so fast that he actually produced bursts of sonic booms. And also produced circles of gas explosion clouds. Bang! Lu Chuang's flying figure plowed a huge gully 100 meters long on the ground. Finally, he slammed into a row of heavily armored tanks. Amidst the flying dust, there were roars one after another. Lu Chuang smashed a row of tanks before he stopped flying backwards. This horrifying scene stunned everyone. There was no way. It was too horrible. The power of Wang Yuan's kick was really horrible. You know, this is a whole row of heavily armored tanks. They were smashed into pieces like this, the power is incredible. But what they don't know is, Wang Yuan had restrained his kick. He was afraid that he would accidentally kick Lu Chuang to death. But despite this, Wang Yuan still felt that Lu Chuang's energy was decreasing at an alarming rate. In just a few breaths, he was like a candle in the wind, shaky and about to go out at any time. Seeing this, Wang Yuan was stunned at first, and then the crazy hatred in his eyes suddenly disappeared. Instead, there was an unprecedented panic. Then, in front of Lu Chuang in the stunned eyes of the audience in the live broadcast room, Wang Yuan flashed in front of him and said to Lu Chuang in an extremely panicked tone. Lu Chuang, stop playing dead. Get up now. Did you hear me? Get up quickly. Having said that, Wang Yuan saw that Lu Chuang's breath was still weakening, with no sign of recovery. He was completely panicked now, and took out a bag of magic beans. He force-fed Lu Chuang the beans as if they were free, and then said in a trembling voice, you can't die. You must not die. I beg you, please don't die. Come back alive. Lu Chuang, I was wrong. I shouldn't have used so much force. Don't scare me, come back to life. The audience in the live broadcast room and the soldiers around felt that their brains were short-circuited after seeing this scene. This script is wrong. Isn't Lu Chuang Wang Yuan's enemy? Why is he so afraid of Lu Chuang's death? Only some viewers who know Wang Yuan know. What does Wang Yuan mean by doing this? Not wanting Lu Chuang to die is to make Lu Chuang live a life worse than death. In Wang Yuan's hands, sometimes death is really a relief. Chapter 41. Chapter 41, Lu Chuang suffers a mental breakdown and is extremely panic-stricken, and Rui Mengmeng turns love into hatred and wants to tear Lu Chuang apart alive. 3 updates, please bookmark. Your support is my motivation to write. The next update will be around 1:30. Now the chapters updated are all big chapters, 5,000 words each. Although there are few chapters, they are enough. Thank you for your support. Senzu beans are indeed the top healing medicine in the Dragon Ball world. Lu Chuang, who was about to die, healed his injuries at a speed visible to the naked eye after Wang Yuan forced him to drink the senzu beans. In addition, the power of killing gods that was exhausted in the battle just now was also restored. Wang Yuan felt the changes in Lu Chuang's body and breathed a sigh of relief. He was really terrified just now. Why did he work so hard to become stronger? It was to avenge Qing Qing. He finally had the strength to crush the entire super god world and could take revenge without restraint. If Lu Chuang died so easily, then his revenge would be too unpleasant. Lu Chuang had just recovered and had no time to breathe. Wang Yuan's voice of regret came to his ears. Waste. How could you be so waste? Can't even withstand a kick from me. If I hadn't reacted in time, you would have died. At this point, Wang Yuan became more and more angry, and kicked Lu Chuang's chest fiercely. With a click, Lu Chuang's black armor and his sternum were shattered again by Wang Yuan's kick. Puff! Lu Chuang felt a sweetness in his throat, and a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs spurted out from the corner of his mouth. Lu Chuang stared at Wang Yuan with bloodshot eyes and a distorted face. He shouted madly, Wang Yuan, if you have the guts, kill me. As long as you don't kill me today. Sooner or later, I will chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs. Lu Chuang knew that he was completely finished this time. With the gap in strength between him and Wang Yuan, it was impossible for him to avenge his parents. So, now he just wanted to die. Because he knew how cruel Wang Yuan was in treating his enemies. Huang Hao was just a marginal figure in the Han Qingqing incident, but he was treated like a ghost by Wang Yuan. Now he tells everyone he meets that he has forgiven Wang Yuan, that he doesn't hate Wang Yuan at all, that Wang Yuan killed his whole family for his own good, and so on. If it weren't for Tuan Tuan, Huang Hao would have died long ago. And as the person involved, Wang Yuan would definitely not let him go. Although he didn't know how Wang Yuan would treat him, it would definitely be a billion times more cruel than Huang Hao. So, now he wanted to die, so as not to be tortured like an inhumane torture. Facing Lu Chuang's clamor, Wang Yuan didn't say any extra nonsense. While admiring Lu Chuang's ugly appearance from a high position, he slowly raised his foot and kicked Lu Chuang. Trash! A piece of dog! You actually want to die? Have you forgotten how I killed your whole family? If you have forgotten, I can help you. While speaking, Wang Yuan casually took out a universal capsule and threw it in front of Lu Chuang. Then, a layer of light curtain appeared out of thin air in the smoke. And on the light curtain, the scene of how he forced the two brothers Lu Chuang and Lu Dang to jump off the building, how he threw his parents to death in front of Lu Chuang, and how he dug up their graves and crushed them to ashes. This light curtain was a memory projection device that he had Bulma develop after he confirmed his revenge plan. As the name suggests, through the light curtain, one can play out one's own memories in the form of pictures. This device is very complicated. Even with Bulma's ability, It took 3 days to develop it. Lu Chuang, who had been struggling and shouting wildly, was stunned after seeing the picture on the light screen. His bloodshot eyes were full of turbid tears. He kept making heart-wrenching sounds. Although Lu Chuang became a complete bastard under the connivance of the super seminary. But he is a filial son. In the past month, he has been suffering from the burning of the fire of hatred all the time. This made him madly improve his strength at all costs. Forces. When Wang Yuan appeared again, he could cut off his head to sacrifice his parents and brothers. He was suffering from him again. Lu Chuang collapsed. It is the minimum way of revenge. Rui Meng Meng, don't do anything. This is an order. Just when Wang Yuan arrived at the Tianhe battlefield, Rui Meng Meng received Qin Nu's order: no matter what Wang Yuan does, don't do anything. Can't stop it. Do you understand? Although Rui Meng Meng didn't know why Qin Nu gave such an order, she still nodded and agreed. Although Rui Meng Meng had only been in the hero's company for more than a month, after being tempered by blood and fire, she quickly grew into a qualified super soldier. She knew that as a member of the hero's company, it was her duty to execute orders. Therefore, she and other comrades did not attack Wang Yuan, but stood aside silently, watching how Wang Yuan tortured Lu Chuang. In the end, when Rui Meng Meng saw that Wang Yuan was throwing Lu Chuang to death in front of him, when she saw the picture of her parents, she could no longer suppress the anger in her heart. While Wang Yuan was distracted, she drew out the black blade, found the right opportunity and stabbed Wang Yuan fiercely. Rui Meng Meng didn't know the grudge between Wang Yuan and Lu Chuang. She only knew that Lu Chuang was her comrade in arms. In the past month, although Lu Chuang was taciturn, he saved her from danger many times. She had long regarded Lu Chuang as her brother. Even as the time they fought side by side increased, she developed a different feeling for Lu Chuang in her heart. Now seeing Lu Chuang being tortured by Wang Yuan like this, how could she not be angry? In the Great Wall base, after seeing the scene, Sana collapsed to the ground, her delicate eyes full of despair. Sana knew that she was doomed. So she wanted to leave a little spark for the Xiangbing company. After searching, she found that only Rui Meng Meng and He Wulan had never had any conflicts with Wang Yuan. They could avoid Wang Yuan's purge. But who would have thought? Rui Meng Meng actually ignored the order and attacked Wang Yuan. The moment she saw Rui Meng Meng take action, Sana knew that Rui Meng Meng was finished. With Wang Yuan's style of doing things, he would definitely not let Rui Meng Meng go. Sana, who collapsed on the ground, sent a message to Rui Meng Meng in a desperate tone: why don't you obey the order? Why don't you obey orders? You. Sana was so angry that she became dazed and fainted in front of the big screen. Just when Qin Nu fainted, Rui Meng Meng's sharp blade had silently appeared in front of Wang Yuan, and then stabbed Wang Yuan's right eye with lightning speed. Facing Rui Meng Meng's full-strength assassination, Wang Yuan did not dodge at all, and did not even blink. He just stood there quietly, continuing to admire Lu Chuang, who was completely collapsed under his feet. Because this scene is the scene he has always dreamed of. In those 3 months, he dreamed of this scene many times. But dreams are dreams after all. That sense of pleasure is not even 1/10,000th of reality. The scene of Lu Chuang's collapse is the best medicine to comfort Wang Yuan's broken heart, which was destroyed by hatred and despair. That's right. That's it. This picture is so beautiful. So, he didn't want to miss it at all. In Wang Yuan's heart, this is the most perfect work of art. Even blinking is a sin. Dang! To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. The moment Rui Meng Meng's blade touched Wang Yuan's eyeball, a metallic collision sound was heard. Then, under the horrified gaze of everyone, Rui Meng Meng's black blade that could easily pierce through the doughty armor actually cracked inch by inch under the huge backlash. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. They knew that Rui Meng Meng was no match for Wang Yuan. But how could they have imagined that the gap between their strengths was so huge? Rui Mingmeng's full strength attack plus the god-killing blade that could easily cut through the doughty armor. It couldn't even pierce Wang Yuan's eyes, where the defense was the weakest. And it was shattered by the recoil force. This Wang Yuan's defense is simply against the sky. This must be fake. I know there is a gap between Meng Meng's strength and Wang Yuan's. But isn't the gap a bit too big? Shattering the god-killing blade with his eyes. Is this Wang Yuan still human? Damn super seminary. If they hadn't been doing this, with the combat power Wang Yuan was showing now, not to mention the doughty core, even the god of death Karl wouldn't dare to invade our blue planet. Is this the right time to say this? Don't you see Meng Meng is in danger? Alas! Meng Meng is finished this time. Isn't it seeking death to run into the muzzle of a gun? Now we can only hope that Wang Yuan will show some leniency. Compared to the audience in the live broadcast room, the powerful cosmic masters were the most shocked. After all, they knew better how terrible it was for Rui Meng Meng, who had the Nox Blade gene, to attack with all her strength. In that war that stretched across several galaxies, although the Nox Blade was not very powerful, it relied on its superb assassination methods. She became the god of death on the battlefield. She ruthlessly harvested the lives of countless divine warriors. Although Rui Meng Meng had just awakened the Noxing Blade gene, her full-strength attack was enough to injure the third-generation divine warriors and instantly kill the second-generation divine warriors. But even with such a terrifying attack, Wang Yuan's cornea was not pierced, and the reaction force shattered the god-killing sword. Wang Yuan's divine body is too tough. I'm afraid that in the entire super god universe, only a few attack methods such as the ultimate move of the Sunlight * Superstar Explosion and the Fiery Judgment of Skyblade No. 7 can hurt him. After realizing this, they realized that Wang Yuan has already stood at the top of the super god universe. Enough to be on par with those long-established main gods. After Rui Mingmeng's assassination, Lu Chuang temporarily broke free from his mental breakdown, and then he seemed to realize something and shouted at Wang Yuan. Meng Meng, she doesn't know about the grudge between us. She. Before Lu Chuang could finish his words, he was interrupted by Wang Yuan. Can you kill me without knowing it? Plus, you seem to care about her a lot. That's perfect. Rui Meng Meng actually dared to attack me. Then I will definitely not let him go. Originally, Wang Yuan wanted to pinch Rui Meng Meng casually. But after hearing Lu Chuang's words, he gave up this idea. The more Lu Chuang cherishes something, the more he will destroy it. The more he cherishes it, the more cruel his means will be. This will make him more and more collapsed. While speaking, Wang Yuan stretched out his hand and grabbed Rui Meng Meng, then picked him up like a little chicken, then turned around and said in a slightly flat voice. Rui Meng Meng, I know you are a sensible and good child. In order to support my younger brother's education and reduce the burden on my parents, I started working while I was in vocational high school. This is a bit like Ching Ching paying for my studies. A smile appeared on his face. But it was fleeting, and he continued in a calm tone. I also know that you are often teased because of your outstanding appearance. So, what you hate most are those bastards who molest women. I don't understand. How could you hate bastards who flirt with women so much? Before Wang Yuan could finish his words, he was interrupted by Lu Chuang's shrill roar. Stop talking. Wang Yuan, I beg you. Stop talking. You can ask me to do anything. I beg you. Don't say any more. During the time when Lu Chuang fought side by side with Rui Meng Meng, he had already fallen in love with Rui Meng Meng, a girl with a carefree personality. From Rui Meng Meng's words, he knew Rui Meng Meng's experience. He also knew that Rui Meng Meng hated bastards who flirted with women the most. This made Lu Chuang fall into nameless panic. He was worried that Rui Meng Meng would feel disgusted with him once she knew his true face. So, he asked Tokyo to cover up the facts as much as possible. He hoped that Rui Meng Meng would never know his true face. As a result, Tokyo did a good job of covering up. Rui Mengmeng never knew the truth of the matter. Previously, Lu Chuang thought he could keep it secret forever. But now, he knows he can't keep it secret anymore. Thinking about it, once Rui Mengmeng knows the truth, Lu Chuang felt a huge panic bursting out from the depths of his heart, like a giant beast that was ready to devour its prey, wanting to swallow him up. The more panic Lu Chuang was, the more Wang Yuan wanted to completely tear off Lu Chuang's hypocritical face in front of Rui Mengmeng, and show his dirty and disgusting inner self to Rui Mengmeng. Thinking of this, Wang Yuan ignored Lu Chuang, who kept begging, and continued, Rui Mengmeng, do you know why I hate Lu Chuang so much? Because a few months ago, my girlfriend fell to her death because she was trying to avoid Lu Chuang's teasing. I could never have imagined it. Having had similar experiences, you actually fell in love with Lu Chuang, a habitual offender who molested women by relying on the protection of the super seminary in Tokyo. You really disappoint me. Hearing Wang Yuan's words, Rui Mengmeng, who was held by Wang Yuan, stopped struggling, and then turned to look at Lu Chuang with an incredulous look. Her delicate cheeks were full of incredulous expressions. Sensing Rui Mengmeng's incredulous eyes, Lu Chuang was instantly swallowed by the giant beast called panic. The huge uneasiness and shame made him unable to look directly into Rui Mengmeng's eyes. Lu Chuang subconsciously wanted to quibble, but when the words came to his lips, he found that the facts were in front of him. No matter how he quibbled, he seemed so pale and powerless in front of the iron facts. He could only bury his head in the gully on the ground to avoid Rui Mengmeng's questioning eyes. Although Rui Mengmeng did not read much, he was not stupid. After seeing Lu Chuang's evasive eyes, Rui Mengmeng she knew that Wang Yuan had not lied to her. Lu Chuang was really a habitual offender who molested women. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. It was really ridiculous. She obviously hated hooligans who molested women the most. But she unexpectedly fell in love with Lu Chuang, a habitual offender who molested women. And in a sense, she became his accomplice. Is there anything more ridiculous in the world than this? In an instant, Rui Mengmeng's previous love for Lu Chuang turned into hatred. She hated herself for not being able to judge people, she hated Lu Chuang's hypocrisy, she hated Tokyo's concealment. Rui Mengmeng now wanted to chop Lu Chuang alive and dig out her own eyes to feed the dog. Rui Mengmeng! Rui Mengmeng! You are really blind. What do you want these eyes for? It's better to dig them out and feed them to the dog. Chapter 42. Chapter 42, Killing Rui Mengmeng in front of Lu Chuang. Rui Mengmeng's mistake was that she was blind and fell in love with a beast like you. Fifth update, please subscribe. Thank you. The audience in the live broadcast room fell silent after hearing what Wang Yuan said. Although they had roughly guessed the original appearance of the matter based on some clues before. But this is the first time to hear Wang Yuan, the person involved, tell the story in person. Now they finally know why Wang Yuan has become like this. After understanding the whole story, while they understand Wang Yuan, they even feel a little sympathy for Wang Yuan's experience. The reason for understanding is, if it were me, I might have done something even worse than Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan is just seeking revenge now and has not implicated other people. But if it were me, I might completely turn into a demon who enjoys killing people all my life. The reason for sympathy is, even if Wang Yuan can succeed in revenge, he will lose his beloved forever. After all, the dead cannot be resurrected. Lu Chuang, you really deserve to die. You rely on the protection of the super seminary to do whatever you want, you really deserve to die. And the fucking super seminary. Without you, Brother Wang would not be what he is now. It was you who forced Brother Wang into this state. Support Wang Ji's revenge. Just wait for Wang Ji to kill you. If it were me, I would probably do something even more excessive than Brother Wang. What is excessive? If you can't speak, just shut up. Brother Wang, this is called achieving your demands in your own way, okay? When my flower blooms, all other flowers will die, and the whole city will be covered with golden armor. Kill. Just as the audience in the live broadcast room began to change their tone because of Wang Yuan's narration, Wang Yuan turned his head to look at Rui Mengmeng, who was glaring at Lu Juang, and then said, "Do you want to take revenge on Lu Juang? Let him live in the most extreme despair and regret forever." Hearing Wang Yuan's words, Rui Mengmeng was stunned at first, and then shook her head subconsciously. Although Rui Mengmeng wanted to tear Lu Juang, the beast who deceived her feelings, to pieces. But long-term education and her own good qualities prevented her from doing too radical 330 behavior. The most cruel way Rui Mengmeng could think of was to beat Lu Juang severely, and then never see him again in this life. As for the others, she couldn't do it. When Wang Yuan saw Rui Mengmeng reject his proposal, his eyes were not disappointed, on the contrary, the smile on his face became more and more intense. The kinder and more considerate Rui Mengmeng is, the more beneficial it is to his plan. At this time, Lu Juang, who was stepped on by Wang Yuan, also saw Rui Mengmeng shaking her head to reject Wang Yuan. The guilt in his eyes became more and more intense. Lu Juang knew that Wang Yuan would not let Rui Mengmeng go. He once said, he had to settle accounts with all those who were involved in the Han Qingqing incident and those who blocked his revenge. If Rui Mengmeng hadn't attacked Wang Yuan because of him, Wang Yuan would naturally ignore Rui Mengmeng. But now Rui Mengmeng has attacked Wang Yuan because she couldn't bear to be tortured by Wang Yuan. Then Wang Yuan would definitely not let Rui Mengmeng go. Even if Rui Mengmeng would not be tortured by Wang Yuan like Huang Hao and himself, she would definitely die. He had to protect Rui Mengmeng no matter what. She is innocent. If he hadn't lied to her, Rui Mengmeng would not have gotten involved in this muddy water. Wang Yuan, didn't he want to torture himself? But the premise of torturing himself was that he couldn't die. Lu Juang knew that this was the only bargaining chip he could come up with. Thinking of this, Lu Juang took a deep breath, and said to Wang Yuan in an almost pleading tone, "Brother Wang, I will do it alone and take responsibility for it alone. Mengmeng, she is innocent. She attacked you because of my deception. I beg you to let her go." At this point, Lu Juang paused, and then continued, "As long as you let him go. You can torture me all you want. I promise not to commit suicide. As long as you let her go. I beg you." After saying that, Lu Juang struggled to get up and kowtowed to Wang Yuan frantically. The force was so great that the whole ground shook with the rhythmic banging sounds. The audience in the live broadcast room were stunned when they saw this. They thought, "What's going on? You are a habitual offender of molesting women, how come you are playing with pure love? It's fucking disgusting. It turns out that your pure love is pure love. It can't be hurt by others. The pure love of others is not pure love. You deserve to be molested by you, right? Bah! Disgusting. It's fucking disgusting. I have never been so disgusting before." Wang Yuan looked down at Lu Juang, who was kowtowing, and the murderous intent in his eyes became more and more intense. Then he said coldly, "Then do you still want to avenge your parents? Don't want to think about it anymore? You killed your entire family, and you still hate me. I don't hate you anymore." Hearing Lu Juang's words, Wang Yuan flew into a rage, and stomped Lu Juang hard into the mud, then said, "How dare you not want revenge? How dare you not hate me? How dare you?" At this point, Wang Yuan continued to step on Lu Juang's head and said, "You don't hate me and don't want revenge. If I torture you, won't I lose my happiness? You really deserve to die." Only when the enemy is extremely cruel to him can Wang Yuan feel the joy of revenge. How can the enemy not hate him? Doesn't this mean that his revenge is a failure? When Wang Yuan said this, Lu Juang seemed to realize something. He quickly changed his words and said, "I hate you. How can I not hate you? I want to kill you in my dreams. After all, you killed my whole family. I hate you so much. At this point, Lu Chuang paused, and then continued, as long as you can let Rui Meng Meng go. I swear, I will hate you forever. And never commit suicide. So you can torture me as much as you want. Please, let Meng Meng go. Lu Chuang was almost driven crazy by Wang Yuan's torture. His only thought now was to try every possible way to let Wang Yuan spare Rui Meng Meng. As for how Wang Yuan would torture him later, it didn't matter. As long as he let Rui Meng Meng go, no matter what happened, he would accept it. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuan did not reply to Lu Chuang immediately, but turned to look at Rui Meng Meng with a complicated look in his eyes, and then said, Meng Meng, you were destined to die. But I see the shadow of Qing Qing in you. At this point, Wang Yuan paused, and then continued, I will give you a chance. You just attacked me with your right hand. You and Lu Chuang, give me a right hand. I will spare you this time, and I will kill you next time we meet. As for who it belongs to, discuss it among yourselves. Remember, you need to do it yourself. After saying that, Wang Yuan stopped talking and stood aside, quietly watching Lu Chuang and Rui Meng Meng to see how they would choose. Meng Meng, you are a kind and good girl. But don't let me down. Only if you make the right choice. Can Lu Chuang taste what the ultimate torture is? Hearing Wang Yuan's words, Lu Chuang was overjoyed. He looked up at Rui Meng Meng and shouted anxiously, Meng Meng, do you still need to choose? It must be my right hand. Hurry up and chop it off. At this point, Lu Chuang saw that Rui Meng Meng had no intention of taking action, and he immediately became anxious. Meng Meng, I am sorry for you. I deceived you and got you involved in this matter. I deserve it. Hurry up and cut me off. Lu Chuang had already put life and death aside. He knew that what was waiting for him next was a torture countless times more terrible than death. One hand, compared with what he would encounter next. What was it? It was a very cost-effective deal to be able to use one hand to exchange Rui Meng Meng's life. The novel was taken from the Reliz website. Close where you're reading it and support us on our website for more free novels. Rui Meng Meng looked at Lu Chuang, who was begging her to cut off her right hand quickly, her eyes full of struggle. Although she hated Lu Chuang for deceiving her. But when she thought of Lu Chuang saving her from danger countless times in the past month, the many life-saving graces and comradeship made her really unable to do it. In the end, Rui Meng Meng made her own choice. Controlling her god-killing blade, under the watchful eyes of everyone, she chopped her right hand fiercely. Crack! Along with the sound of flesh and bones separating, Rui Meng Meng's right hand broke. Immediately, a large amount of sticky blood gushed out from the wound, dyeing the surrounding ground bright red. When Lu Chuang saw this scene, he was stunned at first, and then cried to Rui Meng Meng, Meng Meng, why are you so stupid? Why did you cut off your right hand? Why? When Lu Chuang saw Rui Meng Meng's broken right hand, his guilt and regret instantly reached the peak. He was a bastard. If he had restrained himself at the beginning, he wouldn't have ended up like this, with his family broken up and his beloved's hand broken. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Ah! Hate it. I hate myself for being such a bastard. If I could stay within the law, why would I have to do this? When the audience in the live broadcast room saw Rui Meng Meng choose to cut off her right hand, they couldn't help but feel a little admiration for this kind-hearted girl. What a good girl! Even though Lu Chuang cheated on her, she didn't want to hurt Lu Chuang. Damn! It's all Lu Chuang's fault. He caused Meng Meng to break her hand. It's not bad. At least Meng Meng saved her life. Well, using one hand to get out of here safely is the best possible outcome. Brother Wang, why are you so soft-hearted this time? Maybe it was because Wang Ji saw the shadow of his childhood sweetheart in Meng Meng. Damn it! Damn Lu Chuang! He harmed Brother Wang and two kind girls. It's really not a pity for him to die. Just as the audience in the live broadcast room were infected by Rui Mengmeng's kindness and scolded Lu Juang as a bastard, Rui Mengmeng, with a slightly pale face, walked up to Wang Yuan and said, "I have made my choice as agreed. Can we leave now?" Wang Yuan was very satisfied with Rui Mengmeng's choice. What he wanted was for Rui Mengmeng to cut off his own right hand. Seeing that his plan was about to succeed, Wang Yuan naturally would not ruin his plan. He nodded at Rui Mengmeng and said, "Okay. In this case, you can leave. But next time we meet, I will still kill you." Hearing Wang Yuan's words, Rui Mengmeng nodded and walked towards the tent not far away. When she walked to Lu Juang, Wang Yuan blocked Rui Mengmeng's way in front of everyone's surprised eyes. Then he grinned, "Rui Mengmeng, what a coincidence. We meet again." While speaking, Wang Yuan did not hesitate at all. Under the gaze of everyone, he punched Rui Mengmeng through with one punch, and smashed her heart. The energy filled with extreme destructive power poured into Rui Mengmeng's body. It madly destroyed her body data and genetic code. Of course, in the process, Wang Yuan did not forget to collect some of Rui Mengmeng's blood and put it into the universal capsule so that he could give it to Bulma for research. Poof! As Wang Yuan moved, Rui Mengmeng's life force quickly faded, and in just a moment, she completely stopped breathing. Then Wang Yuan casually threw Rui Mengmeng's body in front of Lu Juang. Lu Juang, who was still in shock, happened to see Rui Mengmeng's eyes that were still open. Lu Juang was stunned at first, and then he went completely crazy. "Ah!" Lu Juang let out a heart-wrenching howl, and then rushed towards Wang Yuan like a madman. Why did you kill Mengmeng? She is innocent. Why did you kill her? Why?" Lu Juang had completely lost his mind. His previous love and debt to Rui Mengmeng instantly turned into endless annoyance and regret. He now wanted to eat Wang Yuan alive. Wang Yuan looked at Lu Juang calmly as he rushed towards him, then kicked him to the ground, leaned over and stared into Lu Juang's grief-stricken eyes, and said coldly, "You ask me, why did I kill her? No reason. It's simply because you like her, that's all." At this point, Wang Yuan grinned, revealing a row of small white teeth, and then continued, "And killing her will make you more painful, more regretful, and more desperate. So I just killed him. It's that simple. You should now understand how I felt when I saw King's broken body." Wang Yuan swore that he would make everyone involved in King's incident feel the despair and helplessness he had endured for the past 3 months. Lu Juang was the culprit. Naturally, he would not let him go. Didn't he like Rui Mengmeng? Didn't he absolutely owe Rui Mengmeng? Wasn't he moved by Rui Mengmeng's kindness? Then kill Rui Mengmeng in front of him. Only in this way could Lu Juang live in endless despair and regret forever. "Mengmeng, what's wrong? Tell me what's wrong with Mengmeng? Why do you treat her like this? Tell me." Hearing Lu Juang's question, Wang Yuan took out a special transparent rice cooker from the universal capsule and said coldly, "Then what's wrong with my Ching Ching? She just went to buy me a birthday cake, and you beasts targeted her. What did she do wrong? Why didn't you let her go at the beginning?" At this point, Wang Yuan grabbed Lu Juang's hair, dragged him to Rui Mengmeng's body, and forced Lu Juang to look directly into Rui Mengmeng's eyes. To say that Rui Mengmeng is wrong. That's blind, falling in love with a beast like you. It's her fault. Forgot. It was you who teamed up with Tokyo to deceive Rui Mengmeng. That's why she fell in love with you. Ha ha ha. So that's it, 5-1, it was you who killed Rui Mengmeng. Lu Juang completely collapsed after hearing Wang Yuan's words. He looked at Rui Mengmeng, who died with his eyes open and cried silently. His eyes were filled with extreme regret and despair. "It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Mengmeng, I hurt you. I'm a beast." The audience in the live broadcast room were all stunned when they saw this scene. They stared at everything in front of them blankly, their minds were blank, their mouths slightly open, they couldn't say a word for a long time. No one expected that. Rui Meng Meng, a kind, tough, self-reliant girl, did not die on the battlefield in the end, but became a prop for Wang Yuan to avenge Lu Chuang, and was killed by him with one punch. She died with regrets. The reason was simply because of Lu Chuang's deception, and she fell in love with Lu Chuang, the beast. It's really sad. I originally thought that Brother Wang would spare Rui Meng Meng. Now it seems that I was too naive. It turns out that Brother Wang had been planning this since he cut off his hand. Just to make Lu Chuang suffer more. Meng Meng, please open your eyes in your next life. Don't fall in love with the wrong person again. Wang Yuan is so wrong, isn't it too cruel? Cruel? I told you that Wang Yuan is no longer a normal person. He is now a sane madman. In his concept, there is no such word as cruel. As long as the goal can be achieved, no matter how cruel the means are, it doesn't matter. Is there no hope? Unless Ching Ching is resurrected. Otherwise, there is no cure. The psychiatrist's words silenced the audience in the live broadcast room. Unless Han Ching Ching comes back to life, Wang Yuan can recover. Doesn't this mean that Wang Yuan will never recover? Hey! At this moment, Wang Yuan has put away the transparent rice cooker specially made by Bulma. This rice cooker will be the tomb where Lu Chuang will be tortured forever. Chapter 43. Chapter 43, Lu Chuang is sealed and tortured forever. Morgana is terrified. And Wang Yuan is not interested in playing with the second-hand Keisha Hexi. One more update, please subscribe. Thank you for your support. On the Tianhe battlefield, Lu Chuang, with blood all over his face, was lying on the ground, looking at Rui Meng Meng's eyes that were still open. The regret and despair in his heart had reached an extreme level. He wanted to struggle to get up and fight with Wang Yuan. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move at all. Wang Yuan's right foot was like an unshakable mountain, pressing him to the ground. The space around him also became extremely sticky and stable. He was trapped. Not to mention struggling to get up, he couldn't even blink, and could only helplessly look at Rui Meng Meng's eyes that were gradually losing their vitality. Lu Chuang knew that his death was not a pity. But his parents and Rui Meng Meng were innocent. They shouldn't pay for their mistakes. Endless regret and despair turned into a ball of 9 netherworld fire. It kept burning Lu Chuang. It made him heartbroken. Lu Chuang wished that Wang Yuan, the culprit, would be eaten alive. It was understandable that Wang Yuan wanted to seek revenge on him. As long as he was stronger than himself, he could be killed or cut as he pleased. But he shouldn't have implicated his family and Rui Meng Meng. They were so kind and had never done anything wrong. He shouldn't have to pay for his mistakes. Lu Chuang wanted revenge. He wanted to chop Wang Yuan into pieces and feed him to the dogs to relieve his hatred. He wanted to inflict his pain and despair on Wang Yuan 10,000 times. But what made Lu Chuang desperate was that he had no ability to take revenge at all. With Wang Yuan's current strength, it would be effortless for him to kill him. And with his growth rate, he couldn't see the possibility of revenge in the foreseeable future. This was what made Lu Chuang feel the most desperate. At this moment, Wang Yuan had already placed the rice cooker specially made for Lu Chuang, then squatted down, grabbed Lu Chuang's hair, and made this man look directly at him. Then he said coldly, "Lu Chuang, how does it feel? Do you feel as if there are countless maggots all over your body, constantly gnawing at your flesh and blood? And you can't scratch them no matter what you do. This extreme pain made me want to cut off all my flesh with a knife." Here, Wang Yuan paused, and then continued, "I was tortured by this helplessness and despair for 3 months. Ha ha ha, 11. At that time, I swore that I would make everyone who participated in King King's incident feel this pain. You, Huang Hao, Tokyo, no one can escape. See that transparent rice cooker? That is what I prepared for you. That will be your eternal grave. This rice cooker can play your most painful memories 24 hours a day, non-stop. In it, unless you are stronger than me, you can't even move a finger. Do you like it? This rice cooker was developed by Bulma according to her own requirements. When Wang Yuan was training in the Dragon Ball universe, he made a detailed revenge plan. Lu Chuang was the culprit who killed Han Qingqing. Wang Yuan would naturally not let him die so easily. It would be too easy for him to die like this. This rice cooker is equipped with a memory extraction player, which can extract the most painful memories of the sealed person and play them for the sealed person to watch 24 hours a day. And because of the transparent design, people outside can enjoy the painful expression and wailing of the sealed person. Such a design really won Wang Yuan's love. To be precise, Wang Yuan is no longer a normal person now. The 3 months of torture, making Wang Yuan a rational madman. If he hadn't seen the hope of Han Qingqing's resurrection, he would probably have lost his sanity now, and become a butcher who enjoys slaughtering for life. Therefore, the blood and wailing that ordinary people instinctively feel disgusted. But for Wang Yuan, it is the best medicine to cure diseases and the best tonic to comfort his soul. After hearing Wang Yuan's words, the audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but feel a tingling scalp, and cold sweat couldn't stop flowing down. They thought about what Lu Chuang would encounter next. They couldn't help but feel a chill in their backs. While they were unable to live or die, they were forced to watch the most painful memories deep in their memories. Such torture is too terrible. Oh my God! I can't help but tremble all over just thinking about it. Isn't this torture too cruel? Come and see. There's a saintly bitch upstairs. Stupid thing. If you feel it is too cruel, you can take the torture on behalf of Lu Chuang. Instead of making sarcastic remarks here. Lu Chuang had such an end, it was all his own fault. What a piece of shit. He did all kinds of bad things when he relied on the support of the super seminary. It's not too much to skin him alive. He deserves this fate. If Brother Wang hadn't appeared out of nowhere, who knows how many more girls Lu Chuang would have raped. No way. I've been watching his live stream for the past month, and he's doing pretty well. Shit. It is easy to change the country, but it is difficult to change one's nature. People like Lu Chuang will never change. While cursing Lu Chuang, a beast worse than pigs and dogs, in the live broadcast room, Wang Yuan looked at Lu Chuang, whose face was distorted by extreme regret and despair. He took a deep breath and said, "Lu Chuang, go to hell." As soon as he finished speaking, he cast the magic sealing wave, sealing Lu Chuang and Rui Mingmeng's body into a special rice cooker developed by Bulma. Since Wang Yuan integrated the martial god entry, not only has his ability to control qi improved to a level that ordinary people can hardly imagine, he also improved his martial arts talent to the extreme. A martial arts secret like the magic sealing wave is almost impossible for others to control, but for Wang Yuan, with a little practice, he can draw inferences from one example and create a martial arts secret skill based on the demon sealing wave. The demon sealing wave that Wang Yuan is performing now is praised by Wang Yuan as the Hell Demon Sealing Wave. Not only can it imprison the enemy in the rice cooker, but it can even mobilize power and continuously torture him. How can Lu Chuang be treated with mental torture alone? Physical torture is also indispensable. As Wang Yuan performed the Hell Demon Sealing Wave, a group of popular air appeared out of thin air, carrying the bodies of Lu Chuang and Rui Mingmeng, and went straight to the special rice cooker developed by Bulma. During this process, although Lu Chuang struggled hard, no matter how hard he tried, it was useless. He could only watch his body being stretched and twisted, and then dragged into the rice cooker. After everything settled, Wang Yuan took out a special talisman and pasted it in the rice cooker. Then he began to appreciate Lu Chuang's experience inside. In the rice cooker, invisible chains composed of air blocked Lu Chuang's movements, making him unable to move at all. From time to time, flames, lightning, Ice and snow appeared around him, and other heavenly punishments constantly tortured Lu Chuang. And the damage caused by these heavenly punishments will be restored to its original state the moment the heavenly punishments disappear. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that a large screen appeared out of thin air in front of Lu Chuang, playing non-stop. His parents fell to death, his brother turned into meat sauce, Rui Meng Meng was ripped out of his heart. This is the most painful and difficult scene for Lu Chuang to let go. In addition, Rui Meng Meng's body, bound by invisible chains, kept revolving around Lu Chuang. Every few minutes, Lu Chuang will definitely see Rui Meng Meng's pretty face that was unwilling to close and her lifeless eyes. Ah! Wang Yuan, you bastard, kill me if you can. Fuck you. Come out here. I'm going to chop you into pieces and feed them to the dogs. Grass. Come out to me. Due to the special design of the rice cooker, people outside can clearly hear Lu Chuang's painful wails. This was Wang Yuan's special request. Listening to Lu Chuang's shrill wails and desperate roars, Wang Yuan felt so happy. This kind of pleasure of revenge. Let Wang Yuan feel indescribable joy. Roar. To read the violent novels, go to Fulu Novel Network. Despair. This is just the beginning. From now on, you will slowly rot and stink in the rice cooker under the endless physical and mental torture. But, I'm here. Even if you want to die, you can't. Lu Chuang's miserable condition and wails fell clearly in the eyes of the audience in the live broadcast room and the major forces in the universe. At this moment, no matter who it is, they all felt an extreme chill bursting out from the depths of their souls. While making their scalps numb, they secretly vowed not to provoke Wang Yuan. Otherwise, with Wang Yuan's character, what awaits them will be a torture that is a billion times more painful than death. My scalp is tingling. I can't even imagine if I were Lu Chuang how desperate and painful it would be. I advise everyone, if anyone offends Wang Yuan, commit suicide as soon as possible. Fortunately, I followed Brother Wang's request and kowtowed to Han Qingqing 3 times and 9 times. The brother upstairs has foresight. Lu Chuang has solved it. Then it's Tokeo's turn next. However, I heard that Time and Space Rose is Tokeo's daughter. What do you think? Will the Space-Time Rose try to stop it at that time? Don't. With Brother Wang's temper, if Space-Time Rose dares to attack, she will be dead. No one can save her. Having such a bastard father. Time and Space Rose is unlucky. Compared to the audience in the live broadcast room, Morgana on Demon Number 1 had a flash of fear in her lavender eyes. As the king of demons, Morgana has been at the top of the super seminary for tens of thousands of years. Even when facing the holy Keisha, she has never been afraid. But now Morgana admitted that she was afraid. After seeing the way Wang Yuan tortured Lu Chuang, Morgana even had the illusion that Lu Chuang was the king of demons. After all, her own little tricks were nothing compared to Wang Yuan's. They were not worth mentioning at all. Queen, it's time to make a decision. At this moment, the voice of the demon Achuo sounded at the right time, pulling Morgana back to reality from her inexplicable panic. We now have 2 paths to choose from. First, give up the space-time rose. Achuo knows that the space-time gene is very important to you. But for the space-time gene, offending Wang Yuan is not worth it. After all, the space-time gene can be passed on. As long as we are patient, we will wait for the next carrier of the space-time gene sooner or later. The second way, gather all the strength immediately and strangle Wang Yuan in the cradle. Wang Yuan's growth rate is too terrifying. If he is given more time to grow. Demon Achuo did not finish his words. But all the demons present understood what Demon Achuo meant. It has been less than 2 months since Wang Yuan came into the world. He has such a strong power and has become one of the top gods in the super god universe. If he is given more time, who knows how terrifying he can grow. Thinking of this, everyone subconsciously cast their eyes on Morgana. Feeling the gazes of the demons, Morgana pondered for a while and said, "Contact me, Dokeo. The trouble he created needs to be solved by himself. It doesn't make sense, we have to clean up his mess." At this point, Morgana paused, and then continued, "In addition, I guess that holy Kassadin bitch must not want to get involved in this mess. Take the galaxy power, Ge Xiaolun, away from the blue star." Hee. Bitch. The more you don't want to get involved in this mess, the more I can't let you have your wish. Achuo, you personally keep an eye on the galaxy power Ge Xiaolun. He must not be allowed to leave blue star. Let's make noise. Let's make noise. The more chaotic this scene is, the better. Hearing Morgana's order, the demon Achuo nodded and said he was ready. Then he began to closely observe the galaxy power Ge Xiaolun. He did not give Angel Yan the opportunity to take him away from Blue Star. At the same time, other demons also began to use the computing power of Demon Number 1 to try to get in touch with Dokeo, the culprit. At the same time, in the dilapidated ruins of Tianhe City, a red convertible, ignoring the flames of war, roared through. In the process, any doughty warrior who was not long-sighted approached the convertible. They would be cut into pieces by the fleeting silver light. The owner of the 957 convertible was Sir Mali. Sir Mali was a subordinate of the heavenly scum King Hui. Because of her cunning character, she slaughtered a large number of female angels in that war. She was called the Ancient Butcher God. She was eventually defeated by the heavenly base King Hexi. But he used Hexi's feelings for him to get the opportunity to be exiled to Blue Star. During the tens of thousands of years of exile, he has been on Blue Star, looking for a chance to make a comeback. With the emergence of Wang Yuan and the invasion of the Doughty army on Blue Star, Sir Mali realized that this was the opportunity she had been waiting for a long time. So half a month ago, she contacted the heavenly scum King Hui. She wanted the heavenly scum King Hui to help her escape from Blue Star. But who would have thought that there was no spaceship coming from the scumbag Wang Hui to pick him up? Instead, he received an order for him to negotiate with Wang Yuan. This made Sir Mali almost curse. Who is Wang Yuan? He is a madman who kills without blinking an eye. You asked me to negotiate with Wang Yuan, what's the difference between this and sending yourself to death? However, due to the order of the scumbag Wang Hui, Sir Mali still rushed to Wang Yuan's location even though she was terrified. As she got closer and closer to Wang Yuan, Sir Mali's panic became more and more intense. Especially when he saw how Wang Yuan tortured Lu Chuang, the panic in his heart was so intense that it could not be added. If he didn't know that the scumbag Wang Hui was constantly monitoring him through dark energy communication, Sir Mali would have turned around and left. A few minutes later, Sir Mali finally drove a convertible to Wang Yuan's location. The moment he saw Wang Yuan, his body couldn't help but tremble. Since you are here, make the best of it. Sir Mali took a deep breath, and under the gaze of the audience in the live broadcast room and the powerful people in the universe, she pretended to be cynical and walked towards Wang Yuan. Of course, if she had not turned the wrong way under the intimidation of Wang Yuan's powerful aura, it would have been even more perfect. Sir Mali walked up to Wang Yuan, and saw that Wang Yuan ignored her, but continued to appreciate Lu Chuang's wailing and cursing. The corners of her mouth twitched uncontrollably. Then she gritted her teeth and said, "Hello, Wang Yuan. I am the messenger of Heavenly Palace King Hui. My king wants to invite you to join the Heavenly Palace. As long as you agree, my king promises to help me and re-enter the Angel Galaxy. My king will share the world with you." At this point, Sir Mali saw that Wang Yuan was unmoved, and continued to bite the bullet and said, "When the time comes, as long as you open your mouth. Whether it is Holy Keisha or Tianji Wang Hexi. All yours." How? Hearing Sir Mali's words, Wang Yuan turned to look at Sir Mali and said lightly, "Holy Keisha, Tianji Wang Hexi. Just those two second-hand ones. Hui likes hot pot, but I don't have this hobby. Hee hee." Wang Yuan said this, and then his face darkened. Besides, who gave you the courage to disturb me? Looking for death? Sumali heard this and had no time to explain anything. He felt as if he was locked by a breath as deep as the sea, so that he couldn't even say a word of rebuttal. He could only watch as Wang Yuan strode towards him. Chapter 44. Chapter 44, The Priesthood God Promotion Mission and Dokeo's Parasitic Dragon Country Noxing's Resurrection Plan. Second update, please subscribe. The next update will be around 3 o'clock. Sumali looked at Wang Yuan, who was striding towards her, and she felt like an immeasurable mountain was pressing down on her, unmatched and unstoppable. The momentum alone made it difficult for her to breathe, let alone fight back or escape. Sumali's golden eyes were full of fear. She clenched her right hand and pierced her right hand with the silver blade. With the help of the piercing pain, she was able to speak. "Spare my life. I was wrong. I will." Before Sumali finished speaking, Wang Yuan walked up to him, stretched out his right hand to grab Sumali's neck, and said coldly, "Originally, as long as you don't jump around in front of me. I'm too lazy to bother you. I didn't expect that you would come to my door yourself." Having said that, Wang Yuan paused, and then asked in a joking tone also, "Isn't Hexie your old lover? You are willing to give her to me?" Sumali was stunned when she heard Wang Yuan's words. He didn't understand why Wang Yuan knew about his past with Wang Hexie, the king of Tianji. After all, the things between him and Hexie were confidential even in the angel civilization. Except for a few strong people like Holy Keisha who had lived for tens of thousands of years, most of the angels knew about it. And the Wang Yuan in front of him was just a native who had just awakened the super warrior gene. Although his strength was against the sky, he shouldn't know about this. However, doubts aside, in order to save her life, Sumali nodded decisively and expressed her willingness. After all, although Hexie was top-notch in all aspects, but she was just one of his many concubines. Compared with his own life, it was not worth mentioning at all. Not to mention Hexie. As long as he could save his life, he was willing to give all his concubines to Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan looked at Sumali, who was nodding desperately, and said coldly, "I hate spineless people like you who sell their wives for life the most. You can go die now." While speaking, Wang Yuan exerted a little force with his right hand, and directly broke Sumali's neck in front of Sumali's horrified eyes, and then threw his body into the rubble beside him. Although Sumali was only a generation of divine body, but as long as she was not cut in two, she could slowly recover. For injuries like a broken neck, Sumali would be able to recover on her own in a short time. But Wang Yuan's chi was born with the attribute of destruction. It could annihilate all data and divine bodies. So with just one blow, all of Sumali's divine body data was completely destroyed, making him deader than dead. Wang Yuan glanced at Sumali's body, turned to Su Zili and said, "He has a silver blade weapon on him. It's yours." Su Zili heard this, and without any extra words, she walked directly to Sumali and searched for the silver blade. After trying it, she found it was good and put it in her pocket. In fact, if Sumali had come to Wang Yuan to negotiate before Wang Yuan killed Rui Mengmeng and sealed Lu Juang, Wang Yuan would not have attacked him even if the negotiation failed. After all, the two had no grudges or conflicts. But what happened was that when Wang Yuan killed Rui Mengmeng and sealed Lu Juang, the system task was triggered. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing Rui Mengmeng and triggering the priesthood entry task. Clear the alien forces on Blue Star, including but not limited to, killing, sealing, and pledging allegiance. Mission reward, God entries and Blue Star permissions. Gain Su Zili's loyalty. Rewards, priesthood enchanting, gain 1% of Blue Star's authority. Kill Rui Mengmeng, rewards, priesthood item Noxing Blade, 1% authority of Blue Star. Seal Lu Juang, reward, clergy term No Star War God, 5% of Blue Star authority. Kill Sumali, reward, divine term angel body, first generation, 0.5% of blue star authority. Note, reward term, whenever a creature passes the test of Galantat, you can choose one of them and fuse. The degree of fusion depends on the qualifications of the creature. The long-dormant divine mission was finally triggered. And the reward is the blue star authority that Wang Yuan most wanted to get, so how could he let go of Sumali, the guy who came to his door? After all, according to the feedback from the system and the dragon god, after being promoted to the god of destruction or the king of the world of the super god universe, and obtaining all the authority, you can choose to integrate the super god universe into the Dragon Ball world. In this way, you can make a wish through the Super Dragon Ball and revive Han Qing Qing. Therefore, after triggering the divine term mission, Wang Yuan's goal, in addition to revenge, is to clear all the alien forces, including those who carry the no-star gene. After obtaining the authority, Wang Yuan realized Dokeo's real plan. That is the layout of generations, injecting the Nox gene into the residents of Dragon Country, and then using the importance of the space-time gene to Morgana. In exchange for the special gene awakening technology of the demon civilization, let Nox step on Dragon Country and be reborn. In order to achieve this goal, he lurked in Dragon Country for thousands of years on the grounds that he must not interfere with the progress of civilization. Integrate the Nox gene into the aboriginals of Dragon Country without anyone noticing. Then forcibly integrate the space-time gene into his daughter's body, making Rose the core of the hero company. Dokeo survived on Earth for 1,000 years. Is it possible to have only Rose as a daughter? However, the other children died because of the failure to integrate the space-time gene and the gene collapse. Finally, he founded the Super Seminary. Using the power in his hands, he trained other super soldier carriers into hanged, gangsters, working girls. These are the lowest level of society. So convenient, he controls. If it weren't for the Dowdy army under the command of the god of death Karl, invading the Chiwu galaxy. Give him 100 years, there will be no aboriginals in the entire Dragon Country. The civilization of No Star will be reborn on the corpse of Dragon Country. This is Dokeo, who is known as the War Maniac. In the original work, although the invasion of Dowdy interrupted his plan, but Dokeo, the War Maniac, still used the resources in his hands to unswervingly push forward his plan. First, he used Rose to train Galaxy Blade Ge Xiaolun to be his daughter's liquor. Then he made a deal with Morgana, and arranged for No Star Prince Cheng Yaoan and Rina to untie their knots, trying to make Cheng Yaoan and Rina have a good impression of each other. He used the dignity of Dragon Country to stop Holy Keisha from executing Morgana. Even the combination of Ge Xiaolun and Angel Yan, Zhao Xian, and Angel's Hickson also had his figure. Even Sumali could hide on Blue Star for so long. It was also tacitly approved by Dokeo. It was to win over the Heavenly Scum King Huaya and the Heavenly Base King He Xi. In this way, he also obtained Angel Civilization, Demon Civilization, Liang Civilization, all stood aside and watched his No Star resurrection plan. Finally, he faked his death and escaped. Remove himself from this matter. Then secretly use the gene activation technology traded with Morgana to resurrect the No Star warriors on a large scale. After all the No Star warriors have revived, find an excuse to appear. He can remove himself completely. If Wang Yuan hadn't appeared out of nowhere, Dokeo's plan might have really succeeded. This is Dokeo's real layout. The depth of his sinister intentions, the cruel means, the long time of layout. No one in the entire Super God universe can match him. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. This sentence applies to all the heavens and the worlds. No outsider will treat you well for nothing. They treat you well just to get greater benefits from you in the future. If this kind of goodness is free, then you should be more careful. Free is the most expensive. Even with Wang Yuan's temperament, after realizing Dokeo's real plan, he couldn't help but sigh, there are only wrong names, not wrong nicknames. Tokyo is recognized as a war maniac in the super god universe, and there is a reason. The audience in the live broadcast room did not know why Wang Yuan killed Somali. They only knew that Wang Yuan killed an alien because of a disagreement. Although the dead was an alien, the audience in the live broadcast room felt an inexplicable fear. The audience did not care whether Somali lived or died, because they were worried that Wang Yuan would not be able to control the murderous intent in his heart. In the past, no matter how cruel Wang Yuan's methods were, they were all targeted at people who had a grudge against him. Now to kill Somali, it was completely a matter of saying it. This made them worried. After all, Wang Yuan can now kill Somali without any reason. God knows whether Wang Yuan will massacre all living beings for no reason in the future. Why did Brother Wang want to kill Somali? Could it be that he couldn't control himself? Shut up, you idiot upstairs. Brother Wang killed Somali for a reason. He definitely didn't do it because he couldn't suppress his murderous intent. That's right. How could Wang Jie not control himself? I hope I can get revenge as soon as possible. Even if I take revenge, it's useless. More importantly, resurrect Han Qingqing. Isn't the super seminary awesome? Why haven't they resurrected Han Qingqing yet? Other aliens, please help Brother Wang. Otherwise, let's all wait for bad luck together. To read the exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. Just when the audience in the live broadcast room felt that Wang Yuan was about to lose control of his murderous intent and began to slaughter innocent people, in the palace of the Tianji King of Angel Nebula *, Hexi, the Tianji King, stopped his research work and stared at Somali's body, his eyes full of complicated expressions. Hexi was born as a good girl angel with excellent character and learning. Because she showed a strong talent for scientific research since she was a child. At that time, the Angel Nebula was still under the rule of Huayi's father. Although the status of female angels was still far behind that of male angels, it was far less cruel than under Huayi's rule. Hexi could immerse herself in scientific research and turn a deaf ear to the outside world. Until she met Somali, Hexi knew that Somali was an unlearned bastard. But she was still inextricably attracted by Somali's cynical temperament. Gradually fell into it. When Holy Keisha launched a war to overthrow the order of the Heavenly Palace, even though he and Somali were in two different camps, even though Somali had killed many female angels, even though he knew it was a life and death struggle, Hexi was ultimately unable to kill Somali. With a kiss from Somali, Hexi used his power as one of the three kings to exile Somali to the Blue Star. And he was worried that Somali would get into an accident. He also left him a silver blade. Although she had not looked for Somali on the Blue Star for the past tens of thousands of years, and had been immersed in scientific research. But Hexi knew that she had never forgotten him. Now seeing Somali die in the hands of Wang Yuan, Hexi felt mixed emotions in his heart, and only felt empty, even his favorite scientific research. He had no mood to study. At this moment, the voice of Holy Keisha rang out at the right time. Hexi, you still can't let go of Somali, that scumbag. Holy Keisha knew everything about the relationship between Hexi and Somali. To put it bluntly, this is a cliché story between a good girl and a yellow-haired boy. She didn't understand why Hexi, who was always known for his rationality, was obsessed with Somali for tens of thousands of years. If it were her, let alone Somali, even if there were 10 of them, she wouldn't even look at them straight in the eye. Hearing what Holy Keisha said, Tianji King Hexi sighed and said slowly, it's okay. It's been more than 30,000 years. What should be let go has been let go long ago. I just need to be quiet. After saying that, Tianji Wang Hexi cut off the dark energy communication and returned to his bedroom. After blocking all contacts, he sat by the window like a sculpture. He looked in the direction of the Blue Star, lost in thought. As time went by, a trace of resentment towards Wang Yuan appeared in Hexi's delicate eyes. Somali is indeed a bastard. I can kill him. But others can't. Wang Yuan, you don't let Dowdy move your prey. Then why do you want to move my prey? On a desolate planet at the edge of the universe. This Somali is really incapable of doing anything good but always causing trouble. The scumbag Wang Hui sat upright on the throne, enjoying Ruanning's service, and said angrily the negotiation failed, and even angered Wang Yuan. Ruanning, do you think Wang Yuan will vent his anger on me? Will Somali live or die? The heartless scumbag Wang Hui didn't care at all. Even if Somali was his most capable subordinate and made many contributions to the order of his heavenly palace. But so what? For Hui, it was his honor that Somali died while doing things for him. Everything he had belonged to him. The only regret was that he couldn't do things with Hexi in front of Somali like he did tens of thousands of years ago. He still can't forget that feeling. Especially when Hexi fought desperately and kept begging Somali to save herself. Then he looked at Somali with hope as she walked towards him, and finally held down her resisting hands and feet, and there was shock and despair on Hexi's face. That feeling was absolutely amazing. What he is most worried about now is that Wang Yuan will not vent his anger on him because of Somali's affairs. Once Wang Yuan vents his anger on himself, that would be troublesome. Hearing Hui's words, Ruanning changed her words to hands, and said while serving Hui, after my analysis, as long as you don't appear in front of him. With Wang Yuan's personality, he won't take the initiative to find you. Having said this, Ruanning paused, and then continued. However, Wang Yuan can no longer suppress the murderous intent in his heart. Wait until he loses control. That's hard to say. The only way to stop him from losing control is to revive Han Qingqing. After hearing Ruanning's words, Huaye was silent. After a while, he said, then revive Han Qingqing. Isn't Carl in control of the big clock? I heard that it can reverse time and space and go back to the past. Huaye paused and continued, then tell Wang Yuan about this news. Given his personality, he would definitely go to Carl to ask for the big clock. Then, there will be something interesting to watch. Huaye is worthy of being the lord of the heavenly palace. Although he is a scumbag, he is definitely not stupid. After a little thought, he came up with a plan to drive the tiger to devour the wolf. By then, no matter whether Wang Yuan successfully obtains the big clock from Carl and successfully resurrects Han Qingqing, or Carl kills Wang Yuan, he will not lose. Huaye was very satisfied with his plan. He held Ruanning's little head with his hand and exerted a little force. Ruanning understood and bent down to continue to serve Huaye. Huaye enjoyed Ruanning's service, and used dark energy communication to establish a connection with Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan, I am Huaye, the king of the heavenly palace. Hiss. I contacted you this time. First, thank you for helping me clean up the mess. Second, I want to tell you how to revive Han Qingqing. Having said this, Huaye signaled Ruanning not to use his teeth, and continued, the principal's big clock can reverse time and space. With your strength, you are enough to drive the big clock. The big clock is at the Death Carl's place. Can I borrow it? It all depends on your ability. After saying that, Huaye decisively cut off the dark energy communication without waiting for Wang Yuan's response. In order to prevent Holy Keisha and others from deducing his position. After hearing Huaye's words, Wang Yuan put the rice cooker that sealed Lu Juang into his own demigod space, muttering to himself, big clock. You can definitely give it a try. As for whether it can be borrowed, I want to borrow it, Carl dare not give it to me. Chapter 45. Chapter 45, The Devourer Who Knows the Times. The explanation of the Grim Reaper Carl, Han Qingqing, who was resurrected by the big clock, is a replica with memories. One update, please subscribe. The next update will be around 9:30. Thank you for your support. There are 2 more updates today, and the big chapter has 5,000 words, which is actually a lot. Thank you. In the original novel, the big clock can indeed travel through time and space. At the end of the third season, when Qiang Gui, Angel Yan, and the Galaxy Power Ge Xiaolun were fighting against the Scum King Hui, there was a scene where the big clock stirred time and space, changed the past, and affected the current plot. If you can use the big clock and go back to the past, maybe you can really save Qing Qing. Thinking of this, Wang Yuan looked up at the densely packed Dowdy warships in space, and locked the flagship where the Dowdy King Shi was. Then, in the terrified eyes of the audience in the live broadcast room and the powerful people in the universe, he stretched out his hand in the air and gently grabbed it. Then an invisible big hand covering the sky and the sun appeared out of thin air. This invisible giant hand, with an unmatched posture, rushed out of the blue star, crossed all obstacles in the way, and directly caught the flagship where the Dowdy King Shi was located. Then it suddenly pulled towards the blue star. If there were strong people in outer space, they would see an extremely spectacular picture. The originally thick cloud layer on the blue star was directly torn into pieces by the invisible giant hand. Meteorites, shuttles, warships along the way, were smashed into powder the moment they came into contact with the invisible giant hand. They turned into countless dust and dissipated in the vast space. Even the Dowdy flagship that was strong enough to withstand a god-killing attack and stretched for hundreds of thousands of meters was as small as a toy in front of this giant hand. At the moment when the invisible giant hand grabbed the Dowdy flagship, bursts of shrill alarms sounded in the hall where the Dowdy King Shi was located. Alert! Alert! 1,432 shuttles, 485 landing craft, 137 battleships detected, destroyed. Alert! Alert! Unknown energy detected, lock on to the warship. Shield energy is decreasing, 80%, 30%, 10%, energy depletion. Alert! Alert! The flight path has deviated and is continuing to fall towards the blue planet. It is expected to fall into Tianhe City, Longguo in 10 seconds. Do you want to start the full speed mode? The piercing alarm and the flashing red lights made all the Dowdy in the Dowdy flagship look hopeless. They had all seen how Wang Yuan easily crushed the Dowdy with Generals Feng Lei into pieces. Although the spacecraft's intelligence system had not yet confirmed that the attack came from Wang Yuan. But it was obvious. Who else on Blue Star was capable of doing this, except Wang Yuan? Thinking of Wang Yuan's terrifying strength and style of doing things, all the Dowdy present felt that their time was up and they had no hope. They couldn't understand why Wang Yuan would take the initiative to attack the Dowdy flagship. Ever since Wang Yuan showed his terrifying strength, all the Dowdy warriors were warned not to attack Wang Yuan's enemies. Even the orphanage, elementary school, and rental house where Wang Yuan had stayed before. As for Han Qingqing's grave, even though the ashes had been taken away by Wang Yuan, it was still designated as an absolute restricted area. Any Dowdy warriors were strictly prohibited from approaching. This was to avoid angering this killing god. But how could they have thought? Even though they were so careful, Wang Yuan had already attacked them. King, should we activate the full speed mode? Just as Dowdy continued to fall towards Tianhe City at an incredible speed, Dowdy's deputy commander said to Shidi in a trembling voice. Try to break free from Wang Yuan's attack. Otherwise. Bang! Before the deputy commander of the Dowdy could finish his words, the Dowdy King Shi smashed his head with a sword. Then Shi looked at his body that was slowly moving backwards and said in an electronic synthesized voice. Idiot! If we don't resist, we still have a chance to survive. If there is any intention to resist, even my god Karl can't save us. The Dowdy King Shi knew Wang Yuan's horror and style of doing things. If Wang Yuan was determined to kill him, even if all the main gods of the entire super god universe protected him at all costs, he would surely die. No matter what, why did Wang Yuan attack him? The only chance to survive now is not to make any resistance, and then pray that his obedience will make Wang Yuan treat him as a fart. Otherwise, death may be the best ending. That idiot actually wanted to start the full speed mode. Isn't this courting death? It doesn't matter if he seeks death himself. Don't implicate yourself. For such an idiot, there is no need to live anymore. Otherwise, it will kill yourself. Thinking of this, the doughty King Shishi issued an order through the spacecraft's intelligence system. All doughty listen to orders and do not resist in any way. Even if it means death, you cannot resist. Then the doughty King Shishi shut down all the weapon systems on the warship to avoid causing Wang Yuan's dissatisfaction. After doing all this, the doughty King Shishi stood quietly in the hall, silently waiting for the judgment of fate. At the same time, when the doughty flagship entered the atmosphere of the blue planet, the audience in the live broadcast room saw a spectacular scene that they would never forget. A huge warship that stretched for hundreds of thousands of meters, with blazing flames, rushed straight to Tianhe City. The huge impact force rolled up hurricanes, mixed with heat currents, sweeping in all directions with the crash point as the center. The wind was so strong that it swept everything like a typhoon. Even the big trees several kilometers away were broken in half. The terrifying scene made everyone stunned on the spot, their eyes full of fear, their mouths slightly open, unable to utter a word for a long time. Damn! If this hits the ground, Tianhe City will be completely destroyed. Naive! Not to mention Tianhe City, I'm afraid that even the surrounding urban clusters will be destroyed. The gap between us and Doughty is really too big. Brother Wang, this strength is simply unfathomable. There is no doubt about Wang Ji's strength. But I am worried whether Wang Ji can stop this Doughty warship. I am not questioning Wang Ji, but seeing Wang Ji's fighting ability, I feel more and more that Dokeo from the Super Seminary is really nothing. Damn! If it weren't for Dokeo, Brother Wang might have fought to protect the Dragon Kingdom. With Brother Wang's strength, Doughty is nothing. What a twist of fate! Not only the audience in the live broadcast room, but also the super soldiers in Tianhe City stopped fighting after seeing this scene, looking at the Doughty flagship getting closer and closer with fear. Kailan, who led the team to defend the police station, Qiang Gui with orange hair, Dushan Zanfo wearing black armor, Ge Xiaolun and Zhao Xian. At this moment, they really felt the difference in strength between themselves and Wang Yuan. It can be described as a bright moon and a firefly. Just when everyone thought that the Doughty battleship would inevitably collide with Tianhe City, its speed began to drop sharply at an incredible speed. In just a blink of an eye, it unloaded all the speed and narrowly avoided the collision. Quietly floating in front of Wang Yuan. Puff! When the warship hovered, before Wang Yuan could make any further moves, the warship door opened with a sound of explosion. Then the Doughty King Shishi led all the senior generals out of the warship door and headed straight for Wang Yuan. Doughty Shishi, under the seat of Urka, the god of death of the Styx civilization, and all the officers and soldiers come to pay homage to the Lord God. Doughty King Shishi, dressed in silver armor, came in front of Wang Yuan, saluted respectfully and said, "I don't know why the Lord God summoned us here. We are at your disposal." After the Doughty King Shishi finished speaking, he bowed respectfully to Wang Yuan and waited quietly for the judgment of fate. Although the Doughty King Shishi's divine body was not as good as the angel Yan, it would only take a moment for him to learn the etiquette and language of the Dragon Kingdom. In order not to anger Wang Yuan, it learned it through the internet during the fall. That's why there is this scene now. Wang Yuan looked at the Doughty who were densely packed in front of him and saluted him, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He thought, is this Doughty King so aware of the current situation? He refused to ban the Doughty flagship. On the one hand, let them use dark energy communication to contact the god of death Karl. Although Wang Yuan's current strength is enough to crush the entire super god universe. But due to the different cultivation system, he now has the ability to establish dark energy communication with the god of death Karl far away in the Styx galaxy. Ability. On the other hand, he was going to find a random reason to kill the Doughty King Shishi. As for why he wanted to kill it, there is no special reason. He just wanted to see if he could increase his authority. After all, killing is easier than driving it away. But he didn't expect that the doughty King Shishi was so damn aware of the situation. He couldn't find a reason to do it. Thinking of this, Wang Yuan glanced at the doughty King Shishi indifferently, and just one glance made the doughty King Shishi tremble all over. The fear was like facing a natural enemy. If it weren't for his strong psychological quality, he would have collapsed to the ground long ago. Just as the doughty King Shishi was in a panic, Wang Yuan's slightly bland voice rang in his ears. Establish dark energy communication for me, I have something to do with Carl. Hearing Wang Yuan's words, the doughty king was stunned. How could he have thought that? Wang Yuan made such a big fuss just to establish dark energy communication with the god of death Carl. Isn't it a bit of a waste of talent? If you want to contact the god of death Carl, you don't have to capture yourself and your group of people along with the doughty battleship from space to Tianhe City. Just give me a word. Can I refuse you if you ask me? Of course, the doughty King Shishi complained, but he immediately called on the flagship computing power to establish a dark energy communication channel with the god of death Carl. After the communication channel was established, the doughty King Shishi sent Wang Yuan what he wanted. The conversation with him was reported. In the Styx galaxy, Carl, the god of death who was originally studying the void, heard the words, and a puzzled look flashed across his childlike face. He thought, what does Wang Yuan want to do with me? Is he going to agree to a deal with me? No. With Wang Yuan's character, he will never go back on his word. If it is not about the deal, why did he make such a big fuss to contact me? Why? Although Carl, the god of death, didn't know why Wang Yuan was doing this, he immediately stopped his research work, used the dark energy communication channel, and put his computing power into Tianhe City, condensing an illusion. Asking for flowers. As the surrounding space fluctuated, the semi-illusory illusion of Carl, the god of death, wearing a cloak, appeared in front of Wang Yuan. To read the exciting novel, go to Philo Novel Network. Wang Yuan saw this and didn't say any extra nonsense, and said directly, I heard that the big clock is in your place. I want to borrow it. Hearing Wang Yuan's words, the Grim Reaper Carl was stunned at first, and then subconsciously said, you want the big clock to reverse time and space and revive your girlfriend. The Grim Reaper Carl had known about Wang Yuan and Han Qingqing for a long time. So when he heard Wang Yuan's words, he instantly understood what Wang Yuan wanted to do. Wang Yuan nodded after hearing this, and then continued, give me a word, will you lend it to me? If you don't lend it to me, I'll go get it myself. Death Carl ignored Wang Yuan's threat, and after a moment's silence, he explained, the big clock is indeed with me. If you want to borrow it, I can give it to you. But do you need my blood in exchange? Wang Yuan said. Hearing this, Death Carl shook his head and said, no, I can lend it to you for free. But I have something to explain in advance. That is, I don't know who told you that the big clock can reverse time and space. But obviously he lied to you. At this point, the god of death Carlton paused, and then continued, the big clock can allow people's consciousness to return to the past for a short time. But this is just to let the consciousness see the picture of the past. The power of the fourth generation of divine bodies can also change these pictures and create different future pictures. But this is just a picture. It's not realistic at all. The past is set and cannot be changed. At least with current technology, it cannot be changed. Of course, with your strength, you can use the big clock to obtain Han Qingqing's DNA data and dark energy data from the past scenes. Then use this data to create a clone with Han Qingqing's memory and all genetic information. But is this clone really Han Qingqing? After hearing what the god of death Carl said, Wang Yuan fell silent. Although Wang Yuan did not place his hopes on the big clock at the beginning. He just wanted to give it a try to see if he could revive Han Qingqing through the big clock. But now it seems that this path is simply not feasible. What the god of death Carl said was right. He could indeed use the big clock to create a replica with all of Han Qingqing's memories and genetic information. Although this replica is exactly the same as Han Qingqing. But she is not Han Qingqing after all. It seems that the only direction now is the method provided by the dragon god Salama. Other methods are just to create a replica with all of Han Qingqing's memories. Thinking of this, Wang Yuan nodded, and then said, I understand. You can go now. Hearing Wang Yuan's words, the god of death Carl did not remove the illusion, but said, I have answered your doubts. Can you destroy my illusion again as a thank you gift? Your power is special. It's very helpful for me to study the void. So. Hearing what Carl the god of death said, Wang Yuan was stunned for a moment, and before Carl the god of death finished speaking, he condensed a gas mass and wiped out the imaginary dark energy data. In the Styx galaxy, Carl the god of death felt the dark energy data that he had lost. A hint of fanaticism flashed across his indifferent eyes. That's right. This is the power of the void. This power is enough to subvert all super god technologies. Magic. So amazing. My research direction turned out to be correct. That's it. While speaking, Carl the god of death felt countless inspirations about the void pouring out of his mind. His research on the void, which had stagnated for tens of thousands of years, began to loosen. He had a hunch that he would soon be able to peek into the mysteries of the void. If Wang Yuan could destroy it a few more times, his illusion would be better. Thinking of this, Carl the god of death picked up his quill pen and continued to study the void technology. After destroying the illusion of the god of death Carl, Wang Yuan originally planned to kill the doughty king Shi Xiao by claiming that he took the left foot first. But at this moment, an idea flashed through his brain like lightning. He decided to let Shi Xiao go first. After thousands of years of planning, Tokeo's no-star resurrection plan has made a considerable number of dragon people become potential no-star warriors. As long as they are activated, they will instantly transform into no-star warriors. Why don't I use the doughty king Shi Xiao to clean up a batch first? In this way, Tokeo's plan is destroyed, and he doesn't have to deal with it himself. It's the best of both worlds. Thinking of this, Wang Yuan said to the doughty king Shi Xiao, you have nothing to do here. Get lost. Everyone was stunned when they heard Wang Yuan's words. They couldn't believe that Wang Yuan would let the doughty king Shi Xiao go so easily. Did they wonder if they had heard it wrong? P.S. I was warned and was planning to do it myself. But that would not pass the review and the book would probably be banned. Please forgive me. After thinking it over and over again, I can only write this. Chapter 46. Chapter 46, Fighting and Victorious Buddha Sun Wukong. I am willing to feed the tiger with my own body, for the sake of all people in the world, and to save Wang Yuan. Second update, please subscribe. Your support is my motivation to write. The next update will be around 12 o'clock. Thank you for your support. I'm not sure about the time, but it will definitely be there. Thank you. Time goes back to a few minutes ago. Just when the god of death Carl was explaining to Wang Yuan the principle of the big clock to revive people, on the battlefield in Tianhe City on the other side. Because the doughty king Shi was afraid that if he continued to attack, it would anger Wang Yuan and cause his own death. So before falling into the blue planet, he decisively issued an order for the doughty legion to stop all attacks. With Shi's order, this war that lasted for a month and swept the world finally ushered in a brief pause. Qiang Gui, please leave now. On the rooftop of a dilapidated high-rise building, the fighting Buddha Sun Wukong, wearing black armor, walked up to Qiang Gui and advised otherwise, there will be no chance. Now Mr. Wang has been completely possessed by the devil and there is no turning back. He has sealed Lu Juang. Now it's our turn. At this point, fighting Buddha Sun Wukong sighed and said in a self-blaming tone, it's also my fault that I'm not good at Buddhism. I couldn't convert Donor Wang at the beginning. He fell into the devil's way step by step, unable to extricate himself. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a disaster today. Hey! Sun Wukong, the fighting Buddha of the super god world, was created by Mr. Wu using super god technology and based on the fairy genes. Although at the beginning of his creation, he was marked with the basic iron law of protecting this world. But because of the fairy genes, his brain circuit is the same as Su Xiali. He is completely on a different channel from ordinary people. He doesn't ask about cause and effect, and he will convert whoever poses a great threat to this world. Until now, it doesn't think it has done anything wrong. It thinks Wang Yuan is a demon king who has fallen into the devil's way and needs to be converted. In its view, no matter how big a mistake it made before, as long as he is willing to admit his mistakes, sincerely repent, and no longer have a negative impact on this world threat, then you can 133 and let bygones be bygones. If your enemy does not choose to let you go just because you have admitted your mistakes and sincerely repented, that means he is stubborn and has fallen into the devil's way. He needs to be converted. When Qiang Gui heard the words of the fighting Buddha Sun Wukong, her eyes were full of complex expressions. She knew that in the matter of Wang Yuan, it was not as the fighting Buddha Sun Wukong said. The real culprit was her father Dokeo. After so many years of being together, she has vaguely realized that her father is secretly planning something. Otherwise, it would be impossible to put the future main god of the Milky Way, Ge Xiaolun, under full surveillance. And trained her to be a loser. Watching Rui Mengmeng, the blade of no star, being harassed again and again by gangsters while working part-time for the sake of tuition. He even indulged Lu Chuang, the god of war of no star, and became a beast who did all kinds of evil. But what exactly is her father planning? She doesn't know. Qiang Gui knew that after Wang Yuan sealed Lu Chuang, the next target would be herself and the fighting Buddha Sun Wukong. But she didn't want to leave. Because after a month of fighting and torture of conscience, she felt tired. She wanted it all to end as soon as possible. Of course, this is not the most important reason. The most important thing is that if she leaves now, when Wang Yuan settles accounts with her father in the future, she will be should she stop it or not. If she stops it, she will go against her conscience. If she doesn't stop it, she will go against her father's kindness in raising her. Qiang Gui didn't want to put herself in this dilemma. In fact, in her heart, her best destination was to die in the battle with Doughty. In this way, she would not have to put herself in a dilemma and could repay the country's kindness. Therefore, she fought very frantically in the past month. She was just looking for death. But the opposite happened. After a month of fighting, not to mention being killed, she was not even seriously injured. At this moment, Chiang suddenly realized something. She turned to the fighting Buddha Sun Wukong and said, "Uncle Sun, you let me go. What about you? Aren't you leaving? With Wang Yuan's current style of doing things, he will not let you go." Hearing what Qiang Gui said, fighting Buddha Sun Wukong clasped his hands together, and then said solemnly, "If I don't go to hell, who will? I have decided to feed the tiger with my own body." At this point, the fighting Buddha Sun Wukong paused, and then continued, "Now all the high-ranking Doughty leaders including Shi have been detained on the ground by Donor Wang. Now is the best time to wipe them out in one fell swoop. As long as Shi and other high-ranking officials are eliminated, this war may end early. If the war ends one day earlier, countless lives can be saved. Even if I go to hell forever, it doesn't matter what it takes." While the fighting Buddha Sun Wukong was speaking, a ray of sunlight happened to shine on him obliquely, covering him with a layer of dreamy gauze. From a distance, it looked really like the Buddha coming to the world, with a solemn and majestic appearance. Seeing this, Qiang Gui was stunned at first, and then subconsciously asked, "Uncle Sun, I'm afraid Wang Yuan will not agree." Qiang Gui knew Wang Yuan's character. Even if Wang Yuan originally planned to kill the Doughty king Shi, but as long as he saw the fighting Buddha Sun Wukong, he wanted to kill Shi. There is a high probability that he would take action to save Shi. As for why? Of course, it is to make his enemy unhappy. Upon hearing this, the fighting Buddha Sun Wukong slowly said, I killed Shi for the sake of the people of the world. I believe that Mr. Wang can understand my good intentions. As long as donor Wang nods. After I kill Shi and other high-ranking officials, I will let him deal with it. I hope this can convert Wang Yuan. At this point, the fighting Buddha Sun Wukong looked up at Qiang Gui, who was in shock. Then he used his magical power immobilization technique to freeze Qiang Gui's body along with the dark energy. He continued, Qiang Gui, don't blame Uncle Sun. I was entrusted by your father to save your life. We'll see you next time. As he spoke, the fighting Buddha Sun Wukong summoned a dark energy channel and pushed Rose into it. After Rose disappeared into the dark energy channel, the fighting Buddha Sun Wukong clasped his hands together and said slowly, Brother Du, yesterday's cause is today's result. The cause and effect between us has been resolved. I will never see you again in this life. After saying that, fighting Buddha Sun Wukong sighed, summoned his somersault cloud, and under the gaze of the audience in the live broadcast room, he went straight to the battlefield where Wang Yuan was. After seeing this scene, the audience in the live broadcast room had complicated expressions in their eyes. Most of the audience grew up watching Journey to the West. Naturally, they have a childhood filter for fighting Buddha Sun Wukong. In addition to his performance in the past month, most of the audience have developed a feeling of admiration for fighting Buddha Sun Wukong. Now seeing him, in order to end the war as soon as possible, knowing that he will die, he still unswervingly goes to the battlefield where Wang Yuan is. It is impossible not to be moved. Of course, the premise of everything is that the audience in the live broadcast room is not clear about what fighting Buddha Sun Wukong did a month ago. Otherwise, this childhood filter would probably be broken. Monkey King is indeed the fighting Buddha. For the sake of the people of the world, he actually devoured the tiger with his own body. He is truly a Buddha. I hope that Brother Wang can spare Brother Monkey. Of course. There is no conflict between them. Brother Wang would not kill Brother Monkey. You never know. Didn't you hear that Monkey King just said that he didn't save Brother Wang a month ago? I guess there was a conflict a month ago. We just don't know. That's it. With Brother Wang's style, he will definitely not let Brother Monkey go. I will definitely not let him go. The only question is whether Wang Ji can let Monkey King kill Shi and the others first, and then settle accounts with Monkey King. In this way, the war may end early. You are such a beast. How could you do this? But what you said makes sense. At the same time, on the top floor of the Western Angel building, Angel Yan, who was rolling his eyes, suddenly received a message from Holy Keisha Yan, take this opportunity to bring Ge Xiaolun to Fraser Continent. From now on, your mission is to stay in Fraser Continent with Ge Xiaolun for a long time to protect Anisid. Unless Wang Yuan settles all his enemies and resurrects Han Qingqing. Otherwise, do not return to Blue Star. Hearing the words of Holy Keisha, Angel Yan immediately stood up from his seat and said respectfully, as you command, Queen. However, although the galaxy power Ge Xiaolun has not yet grown up, but his strength should not be underestimated. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. At this point, Angel Yan paused and continued, if he wants to resist, I'm afraid I won't be able to take him away in a short time. Morgana. Angel Yan was interrupted by Holy Keisha before she finished speaking. I will give you access to Skyblade 7 and the Holy Knowledge Treasury. Help you suppress Ge Xiaolun's dark energy fluctuations. Let you take him away as soon as possible. After hearing this, Angel Yan didn't say any more nonsense. He directly created a dark energy channel connecting to Ge Xiaolun's vicinity, flashed into it, and headed straight for the Tianhe City battlefield. At the moment when Holy Keisha contacted Angel Yan, the demon Achuo who was responsible for monitoring Angel Yan noticed something was wrong and quickly reported the news to Morgana. Fug. Holy Keisha, that bitch. She really knows how to find opportunities. Morgana, who was wearing a leather jacket, stood up from the throne and shouted, "What are you still standing there for? Quickly call upon all the computing power of Devil No 1. Help the Galaxy Power GE Xiaolun to resist the suppression of Skyblade No 7. Achuo, you go to Tianhe City in person. We must stop GE Xiaolun from being taken away by Angel Yan. Bitch, don't you want to wade into this muddy water? I won't let you have your way." Hearing Morgana's order, the demons in the hall immediately started working. With their joint efforts, they quickly increased the computing power of Demon Number 1 to the extreme. In the process, Demon Achuo created a dark energy channel and went straight to the location of the Galaxy Power GE Xiaolun. Demon Achuo knew that it would be dangerous to go to Tianhe City at this time. But for Morgana, he was willing to sacrifice everything. What's a little danger? Even if Queen Morgana asked me to commit suicide, I would kill myself without hesitation. Zhao Xian, do you think Wang Yuan will allow Monkey King to kill Shi Shi and his men? While the fighting was paused, GE Xiaolun came to Zhao Xian and handed him a can of beer, saying, "If he allows it, then this war will end early." After understanding what happened, GE Xiaolun agreed with Wang Yuan's revenge and thought Wang Yuan was right. But he still hoped that Wang Yuan could let Sun Wukong, the Fighting Buddha, kill Shi Shi and other high-ranking Doubty. In this way, even if the war would not end, they could recuperate for a while. A month of high-intensity fighting and what he saw and heard on the battlefield made GE Xiaolun eager to end this war. Hearing GE Xiaolun's words, Zhao Xian, who also looked exhausted, took the beer, took a gulp and said, "It's hard. Wang Yuan hates it most when others use the so-called overall situation and the morality of the people of the world to blackmail him. If Monkey King had no conflict with Wang Yuan before, and if you kill the beast in the name of revenge, you may have a chance. But Zhao Xian's point of view is the same as Qiang Gui's. They both believe that the action of fighting Buddha Sun Wukong will inevitably fail. Even if Wang Yuan wants to kill Shi Shi and other Doubty leaders, as long as fighting Buddha Sun Wukong makes his intention clear, Wang Yuan will let Shi Shi go in order to make fighting Buddha Sun Wukong unhappy." Zhao Xian just can't understand these easy-to-understand principles. How can fighting Buddha Sun Wukong, who has lived for 1,000 years, not understand? Go. If you have this time, wouldn't it be better to kill a few more Doubty? And you also acted like you're going to fight anyone in the world. Who are you trying to show off to? Like everyone else, Zhao Xian grew up watching Journey to the West. So when he first saw the fighting Buddha Sun Wukong, he was very excited. But this excitement didn't last long, because the fighting Buddha Sun Wukong forgave Lu Chuang's behavior and wiped it out. What the hell? A scum who molested a decent woman and forced others to death. Just forgiven like that? From then on, Zhao Xian distinguished the fighting Buddha Sun Wukong from the Monkey King in his mind. As time went by, Zhao Xian became more and more certain of his idea. The fighting Buddha Sun Wukong of the Heroes Company was just a technology marquee with the same name and surname as the Monkey King. He was not the real Monkey King at all. Sometimes I even felt that the fighting Buddha Sun Wukong was called this name. It was an insult to the real Monkey King. If it was the real Monkey King Sun Wukong, after knowing what Lu Chuang and fighting Buddha Sun Wukong did, he would pick up the golden cudgel without saying a word. Smash the man and the marquis into a meat paste. Thinking of this, Zhao Xian suddenly realized something. Wang Yuan would not agree if fighting Buddha Sun Wukong went to kill Shi Shi. Then he could go and kill him. He would kill him in the name of revenge for his comrades. Wang Yuan would not stop him. Zhao Xian was about to tell GE Xiaolun about his thoughts. But when he thought of the relationship between GE Xiaolun and Qiang Gui, he swallowed the words back. He was afraid that if he dragged GE Xiaolun to appear in front of Wang Yuan would attack GE Xiaolun because of the relationship between GE Xiaolun and Qiang Gui. Wouldn't he harm his own brother? so Zhao Xin decided to kill him himself. Thinking of this, Zhao Xin turned to Ji Xiaolun and said, "Hello, have a good rest. I'll go to the battlefield to take a look. Is there anything I can do for you?" After saying that, without waiting for Ji Xiaolun to reply, he raised his spear, turned into a stream of light, and disappeared on the battlefield full of ruins. Shortly after Zhao Xin left, the space rippled and the figure of Angel Yan appeared in front of Ji Xiaolun. Seeing this, Ji Xiaolun was stunned at first, and then subconsciously said, "Angel? You?" Before Ji Xiaolun finished speaking, he felt a huge dark energy suppressing the galaxy power gene in his body. In an instant, Ji Xiaolun had no way to escape. Even his thoughts were about to stagnate. Angel Yan saw that the galaxy power Ji Xiaolun was suppressed by the computing power of Skyblade No. 7, and without any extra nonsense, he directly picked up Ji Xiaolun and wanted to drill into the space-time wormhole prepared in advance, and headed straight for Fraser continent. "Want to leave?" But at this moment, with a roar, the demon Achuo, who was covered in blood-red heavy armor, appeared out of thin air. The sword of command in his hand slashed at Angel Yan at lightning speed. At the same time, under the leadership of Morgana, Demon No. 1 increased its computing power to the extreme. He began to help Ji Xiaolun resist the suppression of Skyblade No. 7. Although the performance of Demon No. 1 is not as good as Skyblade No. 7 now. But because Skyblade No. 7 is too far away from Blue Star, and Ji Xiaolun is extremely resistant. Therefore, in just a moment, the suppression effect of Skyblade No. 7 was lifted from Ji Xiaolun. Ji Xiaolun, who regained his freedom, knelt on the rooftop, gasping for breath, looking at Angel Yan and Demon Achuo who were constantly fighting in the air with eyes full of fear and surprise. He couldn't understand. Why did Angel Yan, the angel wife who was married by the holy Keisha, sneak attack himself? And Achuo from the demon camp wanted to save himself? What's going on? It's the other way around. What are they going to do?